The story begins in a desolate and completely apocalyptic setting. The sky is covered by a massive eclipse, plunging everything into oppressive darkness. Around the ruins, bizarre and grotesque creatures wander. One of them lunges at a lone human, who, armed with nothing but a small knife, tries to defend himself. The creature almost manages to bite him, but he drives the blade into its throat. The monster writhes in agony, still attempting to bite, until it finally collapses dead. The human wipes the blood from his face, still panting from the fight, and thinks proudly that he finally killed a monster on his own. However, someone calls him unawakened. Looking around, he sees other creatures much larger and more powerful, as well as humans battling them with ease. Some are flying, others wield extraordinary abilities. One of the warriors approaches and says he's nothing more than a backpack carrier, asking why he's just standing there. Another scolds him, ordering him to gather the remains of the defeated monsters. Embarrassed, the protagonist apologizes. They call him useless, and then it is explained that the world has completely changed since the emergence of the Abyss, a dimension separate from reality, from which terrifying and fantastical creatures began to pour. When the Abyss appeared, some people also awakened supernatural powers. With these abilities, they started exploring this new dimension and hunting the monsters that came from it. Because of this, society's hierarchy was no longer measured by money or social standing, but by the ranking of power each awakened one possessed. The higher the rank, the more assured their future. As he collects a magic stone from a monster's corpse, the protagonist thinks about how none of that ever happened to him. At 35 years old, he never awakened and can't even open a system screen. He is nothing more than a baggage carrier, someone who lives off gathering the remains of slain monsters. Without awakening, he will never be like the warriors fighting on the front lines. He turns to say that he has already gathered all the items, but when he looks around, he freezes in shock. Every awakened fighter has been killed. Not a single one remains alive. Suddenly, a dark voice echoes, declaring that he is the last. The voice belongs to a gigantic creature made of magic, fire, skulls, and chaos. It is the SSS rank monster, Asmodeus. The protagonist tries to defend himself with his small knife, but obviously it isn't enough. With a simple motion of its hand, Asmodeus disintegrates part of his arm. He screams in pain and collapses to the ground, bleeding heavily. As he turns, he sees his final sight. Asmodeus unleashes a magical blast straight into his head. As blood runs down his forehead, the protagonist thinks that this is what it truly feels like to die. He remembers his parents, who died in a car accident. He recalls the endless humiliation and ridicule he suffered at school, always treated as a joke for not being awakened. Now, he is about to die carrying things that weren't even his. He realizes his entire life has been a curse, and he dies not in sorrow, but in hatred. At that moment, a drop of his blood begins to glow. All the conditions for his awakening have finally been met. Suddenly, a mysterious being appears atop an immense golden staircase. The protagonist, confused, has never seen anything like it. The being is divine, completely white, radiating an inexplicable presence. He looks back, thinking he must already be dead, but notices that Asmodeus is frozen in time, as though the world itself has stopped. Without understanding what's happening, he hears the divine being say that halting a weak monster like that is nothing to him. The protagonist asks who he is, and the being replies that some call him king, though it makes no difference. What matters is that he has decided to grant the protagonist power. Still overwhelmed, the protagonist struggles to grasp what this means, but the divine being, reading his thoughts, says that so many questions will do him no good. The being explains that he simply came to choose him as his destined one, for he saw great determination and resilience in that frail body. He tells him that this will be the only miracle in his life. Still not understanding what it means to be chosen, the protagonist hears the divine being say that one day he will come to understand, and then he departs with the words, "Until next time." At that moment, a massive creature appeared out of nowhere and tried to bite them both. In the instant of the attack, a blinding flash of light burst through the air, completely overwhelming the area. The protagonist began to hear faint voices in the background, as if someone was calling out to him. He slowly opened his eyes and heard people shouting at him. Still disoriented, he realized he was being woken up with a slap across the face. The one who struck him was, before anyone else, Hyuksu, someone who had tormented him in the past. Hyuksu, furious, asked if he had lost his mind and muttered that they must have been too rough with him, since he had blacked out. Confused, the protagonist recognized that face. He wondered what Hyuksu was doing there in the very high school he once attended. Just a second ago, he had been in the abyss, on the verge of death. That's when he began to understand. Everything he had just experienced was part of the power he had received. Moments later, his system screen appeared before his eyes. His name showed as Kim Tae Hyun, rank F, 19 years old, with a skill called gluttony. Shocked, he realized he had gone back in time exactly 16 years. Even wounded and still feeling the sting of the slap, he suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. The sensation was almost manic, like he had snapped. Taeyun laughed wildly, as if he had lost his sanity. The bullies around him backed away in fear, asking what was going on. One of them shouted at him to answer, demanding an explanation. Without hesitation, Taeyun threw a punch straight into the face of the thug standing before him. The others froze, completely shocked at his boldness. Taeyun, however, smiled with tears in his eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was finally awakened. Wiping his face, still smiling, he braced himself for what was coming. The bullies rushed at him, enraged, yelling that a loser like him should know his place. But Taehyun, now with a strengthened body and sharpened reflexes, easily dodged a fireball, hurled his way and landed an uppercut to the chin of one attacker. The second took a swift kick to the stomach and collapsed instantly. As he fought, Taehyun reflected on the 35 years he had lived as an unawakened. During all that time, he had trained his body to its limits, studied every kind of abyss monster, memorized information about awakened abilities, and learned combat techniques. In other words, he had prepared himself like no one else. That's why there was no way he could lose to inexperienced fools like these. With little effort, he knocked them down one by one, with precise punches and kicks. Even while winning easily, Taehyun was panting, realizing that despite his experienced mind, his 9-year-old body still needed more training. As he tried to catch his breath, before anyone else, Hyuk-soo, enraged, got back up. He admitted that Taehyun had truly awakened, but cursed him as a damned bastard, and swore he would kill him. Activating his ability, Stone Skin, Hyuk-soo's body became covered in a thick, rocky layer. He charged forward, throwing a punch at Taehyun, who managed to dodge. The second blow, however, nearly struck him. On the third strike, Hyuk-soo attempted to crush Taehyun completely, causing part of the building around them to collapse. The impact sent up a massive cloud of dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, Taehyun was already behind him, ready to counterattack. But Hyuk-soo reacted just as quickly. They exchanged blows, and this time Taehyun landed a punch. Yet the strike had little effect. Hyuk-soo's stone-covered skin absorbed most of the impact. Taehyun felt a jolt of pain in his own hand, realizing he had hurt himself trying to hit him. Hyuk-soo retaliated with a powerful strike, sending Taehyun flying across the room. He slammed hard into part of the building, his face now smeared with blood. He coughed and spat blood, his nose bleeding and arms trembling. But even through the pain, his expression remained unwavering. Hyuk-soo glared at Taehyun and sneered, saying he shouldn't have felt so confident he never stood a chance of winning. To him, Taehyun was still nothing more than a pathetic unawakened. He then taunted him, asking what he would do now, since he couldn't just keep dodging forever without ever fighting back. Meanwhile, Taehyun reflected that all awakened individuals were measured by a ranking system, starting from rank F, barely stronger than an unawakened, up to rank S, which represented monstrous levels of power. Physical and general abilities increased exponentially with each rank, yet all Taehyun had was a rank F skill, something he had never seen before, and that probably seemed weak. There was no way he could defeat someone who possessed a rank C ability. Even so, for some reason, Taehyun stood back up with an aura completely different from before. He felt certain that he would not lose this fight. A blazing red flame engulfed his body, startling the bully, who wondered what was happening and whether Taehyun had truly awakened. That's when Taehyun realized this was the power of gluttony, a skill that allowed him to freely control his own mana. The bully charged, claiming that nothing could change the outcome, but Taehyun raised his hand forward and with overwhelming magic, stopped the attack in its tracks. The aggressor's eyes widened in panic as his strike failed to land. Little by little, Taehyun began draining the enemy's energy, and when he clenched his fist, the stone armor shattered completely. The bully weakened rapidly until collapsing before everyone's eyes. A massive surge of power erupted into the sky, and when the smoke cleared, only Taehyun remained standing, still cloaked in his crimson aura. The bully lay unconscious on the ground, while the system announced that gluttony had been fed. As a result, Taehyun's skill evolved to rank E, granting him a new ability, Stone Skin. Later, at the infirmary, the nurse was astonished to see Taehyun carrying the 3 defeated bullies on his back. Exhausted, he simply greeted her, feigning nonchalance. After leaving them in her care, he explained that they had fallen down the stairs, trying to cover up what had truly happened. The nurse used her healing skill to treat Taehyun's injuries, and it seems she believed the excuse. Now, fully restored, he reflected on what had just occurred. Although he had achieved his revenge against the bully, the true problem now lay within gluttony itself. The ability seemed lodged deep within his mind and body, consuming him entirely. Normally, a skill would take years to evolve from one rank to the next, yet his had advanced after a single battle. On top of that, his rank F ability had already proven more powerful than a rank C1, and was capable of stealing the powers of his enemies. enemies. This raised countless questions. Why had the king granted him this power? Why had he sent him back in time? Taeyun had no answers, only the certainty that he had to uncover the truth about his current ability. He thought it had been a long time since he last returned home. Since his parents' death, he had been living with his uncle. Smiling faintly, he recalled that his uncle wouldn't be back until later, giving him some time to investigate. But upon entering the house, he noticed something strange. His cousin Huang was surrounded by unfamiliar men. Confused, Taeyun wondered why Huang was there. Huang asked why Jaeyoung had come home, since he should have been at school at that hour. Taeyun quickly realized something was wrong. Suspicious men stood before them, and it seemed that Jaeyoung was handing over all of the household's money to these criminals. Taeyun then remembered. In his past life, his cousin had gotten involved with the wrong people, and disappeared with all of his uncle's savings. The strange men asked Jaeyoung who Taeyun was, and he whispered something into the ear of their leader. That's when Taeyun realized this must be the very day everything had happened. The leader glanced at Huang and said he was Jaeyoung's cousin. Then he ordered him to turn around and pretend he had seen nothing, promising that by the time he returned, they would already be gone. He even mocked him, calling him Mr. Unawakened. But Taeyun only smiled. To him, this was perfect. He needed test subjects for his ability. Suddenly, he lunged forward and delivered a brutal punch that smashed the criminal's face into the floor, leaving him helpless. Everyone was stunned, but Taeyun didn't stop. The leader begged for mercy, but when Taeyun tried to activate gluttony, the system warned him that the ability could not be used at that moment. Startled and vulnerable, Taeyun was caught off guard. The leader seized the chance and struck him with a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. He then ordered his men to kill him. One moved to restrain him, another unleashed a poisonous cloud, while the leader conjured spikes that caused bleeding wounds. They all attacked at once, creating a violent explosion inside the house. Furniture was destroyed, and thick smoke filled the room. The leader mocked him, saying that an unawakened fool was only pretending to be a true awakened one, and that he should learn his place. However, his expression changed when he saw Taeyun emerging from within the smoke. The system confirmed. Imprisonment, poison, and bleeding effects had been applied, but a mysterious power allowed him to resist everything with ease. Taeyun let out a laugh, thinking that his ability never worked when he wanted, but always appeared on its own to save him at critical moments. Determined, he charged at the leader and smashed his face into the ground with violence. Analyzing the situation, he realized two important things. The first was that he now had access to a status window, which confirmed he was indeed awakened. The second was that his ability remained enigmatic. Even though he had enough mana, it hadn't activated when he tried, and the description revealed nothing beyond the main part. It also didn't mention the passive that had protected him from poison and bleeding. Still, he believed that, with time, he would uncover its mysteries. What really caught his attention at that moment was Jaeyoung, kneeling before him, apologizing. His cousin said he had seen something so incredible that it made him reconsider all the bad choices of his life. He promised to do anything Taeyun wanted, humiliating himself like a dog, even going as far as licking his feet. The protagonist thought it was exaggerated, but didn't care. He knew far greater things were about to happen. He then said he would let the matter go, but wanted his cousin to do something for him in return. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside an abandoned factory where no one dared to enter, a group of men in suits observed something terrifying, a gate break. This phenomenon, explained as the rupture that allowed monsters to leave the abyss and invade reality, happened when a dungeon was left alone for too long. One of the men remarked, shocked, that there hadn't been a gate break in over 10 years. In that dark place, one of the men explained that the monsters were gathering due to a hole that had suddenly appeared between dimensions. One of the women commented anxiously that, if nothing was done, the entire area would soon transform into a dungeon. Another, in despair, asked if she should order the city's evacuation, but the man in front replied it wouldn't be necessary. According to him, his rank B ability, Barrier, would be enough to contain the monsters for some time, since the gate seemed to be only level C. However, before they could react, the creatures burst forth violently, shattering the barrier as if it were nothing. The man with glasses quickly lunged at one of them and killed it with a precise kick, saying they were just rank B monsters, something he could handle easily. Meanwhile, on the city streets, Taehyun ran alongside Jaeyoung. His cousin asked if the control unit shouldn't already be there to contain the monsters, and Taehyun explained that yes, at first, they would assume it to be a simple rank C gate break, and the control unit, composed of rank B fighters, could handle creatures of that level. But something was wrong. When asked what he meant, Taehyun only answered that it would be true if the invasion really was rank C. Back at the portal site, the man with glasses realized something didn't add up. Monsters that weak should never have been able to break his rank B barrier. He began to suspect a much more powerful magical flow was coursing through that portal. The women beside him warned that more creatures were emerging, and once again, they easily destroyed the barrier. Then, a colossal colossal figure appeared. It was a gigantic monster, rank A. The man's eyes widened in shock, realizing this wasn't a level C portal. Before he could react, he was struck by a devastating explosion. On the streets, Jae-young argued with Tae-yun, still trying to understand. He said that if it were true, it didn't make sense for the specialists not to notice. But Tae-yun, silent, knew the answer. He had already lived through this in his past life, though he wouldn't reveal that to his cousin. He only said it was a hunch. Jae-young didn't believe him, thinking it was a lie, but deep down Hwang seemed to trust him. Soon, they arrived at the disaster scene and saw an army of terrifying monsters invading the city. Chaos broke out, and the population screamed for everyone to run, confirming it was indeed a gate break. Panic overtook Jae-young, who nearly fainted from fear. At that moment, Tae-yun reminded him of the favor he had asked earlier, and said that now was the time to fulfill it. His cousin, trembling, asked what would happen to him, but Tae-yun answered that he would take care of the situation alone. With that, he activated Stone Skin and walked toward the creatures without showing any fear. In a tall building, someone was closely observing the situation. A man remarked that he had expected this, because it was not a rank C gate but a rank A one. Everyone present was in danger. Turning back, he looked at a figure and declared that only he could resolve the situation. His name was An Hyun-soo, the Sword of Light, a rank A awakened. With tears in his eyes, he proclaimed that he would save the people, for their hero was on the way. But meanwhile, another hero was already dealing with the monsters. Kim Tae-hyun advanced alone against the army of creatures and, with terrifying ease, defeated them one by one. After bringing down dozens, he began devouring their corpses with gluttony, absorbing their abilities. That was when he realized something important. Just as he had suspected before, the reason he hadn't been able to activate gluttony earlier was his fatigue. The system confirmed it. The ability did not work when his fatigue exceeded 70%. It was explained that most abilities depended on mana to activate, but that wasn't the only factor. Fatigue also directly influenced them. The more effort the body exerted, the higher the fatigue became, and when it reached high levels, the body weakened and abilities lost power. Kim Tae-hyun reflected on this, thinking he sounded like a nerd for carrying so much information in his head, but in exchange, he had learned how to absorb monsters and restore his mana. The system further revealed that he would not spend mana when using gluttony on already dead targets. When he devoured his prey, his mana was completely restored. To him, that wasn't even the best part. The most incredible thing was that, by killing creatures, he could continue climbing in rank infinitely. Gluttony would evolve without limits, just like Stone Skin. Tae-yun began to imagine that, at this pace, he might reach rank S, maybe even SS. In fact, he dared to dream of becoming the first ever SSS-ranked awakened. Deciding to check on Jae-young, he turned, but then noticed another man also fighting the monsters. This man wielded a sword of radiant light and shouted words full of fury, calling the creatures poor corrupted souls. Crying, he declared himself the Knight of Justice and swore to punish them in the name of the light. Tae-yun watched curiously, wondering what that man was doing there. He seemed extremely powerful, for he was facing head-on the massive creature that had emerged from the portal. With a single attack, his sword unleashed countless stars of power, creating a devastating explosion that reduced the monster to nothing. Impressed, Tae-yun concluded that the man could only be a rank A awakened. He recognized him immediately. An Hyun-soo, the Sword of Light, the very same who, in his previous life, had dealt with the gate break. He truly seemed as powerful as the rumors claimed. However, Tae-yun also noticed that the rumors about An Hyun-soo's personality were true. The man smiled strangely, laughing at the defeated creature and calling it foolish for daring to face his sword. Even more intriguing was the fact that, in his past life, Tae-yun had heard Hyun-soo had defeated that ogre in another part of the city, not here. That meant the future was changing before his eyes. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo, standing farther away, prayed for the dead souls, making the situation feel even stranger. Then the system issued an alert. An ability had been detected nearby. In an instant, An Hyun-soo was struck by a blade that pierced through his back and out his chest. He spat blood, shocked, not understanding what had happened. Before him appeared an assassin with a psychopathic gaze, claiming he had finally managed to capture him. Elsewhere in the city, Jae-young stood in front of the school nurse. She looked pale, about to faint. The boy hesitated but remembered Kim Tae-hyun's words. He had explained that the nurse, Choi Na-young, would die that night if no one stopped her. During the evacuation, she would try to save a child and end up dying with her. To prevent this, Tae-hyun had told Jae-young that he needed to use his hypnosis ability on the nurse to make her sleep and stop her from acting. Meanwhile, he himself would handle the rest. Jae-young kept wondering where Kim Tae-hyun had gotten so much information from, and whether all of it really made sense, because he couldn't find any other explanation. In his mind, he believed his master must have acquired the ability to foresee the future. Even while imagining that Kim Tae-hyun would probably call him a fool for thinking that, he couldn't help but get excited by the idea, convinced that, by his side, nothing could go wrong. However, while Jae-young was filled with confidence, Kim Tae-hyun was only thinking that the situation was about to get worse. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo wanted to know who the man was that had stabbed him in the back. The assassin, surprised to see him still alive, found it impressive that he had resisted a direct blow against the Sword of Light. He remarked that hunting people like this was truly entertaining. The system then revealed that the man was a rank B, awakened criminal, known as a malevolent, a term used for those who, instead of helping humanity, used their powers to kill and cause destruction. His name was Han Sang-do, a serial killer who took lives purely for pleasure. Kim Tae-hyun recognized this criminal from his past life. He knew that many had fallen victim to him during a gate break, but he didn't remember him ever attempting to kill the Sword of Light. That meant the future was already changing, which worried him even more. The Sword of Light, on the other hand, gathered all of his strength, swearing that he would kill the malevolent right then and there. But before he could act, a massive pressure overtook the area. The ogre that everyone thought had been defeated was now rising again, more furious than before. Both the Sword of Light and the assassin were astonished at the creature's monstrous regeneration, as it completely restored its destroyed arm and began crushing everything around it. The assassin, backing away, decided to leave that problem to Hyun-soo. But before leaving, he commented that he hadn't expected to have an audience for his work. Then he turned his attention to Kim Tae-hyun, declaring that he would be his next prey. Without hesitation, Kim Tae-hyun called the criminal a fool and blocked his dagger with the stone skin ability. Seizing the opening, he struck a powerful kick at him. Surprised, the assassin realized he was facing another awakened and heard Kim Tae-hyun curse the malevolence, calling him a wretch who murdered innocents with stealth. The real fight had begun. The assassin's blades couldn't pierce Kim Tae-hyun's reinforced skin, and the two exchanged violent blows for quite some time. The criminal admitted that his opponent was strong, but said that not everything always went as planned. Using his stealth, he vanished before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes. Even so, the young man believed he would be able to predict his movements. However, he was caught off guard when the assassin appeared behind him and managed to inflict a deep wound, drawing blood even through stone skin. Han Sang-do explained that he had hunted many arrogant people like him before. They all thought they were invincible because of their abilities, but ran in desperation once their weaknesses were exposed. He promised he would show Kim Tae-hyun the limits of his power before killing him, and then slashed a huge wound across his chest. Wounded and bleeding, Kim Tae-hyun remained standing, gasping for breath. He reflected on his ability and realized that stone skin wasn't invulnerable. Each strike he took wore down his resistance, and when the stone regenerated, its new layer was not as strong as the original. The assassin had discovered this weakness and was exploiting it. Even so, Kim Tae-hyun believed his theory was correct. He was capable of facing a rank B opponent because his body was no longer limited to a simple rank D. With determination, he glared at the assassin and declared that it was time to finish this test. The assassin thought Kim Tae-hyun had gone completely mad and charged at him, but Kim Tae-hyun only questioned why he had chosen to come after him. Han Sang-do, confused, answered that it was because he had to be insane, but quickly regretted his words when he saw his opponent's true ability. Kim Tae-hyun explained that he only wanted to see the enemy's ability in action. Then, he activated Gluttony, and the aura of the ability spread throughout the entire place. The assassin froze in fear before that terrifying mana, wondering where such power had come from. Even so, he still believed he could kill the boy, claiming that no matter what ability he faced, if no one could see him, no one could attack him. Calmly, Kim Tae-hyun replied that it might be true, but as the assassin himself had said, every ability had a weakness. After consuming so many monsters, he had realized one thing: all those who tried to run away or hide ended up consumed by gluttony. No matter how far they ran or where they tried to hide, gluttony always caught them. At that moment, Han Sang-do was captured by the ability. Within seconds, his body was completely torn apart and devoured by gluttony. Dawn was breaking. Among the ruins of the battle, the Sword of Light had fallen, reflecting on how, if not for the villain, he, the hero of justice and the invincible warrior, would never have met such a fate. The great ogre, still enraged, prepared his final strike against him, but before the blow landed, he realized the Sword of Light had vanished. In truth, Kim Tae-hyun had used his new stealth ability to save him, hiding him from the fatal attack. He remarked that since the giant refused to give up, that only made things a little easier. With morning finally calm, Kim Tae-hyun and his cousin appeared at the door of their uncle and aunt's house. The reunion was emotional, as everyone had believed the two had been devoured by monsters. Jae-young, trying to disguise his joy, pretended nothing had happened. but Kim Tae-hyun only smiled, letting the moment hang in the air. Later, the newspapers reported that, according to the government, a gate breach alert had been officially confirmed, resulting in the suspension of classes for 7 days in all schools in the region. With survivors being found, the population breathed a sigh of relief. At school, the conversations revolved around the fact that the incident had been tied to a rank A, not a rank C as initially assumed. The nurse still seemed confused, not understanding what had happened. Hyun-soo, on the other hand, was credited for everything, but insisted that he had not been the one responsible for the ogre's defeat, but rather someone else, the true hero. However, the media did not believe his words. Reports also highlighted that the body of the great ogre had not been found, and that the malevolent figure who had attacked the citizens had simply vanished. Many questioned the absence of security protocols that night. For Kim Tae-hyun, this was perfect, since no one had noticed his direct involvement. He knew it was time to move on to the next stage. Standing before an abandoned railway tunnel, he reflected on the abilities he possessed. Currently, there were 3, the most recent being rank D stealth, which allowed him to hide much more effectively. However, he knew he couldn't use all his abilities recklessly, as overuse would cause fatigue and eventually kill him. The best way to progress would be through potions, but they were extremely expensive. To earn money, he needed to hunt, but hunting required an official license, since using abilities without government permission was illegal. That left him with only one option: to find and explore dungeons not yet discovered by the government. Inside the abandoned tunnel, Kim Tae-hyun encountered massive, grotesque spider-like creatures. They were surprised to see a human there and mocked him, saying it was a free meal. The protagonist was astonished to realize they could communicate, showing a high level of intelligence. These creatures were known as the Spider Brothers, rank B monsters. Kim Tae-hyun reflected that defeating only creatures of that level would not raise his rank much, as he would need to consume a large number of them to truly evolve. The brothers, irritated, charged at him, asking if he was underestimating their strength. They then prepared a kind of combined attack, spitting out a sticky web to trap him. Laughing, they taunted him, eager to see if he could escape that situation. When the web hit him, the system announced that an unknown power had made him completely resistant, leaving the spiders shocked. Kim Tae-hyun, calm, remarked that their ability was actually quite useful. The monsters, desperate, screamed in protest, but from outside, only the deafening sounds of their voices could be heard. Soon after, the system informed him that gluttony had finished devouring them, granting him a new ability: paralysis. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the Association of Players of New Korea was holding a meeting in a luxurious and highly secure room. The one conducting the meeting was Gu Tae-wook, deputy head of the Human Resources Department, who was nervous in the presence of the 2 greatest players in the country. It was explained that players were legally registered awakens, authorized to hunt monsters, explore dungeons, and protect the population. At that time, New Korea was sustained by 5 main pillars: the 4 largest guilds, the Unbreakable Battle Guild, the Alchemists' Creation Guild, the Mages Guild, and the Information Guild of the Nightwalkers, along with the Players Association, the official organization responsible for managing all hunters. At that moment, Gu Tae-wook had before him Yu Ah-young, a rank S player belonging to the Nightwalkers, and Ji Jinwi, president of the association and also a rank S player. The president thanked her for attending, acknowledging her busy schedule. Yu Ah-young, direct as always, asked what had been discovered about the Evil Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most ruthless awakens, all marked by golden rings with skulls. She handed over a list with the names of players who were being targeted by the guild and reported their recent activities. Impressed, Ji Jinwi said she didn't need to come personally just for that, and that he knew the real reason for the meeting. He wanted her opinion on a delicate matter. He asked if she would believe there were still high school students capable of killing monsters. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun was standing atop a pile of the monsters he had defeated, holding several magic crystals. With his phone in hand, he called the Alchemists Guild, asking to purchase potions. The story then moved forward to the end of the 7-day school suspension, the period determined after the portal break. During that time, Kim Tae-hyun trained his strength, cleared dungeons alone, and accumulated an impressive amount of crystals. When he brought them all to the Alchemists Guild, everyone was left speechless. They received him as a high-prestige client, almost an absolute VIP, even though he was only there to buy some potions. At the moment, he remained at rank C, but already possessed 4 abilities: gluttony, stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. Even so, he knew there was still a long road ahead. In any case, he had to return to school. There, rumors spread quickly. It was said that Kim Tae-hyun had defeated the bully who once tormented him, along with his henchmen, all on his own. This confirmed that he was indeed awakened. However, many believed that this revelation would land him in serious trouble from then on. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open, and a group of much older teenagers stormed in, knocking everything down along the way. One of them sat in a chair, propped his feet on the desk, and declared that there was no escaping Lee Jung-jae. He stared at Kim Tae-hyun and said it had been a long time since they had last met. It was then explained that Lee Jung-jae was a rank S, awakened heir to the Taizan Group, a massive conglomerate that funded Taizan High School itself. Furthermore, he was the leader of all the school's delinquents, including those who had bullied Kim Taehyun. In fact, he had been the one who ordered Hyuk-soo to torment the boy back, when he had not yet awakened any power. Kim Taehyun, without hiding his disdain, replied that it had indeed been a long time, but that he wasn't happy to see his face. He told Lee Jung-jae to shut up and struck him with a kick. One of the bodyguards tried to intervene, outraged at his audacity, but was immediately knocked down by a punch from Lee Jung-jae, who ordered him to stay quiet so they could talk. The delinquent leader was direct. He stated that Kim Taehyun's victory over Hyun-soo had made him far too confident, but that he had chosen the wrong enemy. He then summoned his power, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Kim Taehyun was impressed by the intensity of the mana, reflecting that this was the true power of a rank S awakened. Even so, he secretly wondered how Gluttony would react to something so powerful. Before the tension exploded, a girl with blue hair entered the room. Using her ice ability, she interrupted the fight and said it was enough. It was Lim Ah-young, a rank S student, daughter of a wealthy family, class president, and the school's model student. Although considered a rising star, she had an irritating personality and never backed down from confrontations. Lee Jung-jae sneered, asking why she was interfering if it was just a conversation among friends. Lim Ah-young firmly shot back, asking how he dared to call them friends when he had just smashed another student's face minutes earlier. He tried to brush her aside, but she made it clear that if things didn't end peacefully, they would end violently. The atmosphere grew even more tense, with the two ready to fight. Kim Taehyun, off to the side, thought that if things continued, the entire classroom would end up destroyed. After a few seconds of silent confrontation, Lee Jung-jae decided to step back. He said he had no intention of fighting there, but before leaving, he hurled his sphere of power, immediately countered by Lim Ah-young's ice. At that moment, the siren sounded. The loudspeaker announced, through the radio club, that all students were to proceed immediately to the auditorium to hear a special speech from the Players Association. Even Lee Jung-jae was confused, wondering what the association was doing there. He glanced at Lim Ah-young and Kim Taehyun with disdain, muttering that they were really lucky, then left the room with a grin. As the door slammed shut, Lim Ah-young took a deep breath and asked if Kim Taehyun was all right, but when she turned around, he had already disappeared. Already in the hallway, the boy simply called out for her to hurry, saying they needed to head to the auditorium. The girl was confused by his quickness and wondered if Kim Taehyun had always been like that. In the auditorium, the students murmured among themselves, trying to guess the reason for the association's visit. Some speculated that it was about the portal breaches that had been occurring. Shortly after, a man stepped up to the microphone and introduced himself as Gu Tae-wook from the Human Resources Department of the Players Association. He said he was there for two reasons. The first was to apologize for the portal breach incident and to provide safety instructions. The second, more important, was to announce something that would change the future of New Korea, a modification to the players' exam. Conversations swelled. While Lee Jung-jae was thinking about how he would settle things with Kim Taehyun, and Lim Ah-young reflected that she needed to have a serious talk with him, the protagonist yawned, bored. The students continued murmuring, saying that no matter what changed, it didn't matter anyway, since to take the exam one needed to be at least 19 years old, and none of them were old enough. But Gu Tae-wook called for attention again, stating that everyone needed to pay close attention because the announcement was especially important for them. Due to the sudden increase in portal breaches, monsters, and dungeons, the association had decided on one thing. From now on, even high school students would be allowed to take the players' exam. The news hit like a bomb. The entire auditorium was in shock. Gu Tae-wook continued explaining that the students' participation in the exam would be evaluated based on their score, progress, and individual capabilities. However, Taehyun didn't believe a word of it. He knew it was a lie. The truth was that everyone was already allowed to participate in the exam because the exam had already begun. This was due to Tae-wook's ability, the all-seeing eye, which placed him above all the other students. It was explained that the all-seeing eye allowed the user to view a person's skill level as if it were a numerical value. In addition, he could access a sort of personal status window. As he observed the students, Tae-wook concluded that this school had impressive numbers. In his vision, all of the students here had the potential to become excellent players. However, among them, two stood out in particular: Lee Jung-jae, with 1,924 points, and Lim Ah-young, with 2,335 points. He remembered the list of recommended students that the Nightwalkers had sent, but he had not imagined that the number of talents would be this great. This excited him, and he decided he would write even more recommendation letters as soon soon as he returned to the association. Suddenly, Lee Jung-jae raised his hand to speak with Taewook, who paid close attention to the question. Lee Jung-jae stated that Taewook had promised to explain more about the player's exam, and he wanted to know if he truly believed that anyone there had what it took to become a player. In his view, the exam existed to determine who had that potential. In other words, those without power, those who had not awakened, were nothing but trash and shouldn't even be in that room. As he said this, he stared directly at Taehyun. It was explained that strength was not the only criterion for becoming a player. Several factors were tested, such as awakening rank, quick thinking in different situations, problem-solving ability, intellect, and of course, knowledge about the creatures of the abyss. Even so, Lee Jung-jae insisted that none of that mattered for someone who was not awakened. People like that, according to him, shouldn't even be there. Taehyun found it absurd and thought Lee Jung-jae was a complete idiot. He wondered how he would react upon discovering that he was now awakened. However, Lee Jung-jae insisted that if he truly wasn't awakened, then he should prove it. Before the situation escalated, Lim Ah-young shouted for Lee Jung-jae to stop. She considered saying something else but quickly held back, believing Taehyun wouldn't want her interfering. She then turned away and decided to let it go. Even so, Lee Jung-jae continued, saying he honestly thought all non-awakened students should be expelled from the classroom. Taewook tried to explain that he understood his concern, but things didn't work that way. In response, Lee Jung-jae sneered, saying the situation must be humiliating for Taehyun, since he would never achieve anything in life without being awakened, or perhaps he didn't even care about the exam at all. But in reality, Taehyun cared a lot. He thought that if he truly had no chance of proving he was awakened, he wouldn't have even bothered to participate in the exam. Still, he also felt that he didn't need to prove anything. After all, he knew he was being watched. Taewook, on the other hand, carefully observed the scene between them. He considered Lee Jung-jae nothing more than a pathetic bully who enjoyed provoking others. When checking the school records, he saw that Taehyun was listed as a non-awakened, with undetermined latent powers. That made him think Taehyun was unfortunate, the only one there who hadn't awakened. He even felt pity for him. However, when he tried to use his ability, the all-seeing eye, to view Taehyun's information, something unexpected happened. He couldn't access any data. That left him completely shocked. Meanwhile, Taehyun responded to Lee Jung-jae's provocation, saying that, in truth, he hadn't thought much about it. He admitted that it didn't make sense for a loser like him, a non-awakened, to attend that lecture. It must indeed be disturbing for the others. For that reason, he decided to leave. He flipped Lee Jung-jae off and said he didn't need to sit around listening to all that nonsense. But Taewook remained in shock. His ability had worked on the president of the association, Yu Ah-young, yet for some reason, it didn't work on that boy, and he had no idea why he couldn't read the status of that child. Taehyun slowly began leaving the auditorium. Taewook still tried to use his ability to read his information, but the system indicated that Taehyun's data could not be accessed. Before leaving the room, Taehyun flashed a slight smile, which left Taewook even more shaken. When he finally managed to see Taehyun's score, he realized it was 596, an extraordinarily high number. Later, as the sun was setting and the students were leaving school, Taehyun sat reading several books. He was looking for something that could help him better understand the king who had sent him back in time, but concluded he was too busy to focus on that now. As he read, 3 boys approached and said that Lee Jung-jae wanted to see him, asking him to come along. Taehyun asked what would happen if he refused to go. One of the boys replied by mentioning that Taehyun's aunt owned a restaurant, which immediately made his eyes widen. When he questioned what they meant, the boys explained that it had been Lee Jung-jae himself who told them, and they insinuated that he was always being looked after by his uncles, never at peace. If he wanted things not to get worse, it would be better to go with them. They even added that it was nothing serious. At that moment, Taehyun acted in an unexpected and violent way. He attacked them, causing an explosion so powerful it destroyed much of the school library. All that remained was ruin. He grabbed one of the boys by the neck and demanded to know where Lee Jung-jae was, declaring he would not allow this to happen again. Later, at the gymnasium, Lee Jung-jae was accompanied by a strange man. It was his bodyguard, Hundo, a rank A player. He observed Taehyun and commented that he had been using his ability ever since the boy arrived, but nothing seemed to work. According to him, that would only be possible if Taehyun himself were at least rank A, which meant he truly was awakened. Hearing that, Lee Jung-jae was surprised and said that in that case, they could talk in a friendlier manner. Taehyun, however, remained silent. Lee Jung-jae tried to justify himself, saying that perhaps he had been a bit rude, but it hadn't been his intention to mock him. What he really wanted was to recruit him. He explained that he was creating a new guild, as the successor of the Tessen group, and not even geniuses like him could accomplish everything alone. He needed someone talented like Taehyun, not someone useless like Hyuksu had been. He asked him to forget the past and the terrible things that had happened. Together, they could enjoy fame and wealth in the future. But Taehyun lost his patience. He told Lee Jung-jae to shut up and stop spouting nonsense. Recruitment, fame, wealth, all of that had long since crossed the line. As he spoke, he activated his stone skin ability, showing he wasn't there to play games. Lee Jung-jae fell silent for a moment, slightly stunned, and then muttered that dogs needed to be trained. At that moment, Hundo activated his ground ability, called Room. This technique created a magical barrier that prevented any sound or energy from escaping, protecting the surroundings. That way, they could fight without destroying the school. Hundo stepped back and sat down to watch the fight. Inside the barrier, Lee Jung-jae rushed forward, already using his flaming ability. Taehyun, however, didn't retreat. They exchanged blows, and Lee Jung-jae's flames shattered Taehyun's stone skin. He then landed a direct kick, launching Taehyun away in a massive explosion. The strike was so strong that Taehyun spat blood. Lee Jung-jae laughed and declared that he would never be able to defeat him. From outside, Hundo watched and almost felt pity for Taehyun. He seemed to have a rank A ability, but it was only something that reinforced his body. Fighting someone with powerful offensive abilities seemed like an impossible task. During the battle, Lee Jung-jae used his flaming palm to strike directly at Taehyun's chest, further increasing the impact of his blows. To Hundo, there was no chance of victory for the boy. But something changed. The fight, which had initially been completely in Lee Jung-jae's favor, became balanced and, suddenly, shifted toward Taehyun. He landed a punch so powerful it crushed Lee Jung-jae's face and sent him flying. Hundo, shocked, exclaimed that it was ridiculous. How could his master be thrown like that? Lee Jung-jae lay on the ground, injured, unable to move, not understanding what was happening to his body. Hundo watched in disbelief. Lee Jung-jae could no longer move. Until then, he thought Taehyun's ability was only body reinforcement. But Taehyun, still standing, confirmed that his strategy had finally worked. It was then revealed that Taehyun currently possessed three main abilities: Stone Skin, Stealth, and Paralysis. However, until that point, he had never used all three at the same time. Paralysis, although only a rank C ability, was incapable of directly affecting someone with the resistance of a rank S like Lee Jung-jae. Stealth was practically useless in a direct hand-to-hand confrontation, and the Gluttony ability was his last resort, something he couldn't use right away. So, Taehyun devised a strategy: gradually accumulate paralysis, strike by strike, throughout the battle. Negative effect abilities are far more effective when applied consistently and up close, and that was exactly what he did with each punch. He applied paralysis, until eventually Lee Jung-jae's resistance was broken. At that moment, Taehyun landed the decisive blow and paralyzed his opponent on the ground. Hundo was stunned. He thought Taehyun was a genius for defeating his master through strategy. As he approached Lee Jung-jae, the latter admitted in a low voice that he had underestimated Taehyun, since he had been taken down by someone he once considered trash. But then, suddenly, Lee Jung-jae grabbed a crystal and crushed it in his hand. Taehyun hadn't expected that. At that instant, Lee Jung-jae activated a flaming avatar around himself. He declared that now he would stop holding back. A fiery armor engulfed his body, and he began chasing Taehyun through the school corridors. Taehyun tried to flee but realized he would have to face him again in close combat. He attempted a punch with Stone Skin, but Lee Jung-jae countered by spitting fire. The flames were so intense they could have incinerated the entire school. Taehyun's small stone-covered fist was destroyed on impact, and he was hurled away, rolling across the ground as the towering flaming avatar closed in. Hundo, watching from a distance, recognized that ability as the true manifestation of the power called Heart of Fire, an S-rank magic belonging to Lee Jung-jae. Normally, his master would not have enough magical power to use it, but he had resorted to a magic amplification stone, a rare item made from the refinement of monster crystals that temporarily boosted the user's magic power. With it, Lee Jung-jae could unleash his full potential. However, the risk was enormous. This magic was far too powerful for his body to withstand and could cause permanent damage. Desperate, Hundo began shouting, asking if Lee Jung-jae was trying to kill Taehyun. He warned that such magic was beyond what he could endure. But at that moment, a spear of fire pierced through the magical barrier and sent Hundo flying. Consumed by fury, Lee Jung-jae told his bodyguard to shut up and called him useless for daring to give him orders. He declared that the trash, who had humiliated him, would now pay for it. Taehyun, seeing the attack coming, tried to react but was far too weakened. The impact of the flaming titan struck him head-on. Lee Jung-jae screamed uncontrollably, ordering him to die, again and again. Hundo, watching, knew this had gone too far. His master was losing control, ignoring all consequences. He rushed to Taehyun and asked if he was still alive. He told him to forget everything and flee immediately. Extending his hand, he insisted insisted that Taeyun leave, but suddenly, Hundo was punched directly in the face and thrown away. Gasping for breath, Taeyun replied that running wasn't an option after all. Lee Jung-jae had started it all. He admitted that S ranks were indeed on another level, then drank every potion he had in his bag. After that, he declared that he would also stop holding back, finally unleashing the power of gluttony. Meanwhile, at the association, Gu Taewook stood before the president. He was asked about the students with scores close to 1,900 and 2,300. Taewook confirmed. Lee Jung-jae had reached 1,900 points, and Lim Ah-young, 2,300, both high-level awakens. Those present were astonished. They remarked that such talent could produce the next saint, a reference to the legendary Japanese player who, at only 19, had reached 2,500 points. But then, Taewook remembered the boy with 5,000 points. He began to doubt his own calculations, questioning whether he had made a mistake or if the ability had truly been correct. He left the room in silence, determined to see with his own eyes who that boy was. Back at the school, Hundo was in absolute shock at the scene. The gigantic fire titan, once invincible, was now completely bound in the chains of gluttony. It was being crushed, slowly suffocated. Lee Jung-jae, unable to comprehend it, wondered how he could possibly be losing to someone he called trash. He was in S rank. He was Lee Jung-jae. Kim Tae-hyun said that he knew Lee Jung-jae was the successor of a great corporation, a rank H, but he didn't care. Using the power of his gluttony ability, he overwhelmed all of Lee Jung-jae's strength, also activating the king's aura. According to him, he carried the power of the king of all. At that moment, Lee Jung-jae saw his life flash before his eyes, until gluttony devoured him. From outside, a massive explosion could be seen spreading across the area. With rubble falling and fire spreading everywhere, Lee Jung-jae lay on the ground, completely defeated, nearly dead. Hundo, trembling all over, had managed to pull him out of gluttony just in time. This even surprised Kim Tae-hyun, since he hadn't expected a rank a hunter like Hundo to be able to accomplish such a feat. But, in the end, it didn't matter. Tae-hyun had already achieved what he wanted. Lee Jung-jae's ability. Hundo then asked Kim Tae-hyun what he planned to do next, since he knew very well the consequences of taking down the successor of such a powerful group as the Taeson conglomerate. However, Kim Tae-hyun replied that he had only defended himself and, besides, he didn't seem intimidated by the situation at all. He told Hundo not to worry, since he had no intention of killing Lee Jung-jae. What he needed now was a ransom. After all, the successor of the mighty Taeson group had been saved by him. Then, he began to wonder how much money he could make from it. Could it be worth billions? Meanwhile, outside, several people watched the explosion, wondering what had happened. Some speculated it might have been a monster or some creature from the abyss. Lim Ah-young, however, recognized the fire as Lee Jung-jae's power and wondered who he was fighting. She thought he might have been facing Kim Tae-hyun. The nurse told everyone to stay put, but Ah-young ran toward the scene, blaming herself for not having prevented it earlier. She believed it was her responsibility. When she arrived, Lim Ah-young found Lee Jung-jae collapsed, completely defeated, and Kim Tae-hyun standing calmly. She was shocked by the sight. Kim Tae-hyun merely commented that she had arrived at the right time, since he needed a witness. He asked her to take Lee Jung-jae to the hospital, preferably as quickly as possible. Startled, Lim Ah-young asked what had happened there, but Tae-hyun pretended not to know anything. He said he had found Jung-jae already fallen, as if he had tumbled down the stairs. While she was still trying to understand, Tae-hyun used his stealth ability and vanished quickly. By the time Ah-hyun noticed, he was already far from the school. Kim Tae-hyun reflected that now Lim Ah-young would take care of Lee Jung-jae, so he wouldn't die. Besides, he had already dealt with the Taeson group for the day. Mission accomplished. Looking at his system screen, Tae-hyun saw 2 new updates. He had acquired something called Charm, with 5 points, and the skill Sovereign's Heart, rank C, which increased the stats of all his party members. He was confused, wondering why he hadn't acquired Flame Heart, the ability he knew belonged to Lee Jung-jae. Instead, he had obtained Sovereign's Heart. However, he concluded that, despite the surprise, the new skill was excellent. It worked in synergy with other abilities, which was ideal for him now that he had access to many different powers. Thinking this turned out better than expected, Kim Tae-hyun left, satisfied. But suddenly, several black cars surrounded him, stopping in front of him. From one of them stepped Gu Taewook, saying he had many questions for him. And the first was, what had he done in the gymnasium? Kim Tae-hyun wondered what that man was doing there. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion, the true boss of the Taeson group, Lee, Jung-jae's father and Hundo's superior, received news about the incident. He was told that not only was his son hospitalized, but also that someone was demanding a ransom of 1 billion. And on top of that, everything had to be kept secret. Hundo, sweating and trembling, said he didn't know what else to say, but the boss interrupted him, saying he could handle the situation as he had suggested. He remarked that the boy was bold, arrogant, and even somewhat amusing. However, he added that there obviously had to be some sort of reward for the money that would be spent. Realizing his boss's intentions, Hundo said it was far too cruel, since the boy was still just a child. The boss then ordered him to shut his mouth, saying he wouldn't let a dog bark at him. He introduced himself as Jiangzu Li, an S-rank player and president of the Taesun group. Meanwhile, Kim Taehyun was being interrogated by Gu Taewook. Taehyun kept wondering whether he wanted to know about the explosion or about what had happened in the auditorium. It seemed far too serious, since someone of such high rank as Gu Taewook coming in person could only mean trouble. So Taehyun asked if they were talking about the explosion, but Taewook replied no, calling it merely fire, and saying another department would handle that. The most important thing was that he still hadn't answered the main question. Kim Taehyun realized that if it wasn't about the explosion, then the reason must be something else. He thought Taewook might be there to invite him to the entrance exam. Gu Taewook, nervous, asked where he had gotten that idea. Taehyun then activated his powers, showing his current strength level. He said that was why Taewook had come. His power now stood at 5,214 points, higher than before. Taewook, shocked, wondered who that kid really was. Yet ignoring the number, he cut the subject short and asked what had happened to Taehyun's clothes, which were completely burned. Sometime later, back at home, Hwang asked Kim Taehyun if he was really going to take the exam. While working out, he answered yes, and that there was only 1 month left. Hwang was shocked, saying he knew Taehyun was someone special, calling him a king. Taehyun found that ridiculous, but remained thoughtful. He reflected that the Taesun group would handle what happened in the gym, but now, with Gu Taewook suspecting him, he needed to stop causing trouble and focus solely on training until the exam. That was when he received a call. Meanwhile, someone was watching his house. One of the men, a villain, was strangling an association agent who had been monitoring the place. They wondered why an association member would be watching such an ordinary house. The other replied that it was probably because a child who would be taking the exam this year lived there, and such children, known as rising stars, were extremely valuable. These two were assassins from the Malevolence Guild, both A rank, known as Black and White. White remarked that even talented youths lacked combat experience. Black agreed, saying that any awakened without real practice was useless, and that they would now test the child's true power. However, in the next moment, Kim Taehyun was already beating White down violently. Black, trying to react, asked who he was, and Taehyun simply answered, "Me," before landing a crushing knee strike to his face. Using stone skin, he rubbed the enemy's face into the ground, mocking him by saying he was just a brat with no experience. A few hours earlier, during the gym incident, Hundo had said that 1 billion was too much. He couldn't decide anything since he was only a bodyguard. Kim Taehyun replied that he knew that, obviously, but he affirmed that he wasn't a villain and wouldn't let a mere bodyguard bear all the responsibility. He just wanted to show what he considered the fair way to resolve things and ensure he wouldn't be betrayed. Then, summoning chains, Kim Taehyun suggested they form a contract. He explained he was proposing an oath between Awakened, a magical contract that used mystical powers. Such contracts punished anyone who broke them with permanent and random penalties. The conditions imposed by Kim Taehyun were simple. He wanted 1 billion as compensation and demanded that they do their best to cover up the incident so no one would ever know what really happened. Later, the newspapers reported that the explosion had been caused by a mere gas leak. At that moment, Hundo called Kim Taehyun, fulfilling the Awakened oath. He informed him that he had sent data about the assassins as part of the established conditions. According to the agreement, any retaliation from Lee Jungjae's family against Taehyun had to be reported beforehand by Hundo. Meanwhile, Black tried to attack Kim Taehyun with his blades, but they barely scratched his stone skin. When Taehyun counterattacked, the enemy vanished, reappearing behind him to try and stab him. However, Taehyun was fast enough to react in time. He sarcastically remarked that the brothers Black and White, known for their stealth and ambushes, were actually nothing special. He then stomped on Black's head and added that they were terrible at everything else, so they posed little real threat. Meanwhile, inside a car on the road, Yu Aong mentioned she had heard that the participants for the exam had already been chosen. She said she was excited about the idea of seeing the nation rise again. On the phone, she asked the association president whom he was observing this year. She suggested the boy Yunbok Shin, an S rank, but the president refused. Though talented, he was interested in someone else, perhaps even someone from Yu, Ayoung's own family. Jae-young, who was also part of the conversation, responded that he wasn't anyone's younger brother. According to him, being powerful was the bare minimum expected from someone of his lineage. The president smiled, praising his sharpness, and asked who Yu Ayoung had her eyes on this year. She replied it wasn't Yunbok Shin either, as she had received more intriguing information. Apparently, there was an awakened so promising that even Gu Tiwook had personally gone to meet him. That made the president curious. For someone like Ta Yuwook to act in person, that awakened had to be truly powerful. At that exact moment, Kim Tae-hyun had just finished defeating the two assassins. He was questioning why his gluttony skill had failed. The system then explained that his physical capacity had reached its limit, and that gluttony was overloaded, making it impossible to use. Later, with the two assassins tied up, Kim Tae-hyun stood beside Gu Tae-wook and members of the association. The agents remarked that it was pathetic for A-rank assassins to try to attack a mere student. Tae-wook thanked Tae-hyun for contacting him, and asked if he had any idea who had attacked him that way. Kim Tae-hyun knew who was behind it, but he lied, saying he had no idea. Tae-wook suspected that the list of exam participants had been leaked and promised to reinforce protection for the other candidates. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun thought that if he mentioned the involvement of the Taeson group, things would become even more complicated. And right now, Taeson was the least of his problems. His biggest dilemma now was the overloaded gluttony. He kept reflecting on how to solve it. The system said the limit was tied to physical capacity, which made no sense to him. He thought about increasing his stats, but for that he would need to level up, which required using gluttony to consume monsters. Without gluttony, that wouldn't be possible. Trying to increase his level by absorbing other people's abilities was also out of the question, since that too depended on gluttony. There was only one option left. Sometime later, he went to a place called Blackhead, a renowned training academy. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cheerful receptionist named Yura, who introduced herself and explained that it was the best training center in Korea. She was surprised to see that the visitors were just two kids. Jae-young, who was right behind Kim Tae-hyun, exclaimed in disbelief, asking what he was doing there. He replied, as if it were obvious, that he was there to train. Yura tried to explain that this was an elite center, but Tae-hyun simply requested 2 registrations and showed his SVIP card from the Alchemist Guild. Yura, shocked, wondered if the boy was the son of some powerful awakened, or if he himself was already awakened. She began to think that allowing Kim Tae-hyun to register could cause problems in the future. She was still considering what to do when a muscular man with a mohawk appeared, saying it looked like Miss Yura was having difficulties. He told Tae-hyun that money wasn't enough to register there. That man was Gang Shol, also known as the Strongest Steel, a B-rank trainer whose ability was muscle amplification. Jae-young, confused, asked if this was really the famous Gang Shol, the Rookie Crusher. Gang Shol turned to Kim Tae-hyun, asking if he intended to stay there. But upon hearing his name, Tae-hyun thought it was ridiculous. The people around them began whispering, saying that Gang Shol, the Rookie Terror, was at it again. He boasted that everyone trembled at the sound of his name. He said that if Tae-hyun gave up and left now, he would let it go. Kim Tae-hyun, coldly, replied that he didn't care about weaklings. This irritated Gan Shol, who glared at him and asked if he thought he was stronger than him. Tae-hyun responded by proposing a bet. Whoever lost would have to pay the other's tuition. Gan Shol, irritated, accepted the challenge. Later, they entered a simulation of the Abyss, a virtual reality world where everyone could watch the competition live. Jae-young, shocked, asked if they were going to fight in the Abyss, and Yura explained that this was the center's training program. The virtual gatekeeper was a competitive system where the participant was loaded with the maximum weight they could carry, and had to defeat B-rank or higher creatures in the shortest possible time. She explained that this method was widely used to measure performance among the center's members, and that Gan Shol had participated several times, which gave him an advantage. Jan Shul, confident, explained that his ability was useful for both combat and mobility, which made him much stronger inside the simulation. He could carry more weight than anyone else, but when he turned, he saw Kim Tae-hyun passing by him like lightning. Tae-hyun charged forward at high speed, defeating magical creatures with kicks, punches, and even lightning strikes. He was having a great time. In one of the most impressive moments, Tae-hyun eliminated 999 creatures at once with an explosive combo. While Gan Shol watched in complete shock, Tae-hyun remarked that he hadn't even planned on training for more than a month there, but carrying all that weight had finally made him sweat a little. In the stands, Jae-young cheered wildly as he watched the fight. In the end, Tae-hyun approached, asked for his name again. It was Gan Shol, right? And said that he had done well, but not well enough. He then demanded the bet. It was time for Gan Shol to pay the tuition. 30 days later, the newspapers announced that the player license exam had finally arrived. The Players Association had changed the age requirements, allowing teenagers to participate as long as they had recommendations. People from all regions were gathering at the exam site, forming a massive crowd. Among the favorites were Zhang Yukong, known as the Iron Fist, a close combat specialist; Jilson, an A-rank druid whose combat intuition was so sharp that even S-rank awakeners considered him a threat; and Yunbok Shin, called the God of Thunder, one of the strongest in Busan, also an S-rank. Among the newly recommended teenagers, one of the biggest standouts was Lim Ahyung, an S-rank. While all this was happening, behind the crowd, a reporter named Kim was trying to push her way forward to get an interview. She muttered in frustration that she would probably miss another chance, since she was too far from the center of the action. Kim considered herself just an average reporter, and mentally complained that her life was awful. But then, she noticed someone approaching the crowd, loudly complaining that the place was too packed. Kim looked at him and wondered if he was one of the participants. It was Kim Taehyun, grumbling about the noise and saying he hated crowds. The reporter stretched forward, begging him for an interview. With only 1 minute left before the exam began, Kim Taehyun reached the exam site and thought to himself that he had almost been late because of that surprise interview. Even so, he figured it was good since he needed to take care of his public image. Upon entering the exam hall, he realized the place was completely full, packed with people, with nothing but heads visible in every direction. The location was closed, with no special decorations, only several cubicles. Beside Taehyun was Lim Ah-young, who was surprised to see him there. She noticed his physique and asked why he looked so tall. Kim Taehyun replied that he had done a bit of weight training, but she was shocked, wondering how someone could change so much in just 1 month. Before she could ask about what had happened to Lee Jung-jae, the exam announcement began. The walls around them transformed into giant screens, welcoming the participants. A man appeared on the screens, saying that everyone was now in the exam hall for the first round of the player exam. He explained that, as the first rule, everyone should look at their chest, where a number was displayed. That number was the participant's identifier. In the first round, each player needed to collect 5 badges, including their own. In other words, if someone lost their badge, they were automatically eliminated. The test would be a collection battle lasting exactly 1 hour. Suddenly, the floor began to shift, rising and sinking, while the walls slid sideways. The announcer stated that anything was allowed, except killing. And then, round 1 began. The environment turned into pure chaos. All participants were thrown around, and, as expected, everyone went straight for Lim Ah-young, since she was an S-rank. However, she reacted quickly, using her power to create a massive crystal around her, which sent everyone flying back. The spectators commented that this was why she was called the Saint's partner, and acknowledged how truly impressive she was. Even so, they said this exam had players even stronger than the previous one, and the competitor drawing the most attention was Yunbok Shin, the S-rank from Busan. Even after 20 minutes of the trial, no one had managed to lay a finger on him. A commentator confidently stated that there was no one stronger than Yunbok Shin and Lim Ah-young in that place. At the back, Gu Tae-wook observed the commotion and thought that the popularity of S-ranks was indeed immense, but one number caught his attention: Kim Taehyun. He seemed so strong that he might be able to defeat everyone there. Tae-wook silently wished he would show his true power. Meanwhile, Kim Taehyun was trading blows with an opponent with iron skin, while using his own stone skin. Gu Tae-wook wondered why he was struggling against a mere A rank, and soon realized that Taehyun wasn't dodging the attacks on purpose. He wanted to train in the middle of the fight. Excited by the brawl, Kim Taehyun took a punch so strong that his stone skin shattered, blood gushing out. His opponent mocked him, saying he was underestimating him, since iron skin was much tougher. Taehyun, unfazed, replied that was exactly why things weren't working. Then he activated his gluttony ability, which increased his HP and charm attributes by 1 point each. He reflected that, even after a month of training, he still couldn't surpass gluttony's restriction. He realized his stats were still too low to acquire more abilities, and to raise them, he needed to push his body to the limit. In other words, intense fights like this counted as training. Motivated, he managed to shatter his opponent's iron skin as well. With a wide grin, he watched the adversary collapse, calling him a monster. By then, Kim Taehyun had already secured 2 badges. Gu Tae-wook started laughing like a madman, saying he knew Taehyun wasn't normal. Other onlookers commented on how excited Tae-wook seemed about that participant. He himself thought that Kim Taehyun was training his own body in the middle of a deadly exam, and it was chilling to watch. To him, it was clear that Taehyun was trying to raise his stats, but he had spent a lot of energy in that battle. Even so, Tae-wook believed that from that point on, things would get easier, since Taehyun could target weaker opponents. But suddenly, he noticed something strange. People started whispering, "Hey, that C-rank is going to face him." Kim Taehyun now stood face to face with the man no one had been able to touch so far. Yunbok Shin, the S-rank, looked at Kim Taehyun and asked aloud who that brat was. Taehyun, in turn, looked at him and counted the badges. 1, 1, 2, 3, and thought that if Yunbok had more than 8, he'd be even more excited to defeat him. The fight began with bolts of lightning shooting in every direction. Kim Taehyun was immediately thrown back, but he managed to dodge the electric strikes and began closing the distance using his stone skin. However, it seemed pointless. Yunbok's electric aura was so powerful, it shattered the stone skin in the blink of an eye. Yunbok acknowledged that Taehyun was fast. He could barely see his strikes, but still believed it wasn't enough. After the smoke cleared, Kim Taehyun backed off and thought to himself, this was the god of thunder, Yunbok Shin. He hadn't expected it to be so hard just to approach him. His opponent's electric aura blocked any attempt at offense, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. On top of that, Yunbok had power for both close combat and ranged attacks. Kim Taehyun wondered if he could win the fight without using gluttony, but Yunbok cut off his thoughts by asking what he was waiting for, declaring that he would strike first. He then charged with another electric attack, which Taehyun barely dodged. Even so, the lightning ricocheted across the walls, making the arena even more dangerous. Yunbok kept chasing Taehyun, trying to hit him, laughing and taunting, asking where he thought he was going. In one of the strikes, he electrocuted Taehyun with full force, and shouted that he had asked for this fight himself, so he should stop running. Even while enduring the electric shock, Kim Taehyun resisted and summoned another layer of stone skin, shaping it into a massive spike to counterattack. However, Yunbok's lightning instantly pulverized the stone. His power was so overwhelming that it blinded Taehyun for a moment, and when he managed to see again, he realized his enemy was preparing an even more devastating strike. With nowhere to run, Kim Taehyun was struck head-on by that catastrophic blow. He endured the electric discharge, his entire body trembling, while Yunbok seemed to be enjoying himself. The opponent said he had finally found someone who could withstand his power, since up until then, everyone else had only run away. He thought that only Lim A-young was strong enough to face him in that exam, but now he realized there was someone else interesting there. Suddenly, a small stone pierced through his electric aura and hit him right on the forehead, leaving a cut and making blood drip down. Yunbok Shin was in shock, unable to understand how his attacks had failed to block such a tiny pebble. Then, countless other stones began to fly toward him, bombarding his body like a hail of bullets. He started coughing up blood, overwhelmed by the storm of concentrated projectiles. Kim Taehyun reflected that his stone skin alone couldn't withstand the fury of the god of thunder, as it was vaporized with each strike. But then he realized something different. The structure of the exam hall was built with a material strong enough to endure awakened powers. Unlike his own stone skin, this material could crack, but not completely disintegrate. In other words, he fused his stone ability with the material of the room, creating projectiles capable of piercing through Yunbok Shin's electric defenses. Furious, Yunbok began to scream, accusing Taehyun of being a cheater. But the protagonist simply slammed his head into the ground with a final blow, and said that Yunbok Shin wasn't even close to being a real threat. After beating him down and scattering all his insignias, the spectators were left stunned. How could a rank C participant have defeated a rank S? Gu Taewook thought Taehyun was making everyone nervous. He was truly incredible. However, Taewook soon noticed something else. While all of this was happening, Lim A-young was calmly gathering the insignias needed to pass the test, but suddenly a blast of ice shot toward her, forcing her to dodge quickly. Kim Taehyun wondered why there was ice in this place. Suddenly, multiple freezing blasts surged forth, forming a dome around him, like a massive snow globe. Inside that icy prison, slowly approaching, was Lim A-young, which left Taehyun completely shocked. He couldn't understand why she was there, or why she had followed him. He quickly wondered if she had been watching the fight from the very beginning. A-young advanced with determination, reminding him that power always comes with responsibility, and that violence was not the answer. To her, Kim Taehyun was far too powerful, strong enough to have defeated Yunbok, and even Lee Jung-jae. Upon hearing this, Taehyun realized the situation had become much more complicated. He tried to escape using his stealth, but A-young made hail rain across the entire field, easily revealing his position. Before he could react, Taehyun received a powerful kick. A-young told him she had believed in him, thinking he was different from men like Lee Jung-jae. However, watching that fight showed her he was only fulfilling selfish desires. As she struck him, she reminded him that everyone, from Jung-jae to Hyun-soo, had been brutally defeated by him. To her, Taehyun was just another one of them. Moments later, a massive ice crystal crushed him. A-young declared that using abilities without authorization was a crime, and that the two opponents he had defeated were hospitalized. Even so, she promised not to report him, since she knew they had provoked the situation. Wounded, Kim Taehyun stood up and demanded to know who she thought she was to judge him. He said she spoke of responsibility, but hadn't been able to stop Lee Jung-jae, and now she acted as if she could decide who deserved to continue in the exam. To him, this wasn't justice. this. It was survival, and she needed to stop making pathetic excuses. His words surprised her, but angered, she decided to hold nothing back. She summoned a massive ice hammer, ready to crush him with a single strike. Taeyun, however, knew he was at his limit. His stone skin had already been shattered countless times. Stealth was useless under the snow. The sovereign's heart wasn't enough to change the course of the battle. His gluttony was still sealed, and paralysis likely wouldn't work on her. The only option left was close combat. He charged at Ayoung, and the impact made the ice dome shatter into 1,000 pieces. In the observation booth, everyone was shocked, wondering who had won. When the smoke and shards finally cleared, the scene surprised them all. Kim Tae-hyun was on top of Lim Ah-young, giving her an unexpected kiss. The memory returned to that decisive moment. Just as Ah-young tried to smash him with the hammer, Tae-hyun dodged at the last second and closed the distance. His final move wasn't an attack, but that kiss. Within it, he had embedded his paralysis ability, taking advantage of the fact that negative effects were more effective when applied up close, and especially when transmitted internally. In the process, she had swallowed a little of his blood. It was a risky gamble, since even he wasn't sure it would work, but in the end, it did. Ah-young was left paralyzed, her face flushed, unable to react. The system announced that Tae-hyun had inflicted great mental damage on her, even increasing his charm stat by 3 points. He realized he had truly won. Right after, a siren blared, signaling the end of the first round. All the injured were immediately taken to the infirmary. Despite defeating Ah-young, Tae-hyun didn't take her insignias, making it clear that his victory had only been about surviving and moving forward. Lim Ah-young advanced to the next stage, but Kim Tae-hyun was left with only 7 insignias. Even so, his name spread rapidly throughout the exam. He became the center of attention, as everyone wondered how a mere rank C had defeated 2 rank S players. Tae-hyun muttered to himself that the healing abilities in that place were incredible, and thought maybe he could use his gluttony ability to obtain one. But at that moment, a voice called out, accusing him of cheating. It was Yunbok who suddenly appeared and, before Tae-hyun could react, punched him straight in the face as he turned the corner. Yunbok declared that here he would have no chance to defend himself, and people around began to gather to watch the rematch. The crowd split, cheering for both sides. However, Yunbok called everyone idiots and tried to electrocute Tae-hyun, slamming him face first into the ground. But Tae-hyun was still standing, even though visibly exhausted. As he struggled to stay upright, a new man approached. He remarked that rookies were always the same, never given a break, and Tae-hyun immediately realized who he was. Seongjin Park, a rank S player considered one of the most powerful in the association, a future rank SS. Seongjin Park noticed that someone was still standing, so he began to release his power onto Tae-hyun, who resisted despite the immense pressure. Even Seongjin Park admitted that this level of power was stronger than that of many rank S players, and found it curious that Tae-hyun was still conscious, since many veterans would already be on the ground. With that, he increased the pressure even more. Before things could get worse, the medical team arrived and interrupted him, asking what he thought he was doing. They said the children needed to go to the infirmary, not be crushed on the field. He tried to justify himself by saying he was only disciplining the students, while being scolded. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun slowly stood up, clearly exhausted. Seongjin Park asked his name, and he introduced himself. Upon hearing Kim Tae-hyun, Seongjin Park immediately recognized him. He was the rank C who had defeated the 2 favorites of the exam. With a smile, he placed a hand on Tae-hyun's shoulder and said that he wanted to become a rank SS, didn't he? And he declared that he would be waiting for him. Tae-hyun watched him walk away, while the medical team chased after Seongjin Park, yelling at him not to run from responsibility. Later, the second round of the exam was announced. Seongjin Park appeared once again to present the next stage, with strange objects placed behind him. The participants began whispering, curious about what the new test would be. He then asked if everyone had rested well and announced the start of the second phase of the player license exam. The new testing area was beyond large gates, and the mission was to clear rank D dungeons. This shocked many participants. Real dungeons, with real monsters. He explained that upon crossing the gates, each participant would be grouped with 4 others, forming teams of 5, along with an exam supervisor. All actions, combat, observation, knowledge, medical assistance, and rescue would be evaluated. As a courtesy from the association, everyone would receive items and weapons for combat. He then ordered everyone to line up in single file and start entering through the gates. Kim Tae-hyun thought that for him, clearing a rank D dungeon would be extremely easy. He already had experience in that kind of mission. The only concern was if they happened to stumble upon an apocalypto, a double rank S dungeon. It was explained that this type of dungeon had first been discovered precisely during the second round of an exam like this one. Everyone had entered thinking it was a rank D dungeon, but the one who uncovered the truth was killed inside. The Apocalypto was dangerous because it triggered the appearance of several hidden dungeons in the real world. Taeyun thought it would be great to warn someone in time, but he knew no one would believe him. Worse still, if he said anything, he would immediately become a suspect. That's why he decided to focus only on himself. If he didn't fall into an Apocalypto, everything would be fine. Upon entering the dungeon, the environment looked like the inside of a cave. The examiner confirmed that all 5 members of the group had passed through the portal, so the mission could begin. This examiner was none other than Dohak Ma, a rank A player, known for being the first person to discover the Apocalypto, the infamous double dungeon. Kim Tae-hyun felt a chill upon recognizing the name and thought that this was a huge problem. Later, inside the dungeon, the group faced some creatures and handled them quite well. Even the examiner was impressed with the performance of the rookies and praised the group, saying that they were all demonstrating an excellent level of power, especially considering it was their first time inside a dungeon. The group members were humble, saying they had just done okay, but Taeyun was in complete despair. He wondered why he had ended up there of all places, in the very spot where Dohak Ma had discovered the double dungeon. He realized there was no mistake. The ring the examiner was wearing was the Ring of Wisdom, the same item that, in the past, had led to the discovery of the Apocalypto. This unique item increased all attributes, HP, strength, speed, mana, by 10 points each. With that, Taeyun was certain they were facing a situation far more serious than they seemed to realize. The Apocalypto was a rank S dungeon, and if they truly entered it, there would be no chance of survival. His gluttony ability was still sealed, which worried him even more. He needed to stop this group somehow. Soon the group reached a crossroads, with 2 paths ahead, left or right. The examiner said he had faced similar situations before, and suggested that everyone turn back, as that would be safer. But Taeyun ignored him completely, and ran off alone to the left path. The examiner shouted for him to stop, saying that splitting the group was a terrible idea. Even so, Taeyun insisted he felt that this was the right path. He thought he would not let the examiner decide everything again, like what had happened in his past life. This time, he was determined to follow a different course. Running through a narrow path filled with dangerous obstacles, leaping and crawling through tight passages, he pressed forward with determination, believing he would avoid the Apocalypto. However, just ahead, he found himself facing a massive portal. The group, upon arriving, was shocked. A portal inside an ordinary dungeon was completely abnormal. Taeyun immediately realized what it was. They had just stumbled upon the double dungeon, Apocalypto. He wondered if this was inevitable, if all paths always led to the same place. One of the group members, curious, wanted to touch the portal. Taeyun told everyone to back away, saying it was obvious how dangerous it was to get close. A portal inside a dungeon was clearly not normal. The right thing to do was to report this anomaly to the association immediately. Dohak Ma agreed that this was indeed unusual, and that reporting the situation would be the association's standard protocol. However, he was visibly tempted to enter, saying he just wanted to take a look. Taeyun was alarmed by this recklessness, and demanded to know what he meant by just take a look. The examiner, however, insisted that it didn't seem that dangerous. It was just a rank D dungeon, wasn't it? Besides, this unusual situation would certainly earn extra points in their evaluation. Taeyun completely disagreed and said this was ridiculous. Entering was against the rules. But the examiner scoffed at the idea of rules, coming from Kim Taeyun, someone who didn't know how to work in a team. The other group members agreed, saying that Taeyun spoke as if he knew everything, but he had never cooperated with anyone so far. To them, the examiner was right. Taeyun thought he was surrounded by idiots. The examiner had already made his decision, despite all the warnings. Taeyun still tried to ask him to reconsider, but it was already too late. As soon as Dohak Ma touched the portal, a blinding flash spread, dazzling everyone. Taeyun already knew what was coming, but the other group members, as well as the examiner, were completely shocked when they realized where they were. This was definitely not a rank D dungeon. They were in the great corridor of the Apocalypto, and right ahead stood the imposing executioner statue. The group began to feel a strange fear in the air, recognizing that something was terribly wrong in that place. Taeyun told everyone to shut up and look forward, but one of the members answered with disdain, saying he was nothing but a fool and asking who he thought he was to give orders. Kim Taehyun warned them that they were coming. Emerging from the shadows appeared more statues, one wielding a spear, another holding a sword. The group quickly realized they were Death Knights, rank A monsters. Everyone was stunned to see them inside a dungeon that was supposed to be only rank D. The examiner panicked and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The Death Knights advanced without hesitation, ready to kill. The examiner dodged their strikes and activated his ability, making spikes rise from the ground and pierce the creatures' chests. Those spikes crystallized, temporarily immobilizing the enemies. It was the group's chance. They all attacked together, using every ability they had to stop the Death Knights from closing in and killing them. After a brief but intense exchange, the crystals shattered, and the creatures collapsed, seemingly defeated. The group was exhausted, panting, and in disbelief. Some remarked that they hadn't expected to beat monsters of that level, while another, overconfident, said it had been easy and called for more. As if on cue, 4 more Death Knights appeared, each wielding different weapons and emanating unique auras, terrifying the group even further. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-yoon examined the body of one of the knights and noticed something was wrong. While he observed silently, the examiner, staring at the number of enemies ahead, felt despair creeping in. This looked like an army. They had barely managed to defeat 2, and the students were already at their limit. And yet, there was Tae-hyun, still standing, unscathed, without even seeming tired. The examiner wondered who he really was. Apparently, this was his first dungeon, but if it weren't for the sovereign's heart ability Tae-hyun had used, they would all already be dead. The examiner doubted more and more that he was just a rank C. Intrigued, the examiner asked what he meant by, "Something's wrong." Kim Tae-hyun replied that it was just a hunch, but he believed those creatures weren't real Death Knights. The group was stunned, questioning what they had been fighting this whole time. Tae-hyun answered that he was about to find out. He wrapped his hand with his stone skin ability, ripped one of the knight's swords away, and dashed toward the supposed army. All the enemies turned their weapons against him and attacked at once, but Tae-hyun had already vanished. He was above them, stepping on the creatures' heads and sprinting agilely toward the statue at the back, the executioner statue. With a precise strike, he shattered the statue's head. The Death Knights almost caught him, but the instant the statue was destroyed, they all began to disintegrate into dust. The group was stunned. The creatures had been nothing but illusions. Tae-hyun confirmed that it was an illusory trap, a virtual space where enemies appeared infinitely. One of the group members disagreed, saying illusions couldn't possibly be that strong. Another, desperate, asked if even stronger creatures might appear. The examiner, still shaken, asked how Kim Tae-hyun knew about that kind of trap. He also wanted to know if Tae-hyun had fought Death Knights before, but Tae-hyun replied that he had never fought them. He just knew real Death Knights would never be that weak. The examiner grew even more alarmed. Tae-hyun then simply said they had to keep moving before they all died right there. They returned to a dark cavern, but Tae-hyun knew that even though they had overcome the illusion, their situation hadn't improved. The apocalypto had been triggered. The dungeon kept shifting, making the environment increasingly unstable, while the wounded worsened by the minute. Their only option was to find the exit. After some time, the group stopped before a massive door. The examiner believed the exit would be behind it, but many were afraid, knowing it could be dangerous. Even so, he decided to act. With great effort, he slowly opened the doors, revealing a long, dark corridor where, at the center, stood a solitary figure. At first glance, it seemed to be just another Death Knight. Some tried to downplay the gravity of the situation, but one careless comment from a student triggered the worst. An entire army emerged, filling the corridor. Traps were activated, flaming skulls spewed fire, and weapons rained from the ceiling. It was now clear that all those warriors were indeed Death Knights, and at their center stood the leader, laughing at the humans. He introduced himself as the Death Knight Lord, a rank S monster, and declared that the battle would begin. The army raised their swords in a war ritual. One of the knights stepped forward and lifted his blade in challenge. To Tae-hyun, it seemed like an invitation to a duel, but the situation was desperate. Many had no mana left and were exhausted. Tae-hyun insisted that the goal was to escape, not fight. However, before they could react, some boys panicked and tried to flee, only to be killed instantly by a single strike from the challenging knight. The inspector and Tae-hyun froze for a moment. At that instant, Kim Tae-hyun realized there was no alternative and said they needed to buy time. The inspector then shoved Tae-hyun out of the room and raised a massive wall of crystals, cutting himself off from the group. Shocked, Tae-hyun asked what he was doing, but the inspector told him to stay quiet. In silence, he confessed that he had always wanted to be an S-rank player. Despite training and gathering experience, his dream had never come true. Now, in that situation, he saw his last chance to prove his worth. The knight charged at him, but the inspector managed to dodge, and using his power, slashed the enemy's stomach and cut off his arm. Then, he looked toward Kim Tae-hyun, admitting that, though he hated to recognize it, the boy had far greater potential than him. That's why he asked him to run, take the wounded, and survive. As their protector, he would sacrifice his own life to buy them time. Though shaken, Tae-hyun understood he had to act. He looked at the wounded and noticed that some were already dead. Before he could think of another way out, a tremendous pressure filled the place. The crystal wall shattered, and the army of knights advanced. The inspector lay dead, and everyone else had also fallen. Only Kim Tae-hyun remained. The Lord raised his sword, challenging him to a duel. Frozen before the blade, Taehyun noticed something on the ground. The Ring of Wisdom, which had once belonged to the inspector. He dashed toward it, believing it to be his only chance. At the moment the Lord struck, Taehyun managed to dodge and grab the ring, quickly slipping it onto his finger. In his mind, he desperately begged it to awaken. As the army advanced, a bright light emanated from the ring, even catching the Lord's attention. Then, a wave of devastating energy spread across the hall. It was the Gluttony Storm, devouring everything around it. The Death Knight Lord observed Kim Taehyun closely and asked, with curiosity, what kind of power the boy possessed. At that moment, the system announced that he had equipped the Sage's Ring, which boosted all his stats by 10%. With that, the requirements were met, and the power of gluttony was fully unleashed. Outside the chamber, the sound of chaos spread. Taehyun was fighting the knights with overwhelming force, destroying them one by one with ease. When an enemy tried to strike from behind, he spun quickly and, with gluttony's chains, launched cutting blasts that shredded his foes. As he fought, he reflected that gluttony took about 10 seconds to fully consume each enemy, but he couldn't rely on it alone. He activated Stone Skin as well, realizing all his abilities had been enhanced. He knew he had to use everything he had if he wanted to survive. However, he was soon hit by a powerful impact. He was nearly impaled by a spear and, glancing around, realized the attacker was the Lord himself. Taehyun instantly understood how dire this was. A rain of weapons began to fall from the sky, forcing him to sprint desperately toward the enemy, trying to escape. Breathless, he lunged forward and used Gluttony's fangs against the Lord, but the moment they touched his hand, the attack was completely ignored. The Lord pierced through Gluttony with ease and declared that Kim Taehyun was powerful, but still not enough to defeat him. After an explosion, the Lord reappeared, now with his spear driven into Taehyun's back, pinning him down and demanding to know who had given him that power. Taehyun screamed in pain, but even then, his gluttony resisted the negative skill howl of the Night King, preventing him from being completely subdued. The Lord remarked that he had known from the start that Kim Taehyun could understand monsters. That was why he insisted on knowing the origin of his powers. But Taehyun could only scream and spit blood. In his mind, memories stirred of the creature responsible for his death in his past life, Asmodeus. Looking around, he saw his dead companions and the Lord looming over him. He thought that, even with this new power, he was still just an ordinary human. He couldn't understand why he could comprehend the language of monsters, and felt he had wasted the second chance he'd been given. Desperate, he questioned why the king had granted him that power. Then, the king's voice echoed in his mind, saying he had already given the answer before. Before him, a divine light appeared, and the king manifested. He said he was simply moved by Kim Taehyun's determination and tenacity, and that the boy didn't need to change who he was. All he needed to do was keep moving forward. Back in reality, the Lord asked if Taehyun even had the strength to answer, calling him pathetic and saying he would end his suffering. But when he looked up at the sky, the Lord saw a massive gluttony storm forming and devouring the surrounding knights. Surprised, he declared that Taehyun was a complete fool, and asked if his ability was in frenzy mode. The system began warning that Taehyun's mana was rapidly increasing. The Lord declared that this was nothing more than a final, desperate struggle from someone at death's door, and he would witness the boy's last breath. He struck with his sword wrapped in darkness, unleashing a powerful beam of energy straight at Kim Taehyun. However, he was utterly shocked to see his attack blocked by gluttony. Still standing, Taehyun glared at his enemy, and said that if the Lord wanted to know what his power was, it would be easier to show him. Channeling all the energy, the system notified that he had ascended to rank B. Then, he unleashed a gluttony beam that pierced through the Lord's chest, making him scream as he began to be devoured. Sword in hand, Taehyun cut down every knight in his path. The Lord, furious, roared, demanding how he dared to do such a thing. He summoned all his weapons and hurled them at Taehyun, who focused and clenched his fist tightly. Gluttony responded, forming a new storm around him, with massive fangs as if a monstrous beast was about to devour the Lord himself. Kim Taehyun then declared that he was no mere human. He proclaimed that this was the power of the king. The monstrous entity of gluttony finally devoured the Death Knight Lord completely. As he fell, watching the massive explosion before him, the system announced that Kim Taehyun had obtained a new skill, the Zeal of the Night King. Outside, where the exam was being monitored, ambulances were already in position, and association members were watching closely. At that moment, one of the gates began to react. The recalibration of the dungeon indicated it had transformed into an S-rank instance, and the association members immediately ordered an evacuation. However, the dungeon's internal structure had completely changed. Seongjin was alarmed to realize that a dungeon initially classified as rank D had evolved into rank S. If it continued like that, everyone inside would be doomed. Resolute, he declared that he would go in alone to check the situation. At that moment, the gate reacted violently. The sensors and magical structures confirmed it was a dungeon break. Everyone stepped back cautiously. A blinding light flared, forcing them to shut their eyes, and when their sight returned, someone appeared on the other side of the gate. It was Kim Tae-hyun, wounded, but alive. He muttered with relief that it had been far too close. Thanks to Kim Tae-hyun's actions, the double dungeon was defeated. The other players managed to escape, and thus the second round of the exam was judged based on the points gained during the evacuation. The bodies of those who had died were recovered and given proper funerals. Later, at association headquarters, it was decided that no information about the event, known as Apocalypto, would be made public. The president warned that, inevitably, Kim Tae-hyun would become a target not only for the media but also for dangerous organizations like the Malevolent. Taewook agreed. Seongjin was surprised by the decision, but the president thanked him for his support. Shortly after, the president asked the two what they thought of the boy. A student alone had cleared an S-rank dungeon. Seongjin said that if he had truly done that, then he should be considered an S-rank. However, Taewook reminded them that his official rank was still far lower, making it difficult to truly measure his potential. The president concluded that, in other words, the boy was a mystery. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun dreamed. In his mind, he stood before an immense horde of creatures from the abyss. He looked around, confused, not understanding why he was there. When he lifted his eyes to the heavens, he saw a divine figure, the king. Terrified, Taehyun asked what the king intended to do. The creatures began to attack him, but the king merely raised one hand and turned them all to dust. Taehyun was left speechless before such power. Then the king spoke directly to him, saying that he would be waiting for him at the deepest part of the abyss. Taehyun woke up in the infirmary. He had been taken there after the exam. Still shaken, he wondered if it had only been a dream, but he knew it was far more real than that. It was a direct message from the king. He thought about what it meant. His gluttony ability had defeated an S-rank monster, and he could understand the language of monsters. None of this was normal. He concluded that going into the abyss might be his only option to discover the truth. When he checked his profile, he saw that it had grown immensely. He was now officially rank B, and had acquired the special ability of the Night King. He recalled the overwhelming strength he had felt during the battle, and realized that, even as a rank B, his stats were already so high that he might be stronger than many S-ranks. He thought that, at this rate, he might soon even become a national level awakened. At that moment, he heard commotion outside. Someone was trying to force their way in, and the guards were struggling to hold them back. The door swung open violently, and a playful voice teased that they only wanted to pay a little visit. When Kim Tae-hyun looked more closely, he saw Yu Ah-young, the guildmaster of the Nightwalkers. She greeted him with irony, asking if he didn't think the same. Later, inside her car, the secretary asked if he shouldn't be the one driving, but Yu Ah-young said it was fine since Tae-hyun was the guest she would drive. He then asked what she truly wanted, and what kind of business was important enough to make a guildmaster come to him personally. Yu Ah-young, smiling, replied that she had come to meet the boy who had survived Apocalypto, and also to give him a ride home. Tae-hyun, suspicious, said that a guildmaster would never do such a thing out of mere courtesy, and that she needed to come up with a better lie. Laughing, Yu Ah-young admitted that he was quite clever. Then she decided to tell the truth. The third round of the exam was approaching. Just like the first stage, it would be a survival test. However, this time it would be broadcast publicly, and everyone would be able to watch. That meant all of Kim Tae-hyun's abilities would become public. Every major guild would have their eyes on him, the promised boy, the one who, even as just a C rank, had managed to defeat an S rank monster. Yu Ah-young said she would make an offer that Kim Tae-hyun could not refuse. She claimed she could give him anything he wanted, but of course, with the condition that he joined the Nightwalker Guild. She extended her hand to him, and the two locked eyes for a moment. The secretary at her side was visibly nervous. Kim Tae-hyun, however, calmly refused. He thanked her for the ride and said he would walk from there. Yu Ah-young, surprised by his response, asked if he had truly heard her proposal. She insisted she would accept any condition he imposed, even if he wanted to join another guild. She couldn't believe he had rejected her offer out of his own free will. But Kim Tae-hyun explained that there was nothing special about Nightwalker, and that he simply didn't want to join. He asked her not to take it personally, and then continued down the stairs to follow his own path. Suddenly, Yu Ah-young grabbed him from behind, covered his mouth, and demanded to know who the hell he was. To her, it made no sense for a child who didn't even have a license to refuse such an offer. Even so, she said she would let him go this time because she liked people with courage. The secretary, confused, asked what she was doing with that child. He begged Kim Tae-hyun to accept the offer, saying it was a great opportunity. But Kim Tae-hyun only replied that Yu Yu Ah-young was just as annoying as her sister, which made sense since she was Lim Ah-young's sister. That left Yu Ah-young completely stunned, for he knew about her past. Kim Tae-hyun said he knew everything, even the name that had been taken from her. At that moment, a massive flash appeared. That pillar of light was, in truth, Yu Ah-young's aura. The secretary was horrified to realize this, for he knew it was serious. Her true name was A-young-lin, the illegitimate daughter of the president of the Yuxiong group. She had been raised to be his successor, but everything changed when the president had a legitimate daughter with his wife. The name Ah-young was taken from A-young, and she was cast out of the family. No one knew she had changed her name and become a player. She was furious at what Kim Tae-hyun had said, calling him reckless and irresponsible, but he only replied that she was the one who had started it. Then, the system notified that he had resisted the zeal of the Amazon, Yu Ah-young's ability, and that he was now using the zeal of the Night King to counterattack. Yu Ah-young, trembling, couldn't understand how he had resisted an S-rank ability, and even pushed her back. She was shocked when he hit his power again. Kim Tae-hyun pinned her against the wall and said he didn't want to cross any line with her. Embarrassed, she could only ask what had just happened. The third round of the player license exam was held in a massive coliseum inspired by ancient Rome. The host announced that, unlike the previous stages, this phase would be public. Players, families, and the general public had all gathered to watch. In the audience, Yu Ah-young was in disguise, there only to watch Kim Tae-hyun. His uncle was also there and commented that he should thank his nephew for bringing him along. His aunt, on the other hand, thought the events were too violent. Meanwhile, his cousin, Jae-young, Kim Tae-hyun's #1 fan, said he was the strongest and could defeat anyone with a single blow. At the same time, reporter Kim was feeling sick with nerves. She wanted to get a good interview this time. On her last attempt, she had failed. Since the boy she had interviewed was only rank C, she believed that player should have already been eliminated. But then, as she looked closely at the arena, she realized that everyone, awakened or not, was staring at a single person. Even the favorites of that round were focused on him. The reporter wondered just how powerful he could be. The announcer then declared the start of the third round. All the participants rushed toward Kim Tae-hyun at the same time, unleashing their skills, shouting that they needed to defeat him quickly, since he had already taken down 2 rank S players before. From the smoke and explosions, Kim Tae-hyun emerged furious. The first 3 opponents at the front were immediately struck. He used his stone skin ability and launched them far back with precise blows. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the ground and noticed something approaching. It was magical roots sprouting from the soil, wrapping around and binding his body. Intrigued, he wondered where that power came from. It was Gilson, a rank A player specialized in summoning plants and roots. Gilson claimed that even if Kim Tae-hyun had defeated a rank S before, now that he was off guard, he would lose. But Kim Tae-hyun simply stomped down on Gilson's face, smashing his head into the ground, and said only, "Next." The crowd was in shock. They whispered that he was a monster, begging for the attacks to stop or else he would end everyone. Then, Kim Tae-hyun raised his finger and reactivated the zeal of the Night King. Instantly, a demonic pressure fell upon everyone still in the arena. Those who didn't collapse face first to the ground fell to their knees. Even the audience and production crew felt the crushing weight of that power. Yu Ah-young, hidden in the crowd, wondered what kind of ability that was and how he could use it so openly. After defeating all his opponents, Kim Tae-hyun remarked that it had only been a good warm-up. At the far end of the arena, the only one still standing was Lim Ah-young. Kim Tae-hyun looked at her and said it was fine if she wanted to run away, or perhaps repeat what had happened in the first round. Embarrassed, Lim Ah-young recalled the kiss and immediately began her assault. She launched blocks of ice at him and created a frozen dome around her body. Kim Tae-hyun wondered why she was using the same strategy again. With her hammer in hand, Lim Ah-young declared that she would not let the fight end as it had last time. He had already expected that move, so he prepared himself. After a few minutes of intense combat, the ice dome began to shatter. Lim Ah-young collapsed, face first on the ground, completely exhausted, unable to stand any longer. Kim Tae-hyun said that it had been a somewhat difficult fight, and admitted she was indeed troublesome to face. The announcer then declared that the exam had come to an end. The top candidate was number 920, Kim Tae-hyun. In the president's office of the association, he received his official player license, a small trophy, and a dagger as a prize. The president congratulated him on becoming a rank S player, and said he never expected the third round to end that way. After all, he had even defeated an apocalypto alone. Kim Tae-hyun, modestly, said it might have just been luck. The president then asked if he would like to join the new Korea Association. Kim Tae-hyun remained silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. The president insisted, asking if he truly didn't want to work with them. Kim Tae-hyun reflected on everything that had happened. He thought about how, besides becoming a player, he had defeated extremely powerful opponents, been humiliated by a guildmaster, and now was being praised by one of the greatest players in the country. He concluded that life was indeed full of surprises. Calmly sipping his tea, Kim Tae-hyun refused the offer. The president, puzzled, asked why. He replied that there was no special reason, he simply believed he would be more effective working alone than within a guild or association. He apologized for it. The president laughed heartily, saying he never expected to hear a player prefer working alone rather than joining an organization. He said he admired his confidence. In the next scene, Kim Tae-hyun appeared clearing yet another dungeon. He used his gluttony ability to devour all the creatures, fully replenishing his power. He said to himself that the dungeon was now clean. As he wrapped up the mission, he reflected on the president's words. It was explained that the Asian Exhibition Games were a festival where each country in Asia chose 5 representatives. These players would compete against each other, hunting malevolence and monsters. To participate and represent the nation, a player needed to contribute significantly through public missions, clearing dungeons, and helping the population. In short, the player had to perform a great deal of public service. The president had said he was certain Kim Tae-hyun was perfect for that role. Thinking about it, Tae-hyun realized that even though he had just become a player, he had gained years of experience in an incredibly short time. Now, he needed to hunt many malevolence and continue helping people. Even though he had cleared all the newly opened dungeons in New Korea over the past month, Kim Tae-hyun had not shown significant growth, nor achieved truly remarkable feats. He understood that to reach greater heights, he would need to take risks. He believed that the more dangerous the mission, the greater the reward. Meanwhile, at the Taesan Group's residence, tension filled the air. Jiangsu raged furiously at Hundo, who desperately tried in vain to calm him down. The head of the conglomerate was outraged by his son's condition, still hospitalized after being defeated by someone who had now become a rank S player. In a fit of rage, Jiangsu hurled Hundo to the ground, knocking him out instantly. Moments later, the secretary entered the room, informing him of the arrival of a representative from the malevolent guild. However, Jiangsu, furious at their incompetence in failing to eliminate a mere child, despite all the resources invested, declared that he would handle the situation personally. The atmosphere suddenly shifted when a powerful presence was felt. A portal opened, and from it emerged an imposing figure. This individual introduced himself as Shadow, the second in command of the malevolent guild. In a diplomatic tone, he expressed regret over what had happened to Jiangsu's son, but made it clear that the guild's interest did not revolve around a child. Shadow revealed that he was there for greater and more strategic matters. Elsewhere in the city, Kim Tae-hyun was exiting a dungeon. At the exit, people were already waiting for him, including a player from the Alchemist Guild named Jeonnung Park. Extremely nervous, he introduced himself as a great fan of Kim Tae-hyun and expressed excitement when talking about his ability to manipulate portals. He eagerly began explaining about East Point, the largest auction house in all of Asia, renowned for its strict security and the rare and powerful items it offered, including artifacts capable of automatically translating any language. While listening to the presentation, Kim Tae-hyun observed the movement around him and recalled events from his past life. He knew that on that very day, East Point would be the target of a terrorist attack. He remembered that the culprit was Ophid Auro, a rank S criminal, but he could not recall who had defeated him in the past. Still reflecting on this, he discreetly asked Jeonnung who was in charge of the venue's security. Jeonnung answered evasively, but before he could go into detail, a commotion broke out. Everyone's attention was drawn to the arrival of a prominent figure. It was Ryoma Isaka, a Japanese rank S player, known by the nickname The Demon. He approached with confidence, attracting every gaze as he walked. Recognizing him, Jeonnung quietly warned Kim Tae-hyun about his reputation. There were rumors that Ryoma Isaka had wiped out all his own companions during a mission, which earned him the nickname he bore. Still, he was the one responsible for East Point's security at that moment. Kim Tae-hyun, aware of the gravity of the situation and the presence of such dangerous figures, began to realize that this place was about to become a battlefield. The calm surrounding them was only the silent preparation for the chaos that was about to erupt. Kim Tae-hyun extended his hand to greet Ryoma, and when he did, he noticed that the man was left-handed. At the moment their hands touched, an intense shock surged through his entire body. Ryoma chuckled and commented that he didn't expect Kim Tae-hyun to endure that, acknowledging that he truly was rank S. It wasn't just Kim Tae-hyun who felt the impact. The people nearby were gasping for air, struggling to breathe. Kim Tae-hyun realized that if he fought Ryoma there and then, innocence would be caught in the crossfire. Perceiving that he had gone too far with a newly awakened young man, Ryoma released his hand and moved in with an embrace. He explained that even among rank S players, there were different levels. He added that he didn't know why Kim Tae-hyun was there, but that he should behave like the child he still was. He concluded by telling him to simply enjoy the rest of the auction. Jianing watched everything, clearly worried about Kim Tae-hyun, who in turn reflected on Ryoma Isaka and how the situation was far more complicated than it seemed. Shortly after, in an underground area, a security team was patrolling when they spotted criminals approaching. The team leader, a rank A, declared that he would eliminate any threat. However, sometime later, all of them were dead, including the leader, who had been devoured by a creature. The one responsible was Ophid Oro. The criminals then discussed an anomaly at the auction. A new rank S player named Kim Tae-hyun was present in the building. They asked what they should do about him, but Ophid Oro said that someone like him was irrelevant. As long as Ophid Oro was there, no one would escape the wrath of God. At that moment, the auction building at East Point exploded. Bombs had been planted in the corridors and throughout the structure. Jong immediately worried about Kim Tae-hyun, who, despite the blast, was unharmed and calmly observed the hole in the ceiling. Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself that he had expected a terrorist attack, but not that explosives would have been planted everywhere. He wondered when the members of the malevolent guild had infiltrated and set the bombs. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the guild members stormed the place. The first invader fired into the air, demanding that the guards drop their weapons and threatening to shoot anyone who resisted. Before he could finish speaking, he was decapitated by Kim Tae-hyun in a single strike. Jong was completely shocked, but Kim Tae-hyun ordered him to call for reinforcements from the association, saying he would take care of the invaders from there. The system then revealed that the name of his dagger was Talisman. Meanwhile, in the basement, the security team was being massacred by the malevolent guild, who were advancing violently. One of the members of the group found what they were looking for, the Phoenix Potion. As he held it, he could feel the power contained within, and understood why Ophid Oro desired that item so much. He considered drinking it himself, but before he could decide, a massive explosion occurred, killing one of his companions right in front of him. Stunned, he was warned that they were under attack. In fact, under a counterattack. Yet, they couldn't identify who was behind it. Within seconds, another member had his neck snapped. Everyone began scanning the corners of the room, but they kept falling, dying one after another. The enemy realized they were up against someone with stealth abilities. He was then struck by a vertical slash that wounded his eye. Furious, he activated his chain ability, spreading them throughout the area and binding Kim Tae-hyun. He declared that Tae-hyun's stealth was nothing compared to his own, and claimed that he would die there. Kim Tae-hyun thought that such a tracking skill, capable of finding someone even under stealth, could be a great replacement for his own gluttony ability. With that in mind, he activated his power. Meanwhile, with all the guards dead, several people were being held hostage by the malevolent guild, surrounded by monstrous creatures. This was happening in the gate control room and, as expected, everything was under the command of Ophid Oro. Ophid Oro declared that in this way, his god would be even more feared. For him, the only thing left was to retrieve the Phoenix Potion. One of the criminals then appeared, saying they had received a signal from Dick's group, who had been sent to retrieve the potion. However, there was a problem. When they turned on the radio, the sound was interrupted by interference and screams in the background. At that moment, Kim Tae-hyun spoke over the radio, asking if he really was Ophid Oro. When asked who was speaking, Kim Tae-hyun mocked him, asking who he thought had his little potion. Firmly, he declared that if Ophid Oro wanted to take it back, he should come to him right now, calling him a damned criminal scum. Ophid Oro was enraged by the provocation. Meanwhile, in the corridor littered with corpses, Kim Tae-hyun took a small sip of the Phoenix Potion. The system informed him that his life and mana had increased by 20 points. He immediately felt the difference. That unique level potion offered an increase that would take him centuries to achieve by clearing normal dungeons. With a single sip, he had already risen to a new tier. He hoped such a potion would never fall into the wrong hands. Soon after, Ryoma and his security team arrived, but when they got there, they found nothing. Kim Tae-hyun had already disappeared. One of the members commented that everyone was dead, but another pointed out that there was, indeed, a message left behind, perhaps indicating that someone had escaped. Ryoma, confused, asked what they were talking about, since the boy was right there in front of them. He demanded that Kim Tae-hyun reveal himself. Kim Tae-hyun, stepping out of stealth, remarked that there was something strange with his ability. Ryoma stared at him for a moment and questioned what a rank S player like him was doing there. Kim Tae-hyun fired back, asking why Ryoma, being responsible for security, wasn't upstairs dealing with the terrorists. Ryoma then explained that there was an item he needed to find. He said there were multiple explosives hidden in the building's blind spots, and only someone involved with security would have detailed knowledge of the structure, someone close, someone from the inside. He He chuckled and reminded Kim Tae-yoon that he had warned him not to get involved. In an instant, he vanished with his ability, reappearing with a direct attack. Kim Tae-yoon, purely on reflex, drew his blade and managed to defend himself. Ryoma demanded that he hand over the item, but Kim Tae-yoon mocked him, saying that, as a good member of Malevolence, he should try to take it by force. The tension between them left everyone in the room in shock. Kim Tae-yoon unleashed his power, and the battle began. Their fight was so fast that no one could see the attacks. The onlookers, terrified, realized they were witnessing a battle between two rank S players and knew no one could interfere. They whispered that Kim Tae-yoon had to be a demon. During the clash, Kim Tae-yoon was clearly being pressured by Ryoma's speed. He thought that the only way to predict his attacks was by sound and presence, but Ryoma seemed perfectly able to see him even with stealth activated. When Kim Tae-yoon was about to be struck, he activated stone skin on his chest, but he was still cut. The wound was deep and bled heavily. He admitted to himself that, although his stealth skills were good, Ryoma's experience was far greater. Even so, Kim Tae-hyun repositioned and concluded that the situation was perfect to use the gluttony ability. Using the knight's zeal, he exerted his pressure around, throwing everyone in the room against the walls and floor. He wondered if Ryoma had been affected. Ryoma, however, praised the strategy. He acknowledged that high-impact area abilities could indeed negate stealth, but said that if Taehyun really wanted to find him, he should have used the power centered on himself. Then, he launched a swift strike at Kim Tae-hyun. Upstairs, people were calm until suddenly Ryoma burst through the ceiling, dragging Kim Tae-hyun with him. They didn't crash through just one floor, but several, plunging violently until stopping at a lower point. Ryoma drove his sword into the ground, only to realize he hadn't struck Kim Tae-yoon directly. His blade had been trapped by the chains of the gluttony ability. Kim Tae-yoon remarked that Ryoma was truly an idiot. Ryoma, confused, wondered where he had pulled that ability from, realizing Taehyun had just used it in an unexpected way. Even so, he tried to retreat, but Kim Tae-hyun asked where he thought he was going. Without hesitation, he unleashed several chains toward Ryoma, who shouted and called him insolent, but ended up completely immobilized and took a direct punch to the mouth. After some time, the underground area was destroyed. Ryoma and his entire team were bound by Kim Tae-hyun's chains, and Ryoma, with his face battered, tried to speak, but Kim Tae-hyun cut him off. He said he couldn't understand how such a powerful rank S player could do something so vile just for money. Ryoma ordered him to shut up, saying he had ruined his plans. Kim Tae-hyun then kicked him hard, sending him flying, declaring that he was nothing but a chatty criminal. Some members of Ryoma's team asked if he was alright, but Kim Tae-hyun began interrogating them. He wanted to know what they knew about Ophid Oro. He stated that the nation's alliance had likely already dispatched reinforcements, and that once they arrived, both he and Ophid Oro would be in serious trouble. Ryoma, mocking, declared that no reinforcements would come. Meanwhile, at the association, someone rushed to find President Taewook, an elderly man who looked weary. He asked about the reinforcements sent to the East Point. Answering him was Seong-jin, the master of the Alchemist Guild, who said there were many rare items and important people in that area, and that the Malevolence could destroy everything at this rate. The president asked him to calm down, and informed him that reinforcements had already been sent as soon as they received news about the terrorists. The elite team was led by Seong-jin Park. Even so, Seong-jin questioned why they hadn't sent more support, saying his guild could provide personnel and resources. The president explained that the issue wasn't a lack of support, but that accessing the East Point was impossible. The Malevolence had seized control of the gate control room and blocked all entrances. Seong-jin was shocked to learn that all access points had been compromised, but Taewook reassured him, saying that there were 2 rank S players inside. Ryoma, the head of security, and Kim Tae-hyun. On the Malevolent side, only 1 rank S was present, Ophid Oro. Seong-jin stated that as soon as they managed to re-establish contact with the gates, they would send every available resource. At that moment, Aeong entered the room, saying that would only work if the enemy were just an ordinary rank S. Everyone was surprised by her presence, since she rarely left the association, and they wondered why she wasn't in her own guild. Back in the underground of the East Point, Ryoma asked if Kim Tae-hyun knew the ability called Devil's Contract, a terrifying technique of Ophid Oro that allowed him to summon creatures from the abyss at the cost of proportional sacrifices. Kim Tae-hyun, confused, asked what kind of sacrifices those would be, and Ryoma answered that they were human sacrifices. This horrified everyone present. The president, perplexed, asked what that meant. Seong-jin deduced that there were many hostages in the place, and if Ophid Oro's ability was truly rank SS, then he must have already sacrificed countless lives to bring forth monsters from the abyss. Aeong confirmed that this could turn into a complete catastrophe. Kim Tae-hyun, outraged, considered it all absurd. Ryoma said he had only only been lucky to defeat him, but would never overcome Ofeduro. According to him, Kim Tae-hyun had to make a choice. Either surrender and die quickly, watch all the hostages be sacrificed before his eyes, or be murdered. Then he burst into insane laughter. Meanwhile, inside the gate control room, someone informed Ofeduro that Ryoma Isaka had been defeated by Kim Tae-hyun, who had also vanished with the Phoenix Potion. He asked what they should do now. Ofeduro, showing no concern, said that Kim Tae-hyun was probably expecting reinforcements, but that it didn't matter. He declared with conviction that Kim Tae-hyun would never defeat him. He then used his abilities to pull several people in and began strangling them. He said they would be the perfect bait to lure Kim Tae-hyun there. Holding a woman hostage, he declared that he would now begin the festival in the name of his god. Suddenly, the power went out completely, and everyone was shocked by the total darkness. No one could see anything. However, Ofeduro showed no sign of surprise. He merely thought that the sacrifice he had been holding had simply disappeared. Then, behind him, Kim Tae-hyun appeared with his abilities activated, ready to unleash a powerful punch, reinforced with several chains. Although Ofeduro managed to react and dodge in time, he was caught slightly off guard. Kim Tae-hyun tried to catch him with the return of the chains, but from Ofeduro's head emerged several snake-like creatures that spat fireballs. These creatures caused a massive explosion in the confined space. While dodging the attacks, Kim Tae-hyun thought, horrified, that Ofeduro really had a monster hidden beneath his turban. He couldn't imagine what kind of bizarre person would do something like that. The hostages, recognizing him, asked if he was Kim Tae-hyun, if he had come to save them. Desperate, they begged to be freed. Some said they would pay any price to escape, but Kim Tae-hyun only told them all to shut up, saying they were getting in the way. Soon after, he heard creatures approaching. There were many, and they all charged at him at once. In the blink of an eye, Kim Tae-hyun tore them apart. Using the zeal of the Night King, he pinned them all to the ground under the immense pressure of his aura. However, to his surprise, the creatures managed to break free. Even he was shocked by this. Ofeduro mocked him, saying he was an idiot. He explained that those creatures had been summoned through the devil's contract, and therefore were superior to ordinary monsters. They were under his direct control, and as long as they received his mana, they would become even stronger. Kim Tae-hyun was being overwhelmed. Ofeduro remarked that although he had defeated Ryoma, he had no chance against his god. People watched Kim Tae-hyun being attacked and were stunned. They thought they were going to die right there, that no one would come to save them. One of the hostages, however, looked closer. They realized that thanks to Kim Tae-hyun, none of the malevolents were paying attention to the captives. Even while being beaten down, he wasn't running away. He was standing against the monsters. That made him a true hero. Soon, the others realized the same thing. They stopped judging him and noticed that he had already rescued some hostages, keeping them suspended in the air to protect them. In truth, Kim Tae-hyun had been saving everyone the whole time, not pushing them away by force. Overcome with emotion, the hostages began to cry and apologized. Then Kim Tae-hyun unleashed his chains, binding the creatures and using their own weight to strangle them, hurling them around. He ordered everyone to shut up again, saying they were in the way. Everyone fell silent, completely shocked. Even Ofeduro was surprised by that. Kim Tae-hyun remarked that there were hostages in the way, and the monsters kept advancing. This was, without a doubt, the worst possible situation. People thought he had gone insane. Ofeduro said he had lost his mind, but Kim Tae-hyun shouted that Gyeonung needed to act faster. It was then that Ofeduro realized the plan. Kim Tae-hyun was merely stalling for Gyeonung, who had gone out to use his portal manipulation ability. He apologized for the delay and said he was ready now. A little earlier, Gyeonung had found Ryoma badly beaten and asked what had happened. Kim Tae-hyun explained that he was a traitor, just like the rest of the security team. But that wasn't the biggest problem at the moment. He said he was certain Ofeduro had taken control of the gate room, which meant they couldn't do anything without reinforcements. However, there were monsters in the way, and more importantly, there were hostages. Gyeonung froze in fear, not knowing what to do, but Kim Tae-hyun insisted that his ability would be essential in this situation. This was Operation Gate. Gyeonung, confused, asked how he could help, since he didn't know the exact coordinates. Without them, he wouldn't be able to connect to the association. Kim Tae-hyun replied that it didn't matter. All he needed was for Gyeonung to take care of the monsters. At that moment, all the gates began reacting to Gyeonung's ability. The creatures began to be affected by the activation of the gates. Under the pressure of Gyeonung's power, they started to disintegrate one by one. It was as if an invisible force were dragging the monsters into the portals. Even Ofeduro was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening to his summons. He watched bewildered as his monsters screamed, being forcefully pulled into the dimensional cracks opened by the gates. Those beings, once immune to physical and magical pressure, were now being sucked in as if they were nothing before Gyeonung's manipulation. For Ofeduro, this was inconceivable. It was as if his connection to the creatures were being severed, as if the contract with the abyss itself were being forcibly undone. As the portals began to react, the creatures were sucked back inside them. Oro had no idea what was happening. He completely lost his mind when he saw all his creatures being pulled in and obliterated by the portals. Jeonnung had initially thought this plan wouldn't work when he first heard it, but now he realized just how effective it had been. The army of monsters had been destroyed. Only Oro and the other villains remained. Suddenly, Kim Taehyun shouted for Jeonnung, saying that his part was over. Now all he needed to do was leave with the hostages and ensure their safety. Jeonnung, surprised, asked what he meant, since he wanted to help. However, Taehyun replied that the enemy in front of him was a rank S player, and no one could guarantee protection during that kind of battle. Oro then shouted Taehyun's name, and Taehyun mockingly confirmed that he had been called. Without wasting time, Taehyun activated his stone skin and summoned his chains. Though reluctant, Jeonnung obeyed, gathered all the hostages, and led them down a safe path. Meanwhile, Taehyun dodged a massive explosion caused by Oro and used his chains to hurl stones at the enemy. However, the attacks had no effect. Oro asked if Taehyun really believed they were on the same level, hinting that he was nothing but a rookie. Immediately afterward, he transformed his snakes into a huge dragon and sent it toward Taehyun, who barely had time to react. After the violent impact, Oro declared that it didn't matter how many monsters Taehyun defeated or how many hostages he saved. None of that would matter if he couldn't defeat him. The villain created even more creatures, claiming that the punishment for defiling the work of a god would be execution. The new army advanced to kill Taehyun, who, determined, replied that it was Oro who would die that day. He activated the power of gluttony and simply devoured everything in his path. Oro was shocked, unable to understand what was happening. He began to suspect that Taehyun had been hiding his true power until that moment. Instead of despairing, the villain grew even more excited. Laughing, he admitted that this so-called town king had made an excellent offering, but Oro had also been holding back. Soon, the other villains and malevolent beings behind him began to be consumed and disintegrated by his energy. Taehyun, confused, asked what he was doing. Oro then revealed that the sacrifice had been completed, and the offerings would become something even greater, all to feed that Puna, the Hurge. It was then that Taehyun faced his enemy's new transformation. Oro had created a gigantic undead dragon, the Bone Dragon, a rank S creature. Meanwhile, in the still ruined building, Jeonnung was escaping with all the hostages but was intercepted by some villains. He hadn't expected to encounter more malevolent beings along the way. The villains asked if they had escaped from the upper floor, but before they could act, they too were consumed by Oro's power. They spat blood, disintegrated, and vanished before everyone's eyes. Jeonnung and the hostages were completely terrified. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake. Jeonnung realized it wasn't just that building, but several others as well. Frightened, he wondered what was happening. Amid the chaos, the bone dragon hurled Taehyun out of the building. As he fell, the creature flew toward him to strike in midair. Oro, atop the dragon, declared that no one would be able to defeat him. Realizing the danger, Taehyun quickly threw a chain and latched onto one of the buildings, stopping his fall. He used the momentum to pull himself up, entered another building through a hole, and despite destroying everything around him, managed to land safely. Despite everything, he was fine and had avoided falling from a deadly height. Taehyun muttered to himself that the monster was definitely powerful. However, when he looked out the window again, the bone dragon was already rushing toward him. In an instant, the creature grabbed him and dragged him out of the building, splitting the structure in half. He was tossed around like a sack of garbage, and now Oro was ready to kill him. Quickly, Taehyun used the power of gluttony to counterattack that skeletal carcass. But the dragon also had a hidden trump card. It gathered so much energy that, when it collided with gluttony's power, it triggered an explosion so intense it could be seen even from outside the island. After all the chaos and destruction, only ruins remained. Oro found it impressive that Taehyun was still alive. He truly hadn't expected anyone to survive that attack. Taehyun, for his part, had tied himself with his own chains to avoid being flung away or killed by the blast. Even so, the situation was extremely dire. He thought that Oro was absurdly strong. Not even the power of gluttony had been enough to block that attack. It was clear they weren't on the same level. However, Taehyun concluded that, to control a creature of that size, Oro surely had to be physically or energetically affected. He needed to push him to his limit. To do that, he had to buy time. But Oro, laughing, called Taehyun a cursed heretic and said he could see right through his thoughts. He claimed he knew exactly what Taehyun was trying to do, stall for time, and even admitted the idea wasn't bad. However, he guaranteed that tricks like that wouldn't work against him. Then Oro took flight again with his bone dragon, but this time not toward Taehyun. He advanced toward Jeonnung and the hostages. With its tail, the dragon destroyed a large part of the building at once. Anyone within the impact zone would have died. died. Meanwhile, at the association headquarters, they reported that the emergency portal had already been connected. They were finalizing the link so the rescue team could enter. The New Korea Association was the only one capable of establishing that kind of access. Although they knew the risk, Seongjin Park said it made no sense for a child to be in a place with such a threat if they weren't capable of dealing with it. They decided they would enter through the eastern point, eradicate any malevolence, and rescue their comrades. After the devastating attack, the hostages were thrown to the ground, including Jeonung, who, though injured, was still alive. They had been protected by Taehyun, who had used the power of gluttony to create a barrier. Even exhausted, he maintained a magical shield to contain the Bone Dragon's attacks. Jeonung, frightened, asked if he was all right. Taehyun was holding on with every ounce of strength he still had. On the other side, Ofid Oro declared that he knew Taehyun would try to protect the hostages and promised to burn him to death. Desperate, Jeonung tried to stop the attack, saying that if Taehyun died, they would all be doomed. Taehyun silently agreed. He knew that if he couldn't stop the dragon, everyone would die. No matter what happened, he had to push Ofid Oro to his limit. He reinforced his power even more and thought it was still too early to give up. He needed to find a way to save them all. Suddenly, a voice emerged, saying that it was pathetic of him. Confused, Taehyun looked around, but only saw Jeonung, who hadn't spoken. Not understanding where the voice came from, he wondered what was going on. At that moment, the system manifested, announcing that the gluttony ability had been temporarily adjusted. Its rank had been raised to rank A, allowing Taehyun to surpass his limits. Gluttony then evolved to rank S, and then to rank SS. The power was so immense that he could barely endure it. Ofid Oro, watching the transformation, questioned what exactly was happening. The system continued, revealing that gluttony had now reached rank SSS. It also informed that, at that moment, Taehyun could not deactivate the power. His body began to suffer the effects of overload. Even his clothes were torn apart by the intensity of the released energy. Taehyun wondered why gluttony's power was out of control. Could that voice have been the king's, the same one who had revived him? While trying to understand, he felt his body fragmenting, as if breaking from the inside. He wondered if that was the feeling of dying again. Insignificantly, even after everything he had done, he couldn't accept such an end. He lost an arm and fell, bleeding heavily from his chest. Ofid Oro, observing, questioned if he had overloaded his own ability. Even so, that gluttony energy was impossible to ignore. He concluded that Taehyun's body had collapsed because of the skill, but still, the boy had not stopped. Enraged, Ofid Oro shouted, asking how Taehyun dared oppose him. If he wanted to defy a god to the end, then he would kill him himself. However, when the dragon approached for the final blow, one of Gluttony's bands cut through its wings. That caught Ofid Oro by surprise. Taehyun slowly stood up. When Ofid Oro turned around, it was already too late. Before him was a true inferno. Infernal creatures manifested in the sky, which had already been completely transformed. It was the purest and most violent manifestation of gluttony, and Ofid Oro was completely terrified. Taehyun, or rather, the entity that now occupied his body, questioned whether Ofid Oro truly considered himself a god. That was ridiculous. Trembling, Ofid Oro asked who he was, claiming that this entity was no longer Taehyun. But the voice coldly replied that a pathetic being like him didn't need to know, especially because he was already dead. Ofid Oro didn't even notice the moment his body was completely torn apart and devoured. With a mere hand gesture, that entity wiped out both Ofid Oro and the dragon. The system registered a new ability, dealing with the demon. Soon after, Taehyun found himself in a completely dark place, perhaps his subconscious. Confused, he wondered where he was. The last thing he remembered was the fight against Ofid Oro. Suddenly, chains bound him, the same ones he used to wield. Stones struck his face, and then he was paralyzed. His own abilities were turning against him. Even his summon appeared before him. Taehyun wondered why his own powers were doing that. Then, a voice manifested, asking since when all of that belonged to him. It questioned whether he really believed such powers came without a cost. Just as he was about to be devoured, he suddenly woke up with a start, lying in a bed. He looked around and wondered if it had all been a dream. He felt no pain at all and noticed that his right arm was back to normal. Seongjin approached, relieved, saying he had finally woken up. He asked if Taehyun wanted a cookie and brought him some snacks. He explained that the place had been prepared, especially for Taehyun by the Player Association. It was a gift, a gesture of gratitude for handling the terrorist attack. Thanks to him, Ryoma, who had allied himself with the malevolent beings, was arrested. Considering the scale of the incident, many people had survived because of his intervention. Seongjin commented that many people had been worried and had come, by including the association's president and members of Taehyun's family. They They had all cried for him, but according to the exams, he was physically fine. He was only there as a precaution, to prevent more malevolent beings or journalists from finding him. Taehyun, looking at his own arm, remarked that he clearly remembered losing consciousness during the fight against Ophid Oro. He asked what exactly had happened. Seongjin, already expecting that question, said he would explain. Back to that moment, Jeonnung, witnessing everything, couldn't understand what he was seeing. Taehyun had defeated Ophid Oro with a single attack, but who was that person? The body was clearly Taehyun's, but the presence, the power, they weren't his. Jeonnung wondered what had been done to the real Taehyun, but as soon as he saw the figure turning toward him, ready to strike, he panicked and fainted from sheer terror. After that, Taehyun's body began to return to normal. The entity commented that this body had reached its limit. It said it was a shame, but it would have to leave it for now. Then, Taehyun also fainted. Right after Taehyun collapsed, Seongjin appeared to rescue him. The emergency team also arrived at the scene to check on the survivors. Fortunately, everyone was alive, only unconscious and with some minor injuries. However, Ophid Oro and the other malevolent beings were nowhere to be found. Seongjin, analyzing the situation, found it all very strange. He tried to wake Taehyun, and as soon as he started regaining consciousness, asked what the hell had happened there. Meanwhile, Seo Sangik reported that they had questioned all the survivors. Yes, they had woken up, but no one could clearly remember what had happened. Everyone only recalled the moment Taehyun began fighting Ophid Oro. After that, as if part of their memory had been erased, the rest was completely blank. Seongjin commented that the malevolent beings probably had something to do with this collective amnesia. Even so, he told Taehyun to take care of himself and be cautious. He assured him that if he discovered anything new, he would inform him immediately. Taehyun grew pensive, wondering if they suspected Ophid Oro was behind all of it. But he also couldn't understand how his arm had been restored. He clearly remembered losing it when gluttony went out of control, and was certain it had disintegrated. On top of that, he now possessed Ophid Oro's ability, which meant the villain was truly dead. The newly acquired ability, dealing with the demon, ranked B, allowed Taehyun to open portals to the abyss. He was surprised, since he had no idea it was a direct portal. He had thought the power was only for summoning creatures, but now he realized the connection was much deeper. The only problem was that his maximum mana was currently 180, while the skill required 200 to be activated. At that moment, Seongjin returned to give one last warning, saying that Taehyun had another visitor. Curious, Taehyun asked who it was. Then, stepping through the door, came Lim A-young, carrying a small basket in her hands. Smiling, Seongjin waved goodbye, saying, "Bye-bye," before leaving the room. Lim A-young said she had just come to check on him and handed him the fruit basket. However, when she placed it on the table, she accidentally crushed everything on it with the weight of the basket, leaving Taehyun slightly startled. She remarked that she had heard he had been badly injured but now seemed fine. Taehyun confirmed, saying he hardly had any injuries left. A-young then asked if he had really saved several people during the terrorist attack, and he replied that he had, as far as he remembered. She questioned whether he had truly defeated 2 rank S villains, and he answered affirmatively. With a serious expression, A-young warned him not to get arrogant over that and said she would catch up to him. Suspicious, Taehyun asked if she had come just to say that. Slightly embarrassed, A-young replied that she only wanted to check how he was doing. Meanwhile, Taehyun thought maybe he should call the police. On the other hand, A-young was visibly thoughtful. She admitted to herself that she had really come out of concern, but now that she saw him well, she wondered why she felt such an overwhelming, intimidating energy emanating from him. Taehyun's power had drastically changed since the exam. She recalled the kiss they had shared and felt a bit flustered. At that moment, they heard someone approaching. Taehyun asked who it was, and A-young was surprised to see her own sister entering the room. It was Yu A-young. She immediately demanded to know what A-young was doing there, why she was visiting Taehyun, and most importantly, how she knew the password to his home. With a teasing look, Yu A-young said they weren't alone, so A-young shouldn't call her little sister out loud. She explained that, obviously, the Alliance had provided the access code. After observing the situation for a moment, she smirked and, without hesitation, confidently wrapped her arms around Taehyun. Lim A-young was completely shocked and embarrassed to see Yu A-young clinging to Kim Taehyun. Not understanding the situation, she demanded an explanation, but Yu A-young, still smiling provocatively, replied that when 2 rank S players allowed each other into their apartments, it could only mean one thing. A-young shouted that this was a crime, since Taehyun was still underage. Impatient, Kim Taehyun pushed Yu A-young away and said he'd had enough of those jokes. He asked what she wanted this time, making it clear that he had already refused several times to join her guild. Offended by his rudeness, Yu A-young explained that she had only come to check on him and also to deliver a gift. She said that, according to the Alliance president, even after all his heroic deeds in the eastern sector, sector, he was still only ranked 30th in national contribution. To qualify as a national player and reach the top 5, he would need something much greater. Then, Yu Ai-young revealed that she intended to give him that opportunity. More specifically, she said he could go to the Temple of Fire, the newest double dungeon discovered. Meanwhile, in the seas around the eastern point, some men confirmed they were still in the area. Even after the terrorist attack, the damage continued to spread due to the unstable ruins, as if the place was still collapsing. Shadow asked about Ophid Oro's whereabouts, and his subordinate said he had still not been found. When asked if this had already been reported to the boss, Shadow replied it wasn't necessary, since their objective had already been achieved. After all, Ophid Oro had only been a hired mercenary. However, a massive ship approached to surround the malevolent beings. The ship's captain announced that it was a restricted investigation zone and ordered them to surrender, as they were surrounded. A second later, all the soldiers were submerged, and the ship sank as if it were nothing. Indifferent, Shadow said that the boy Kim Tae-hyun had piqued his interest. He then effortlessly destroyed everything around him. At the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters, the members celebrated the presence of Kim Tae-hyun, the celebrity, the hero. Yu Ai-young explained that there was no need for debate. They would grant him the right to clear the double dungeon. But, as expected, they would divide the loot and decide who would accompany him. Tae-hyun accepted, still curious about the so-called gift. He had never imagined it would be the right to explore the Temple of Fire dungeon, the second double dungeon discovered in New Korea, marked by a gate that looked like it was made of flames. In Tae-hyun's previous life, the Nightwalker Guild had been the first to clear it, but nearly all of its members died in the process. Knowing how dangerous that dungeon was, he understood that it offered immense experience and national contribution points. With the recent increase in his strength and vitality, probably due to what had happened with his right arm, Tae-hyun knew it would be difficult to face it alone. However, with Yu Ai-young, a rank S player, and other members who might join, he thought the mission would be much easier. But, at the moment of entering the portal, 300 players were left behind. Only Tae-hyun and Yu Ai-young managed to cross. Everyone outside prayed for them to return alive and successful. Tae-hyun asked if it would really be just the two of them on this mission, and Yu Ai-young, laughing, replied that yes, it was because they were on a date. Tae-hyun then thought that maybe it would have been better if he had gone alone. As soon as they crossed the portal of the Fire Temple, Yu Ai-young was impressed by the scenery. They were standing before a massive cliff streaked with volcanic veins, but instead of ordinary lava, this one was blue. She remarked that this was definitely a different kind of dungeon, and asked if all double dungeons were like that. Tae-hyun replied that the Apocalypto, which he had once explored, also had similar characteristics. Yu Ai-young wanted to know how they were supposed to descend, but Tae-hyun warned her not to get too close to the edge, as there could be monsters or traps. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Yu Ai-young was already being pulled. Kim Tae-hyun said he had already expected this to happen, so he drew his dagger, ready to strike back. However, when he saw the scene before him, he was a little impressed. The creature that had pulled Yu Ai-young was already dead, part of its face shattered. Yu Ai-young had prepared her fist and eliminated the enemy with a single blow. She then commented that all they needed to do was simply throw themselves down the cliff. Tae-hyun hesitated, wondering if she had really killed that creature with just one punch. Even so, she leapt off the cliff, where many more creatures were waiting. Without hesitation, she charged forward, destroying them all with a single strike, then advancing against the next ones, wiping out everything in her path. Tae-hyun, astonished, realized that she was destroying rank A monsters with extreme ease, and questioned why she had been hiding such power. He already knew that Yu Ai-young was one of the strongest rank S players, but this exceeded any expectation. Now it made sense why only the two of them had been sent on this mission. Realizing it was his turn to act, Tae-hyun threw himself into the fight. After a long fall and a sequence of intense battles, Yu Ai-young remarked that they had finally cleared that part. She asked how deep that place was. Tae-hyun reflected that, despite the presence of many strong monsters, none of them had posed any real threat to Yu Ai-young, who had wiped them out effortlessly. Still, he could not understand how this same double dungeon had once driven the Nightwalker Guild to the brink of extinction in his past life. Soon after, Yu Ai-young handed him a powerful ring, saying it was for him. The ring radiated a visible aura, and Tae-hyun recognized it immediately. It was the Warrior's Ring, an item with the ability to rapidly increase the user's strength and vitality. He thought that this was more than enough to compensate for the points he had lost due to the berserk effect of the gluttony skill. Yu Ai-young commented that her guild was also benefiting from letting him clear this dungeon, so it wasn't even a big gift. Still, she asked if he wasn't grateful, adding that the guild could offer much more than that. Tae-hyun, as direct as ever, only asked why she had taken so long to give him the item, saying that defeating all those monsters would have been much easier if he had had the ring from the start. Yu Ai-young complained that he was insensitive, to which Tae-hyun replied that he wasn't insensitive, only practical. He then approached another cliff and stated that from this point on, they would have to be very careful. It was possible they had finally found the final boss of this double dungeon. Yu Aiyong, surprised, asked if the final boss was an egg. Neither of them knew the creature's name, type, or rank. Taeyun examined it closely and concluded that there was no way to tell what monster it was just by its appearance, but it was clear this was the dungeon's master. He was about to suggest caution and gathering more information when he realized Yu Aiyong had disappeared. Desperate, Taeyun muttered that she couldn't possibly be doing that, but that was exactly what she was doing. She had already run toward the egg and struck it with a punch, so powerful it caused a massive impact. Taehyun, incredulous, asked if she was okay, to which Yu Aiyong, smiling, replied by asking if he shouldn't be worried about the big guy over there, pointing at the shattered egg. The egg was completely destroyed and, surprisingly, had not put up much resistance. Yu Aiyong remarked that, judging by this, the monster couldn't have been rank S, since she had defeated it with a single blow and without even using her full strength. Then she asked if she had done a good job, but Taeyun quickly realized it wasn't over. A bright light began to shine from the shattered egg, illuminating the entire cavern and blinding them both. A voice echoed from within the light, declaring that it hadn't expected mere humans to invade its temple, calling them interesting visitors. It went on to proclaim that, with the pathetic power humans carried, they would be burned by its blue flames. The true final boss of the double dungeon revealed itself, an S-rank phoenix. Both of them were in shock. The phoenix was considered a legendary creature, with absurd regenerative abilities and immense magical resistance. At first glance, it seemed impossible to defeat. Taeyun wondered if this had been the true enemy all along, and whether it was even an ordinary phoenix, since its flames were blue, an extremely rare trait. The creature shone even more intensely, and Taehyun immediately sensed the danger. He tried to warn Yu Aiyong, realizing that this phoenix was capable of mind control. However, it was too late. Already under the phoenix's control, Yu Aiyong attempted to strike Taehyun with a devastating punch. Still dodging Yu Aiyong's attacks, Kim Taehyun wondered how someone so experienced could be controlled so easily. While evading the blows, he summoned the King of Knights, who used his gravity powers to pin Yu Aiyong to the ground. He hoped she would regain her senses, but even immobilized, she managed to rise and gather energy to unleash a powerful attack against him. Meanwhile, the phoenix watched with disdain, amused by their despair and mocking the weakness of humans. After Yu Aiyong's strike, a dense smoke filled the area. Slowly, she approached, but then realized her foot had been caught by a chain. More chains appeared, binding her entire body. This time, she could not break free. In that moment, Taehyun understood why the Nightwalker Guild had been completely destroyed in his previous life. He looked at Yu Aiyong, now restrained, and warned that this was going to hurt a little. He apologized in advance and then delivered a powerful blow to her. The impact made her cough up a large amount of blood before falling unconscious. He knew that the chains and paralysis effect would not last forever, so he prayed that she would regain consciousness as soon as she woke up again. Now, Taehyun would have to face the phoenix alone, no matter the cost. The phoenix, laughing, asked if he had enjoyed the entertainment. Taehyun, offended, questioned how that blue chicken dared to mock him, and declared that she would soon become fried chicken. Then, with Yu Aiyong tied to his back, he ran across the cavern, dodging the creature's attacks. Intrigued, the phoenix asked why he still hadn't revealed his true power. When he evaded yet another strike, she showed a hint of surprise. Taehyun finally counterattacked with a precise slash, striking the phoenix's wing. She remarked that the blow had been small, but beautiful. However, the wing regenerated instantly. In an arrogant tone, the creature proclaimed that she was fire incarnate, and that no matter how many times she was cut down, she would always be reborn stronger. She declared that no human could ever defeat her. Then, concentrating even more energy, she grew in size and unleashed a flaming beam-like attack, scorching the entire battlefield. The only untouched spot was where Taehyun had narrowly dodged in time. He was impressed by the phoenix's regeneration, and realized her size had increased drastically. This was no ordinary phoenix. He understood that this was a grand phoenix, a mutated creature classified as Splus, a special category of monstrously powerful beings. Just like players, monsters also had rank variations, and the grand ones always indicated a threat beyond the norm. Taehyun thought that if this truly was a grand phoenix, he had no chance of winning with his current abilities. The only option that might work was gluttony, but he had already lost control once when activating it, entering berserk mode. That would have to be his last resort. While still considering his options, Yu Aiyong awoke with a scream. Confused, she asked why she was chained, why her body hurt, and why the phoenix had grown so much larger. Taehyun told her to stop asking questions, but she insisted that he release her. He hesitated, saying he couldn't trust her after she had been controlled so easily. Yu Aiyong assured him she had let her guard down, but it wouldn't happen again. Surprised, she asked if she had truly been controlled, and Taehyun confirmed that she didn't even remember what she had done. While they spoke, another attack came. A massive explosion erupted from the cavern ceiling, and the Grand Phoenix declared that they could never act freely in her presence. However, she was surprised to see both had prepared a counterattack. With daggers and fists ready, they charged at the creature together, managing to destroy her first form. Taehyun warned Yoo Ah-young not to be controlled again, and she firmly replied that he didn't need to worry this time. She would resist. When the Phoenix regenerated, she looked at them with contempt, asking how such pathetic beings still dared to face her. She asked if they hadn't yet learned that ordinary attacks were useless. At that moment, Kim Taehyun took the lead, activating the Sovereign's Heart, a skill that amplified the effects of his abilities as well as Yoo Ah-young's. But Yoo Ah-young declared that this time, she would lead. With determination, she drew her spear and channeled her power. In a single movement, she sliced the Phoenix in half, with such speed that even the creature herself didn't understand what had happened. Taehyun was so astonished that he couldn't even speak. Yoo Ah-young then used Amazon's Zeal, an S-rank ability, and entered Berserk mode. It was explained that any skill could be pushed into Berserker state if the user reversed the flow of mana. This technique grants immense power, but comes with severe risks, often causing permanent damage to the body. That's why most players avoid it. However, those capable of controlling this explosive state can unleash brutal power for a short time. Yoo Ah-young's power was so overwhelming that the Phoenix began to retreat, unable to withstand the pressure. Abandoning her spear, she fought bare-handed, using only her fists to finish the creature. She unleashed so many consecutive blows that the Phoenix's body was torn apart into countless pieces, preventing regeneration. After a long battle, Yoo Ah-young, exhausted, collapsed unconscious. With only a fragment of the creature left, the Phoenix, nearly destroyed, still had the strength to curse them, demanding how mere humans dared to defy her that way. She swore she would kill Yoo Ah-young for this, but before she could act, chains summoned by Taehyun bound her completely. He observed the scene and admitted, half surprised, that he truly hadn't expected Yoo Ah-young's destructive power to neutralize the Phoenix's regeneration. He even confessed that it hurt his pride a little as a player. Still, he said that now it was his turn to deliver the finishing blow. Outside the dungeon, the Nightwalker members were still waiting anxiously. It had been a long time since the two had entered, but they reassured themselves that since both were S-rank players, they could handle everything. Even so, one warned that if their leader lost control, things could get complicated. Then, Taehyun emerged from the portal, carrying an unconscious Yoo Ah-young in his arms. The guild members asked if she was badly hurt, but when they noticed Taehyun's condition, they fell into complete silence. He simply informed them that the dungeon, the Fire Temple, had officially been cleared. The news spread quickly, but along with it came rumors of a romance between Taehyun and Yoo Ah-young. When Yoo Ah-young read the headline, she trembled with rage. She demanded to know how such information had gone public, since the mission in that dungeon hadn't even been officially announced. Suspicious, she confronted her three subordinates. One admitted that it had been hard to keep the secret. Another said he had only told a few close friends. The third swore he had been completely loyal. With a threatening grin, Yoo Ah-young declared she would kill them all later. Later, the association president entered suddenly, worried after hearing she had activated her Berserk mode. He asked if she was all right, but froze at the sight before him. One subordinate had his head stuck in the ceiling, another was on the floor, and the third had simply been beaten senseless. Seeing this, the president concluded that she seemed just fine. After that, he accompanied her on a walk through the hospital while she recovered. During the stroll, she commented that she was fine, since she had trained for years to control Berserk mode, and using it for 1 or 2 minutes would not cause major side effects. The president then took the opportunity to ask what she thought of Kim Taehyun, since she had been observing him for quite some time. She replied that, in the end, he was the one who faced the Phoenix alone after she fell unconscious, and he was also the one who delivered the final blow. For that reason, her answer was obvious. She also remarked that, although only 2 days had passed since the cleansing of the Fire Temple, Taehyun had already headed straight into the deeper levels of the abyss. The president was astonished to hear that he had already entered the abyss, acknowledging that Taehyun was becoming absurdly strong, which was excellent news for New Korea. However, Yoo Ah-young revealed that she still carried a great doubt. She said that all players wanted to become stronger, but normal people usually took breaks after reaching certain milestones. Taehyun, on the other hand, showed no signs of stopping. Even after such a difficult battle, he had already returned to training, as if he couldn't afford to waste time. She then silently wondered why Kim Taehyun wanted so desperately to become stronger. The president commented that perhaps he knew the answer to the unspoken question. For him, the most obvious explanation was patriotism. In an era where monsters continued to appear and the malevolent were constantly expanding, strength was needed to ensure that New Korea would prosper despite so many hardships. According to him, Kim Taehyun sought to become the strongest, precisely so he could build this new nation. However, Yoo Ah-young disagreed. She did not believe that was his true motivation. Meanwhile, at the heart of the abyss, there was a throne room covered with traces of a massacre. Many corpses lay fallen before their equipment, showing that several had attempted to defeat the creature now sitting there. Before him, a man knelt and kissed his hand. The figure on the throne declared that they were now bound by a blood pact. This being was Eidman, a vampire lord and also Archduke of the Abyss. The other man thanked him, calling him the Lord of Blood. IGMUN asked how it felt to have so much power flowing through his body. The man removed his hood, revealing himself to be Zhang Lipeng, a national-level player from China. He stated that there were already others as strong as him, but now, with this new power, he could surpass them. In Sector 22 of the Abyss, a gate opened. Kim Tae-hyun stepped through and remarked to himself that it was the first time, in this life, he had set foot in the Abyss. A man approached to greet him. He introduced himself as Paul Becker, manager of Sector 22, an A-rank player affiliated with the World Players Association. Paul confirmed in the records that this was indeed Tae-hyun's first visit to the Abyss, and explained that he could hire mercenaries, other players, to assist him in his incursion. Paul began to explain that each sector of the Abyss was controlled by the association, and there was a safe zone equipped like a camp. However, the depths of the Abyss were extremely dangerous, as monsters could ambush even inside protected areas. Even S-rank players like Tae-hyun might need support, but Tae-hyun refused any help. He said he needed no one at his side. At that moment, a massive worm emerged from the ground, ready to strike him. Paul, alarmed, tried to warn him, but in the next second, the creature was already dead. Tae-hyun reaffirmed that he was there only for a quick workout. After defeating many monsters, Tae-hyun recognized that he had advanced quite far, even on his own. This was possible because he had consumed the Grand Phoenix from the Fire Temple, which granted him the 200 mana points necessary to activate the ability dealing with the demon. However, something felt strange. Instead of summoning multiple monsters like Ophid Oro had done, this ability only opened a portal. It was a single-use technique with a limited number of charges, as described in its effect. He wondered whether this could affect his gluttony skill, or if it was some kind of interference from it. For Tae-hyun, it would be more efficient to face a single powerful monster than dozens of weak creatures. With that in mind, he crushed a magic amplification stone, temporarily boosting his mana. Immediately, a dark, power-filled portal emerged before him. This portal led to the depths of the Abyss, activated by the dealing with the demon ability, and he decided to step inside, curious to discover how powerful the monster awaiting him would be. As soon as he crossed the portal, Tae-hyun found himself before a massive castle. Still within the Abyss, the structure was refined and imposing, unlike anything he had ever seen in his past life. Using another amplification stone, he further intensified his energy, but he still wondered exactly where he had ended up. At that moment, creatures appeared behind him. He almost reacted too late, and part of the staircase was destroyed by a strike. Despite that, he managed to defend himself and remained unharmed. The creatures, surprised by his resilience, realized that a dangerous intruder had invaded the castle. They were S-rank succubi, and upon identifying Tae-hyun as human, they were intrigued by his presence. Tae-hyun wondered why succubi were in this place, since they were usually monsters that used mental attacks, illusions, mind control, and even brainwashing to drain men's life energy. Normally, succubi were only B-rank, which made the situation even stranger. He thought that perhaps he would need to make a contract with them, but to do that, he would first have to subdue them. He tried to attack quickly, but the succubi dodged with agility and mocked his enthusiasm. One of them commented that she loved when victims showed such vigor. Tae-hyun then had to react to a devastating attack, manifested in the shape of an incredibly powerful heart. The succubi mocked Kim Tae-hyun, saying he was just an ordinary human and that he could not resist their charm. However, before they finished speaking, one of them was struck by a direct blow to the face. The other succubi were completely shocked by his strength. Then, Tae-hyun activated the zeal of the Death Knight King and ordered them all to kneel. Instantly, the three were slammed against the staircase as if they were mere lumps of clay, unable to rise under the gravitational force of that skill. Even while pinned down, the succubi asked how a mere human had resisted their charm magic. Tae-hyun explained that he would never be attracted to monsters, and that what protected him from that kind of influence was the power of gluttony. He then asked if they could form a contract. It was then explained that, to establish a pact with a monster, the player had to meet one of two conditions: offer something the monster desired in exchange, or force it to accept the contract. Tae-hyun reflected that, now that he possessed enough power to defeat S-rank creatures, perhaps he could force this pact. However, the system informed him that those succubi were not valid for contracts. Intrigued, he wondered why, until other succubi appeared and said that he was not an ordinary human. One of them, who seemed to be a commander, declared that Tae-hyun would make an excellent gift for her queen. Inside the castle, beyond a tunnel filled with flowers and men trapped by enchanted vines and chains, a maid informed Her Majesty that a human had infiltrated. The succubus queen, named Rosaria, merely remarked that it was about time, and that she would finally have something to amuse herself with. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the castle. Explosions shattered windows, doors, and walls everywhere. Taehyun was being chased by the succubi, who shouted that they needed to capture that coward. He ran toward the queen's chamber, realizing he had gotten himself into a trap. With the ever-growing number of succubi, he wondered why so many had gathered there. The succubi tried to capture him with their legs, but Taehyun dodged skillfully and once again used the zeal of the Death Knight King. The enemies were thrown back, even tearing a hole in the castle ceiling. After the attack, he realized that none of those succubi were available for contracts. The only possibility was that they were already subordinate to a greater entity, perhaps the one they called Queen. The maid approached him, calling him an intruder, but asked him to enter the chamber, for Her Majesty awaited. Taehyun stepped into the dark and oppressive room. Tentacles, vines, and bound men decorated the space. At the center, upon a bed, was the succubus queen. She welcomed him and introduced herself as Rosaria, the mother of all succubi. The system confirmed that it was possible to form a pact with her, and Taehyun quickly realized his theory was correct. He asked if her name was truly Rosaria, and she confirmed. Taehyun was surprised that she spoke the human tongue, but Rosaria explained there was no reason for surprise, since he also understood her language despite being human. The principle was the same. Taehyun found it curious how polite and articulate she was for a monster. Rosaria then wanted to know why he had come to her castle. She suggested it was perhaps to rescue someone, or to satisfy his lust. He denied both hypotheses, and said that he wanted to form a summoning pact with her. At this, Rosaria burst into loud, mocking laughter, calling him a bold human. She said he was only deluding himself, for it made no sense that a toy like him would use a serious term like pact. Already expecting a hostile reaction, Taehyun did not flinch. Knowing she would attack, he once again used the power of the Death Knight King, and decided he would have to convince her by force. He dodged countless tentacles and vines hurled at him, slicing through them with his rival dagger. Using one of the tentacles as leverage, he activated his stone skin and prepared to strike directly. However, at that moment, all his abilities were neutralized. Taehyun could not understand what had happened. Rosaria, with superiority, remarked that he was truly pathetic. With a mere snap of her fingers, she made the entire room disappear. With no ground beneath him, Taehyun plummeted directly into a vast abyss. Kim Taehyun fell in freefall, wondering what was happening. None of his abilities were working. Looking down, he saw a city and thought he had been teleported there. However, he soon realized it made no sense. The city vanished, and he fell straight into the open sea, in the middle of the ocean. At that moment, Rosaria appeared in his mind, still laughing, and explained that everything was just an illusion that had begun the instant he stepped into her chamber. In reality, Taehyun was already completely bound by the succubus queen's vines, immobilized on her bed, without realizing it. Inside his mind, Taehyun remained trapped within the illusion. He felt himself sinking slowly into the ocean, and knew he needed to break free from the mental distortion. But before he could, his consciousness was taken elsewhere. Now, he was seated in the back seat of a car, reliving a childhood moment. In the scene, his younger self spoke excitedly that high-ranking people earned a lot of money. That was why he wanted to become a powerful awakened, make a fortune, and help his parents. His mother, lovingly, replied that it wasn't necessary. She would be perfectly happy if he simply grew up healthy and smiling. Taehyun had thought that idea silly at the time, but now he remembered with tenderness how his parents had always placed happiness above all else. He looked at that memory with a sincere smile. However, the scene abruptly shifted to something tragic, an accident. Everything was in flames. He saw his parents' bodies being carried away, lifeless, while he, still a child, watched without understanding what was happening. He was the only one who survived. In the present, Taehyun recognized the couple who had taken him in afterward, his uncle and aunt. Right after that memory, he heard someone mocking him, calling him a useless brat who hadn't even awakened yet. Painful memories of being humiliated and beaten resurfaced. He relived the worst moments of his past life. He remembered the time when he was part of a group of players who treated him as nothing more than a backpack carrier. He was constantly despised, weak, unlucky, and used by everyone around him. The worst memory was when his aunt asked why he kept coming back, even so battered. Still, he chose to leave and go on alone. Taehyun thought, with regret, that back then he had looked down on those who had helped him for so long. His parents had always wished for his happiness, but in that cruel world, happiness only came with power. Then the system detected the hypnosis caused by the succubus queen. An unknown power within him tried to resist the spell but failed. He could not access any abilities except one, gluttony. The only remaining option was to devour all his negative memories. Thus, he began consuming them one by one, from bullying to loneliness, pain, and regret. As he did, one specific memory surfaced, a vision of the abyss, where everyone around had been completely annihilated. Rosaria, watching from outside, was fascinated. She had not expected him to have survived such an encounter. She revealed that, in that memory, he had faced Asmodeus, a powerful entity. She remarked that there was something strange about Taeyun's memories. In his mind, he seemed older than he was now. Moreover, there were two distinct strands of memories, two different paths with completely different endings, coexisting within him. Rosaria was determined to uncover the kind of secret Kim Taehyun was hiding. She forced her way into his memory, breaking through the image that protected its contents. However, when the illusion was shattered, Rosaria's smile instantly disappeared. She was faced with an imposing presence, the great deity who had previously saved Taeyun. Shocked, Rosaria wondered if that figure before her was truly the king. At that moment, the illusion she had created was completely undone by the power of gluttony. The shock was so great that Rosaria momentarily lost her powers and fell to her knees, sweating nervously. When she returned to reality, she realized that Taehyun was no longer under her control. Freed from the illusion, Taehyun reprimanded Rosaria for invading another's memory, saying that such behavior was unworthy of a queen. He then stated that he would make just one more proposal, that she form a pact with him. Surprised by Taehyun's resistance, Rosaria admitted she had not expected him to break free. Even so, she questioned whether he truly believed that a mere toy like him could hurt her. Taehyun replied that there was only one way to find out. With a provocative air, Rosaria wrapped her body around his and, accepting the pact, bit into Taehyun's neck. The pain was excruciating. The system then announced that the requirements for the pact had been fulfilled. Taehyun's ability, dealing with the devil, evolved into the Queen's Man. He also awakened a new ability. Hypnosis and his charm attribute increased significantly. Moments later, Taehyun collapsed unconscious, and Rosaria, in a soft tone, wished him a good rest, referring to him as the man who had been returned by the king. Later, Taehyun was taken to another location and awoke beside Paul, who was visibly relieved to see him safe. Paul explained that he had found him unconscious while returning from a patrol and had brought him back to the player zone. Not understanding how he had ended up there, Taehyun suspected that Rosaria had sent him. Upon checking his new abilities, Taehyun confirmed that he now possessed the Queen's Man, which allowed him to summon Rosaria, in addition to full rank B hypnosis. His charm attribute was now 130. He concluded that all of it had been real, and not just a dream. He had managed to acquire two abilities and, in a sense, dominate Rosaria. He thought that both summoning and hypnosis would be extremely useful in the Asian games. Even so, Taehyun felt that he had not completely subdued Rosaria and could not understand why she had changed her mind. He then recalled her last words, "Sleep well, you who have been returned by the king." He wondered if she had seen his memories and discovered something about the king. Paul continued asking what had happened, but Taehyun, thanking him for his concern, said that he was fine and that he had already achieved what he was looking for. He decided it was time to return home. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yu Ayoung was finally discharged. She was congratulated by Young Han-soo, who was accompanied by two subordinates, and he asked how she was feeling. Yu Ayoung replied that she was better and had even already taken part in a few fights. Young Han-soo then brought important news. Taehyun had returned from the depths of the abyss. Yu Ayoung was surprised at how quickly he had made it back, but commented that it must have been an extremely difficult experience. After all, that area was known as a graveyard for S-rank players. But that was not the only news. The real problem was the person Taehyun would meet after his return. Jung Han-soo revealed that it was Kwon Kang-yuk, leader of the Unbreakables Guild, one of the four largest in the country. At the meeting, the first thing Kwon Kang-yuk did was confirm if the man before him was truly Taehyun, because he wanted to fight him. He was known as Korea's greatest tank, leader of the battle guild Unbreakables, an S-rank player surrounded by impressive rumors. The most famous story claimed that he had once defeated hundreds of monsters alone. Furthermore, he was also feared for his direct method of recruiting new members to the guild. He forced them to fight him, often beating them mercilessly. As he prepared to begin this introduction, a woman suddenly appeared and slapped him, saying he wasn't going anywhere. Kwon asked something, and Kim Hyeon replied that HR would not be pleased with his behavior. She was a rank B player and also Kwon's personal secretary. With a serious tone, she warned him that he knew very well if he caused another mess like that, he could be banned from the abyss. She then introduced herself formally to Taehyun, saying she was Kwon's secretary. She admitted that the guild's methods might seem inhumane, but they were there to officially invite Taehyun. Kwon, confused, asked what she meant by inhumane. Kim Hyeon then explained that if Taehyun was interested in joining the guild, he would not need to go through that ridiculous duel. Taehyun asked if, should he refuse the invitation, he wouldn't be forced to join. Kim replied that, as far as she knew, no one would force him, but she assured him that there would be mutual benefits if he accepted. She added that she had heard he planned to take part in the Asian exhibition games, and among the 4 major guilds, the Unbreakables were the most specialized in exploring the abyss. With them, he would have the opportunity to clear numerous dungeons and receive solid support to go deeper and deeper into the abyss. If he accepted joining the Unbreakables, she promised they could reward him with more than any achievement he could obtain in the games. Kwon, irritated, interrupted and said that was enough. He remarked that if words were enough, Taehyun would have already accepted the invitation. However, to everyone's surprise, Taehyun replied that he had changed his mind. Kim smiled, saying she had expected as much, and Kwon asked if he really intended to join the Unbreakables. But Taehyun clarified that he did not intend to join. What he wanted was to fight Kwon. Whoever won could demand anything from the other. Kwon laughed and called him a cheeky little brat. Later, at the official stadium of the Unbreakables Guild, Taehyun was surrounded by the media, who were desperately trying to interview him. He hated attention and thought that he wanted to beat everyone up right there. In the middle of the crowd of reporters, he saw a hand reaching toward him. It was Kim Gi-ja, the reporter he had met before. She asked for an interview. When she extended her arm, Taehyun pulled her closer and remarked that it had been a while since they last met. He mentioned that they had first met during the player exam, and she confirmed it, asking if he still remembered her. The media around them went wild upon seeing them together, and began wondering if Kim Gi-ja truly knew Taehyun. Kim Gi-ja was moved to realize that he really did remember her. Taehyun then announced to everyone that he would only answer questions from that reporter. Since the duel was about to begin, there was no time to waste, so he left her behind, even as the crowd tried to block his way. Soon after, Taehyun headed to the arena where the fight would take place. A space had been cleared to prevent damage to the structure. Kwon mocked him, saying he thought Taehyun had gotten scared. Taehyun replied in the same tone, saying he thought the same about him. Now that they were there, it was time to start. The event announcer declared that the moment had finally come. The winner of the duel would have the right to force the loser to do whatever they wished. With that, yet another of the so-called humanitarian recruitments of the guild began. Taehyun's first move was to activate the zeal of the Death Knight King, an ability that put immense pressure on Kwon's body. However, he didn't fall. Taehyun believed that power was enough to defeat any creature in Hanyar, and even considering Kwon strong, he thought he wouldn't withstand it. But the truth was different. Kwon endured it with a smile and said it wasn't enough. In a movement as fast as a blink, Kwon appeared behind Taehyun before he could even react. The blow that followed was a punch, with the strength of a bear. Even so, Taehyun managed to defend himself with his chains and stone skin. Kwon, however, didn't give him a moment to breathe. He said Taehyun's tricks were interesting, but not enough. With the headbutt of a bull, Kwon shattered the chains as if they were fragile. Taehyun was impressed. Next, Kwon prepared a kick, with the strength of an elephant's trunk, crushing Taehyun with a mighty stomp. Even after such a brutal attack, Kwon stood firm, not even short of breath. But when the smoke of destruction cleared, he saw that Taehyun was still standing. Surprised, he commented that his endurance was impressive, but he wanted to know how Taehyun truly planned to win the fight. Taehyun thought he'd like to ask the same thing. He remarked that if Kwon had no more beasts hidden up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to win. Kwon mocked his confidence, saying he was getting too full of himself for someone who had already been beaten, and declared he would finish him with all his power. Then Kwon invoked his dinosaur form, driving the audience into a frenzy. That was his final form, and everyone said that although Taehyun was a rising star, he was nothing compared to the master of the Unbreakables Guild. Among the spectators, Yoo Ah-young was calmly eating popcorn. Her deputy asked how she could be so relaxed, since if Taehyun lost, he would have to join the Unbreakables. Yoo Ah-young agreed that it was true but didn't seem worried. The deputy insisted that they should have stopped the duel. Kwon's ability was known as the Blessing of Beasts. It allowed him to borrow the strength of various wild animals, making him extremely powerful in close combat. Even someone as strong as Kim Taehyun would stand no chance in direct confrontation. Despite that, Yoo Ah-young asked her deputy not to worry so much. She had known Taehyun long enough to know that he always kept an ace up his sleeve. While being attacked, Taehyun kept a slight smile on his face. Yoo Ah-young remained relaxed, eating her popcorn, but the deputy and the rest of the audience didn't understand what was happening, not even the announcer. Suddenly, Kwon fell to his knees in the middle of the arena, not understanding what had just happened. Taehyun lightly asked if that meant he had won. While the duel was still underway, Kim Hyeon, the secretary, explained to the HR department that Taehyun had accepted the duel of his own free will. He had not been forced. As silence took over the arena after Kwan's fall, everyone was in shock. Many refused to believe the master of the Unbreakables Guild had lost. They said it was impossible, since he had cleared countless dungeons and had never been defeated. Some accused Taehyun of cheating and demanded a rematch, claiming the fight didn't count. Taehyun only sighed, glancing briefly at Kwan, and reflected that he had expected a tough fight, but he hadn't imagined Kwan would be that powerful in close combat. No wonder he was called the greatest tank in New Korea's history. He thought it had been a wise decision to gain Rosaria's hypnosis ability. During the fight, at the exact moment of the attack, Taehyun had simply smiled and said the word, "kneel." And, before everyone's eyes, Kwan had obeyed. Kwan was furious. Clenching his teeth in anger, he asked himself if he had really lost, if that had been mind control. He ordered everyone to shut up, and the arena fell completely silent, subdued by his threatening presence. He admitted that he didn't know exactly what ability that kid had used, but acknowledged that he had lost fairly. He declared that Taehyun was the winner, and ordered every member of the Unbreakables to accept the defeat without objections. Otherwise, he would settle it himself with his fists. The vice leader of Nightwalker was stunned, asking if Kwan had truly lost. Yu Ayoung observed everything with a single thought. Kwan was truly angry about being defeated by Taehyun. But more than that, she couldn't believe he had managed to make Kwan kneel. That made it clear that Taehyun had another hidden ability. She thought that boy never stopped surprising her. She began devouring her popcorn compulsively, almost like a psychopath, and let out a strange chuckle. The vice asked why she had that weird look on her face. Right after, Kwan ran up to Taehyun and stopped right in front of him, looking straight into his eyes. Taehyun said it had been a good fight. Still outraged, Kwan asked if he had planned to win that way from the very beginning, and Taehyun replied that, in a way, yes. Kwan called him a brat, but even so, he shook his hand and said a promise was a promise. He asked what Taehyun wanted in return for the victory. Money? A rare item? Taehyun said that would be nice, but he didn't want anything material. When Kwan asked what he wanted, Taehyun answered, the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Just hearing that made Kwan tense. Taehyun declared that he wanted to take part in clearing that dungeon. Later, at the New Korea Association, the president was talking with Taewook about the matter. He explained that the Minotaur's Labyrinth was a dungeon located right at the beginning of the abyss, but despite that, it was extremely difficult to find and filled with traps. To get through it, they needed someone with precise locating abilities. Even though it was considered a beginner dungeon, many S-rank players had suffered terrible defeats inside it. The president commented that, currently, only the Unbreakable Guild had the right to challenge that dungeon, which is why they always did it in secret. Taewook then asked how Taehyun knew about this and if he would really be fine. The president replied that in the abyss, one could never predict what might happen. There would always be risks, but in the end, all they could do was trust that boy. He concluded by saying that if he were younger, he would definitely want to go along. The president thought that, more than the dungeon's difficulty, what really worried him were the people who would enter it. In silence, he hoped his paranoias were wrong. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an emergency call. The woman on the other end apologized for the intrusion, but said it was urgent. The association had received an official letter from the Japanese Players Association. The president, apprehensive, asked if it was about the Eastern Point, but she denied it. The message was different. The Japanese saint had sent an invitation to meet Kim Taehyun. The news left the president quite impressed. Days later, everyone was gathered in the portal control room of the association. The Unbreakable Guild organized its battalions and platoons for the challenge. With Taehyun included, there would be a total of 100 players entering the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The headcount was carefully done, and once everything was confirmed, Kwan stayed silent for a moment, before saying that it was great they would finally get to beat up lots of monsters. Already inside the labyrinth, a true war spread between the players and the creatures. Taehyun stood out with ease, destroying monsters as if they were made of paper, slicing heads, horns, and limbs with precision. Carrying the head of a minotaur, Kwan remarked that Taehyun wasn't half bad. He asked if Taehyun was enjoying the weapon he had received, and Taehyun replied that it was good, especially since his previous one already needed repairs. Kwan explained that it was a special weapon he had reserved in case Taehyun accepted joining the guild. It was the Atron dagger, of rare grade. Since Taehyun was joining the guild, even temporarily, he considered it a fitting reward. Taehyun thanked him sincerely but asked if the dungeon clearing would really work. He pointed out that the Minotaur's Labyrinth hadn't been cleared in over 30 years. Kim Hyeon, the secretary, reassured them, saying that all participants were veteran players or at least rank B and above. None of them would have trouble handling the monsters. Besides, they were using the Vice Guild leader's special ability to detect and disarm traps. She also revealed that they had found a clue that could help them advance deeper. Taehyun wanted to know what clue it was, and Kwan explained that they had discovered the body of a creature from the depths of the abyss, a massive minotaur, covered in tattoos tattoos and symbols tied to the labyrinth. When they touched the body, it crumbled to dust, leaving behind only a horn. Taeyun concluded that it might be a key. Kwon confirmed, saying that the horn pointed the way to the heart of the labyrinth. With that, the group pressed forward. After defeating more creatures, they followed the vice leader, who guided them with his detection ability. They passed through narrow staircases, tight tunnels, and difficult passages until they finally reached a large chamber. The unbreakable vice leader announced that they had reached the end of the labyrinth. At the center of the chamber stood a massive statue of a minotaur with 1.5 horns, just like the creature they had seen before. Kwon found it strange that there was no boss, and asked where the dungeon's master could be. The vice leader observed the statue and suggested that maybe they needed to place the horn in the missing spot. Kwon thought it made sense and asked Kim Hyun, who was carrying it in a wheelbarrow, for the horn. Taeyun watched everything in silence. He thought that, from that point on, he no longer had any memory of his past life to guide him. He knew they used the horn, but had no idea what happened afterward. With all his strength, Kwon leapt and fit the horn into the statue. The anticipation was enormous. Everyone wondered if they would truly be the first to complete that dungeon. Kwon braced himself for the battle, and shouted that he was ready to face the dungeon's master. But the next moment, everything went quiet. Suddenly, the horn exploded in a flash, and the entire room transformed. The statue vanished, revealing a gigantic corpse. Most were frozen in shock at the sight. The vice leader just stared, expressionless. Then something strange happened. Some players were mysteriously transported to completely different places. Some ended up in a snowy field, others dragged into a river, some appeared before a volcano. Taeyun found himself in a forest, and muttered to himself that he already knew this could happen. Meanwhile, Shadow, completely calm, was reading his book. He had just received the news that Kim Tae-hyun had entered the Minotaur's labyrinth. His subordinate apologized for not warning him sooner, and asked what they should do now. Was it already time to act and set up an operation to pull him out? Shadow explained that the situation was actually very serious. There were 5 S-rank malevolent players infiltrated within the group, along with other A-rank infiltrators. In total, 20 disguised players. Even though Kwon and Tae-hyun were extremely strong, they couldn't possibly handle all of that on their own. They would have to face not only the infiltrators but also the labyrinth itself, which made the situation even more dangerous. Shadow remarked that, to him, it almost sounded like an exciting story. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was with the group, a group likely full of infiltrators. The girl at the front began introducing herself, asking everyone to say their names. She introduced herself as Miranda, rank B, but Tae-hyun already knew it was a lie. Without hesitation, he kicked her straight in the face, because he knew her real name was Milena, an S-rank player and a known malevolent. One of the members, Park Sung-hoo, a B-rank from the Unbreakable Guild, observed everything and reflected. He wondered who Kim Tae-hyun really was, perhaps a hero like the guild leader Gon, or someone who preferred to stay in the background. But now he realized it was the complete opposite of what he imagined. To him, Tae-hyun was someone worthy of deep respect. After the attack, Milena fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The group remained in stunned silence, staring at the scene. Park Sung-hoo asked the reason for such aggression, and Tae-hyun calmly explained that she was an infiltrator. Even so, Sung-hoo didn't believe him. He loaded his weapon with mana ammunition and accused Tae-hyun of being the real traitor. Tae-hyun, unfazed, admitted that it was indeed horrible, but he wasn't an infiltrator. Sung-hoo, still confused, thought about all he had experienced alongside the supposed Miranda. They had been through so much together, how could she possibly be an enemy? Driven by doubt, Sung-hoo tried to protect Miranda, saying he would stand by her. But he was taken by surprise when she revealed her true identity as Milena. She stood up and punched him in the face, sneering as she asked how he dared to touch her. Right after, the other malevolents also revealed themselves. Tae-hyun, already prepared, said this was expected. When 2 malevolents charged at him, they realized too late that he had vanished from sight. He appeared behind them, commenting that although he hadn't expected to find 3 enemies at once, they all seemed weak. Annoyed, Milena shed her disguise and fixed her hair. She remarked that it was strange how no one in the Unbreakable Guild had suspected her or the other infiltrators. She demanded to know how Tae-hyun had discovered everything. He replied that she didn't need to worry about that, the flaw wasn't hers, but rather the result of his own ability to notice details. He then stated boldly that he came from the future. Infuriated by the provocation, Milena mentioned that she knew about his connection with Yu Young, accusing him of being a spy for the Nightwalker Guild. Immediately after, she revealed her claws, declaring it didn't matter because he would die right there. She managed to scratch Tae-hyun's stone skin, while one malevolent attacked from behind and another tried to corner him. Even surrounded, Tae-hyun dodged with ease. He then used his chains to seize the necks of the 2 enemies, pulling them in violently. When Milena lunged again with her claws, claws, he blocked the strike with the dagger he had received from Gon. Melina was shocked. She knew her claws caused paralysis, vomiting, and hallucinations at the mere touch of any player's skin, even high-level ones. She was certain she had landed a hit during the attack, and yet, Taehyun still stood firm. He explained that apparently, poisons didn't work on him. Then, he activated the Zeal of the Death Knight King, a powerful ability that unleashed a massive explosion across that section of the forest. Later, with the battle over, Park Sung-hoo approached and found Melina bound by Taehyun's chains. He demanded that she be released, threatening to tear off each of Taehyun's limbs if he didn't obey. However, Taehyun grabbed Melina by the hair and apologized, saying he had no time for explanations and needed the truth. He then used Rosaria's hypnosis, a technique to extract information, and asked how many infiltrators were in the guild and what their purpose was. Still under hypnosis, Melina answered coldly. She revealed there were a total of 20 infiltrators, including 5 S-rank players. Their goal was to sabotage the labyrinth clearing mission. But then a second objective began to emerge. Secretary Kim couldn't believe what she was hearing. One of the Malevolence goals was to assassinate Kwan, the leader of the Unbreakable Guild, and the one trying to do it was none other than his vice leader. After being hypnotized, Melina revealed the entire truth before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Taehyun watched and thought that now only 4 S-rank Malevolence remained, but that left him unsettled. In his past life, he remembered only 3. That meant the future was starting to change with every step he took. He told Park Sung-hoo that, now that they knew the enemy's true objective, they needed to find the guild leader. Sung-hoo followed him silently, still shaken by it all. He couldn't believe that Miranda, or rather, Melina, had truly been a Malevolent. As he reflected, Taehyun interrupted, explaining that getting out of there would be simple. Even if they had been teleported to a random place, they were still inside the labyrinth. In other words, there would be a door that connected them back to the rest of the structure. They found that door, but Taehyun warned that there were many different environments beyond it, and it might take some time to reach Kwan. Before crossing, Park Sung-hoo asked Taehyun a question. He wanted to know why he hadn't told anyone from the start. He apologized for not trusting him, but said that if they had known earlier, maybe the situation wouldn't have gotten out of control. Taehyun replied that he had, in fact, already told them, but it was up to him whether to believe it or not. He reinforced that the guild leader was already aware. At that very moment, Kwan was stabbed in the back. The attack came from his own vice leader, and the other guild members, all armed, began to surround him with the intent to kill. Confused, Kwan asked if this was some kind of sick joke. He questioned if his vice didn't think they were going too far. Secretary Kim, seeing the scene, ran forward to try to help, but she was attacked and nearly killed. Kwan, on impulse, threw himself in front of her and took the blow instead. Feeling the pain, he still managed to joke that it really did hurt. Kim, worried, asked if he was all right and why he had done that. Before he could answer, the lower-ranked Malevolence charged all at once. Kwan told Kim to stay behind him. Then, he activated his beast's blessing, invoking the power of a dinosaur. Meanwhile, Kim insisted that she could fight, but Kwan replied that she wouldn't stand a chance against those opponents. Even though she was upset, Kim realized that, at this pace, the two of them would end up dead. The vice leader agreed with her. He said that Kwan wouldn't be able to protect everyone there, and revealed that all the people present were hiding their true abilities. From the lantern he carried, he summoned a gigantic skull and revealed the truth. Everyone there was ranked A or higher, and among them were 4 rank S players. They were the elite members of the Malevolence, gathered there for the sole purpose of killing Kwan. The battlefield, now engulfed in flames, was completely surrounded by enemies. Even while injured, Kwan admitted that he was impressed with the precision of that plan. He had always trusted his own ability to judge people's character. The vice leader, seeing this, told him not to blame himself so much. That plan had been prepared for many years. Kwan agreed and admitted that Taehyun had been right from the very beginning. The vice leader asked what he meant by that. Kwan explained that Taehyun had warned him about the possibility of Malevolence trying to kill him. At the time, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now he realized it was true. Confused, the vice leader wondered how Taehyun could have discovered the plan. But more than that, he wanted to know why Kwan hadn't done anything about it. Kwan answered with conviction that a true leader never doubts his own comrades. He was the guild master, and he couldn't go around suspecting the people around him. The members present were outraged. They said they already knew he was naive, but never imagined it was to this extent. They asked what was wrong with him, if he hadn't even checked the information. They found it unbelievable. Before the discussion could continue, the vice leader attacked with his skull. Despite his injuries, Kwan managed to dodge and protect Kim once again. The vice mocked him, saying he had done a good job, but that the plan only worked because Kwan had been an idiot. idiot. He said that now Kwon could die in peace, bearing the weight of guilt. But Kwon, even feeling all of that, did not surrender. He declared that everyone was just like him, and that he wouldn't doubt his vice leader. However, that didn't mean he would let him destroy him. Then he invoked the great power of the ancient dragon, his supreme form of the beast's blessing, and delivered a punch so powerful to the traitor's head that it knocked him down with force. Meanwhile, Park Sung-hoo, still running through the labyrinth corridors with Tae-hyun, wondered if the guild leader really knew everything, and if he did, then why hadn't he done anything? Tae-hyun commented that Park Sung-hoo could confirm with Kwon later, since he really had been warned about the Malevolence plan. Earlier in the labyrinth, when they had been alone, Tae-hyun had asked Kwon directly if he was really going to let this happen. Kwon, with a faint smile, replied that Tae-hyun hadn't seen all of his power yet, and asked him to trust him. He guaranteed that no one would ever override his will. Now, reuniting with the group, Tae-hyun and Park Sung-hoo arrived, just as Kwon was wounded and missing some teeth. Seeing them, Kwon asked why they had taken so long. New doors began to appear in that space, and Kwon wanted to know if they had met other players along the way. Tae-hyun explained that they had only seen a few passing quickly through the areas, but couldn't save everyone since they were in a hurry. Kwon mocked him, saying he was heartless, but then asked what they intended to do now. After thinking for a moment, Kwon said that there was no choice but to retreat. He believed there were still malevolence scattered around, and even if they managed to reach the end of the labyrinth, there was no guarantee they would defeat the final boss. He didn't want the situation to get even worse. He apologized to Tae-hyun, saying that if he hadn't been such an idiot. Tae-hyun bluntly replied that at least he knew that much. Kwon, irritated, called him a brat and cursed, while Tae-hyun thought that, despite everything, he hadn't achieved anything of value there. He hadn't done any meaningful public service and, in the end, had only wasted time and gotten more hurt than in his past life. On top of that, Tae-hyun wasn't very familiar with that labyrinth, and if the future was changing, as it seemed, there was no way to predict what it would cause. Maybe the best option really was to retreat now. Meanwhile, Kim asked Park Sung-hoo if they had encountered any monsters or traps in the spaces they passed through. That left Tae-hyun confused. Sung-hoo answered that, fortunately, they hadn't found anything. However, Tae-hyun knew that didn't make sense. Normally, teleport traps would throw them into areas full of monsters and deadly traps, so why hadn't they found anything? That was when he understood where the real danger lay. Everyone began to feel a strange aura, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Kwon looked around, confused, and asked what was happening. From the center of the space, the image of a gigantic creature appeared, the dungeon's final boss. A Minotaur queen, rank Splus, with multiple arms, began distorting the reality around her. The group was terrified. They questioned why the final boss was appearing now, so suddenly. When she attacked, Kwon and Tae-hyun reacted immediately to protect the others. The creature's strike was so strong that it destroyed the doors in the area, blocking the only escape route. Kwon called out to Tae-hyun, who was already prepared. Kwon activated his ancient dragon's blessing, while Tae-hyun used his stone skin and activated his abilities. They left the others in safety and charged at the Minotaur queen. The fight was extremely difficult. The creature attacked from multiple angles at once, using her weapons and many arms, making it almost impossible to dodge completely. Even so, Tae-hyun managed to counterattack with his chains, moving with precision. When the two finally coordinated an attack, the Minotaur queen raised her scepter in front of her face and conjured a shining magic. From the ground, a reanimated corpse appeared, the Minotaur king, another rank S monster. Kwon, seeing that, was shocked by the presence of yet another enemy of that level, and the chaos didn't stop there. Other monsters began attacking Kim and Park Sung-hoo, who were farther away. Kim, frightened, asked why there were so many enemies together. The Minotaur queen coldly replied, saying that they were trespassing in her labyrinth and disturbing her home. She told them not to worry, because all that hostility would be very well received by her. The army of Minotaurs around them prepared to wipe them all out. When Kim and Sung-hoo were surrounded and about to be struck, Kwon acted, violently attacking one of the monsters to protect them. Tae-hyun, without hesitation, also jumped into the fight. He used his chains to bind the necks of several minotaurs and then shouted to coordinate a joint attack with Kwon. Kwon responded by unleashing the flames of the ancient dragon directly upon the enemies. Tae-hyun's chains held the monsters in place, allowing the attack to hit them with precision. The result was devastating. The minotaurs were completely obliterated by the two's combined strength. Kwon remarked that the enemies seemed weaker than expected. However, his expression changed when the minotaurs began to regenerate completely. The burned parts reformed, as if they were zombie-like creatures. Kwon was shocked to realize that even when he punched their heads off, they regenerated the same way. He concluded that it wasn't just the sheer number of enemies making the battle difficult, but also this cursed regeneration. It meant they couldn't be defeated unless the final boss was eliminated. Even so, he wondered how they were supposed to manage that. They could try to push forward, but Miss Kim and Sung-hoo weren't that strong, and both he and Tae-hyun were already at their limits. He found himself facing facing a difficult choice and recalled a previous conversation he'd had with the association president. At that meeting, the president had said that Kwon needed to make a decision. The association could no longer continue defending him, especially if he kept forcing other players into his guild through duels. If he maintained that behavior, they would be forced to intervene. The president had also suggested that Kwon reflect on the type of people he wanted to attract to his guild. Kwon replied that, unlike certain people, he didn't go around suspecting everyone. Still, the president insisted it was necessary to stay cautious. He explained that after many years as a player, he had seen too much. A single mistake could cost everything. Sometimes it was necessary to give something up for things to work. Strength alone wasn't enough. One had to recognize their own limits and understand what was most important to achieve their goals. That was one of the aspects of becoming an admirable player. Kwon had wondered back then if the president only said those things because he was weak, but now he realized it was true. He felt guilty for not having trusted that old man. His comrades were at risk. If he killed the enemy, his allies could die. But if he did nothing, the enemy would continue killing. He asked himself what he should do. Either way, his companions were in danger. Still, he refused to stand still. He kept attacking and completely destroyed another minotaur in his path. Then he asked Taehyun what he thought about it. Kwon admitted he had been greedy lately, but now he was resolute. No matter what happened, he would protect his allies and destroy his enemies. He wouldn't make the choice that had been imposed on him. He would make his own. Taehyun replied that he had no idea what Kwon was talking about, but revealed there was a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. Later, the group was blasting everything around them. Kwon asked if Taehyun was sure. He confirmed it, but the Queen, upon seeing it, said their decision didn't matter. The result would be the same. More Minotaurs were summoned beside the Queen, but Kwon readied his dragon's breath and continued destroying everything in sight. The Queen said his attacks were useless, that nothing he did would change the outcome. However, she soon realized it was all just a distraction to allow Taehyun to get close. Taehyun used the zeal of the Death Knight King and managed to strangle the Queen. He then pushed her into that shattered reality, the distorted space she herself had opened earlier. Before that, Kwon had asked how they could defeat the Queen. Taehyun explained that it was only a theory, but the spaces were connected by portals. That hole in the wall the Queen had created must be linked to another place, and the Minotaurs were only being revived because of her presence in that space. Therefore, if she were removed from there, the monsters would also disappear. Kwon said that if they were wrong, they'd die, but Taehyun answered that if they did nothing, they would die anyway. Kim and Sunghu stayed behind, but Taehyun's theory proved correct. The Minotaurs began to vanish. The Death Knight King dragged the Queen by the neck out of that space. She still managed to recover somewhat and counterattack, but in the middle of her strike, Kwon appeared and created a massive explosion. Even so, the Queen landed on her feet, and everyone was dragged into a space filled with skulls. During the fall, Taehyun noticed that Kwon was missing half of one arm. Taehyun was desperate, but Kwon told him to stay focused, because the creature was approaching. After a moment of silence in the darkness, the Minotaur Queen appeared, spinning her enormous axe. Kwon, with only one arm left, prepared to attack, while Taehyun raised his blade and chain. However, both were struck hard and thrown away. The Queen mocked them, saying they were just children. Even though she was surprised they had used the space she had created against her, she said it wouldn't change the outcome. She no longer needed to use her power to summon Minotaurs, and could now focus all her strength on killing them. Taehyun rushed forward, but was struck repeatedly. As he was hit, he thought he hadn't imagined the monster would be this strong. He reflected that if he didn't use the gluttony skill, he would die. But he didn't know if even with gluttony he could defeat her. If he used it incorrectly, he could enter berserk mode, and in that state, he didn't know what could happen. Even so, maybe it was his only option. He remembered a conversation in the hospital with Yu Young. She had explained that everything depended on how the skill was applied. She said that although the status window didn't reveal many details, practice was what really showed the true potential of a skill. She explained that abilities could take different forms depending on their usage, and that it was possible to control the amount of mana released by regulating energy output. Her ability, Amazon's Zeal, originally only served to strengthen the body. However, by manipulating energy properly, she could even create magic bullets. She also mentioned that Taehyun had the habit of mixing skills, as well as hiding magic rings in his hands. She suggested that if he had a skill that was difficult to control, he should try channeling it into a weapon, or combining it with another technique. She said she trusted he would succeed. With those memories in mind, Taehyun attacked with the full power of gluttony. The Queen realized her axe was cracking in several places, and was shocked by the sudden sudden surge of power. Taeyun was manipulating gluttony as if it were an extension of himself. He channeled the power into his dagger, striking the queen in multiple parts of her body, breaking both her axe and her scepter. Even his chain was imbued with gluttony and pierced through the queen's chest, making her spit blood without understanding what was happening. The fist of the Death Knight King was also carrying the power of gluttony. Taehyun realized that Yu Aiyong had been right. The knight struck the queen with a violent punch to the face. He then understood that gluttony manifested in different forms depending on his will. In other words, it could be combined with other abilities. He still didn't understand everything about that mysterious power, but he knew one thing: whatever gluttony could do for him, he would use it to the fullest. With a decisive blow, Taehyun made a deep cut that split the queen's head and back. He literally cleaved her in half. As her body disintegrated under the effect of gluttony, the surrounding space began to collapse. Soon after, everyone was back in the original chamber. Those who had been dying from freezing or drowning, like Seung-Hoo Kwan and Taeyun himself, had managed to survive the battle. With everything resolved, they all hugged each other in relief. After the Minotaur Queen's death, the group discovered the treasure guarded in that dungeon. The most valuable of all was a rare, unique level potion, capable of increasing the stats of whoever drank it, the Potion of Strength. Since there was only a limited amount of these treasures, Taeyun and Kwan, who had fought the hardest, were the ones to receive it. Although the potion was not enough to make up for the arm Kwan had lost, he commented that it was still better than nothing. The malevolents who had infiltrated the guild were either exterminated or captured. The players who took part in the mission focused on recovery and rest. Thus, the Minotaur Labyrinth incident finally came to an end. The media returned to cover the events, and reporter Kim was already prepared to broadcast everything. Kwan was making an official statement when a reporter asked if it was true that he was going to retire as a player. He replied angrily that he would not retire. He was just taking a break, like any normal person would. When asked if the break was related to his injury, he confirmed it was, due to his right arm. That was why he would not participate in the Asian Games. Since he was considered the most powerful tank in Korea, they asked who would replace him. Kwan stated that it was already settled and announced that his substitute would be Taehyun Kim. The public was shocked and questioned whether that rookie was really qualified, since he was still only rank 50-inch public service. Some journalists commented that there were rumors he had taken the Potion of Strength, and that perhaps he was now at national level. Another journalist argued that this was impossible, since the national level was reserved for the most powerful among rank S players, a completely different class from the rest. Even so, Taehyun took the microphone and formally introduced himself as Taehyun Kim, declaring that he would participate in the Asian Exhibition Games as a representative of New Korea. He stated that he fully understood the objections to Kwan's decision, and acknowledged that despite his recent achievements, he was still just a rookie. He didn't know how his performance would compare to that of previous representatives, and couldn't confirm any rumors about being national level. As the public watched, many noticed that he didn't seem confident about winning. Still, Taehyun continued speaking. He said he wouldn't confirm any rumors, but that the games would be able to reveal many truths, including whether he really possessed the power of a national-level player. Elsewhere, Milena was before Shadow, begging for mercy. Crying, she apologized for failing, claiming she had done her best and that surviving that mission at all had been a miracle. She said she had no idea Taehyun was so powerful. Shadow, however, ordered her to stand. He said that if the opponent was really that strong, there was no reason for her to blame herself. He said she had done her best, but then his tone changed. He said he felt no compassion for failures and, coldly, killed Milena right there. To him, power was the only law. He said he had been furious to see her flee like a coward and ordered them to throw her body outside. Shadow then reflected on the situation. He found it strange that, even after investing more strength in that operation than in the Eastern Point mission, it had still failed. The assassination of Kwan had been unsuccessful, and he believed clearing that dungeon was impossible. Now, he began to seriously think about Taehyun Kim and imagined that year's Asian Games would be extremely interesting. Meanwhile, Taehyun was approaching an important room. One of the staff members mentioned that everyone was waiting for him, more specifically, the most powerful players in Korea. As soon as he entered, Taehyun immediately felt the heavy atmosphere in the room. Among those present was Jang Jinsu, ranked 7th in the public service rankings, who remarked that he hadn't expected Taehyun to be so young. Also, there was Seo Hangul, ranked 8th, who sarcastically asked if this didn't violate the boys' human rights. But Kwak Seong, who held 4th place, asked them to calm down, saying that age had nothing to do with ability. Seongjin Park, ranked 3rd, was also there. He said he had always known Taehyun would reach that point someday, but never imagined it would be so soon. Finally, the president declared that, although it had been chaotic to get there, now that everyone was present, it was time to begin the strategy meeting for the Asian Games. Everyone sat at the table, ready to pay attention. The president then began the official explanation about the Asian exhibition games. He explained that, in the past, when the abyss was discovered and people began awakening their abilities, there was a period of complete chaos. Monsters and malevolent beings appeared everywhere, and in that context, groups of vigilantes from across Asia came together to fight these threats. That was how the games were born. Today, representatives from each Asian country faced monsters and malevolent beings over a 7-day period. Their victories and rankings were converted into points. Although the population saw this event as a festival, the truth was that the games were a small-scale war. It wasn't just a competition between countries, it was a real demonstration of strength, strategy, and survival. By broadcasting the Asian Games, the hunt for monsters and malevolent beings also became a popular spectacle, gaining huge audiences. The winning country received a significant amount of money, unique items, and even the right to clear untouched dungeons as prizes. Taeyun thought that joining the games had been the right decision. He reflected that the succubus queen, Rosaria, surely knew something about the king, but it was difficult to grasp the extent of his power. She also wouldn't reveal everything so easily. To be able to speak with her as an equal, he would need even more strength. That was why the Asian Games were so important, not only because they allowed him to face stronger players, but also because of the valuable rewards. During the New Korea team meeting, Taewook pointed out a problem. The #1 spot was still open. Kwon, who had reached second place in the rankings, wouldn't be able to participate. Other strong players, like Yoo Ah-young, also wouldn't be there. It seemed that Korea's power was no longer what it used to be. Seongjin said he thought that had already been resolved, since he had heard rumors that the kid, Taeyun, had reached the national level. Everyone in the room turned, surprised, and questioned whether that was true. They commented that he was too young for that. Taeyun tried to calm the situation, saying it was just a rumor. He also stated that they couldn't build a plan around that, especially since his abilities hadn't even been officially proven. The disappointment in the group was evident. They then asked if the team would need reinforcements. They agreed it did, but no one knew who could be recruited. The president stepped in and said it was fine. Although Korea didn't have as many national-level players as Japan or China, the Asian Games weren't just about combat strength. The main point was to accumulate points by hunting monsters and malevolent beings. If the team stayed calm, they still had good chances of winning. The president explained that the players with the most experience in the Abyss, Seongjin, Kwak Seong, and Seo Hangil, would be responsible for monster hunting. Meanwhile, Jang Jinsu, who had more experience fighting against other players, together with Taehyun, would be in charge of dealing with malevolent beings. He said he was eager to see how everyone would perform, since the games would begin the following week. On the first day of the Asian Games, the narrator conducted the opening ceremony. Teams from countries such as the Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, Japan, China, and Korea gathered for the competition. Among all participants, the strongest seemed to be Japan and China. Both had sent national-level players, but China was especially the favorite. They had sent 3 extremely powerful players, Lu Feng, Chai Mingmin, and the strongest of them all, Shi Xin. Meanwhile, Taeyun's uncles watched on television. One of them remarked that it would be difficult to win. His aunt, on the other hand, just wanted Taeyun to stay safe. But Huang, excited, scolded them both, saying he was Taeyun's biggest fan and would never allow anyone to speak ill of him. He reminded them that it was Taehyun who had bought that nice apartment for them and who also sent allowances every time he cleared a dungeon. In a more materialistic tone, he said that if Taehyun did well, he would also benefit. His uncle commented that his son was getting too greedy and asked if he had called for an exorcist, while his mother told him to go study. During the ceremony, someone approached Taeyun, calling him the newest rank S of Korea. It was a very well-dressed woman. She said she owed him one, and mentioned that she was supposed to handle the situation at the eastern point. But when she arrived, everything was already resolved. That woman was Saint Yoshikama Churara. When Taeyun saw her, he realized she was the one responsible for resolving the incident in his past life. With the level of power she possessed, it made sense that the case had been covered up. Surara explained that she had sent an invitation to thank him personally, and asked why he had refused it. This went back to the moment when the New Korea meeting had ended. Everyone was leaving, except for Taehyun, who was called over by the president. The president commented that a special invitation had arrived for him, directly from the saint. No one knew exactly why she had sent it, but she was one of the rarest players in the world, a superhuman with regenerative abilities, who might even be able to help heal Kwon's arm. He thought it would be a good idea for Taeyun to meet her before the games. However, Taeyun said he would refuse the invitation. Taewook questioned the reason for his refusal, reminding him that Kwon had been injured while protecting him. The president then preferred to hear Taeyun's explanation directly. Taeyun said he still couldn't reveal all the details, but stated that the reason behind his decision was quite simple. He mentioned that he had even already spoken to her about it in the present, and that he knew very well the horrible truth hidden behind the title of saint she carried. He declared that this was all and walked away calmly. Saint Surara Yoshikawa clearly did not like that at all. Shinji asked what she thought about the situation, and Surara replied that, indeed, Taehyun's reason for refusing her invitation was insignificant. However, she admitted that he knew too much about her. Shinji suggested that they eliminate him immediately, but the saint said that wasn't what she meant. She explained that, although everyone was impressed with how quickly Taehyun's power was growing, the most impressive thing about his achievements was how much he knew. She said he had accomplished impossible feats with nothing but strength and without any sort of foresight. She couldn't even imagine how he could have discovered something about her title or the truth she was hiding. Surara concluded that she wanted that boy to become hers as soon as possible. The narrator then announced the moment everyone had been waiting for, the beginning of the Asian Exhibition Games. The countdown began, with great enthusiasm from the crowd. The official host was Alex Go, a rank A player from Singapore. He began counting loudly, 10, 9, 8. The players were excited, ready to begin. When it reached 5, Seongjin checked to make sure everyone remembered their roles, but as he looked to the corner, he realized Taehyun wasn't there. The group immediately grew worried, realizing something was wrong. At the exact moment the host gave the signal to start the games, a blade slashed across his throat. Taehyun appeared and decapitated Alex Go in front of everyone. He simply smiled, while the audience and players were left completely shocked. Seongjin didn't even know how to react. The Chinese players quickly charged forward, but the Koreans immediately positioned themselves to protect Taehyun. Among the Chinese, Shishin and Nakata Shinji were the first to attack. A massive explosion shook the arena, and everyone wondered what had just happened. The host's head was flying through the air. Amidst the smoke, the Korean group gathered to shield Taehyun, while Kwak Seong was wounded and questioning what was going on. Shishin laughed at the scene and remarked that Taehyun had killed the host and was still being protected. He said that, in the end, Taehyun would end up killing everyone there. Shinji, known as the Phantom Sword, also approached. Saint Surara commented that they could kill all the others, as long as they left Taehyun alive. But before the situation spiraled out of control, the presidents of each country's associations intervened specifically. The president of the New Korea Association and the president of the Singapore Association, Haley Tan. The Korean president tried to calm things down, saying there must have been some misunderstanding, as their representative would never do something like that without reason. Haley Tan, however, declared that it was undeniable. Taehyun had decapitated the host. Taehyun then explained his reason. He said that the host was actually Won Kai, an S-rank malevolent who had tortured and killed 30 passengers on a luxury cruise ship. Associations and companies from various countries had placed a 30 billion bounty on his head. Won Kai had grown rich, selling information obtained through torture, and then disappeared. In reality, he had simply changed his appearance. Haley Tan questioned the connection with the host, but Taehyun made it clear they were the same person. He said that Won Kai had evaded capture for so long, precisely because he could freely change his appearance, as he had just done. He then stepped on the enemy's head, and everyone could see the face transforming, confirming his words. Taehyun thanked Nightwalker for the information he had received. Many were impressed and wondered how he knew that. Another player commented that the boy was truly interesting. With the revelation of the host's crimes, the New Korea team jumped to first place in the rankings with 1,000 points. It was explained that, since the murdered host had been a disguised malevolent, the games were suspended for a few hours for clarification. After that, the players from each country left the arena and officially began the hunt for monsters and malevolent beings. Kim Tae-hyun was the first to earn points during the games. After that, he went out to hunt malevolent beings, even though he gave all the credit to the Nightwalker Guild. The guild's vice leader was surprised, saying he had no idea they were hiding something like that. Yu Ayoung replied that she didn't know either, and when the vice leader asked why Taehyun would have lied, she said she had no idea, but thought he only wanted to be kind by mentioning the guild's name. However, this had consequences, as the flood of calls they received was so overwhelming that it even interfered with their work. She also remarked that her sweetheart probably had done everything on his own. When the vice asked if sweetheart referred to Taehyun himself, Yu Ayoung became flustered, wondering if he had truly handled everything by himself. Later that night, in one of the houses of the partially destroyed city, an A-rank malevolent named Gak Dagwi lay defeated on the ground. He was in shock upon realizing Taehyun had managed to find him, asking how that was possible. Taehyun replied that it had been easy to locate him, since it was quite obvious. At that moment, he received a call from Yu Ayoung, who greeted him affectionately. Taehyun answered by saying she had taken her time to call. Yu Ayoung complained that there had been a storm of calls because of him, and Taehyun took the chance to ask if the line was secure. Understanding his hint, Yu Aiyong said that was exactly why she had called first. Taeyun explained that, using his normal phone, he couldn't access a secure line. That was why he asked 2 favors. He wanted Yu Aiyong to research something for him and gather information on the malevolent organization. She said she had already given everything she knew to the association, but he replied that wasn't enough. They wouldn't gain anything by only hunting the small fish. They needed to aim higher, like the official malevolent guild itself. While they were speaking, someone appeared right in front of Taehyun. The man introduced himself as Kimura Ken. Taehyun, confused by the interruption, asked Yu Aiyong to wait a moment and focused on the new enemy. Kimura Ken declared that he would punish him for tarnishing the saint's name, which left Taehyun intrigued, since he didn't understand what he had done wrong. It was then explained that Kimura Ken was one of Japan's S-rank participants in the exhibition games. He was completely obsessed with the saint. While Nakata Shinji was seen as a graceful and precise swordsman, Kimura was a wild and powerful warrior, the kind who charged forward without thinking, cutting down everything in front of him. However, his strength meant nothing if he couldn't land a hit. And indeed, even while still talking on the phone, Taehyun was able to dodge every attack, which astonished Kimura, who couldn't understand how anyone could avoid so many strikes. Meanwhile, Yu Aiyong continued explaining that Taehyun wanted a target inside the malevolent guild, but he knew the association had decided not to get involved with the demonic human cartel. That type of enemy vanished quickly and erased every trace once they sensed anyone closing in. That was why it was pointless to go after them without preparation. She warned him never to provoke such enemies unnecessarily, as things could spiral completely out of control. Taehyun agreed, dodging another blow, and stated that it would be possible to deal with them if he could know exactly where they were. He said he couldn't explain why, but asked her to trust him, since his results so far had already proven his capability. Although reluctant, Yu Aiyong agreed and said that while they didn't know much about the malevolent guild, they did have information from elsewhere, particularly about the 3 warlords. It was then explained that these 3 warlords not only controlled the underworld but also parts of society, with political and military influence. They were considered the 3 great leaders of the demonic humans who ruled Asia. Yu Aiyong revealed that they had managed to establish contact with one of the executives, a man named Miyazaki Kenji. If they could capture him, he might reveal crucial information. However, if anything went wrong, Taehyun could end up earning even more enemies during the games. She asked what he intended to do. Taehyun reflected. Although he thought the warlords weren't as important as the main malevolent guild, he still believed it wouldn't be a bad choice. He decided they could start with them. Yu Aiyong agreed and said she would arrange everything, and Taehyun thanked her. Soon after, she casually asked if he wasn't going to invite her to dinner. Taehyun replied that he would, but only after the games were over. At that moment, Kimura Ken, furious after being ignored, stood up, cursing at Taehyun, and demanding how much longer he planned to underestimate him. He declared that if Taehyun didn't fight seriously, he would end up destroying everything around them. Kim Taehyun stated that he wasn't underestimating Kimura Ken, but his opponent declared that he would begin by corrupting all of his senses. Using the ability called Domination of the 5 Senses, Kimura attempted to directly disrupt Taehyun's perception. However, Taehyun had no choice but to take the fight more seriously, since Kimura refused to listen or acknowledge that fights between participants were forbidden. To contain the situation, Taehyun invoked the Zeal of the Death Knight King, a powerful ability that caught Kimura completely off guard. Meanwhile, Nakata Shinji was with the saint and informed her that Kimura Ken had been defeated. He had already handled the media, attributing the incident to supposed demonic humans. After his defeat, Kimura remained in a confused state, mentally repeating the last words he had heard during the confrontation. Bound under the effect of a mind control ability, his condition would require about a month of recovery, making him unable to participate in the upcoming matches of the Asian exhibition. The saint concluded that Kim Taehyun possessed an ability that was not yet publicly known. Although Nakata considered stepping in, the saint had already foreseen Kimura's defeat, and therefore had a contingency plan prepared. In a dark, decrepit room, a door was opened. Nakata and the saint entered and found a prisoner, Ryoma Isaka, the same man Taehyun had previously defeated. The saint decided it was time to put him to use in a new role within her plans. Elsewhere on the continent, inside an unknown location within the abyss, a woman with extremely fast movements suddenly stopped her run. It was Rakaya, one of the S-rank participants from the Philippines. Standing before her was Xie Xin, a Chinese player who had attempted to kill them. She questioned why he sought first place in such a cruel and cowardly cowardly way. Shi Xin, however, replied that he was there at the request of the Chinese Association, and not by his own will. This left the Filipino participants both confused and outraged, as they could not believe the association's own president would have approved of such actions, since it could spark a war. Even so, Rakaya placed herself between Shi Xin and her ally, ordering the other player to flee while she held him back. However, Shi Xin advanced violently, and after some time of confrontation, Rakaya was killed. The Chinese player reflected that, for his president to order such actions, there must be something very valuable behind it. He then wondered which country would be next on his list, and concluded that the next target would be South Korea, setting Kim Tae-hyun as his next objective. Shortly after, the news began broadcasting the results of the first round of the Asian Exhibition Games. The official scoreboard revealed that New Korea led with 1,550 points, followed by China with 700 points, and Japan with 500 points. The live broadcast showed representatives of each country, tracking and confronting demonic humans, with the footage edited before being released to the public. The audience expressed surprise at Korea's lead, and questioned the performance of the Japanese and Chinese players, who were considered the strongest. It was reported that Kimura Ken had surrendered due to an injury caused by demonic humans. Soon after, information surfaced about the players from Singapore, who were found dead, and those from the Philippines, who disappeared after entering the abyss. The population began to notice that something very strange was happening behind the scenes of the games. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel, Kim Tae-hyun watched the news closely. The game's organizing committee had created a special investigation group to look into the murders of the Singaporean players and the disappearance of the Filipino participants. All countries were officially invited to cooperate with the investigation. Remembering his past life, Tae-hyun realized that such events had only begun on the third day in the previous timeline, but now they were occurring on the first. From this, he deduced that the culprits were probably China's national-level players, whose goal was to showcase individual strength and eliminate competitors. However, he knew the true motivation was linked to the personal ambition of the leader of China's national players, someone extremely dangerous and determined. Tired of constantly being targeted, Tae-hyun concluded that neither the saint, nor his enemies, nor the parallel schemes were giving him any rest. With events moving faster than before, he decided to bring forward part of his plans. At that moment, he heard knocks on his door. A bit suspicious, he cautiously approached and asked who it was. From the other side, Jang Jinsu's voice identified himself, asking to come in. Jang Jinsu had discovered through the association that Kim Tae-hyun was staying there. Upon finding him, he said he needed to have a conversation. The two went up to the rooftop of the building. There, Jang questioned Tae-hyun's actions, saying that he had started the ceremony by decapitating someone, completely ignoring all the plans previously drawn up with the association. He stated that Tae-hyun was acting as if he were a lone agent, forgetting he was part of a team. Hearing this, Tae-hyun remembered he had heard something similar in the past. Jang Jinsu declared that he was disappointed, since regardless of the reasons, Tae-hyun could at least have shared the information he possessed. Before he could continue, Tae-hyun interrupted him, saying that he had just been attacked by Kimura Ken. Surprised, Jang concluded that it hadn't been the demonic humans after all. Tae-hyun explained that he had successfully blocked the attack, but the fact that he had been found meant there was a strong possibility of a spy infiltrated in the association. Jang reacted with suspicion, asking if he was being accused, since by coincidence, he was the only one who knew Tae-hyun's location. However, Tae-hyun replied that the situation was more complex, and that anyone with access to such information was a suspect. For this reason, he had begun acting cautiously, being the first to notice that the ceremony's host was, in fact, a disguised malevolent. From this, he concluded that if ordinary S-rank players weren't dying from monsters or demonic humans, then the national-level ones certainly weren't either. Someone among them was deliberately eliminating competitors. Knowing this, he decided to act on his own, since he disagreed with the methods used so far. As he prepared to leave, Jang Jinsu tried to continue the conversation, but Tae-hyun walked away and slammed the door in his face. Enraged, Jang shouted angrily, calling him insolent, and saying that the rookie would pay for it. Even with his back turned, Tae-hyun was watching everything using his stealth ability. He began to seriously suspect that Jang Jinsu could be the spy, since he had never discovered his identity in his past life. The fact that Kimura Ken had managed to find him only reinforced that possibility. Since he couldn't trust anyone, he decided he would handle it alone, at least until the true identity of the traitor was revealed. Soon after, he received a message from Yu Ah-young, who affectionately called him. She had sent the perfect guide to help him locate the three warlords, the next step in his investigation. Reading the content, Tae-hyun grumbled, thinking it was all a mess. Later, already disguised in a coat and sitting at McDoria, he ordered a simple meal with soda, trying not to attract attention. The disguise seemed to be working, as no one appeared to recognize him. However, he was also carefully observing some suspicious individuals. He concluded they were subordinates of Miyazaki Kenji, pretending to be ordinary students. Even so, he noticed that one of the backpacks they carried was probably full of illegal items. His plan was to follow them until he found Miyazaki. Suddenly, someone sitting beside him spoke, recognizing him. Taeyun immediately identified the man as Ryoma Isaka, the one sentenced to life imprisonment after the incident at the Eastern Point. Intrigued, he wondered how he had escaped. Ryoma stated that he had no interest in fighting there, but Taehyun, unfazed, stayed firm and tried to end the conversation quickly. Ryoma, however, questioned if he was really in any position to give orders at that moment, since he was clearly trying to act in stealth. To provoke him further, he broke one of the restaurant's windows, drawing everyone's attention. When the people turned, the Miyake operatives recognized Taehyun, believing he had come to capture them. Immediately, Miyazaki's subordinates grabbed the backpack and fled the place. Frustrated by the situation, Taehyun realized he would have to act. As he tried to intervene, he saw Ryoma unleash his aura with such intensity that he was able to knock down everyone in the shop effortlessly. This made Taehyun realize that he had grown stronger since their last encounter at the Eastern Point. Ryoma confirmed that Taehyun was after Miyazaki Kenji and asked for a moment to talk, promising not to waste time. But before he could try to escape, Taehyun restrained him with his chains. He made it clear that Ryoma would only have 1 minute to speak, and any useless word would cost him dearly for ruining the plan. Immobilized, Ryoma was shocked by Taehyun's strength, feeling the crushing pressure of the chains that prevented him from moving. Realizing how much Taehyun had evolved in such a short time, Ryoma grew visibly nervous. With time running out, Ryoma decided to go straight to the point. He stated that Taehyun, on his own, would never be able to defeat the three warlords, and that if he tried, he would fall into a deadly trap. Kim Taehyun told Ryoma Isaka that he still had 30 seconds. Trying to stay calm, Ryoma said his situation was different. He claimed to have connections, that he could take Taehyun to Miyazaki Kenji, and that this proposal was an excellent opportunity. Unmoved, Taehyun thought to himself that only 10 seconds remained. Desperate, Ryoma asked what else Taehyun wanted, cursing him. When the time finally ended, he protested, saying only 5 seconds had passed. It was then that the pain increased with the activation of the gluttony's effect, which intensified the pressure of the chains. Begging for mercy, Ryoma heard Taehyun say that his proposal might have some value, but it was far too suspicious. A man like him suddenly offering help without wanting anything in return clearly hid something. Taehyun then activated the hypnosis inherited from Rosaria, seeking to uncover the true plan behind it and the identity of the one really pulling Ryoma's strings. Elsewhere, inside an abandoned warehouse, people ran desperately trying to flee, but they were annihilated by a single strike. The one responsible was Nakata Shinji, who observed the bodies on the ground with indifference. Soon after, the saint appeared, applauding Nakata's performance and calling it a beautiful display. Even so, he voiced concern about using Ryoma. He reminded her that Ryoma had already lost to Taehyun in the past and that, according to rumors, Taehyun had now reached national level. Even if Ryoma was strengthened with the saint's sacred power, he still would not be a match for Taehyun, and failure could even trigger the penalties of a sworn oath of an awakened, should he fail in his mission to bring him to her. The saint, however, showed no concern. She declared that it didn't matter if Ryoma won or lost. With the information she had, she knew Taehyun was approaching the three warlords, and since Ryoma had past connections with the demonic humans, including Miyazaki Kenji, he would still be useful. Even without the ability to defeat Taehyun alone, he could help capture Miyazaki. The saint knew it would be difficult, but there was a mystery surrounding that boy. That's why she needed more information. She wanted to understand how he fought, his values, his abilities, his personality, and the power he still kept hidden. It didn't matter what happened to Ryoma in the end. Even if he died, they could simply recover the body and extract everything they could. Taehyun had left her no other choice. Later that night, in another abandoned place, Miyazaki Kenji was with his group, waiting. He showed impatience at Ryoma's absence, asking where the Korean boy was and why he hadn't brought him along. When Ryoma finally appeared, he was wounded, panting, and in a pitiful state. He said the world was unfair, where the weak were at the mercy of the strong, and now he had a suggestion for Miyazaki: obey every order if he wanted to stay alive. Before anyone could react, the roof of the warehouse collapsed from above. No one had expected it. Kim Taehyun emerged from the dust, already shrouded in the power of the Death Knight King, whose overwhelming presence threw everyone to the ground. He immediately declared that to survive in that world, one had to know how to listen to the strongest, and he demanded to know who was Miyazaki Kenji. Looking at the group, he identified the only one able to stand Miyazaki himself, who answered by saying that everything had been planned, and that he would now kill Taehyun. The confrontation began. Ryoma, watching the scene unfold before his eyes, recalled the plan that had been drawn up. At an earlier earlier moment, Taeyun had reflected on the proposal and recognized that Ryoma's plan made sense. With a secret agreement with the saint, Ryoma had approached for convenience. Taeyun, realizing this, understood that mind control was involved and declared that he would follow the plan but on his own terms. When asked what he intended, Taeyun explained that the original plan was simple. Ryoma would lead him to Miyazaki Kenji. If that was the truth, then Ryoma could guide him, but under Taeyun's methods. Still, Ryoma rejected the idea, saying that from the moment he was captured, he never intended to help, and even if he did, he would be killed by the Phantom Sword or by the Saint. Taeyun, however, made it clear that if Ryoma didn't help him right then, he would kill him on the spot. He said he didn't care about the death of someone like Ryoma, but he would give him a chance at redemption. The plan was straightforward. Ryoma would help him as much as possible during the exhibition games, and in return, he would spend the rest of his life carrying the weight of his sins and victims. If he cooperated, Taeyun promised to save him not only from the Saint but also from the three warlords. Ryoma, shocked, asked if Taeyun really understood what he was saying, since he was dealing with national-level enemies. He questioned if Taeyun truly believed he could defeat them all. Taeyun, confident, only smiled faintly. For him, there was no doubt about his own ability. Now, in the present, Ryoma Isaka watched the scene in silence, seeing Taeyun pressing Miyazaki's face against the ground. Overcome by a mix of terror and fascination, he concluded that he was facing a true monster. Taeyun, without hesitation, demanded that Miyazaki open the gate leading to the three warlords. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, in the hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords, countless bodies already lay scattered across the floor. Sitting on the throne was Shin, who coldly watched the man kneeling before him. That man was none other than Tetsu himself. Tetsu knelt before Shin and explained that he wished to offer him a legendary level item. He said the security of the place had been reinforced, but that he would present this valuable item in the future. However, before that, he asked a favor. He wanted Shin to eliminate someone who was pursuing him. He said they had prepared a trap, but there was a high chance it would fail. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the enemy found the hideout. Shin's attention was caught when he learned there was someone even Tetsu feared. That seemed more interesting than the legendary item itself. He wanted to know who that individual was, but before Tetsu could answer, a loud crash was heard outside. People were being thrown around, chaos spread, and soon the door was violently broken open. Kim Taehyun stormed in, breaking everything and everyone in his path. He was not alone. Ryoma was also present, watching the scene unfold. Tetsu asked the reason for such chaos, but Ryoma said it was now Taehyun's time to win. The scene caught Shin's attention, leaving him impressed. Taehyun, for his part, simply told his partner to stick to the plan. The battle quickly escalated when Shin joined the fight. Taehyun realized the situation had gone far beyond his expectations, especially upon recognizing that this was a national-level hunter from China. Shin confirmed that it had been the president of the Chinese Association who ordered him to take care of Taehyun, making it the perfect occasion to eliminate two targets at once. As the fight intensified, Ryoma explained that the man was Shin and that he intended to fight him. Taehyun accused Shin of collaborating with the three warlords and questioned if he had murdered the other participants. Shin mocked him, saying that Taehyun was quick to catch on, just the mention of the association had already given it away. Taehyun declared that it was Korea's turn, and that fortunately, he had found Shin there. He said Shin would die on the spot. Shin sneered, saying he was nothing more than a brat. The two then exchanged violent blows, while Tetsu watched in terror. His subordinates suggested he flee while he had the chance. However, Ryoma blocked his way, saying he would not allow it. He confronted Tetsu, asking if the man behind all of it really had the courage to run away like a coward. When asked if he was worried about Shin possibly being defeated, Ryoma replied that his partner, Taehyun, would handle everything. But at that moment, Taehyun activated the zeal of the Death Knight King, immobilizing even Ryoma, who was confused at being affected. Shin seized the distraction and taunted him, asking if Taehyun thought he could afford to lose focus in a fight like this. Taehyun reflected on his opponent. Shin, known as the Mystic Deity, was the strongest among all the national hunters who had taken part in the Asian exhibition games. He was a monster, capable of defeating hundreds of creatures and players with his bare hands. Yet his true power came not only from physical strength, but also from a special ability, the Phantom skill, with even greater destructive power. It was then that Shin activated this ability. He summoned the Scythe of Death, a weapon manifestation that drastically amplified the user's attributes. Its durability surpassed even unique weapons, but in exchange, it nullified the use of any other ability. It was powerful, but not particularly useful to Taehyun if he were to absorb it with his gluttony. At that moment, the palace wall was destroyed from the impact of their battle, and both combatants fell, continuing their clash in mid-air. Shi-shin wielded his scythe of death, while Taehyun fought with his dagger of gluttony. Despite the strength of Taehyun's strikes, the scythe held firm like a wall, while his dagger began to break. Shi-jin provoked him, asking if Taehyun hadn't said he would kill him. Taehyun realized he was at a disadvantage. Both of his blades were about to shatter. He then used his chains to bind Shi-shin, surprising his opponent for a moment. He immediately reactivated the zeal of the Death Knight King, trying to turn the tide. But Shi-shin ridiculed his effort, saying that weaklings would always remain weaklings. He reinforced that tricks like that wouldn't work on him, and claimed that was why Taehyun still hadn't become a national-level hunter. Taehyun did not expect what came next. Shi-shin used the Scythe of Death to completely destroy the summoned Death Knight King. From above, Tetsu watched and thought the fight was finally over. For him, though Taehyun was powerful, there was no way he could compete with a true national hunter like Shi-shin. Tetsu scanned the battlefield and ordered that Ryoma be kept alive. He said they could take him as a hostage to the saint. He then reflected on Ryoma's actions, wondering if he had truly betrayed them all. Not only had he betrayed the three warlords, but also the saint. He couldn't understand what Ryoma saw in Kim Taehyun to make such a choice. To him, this betrayal was a grave mistake. After all, Taehyun had been defeated, and now they only had to wait for Shi-jin's return. But when Tetsu looked back at the battlefield, he was shocked. Shi-shin was bleeding heavily, nearly collapsed, while Taehyun stood firm, practically unscathed. Not understanding how it happened, Tetsu asked himself what he had missed in that brief moment. He looked away. Now, Shi-shin was spitting blood, gravely wounded, even though he had dominated the battle until then. Taehyun's blades were nearly destroyed, so why was Shi-shin the one on the ground? Shi-jin, stunned, began to realize that perhaps Taehyun had been hiding his true power all along. He tried to attack from behind, but Taehyun swiftly turned, revealing something unexpected. His two daggers, though rare-grade equipment, had once proven useful against the Minotaur Queen. And during that fight, Taehyun had learned something crucial. If he infused Gluttony's power directly into his weapons, without using his own mana, there would be no energy consumption. That meant he could unleash Gluttony's power at its maximum. With this maximum output, the one to break was not Taehyun's dagger, but Shi-shin's Scythe of Death. Taehyun then remarked that he could accept the weapon as payment, but in return, he would take Shi-shin's life. Before even finishing the sentence, he killed his enemy on the spot, without hesitation. Tetsu fell into despair. Ryoma was unconscious, and on the battlefield, Gluttony was already consuming Shi-shin's body. At that moment, it was confirmed. Kim Taehyun possessed the power of a true national-level hunter. Meanwhile, in a luxurious place where the rain fell outside, someone remarked that Shi-shin had decided to act. A woman lying on the bed commented that Tetsu had indeed asked for his help in exchange for a legendary item. Present there were Chai Mingmin, a national-level hunter from China, and Pinghua, one of the three warlords. Pinghua stated there was no way they could lose to a brat from Korea, since they were dealing with someone at the national level. Soon after, the phone rang. Chai Mingmin answered, and on the other end of the line, a voice identified itself as Zhang Lung, the president of the Chinese Association. He was with the last remaining warlord who had not yet been defeated. Zhang Lung informed Chai Mingmin that Shi-shin was dead. Elsewhere, Taehyun reflected on using gluttony. Of course, he would not waste the chance to use it on Shi-shin's still-living body. His power increased drastically. Taehyun realized that, as expected, the ability of gluttony did not work on dead bodies, only on living targets. However, it seemed this was not the only condition for acquiring the abilities of others. After all, the concept of gluttony, when applied to humans, was more complex and mysterious. Even so, he felt no need for sympathy toward criminals like Shi-shin. What truly caught his attention was that strange voice that had surfaced in his mind at the moment he lost control of gluttony. He knew he needed to better understand that power. After Shi-shin's death, everything proceeded smoothly. Tetsu became completely submissive to Taehyun. It was revealed that this was possible thanks to Rosaria's hypnosis. The memories of Tetsu and the other demonic humans were erased, and all of them were handed over to the association. As for Ryoma, he no longer had any role in the plan, so Taehyun decided to send him back to the saint. Upon hearing this, Ryoma panicked. He said the saint would invade his mind and kill him, but Taehyun replied that he would be fine, since the saint was no longer that interested in him. Furthermore, Ryoma Ryoma was bound by a pact. If he wanted to be released, he had to go to her. If the saint read his memories, it could serve as a good opportunity to establish contact again. Taeyun also made it clear that he did not place much hope in Ryoma. Ryoma, confused, tried to protest, but Taeyun was already focused on something else. His current problems were the two remaining warlords. Thanks to the hypnosis applied to Tetsu, he had discovered valuable information about them. They probably already knew he was after them, but that was something he could think about later, while taking a short break. On the headlines of the third day of the Asian Exhibition Games, it was announced that the national hunter Xie Xin was missing, and the Chinese government had requested assistance in the search. At the same time, the South Korean Kim Tae-yun had captured Tetsu, one of the three warlords, thus taking first place in the competition. Tae-yun reflected that the president of the Chinese Association, Zhang Lung, probably already knew Xie Xin was dead. Even so, he felt grateful for having accomplished so much up to that point. It was then that he received a call from Zhang Jinsu, arranging a meeting. Later, at the agreed location, Jinsu remarked that he thought Tae-hyun wouldn't show up, but thanked him for answering his call. Tae-hyun, in turn, said that the information he had received was important, and then asked if Jinsu was sure that Pinghua, one of the warlords, was hiding in that building. Jinsu confirmed, saying he could not reveal his source, but it was legitimate. According to him, Pinghua had entered the building the night before, and intended to remain hidden until the end of the games. Taeyun recognized that place as one of the hideouts he had seen in Tetsu's mind through hypnosis. Even so, he questioned Jinsu about why he was sharing that information, since he thought Jinsu hated him. Jinsu replied that yes, he did think he was an idiot, but he was doing this to prove he was not a spy. He said he had understood what Taeyun told him last time, and that, even after being attacked by another country, he wanted to show he was on the right side. That's why he had prepared that information to prove once and for all that he was not a traitor. However, Taeyun already knew that he was the spy. Shortly after a previous conversation with Jigu, he had received a call from Yu Ayong, who confirmed the existence of a spy in his team. When Taeyun asked if the traitor was Jinsu, Ayong wanted to know how he knew. Taeyun said it was just suspicion, but he already had his reasons. At first, he thought Jinsu worked for Japan, but Ayong revealed that no, unfortunately, Jinsu was an informant for China. She had discovered that he had been frequenting Chinese casinos for years and had likely made a deal to pay off his debts. Taeyun then questioned how Kimura Japan's representative had known Jinsu's location. Ayong explained that this indicated the existence of a second spy, this time working for Japan. Taeyun was outraged when he realized there were two traitors in his group. The association seemed completely infiltrated. Ayong said she would report everything to the association president, but Taeyun asked her not to do so for now. He had two reasons. If Jinsu were arrested, the Japanese spy could also escape and disappear. Furthermore, now that he knew who the Chinese spy was, he could use that information to his advantage. Back at the building, Jinsu remarked that the place was full of demonic humans and traps, but that all they had to do was go in and capture Pinghua. However, inwardly, he thought everything was going according to plan. Taeyun would die there. After all, Pinghua was not the only one in that building. Chai Mingmin, another national-level Chinese hunter, was also inside. Jinsu had been instructed to lure Taehyun there, but his plans failed immediately. Taeyun, realizing the trap, activated the Night King's zeal and gluttony at the same time. With a single attack, he blew up the entire building, reducing it to rubble. He remarked to himself that he was getting used to gluttony, and that it felt even stronger than before. Jinsu's despair was so great, it seemed his soul had left his body. He screamed, asking if Taeyun had gone insane and what he thought he was doing. Taeyun calmly replied that he had simply followed Jinsu's tip. Since the building was full of enemies and traps, there was no reason to go inside, he just had to bring it down. Jinsu accused him of violating human rights, but Taehyun merely pointed to the rubble and said he had found Pinghua. Beneath the stones, Pinghua screamed in rage, asking how Jinsu could betray them, calling him a cursed gambling addict. Taeyun questioned what she was talking about, since Jinsu was actually working for her. Jinsu, disoriented, only shouted incoherent words. Pinghua warned that although Taehyun was laughing now, he would die for this. Unfazed, Taehyun stated that he knew Chai Mingmin was also there. Both Jinsu and Pinghua were surprised and asked how he knew. Taehyun replied sarcastically, asking if they wanted to know how he had discovered Jinsu was a spy or how he knew Mingmin was inside the building. Feeling betrayed, Jinsu asked if Taehyun had never trusted him, then lunged to attack. However, before he could do anything, he coughed up a massive amount of blood. The strike hadn't come from Taehyun. The system alerted that Jinsu's body was almost completely overtaken by the effects of gluttony through his 5 senses, though the skill managed to resist partially. Even so, his vision, hearing, and touch were severely impaired. Kim Tae-hyun realized his senses were completely compromised and understood this was the effect of Mingmin's ability, known as domination of the five senses. Not even gluttony could fully neutralize it. Meanwhile, Mingmin observed the ruins of the building Taehyun had just destroyed and was shocked. He hadn't expected that lunatic to be capable of demolishing an entire structure. He began to wonder what kind of person could defeat someone like Shizin, but now he was certain Taehyun was utterly unhinged. Taehyun, in turn, responded mentally to that judgment, questioning who was truly the unstable one. After all, Mingmin himself was the one having an affair with a demonic human. Still, Taehyun didn't care much about him personally. What interested him was Mingmin's ability. Meanwhile, at the Saint's Sanctuary, Surara was analyzing Ryoma's memories. She discovered that Kim Tae-hyun had not only reached national level but had also defeated Shie-shin. She asked, with a hint of sarcasm, if Ryoma had betrayed her. However, she only smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. As Taehyun himself had said, she was no longer interested in Ryoma's life. What mattered was that, in the end, he would end up meeting her, thus fulfilling his purpose. However, some elements had slipped out of her control and didn't follow the plan she had originally envisioned. Surara then asked Ryoma if he still wanted to go after the three warlords and told him she would meet him in person. At that moment, the story returned to when the president of the Chinese Association gave his subordinates their mission. They had three main objectives: win the exhibition games, eliminate weaker players from other associations, and prove that the Chinese Association was the most powerful in the world. To achieve this, they planned to monopolize dungeons and the trade of magic stones. The president authorized them to do whatever was necessary, including murder and torture, promising to cover up all crimes committed. Xuan declared that he didn't care about crimes, since all he wanted was to fight strong people. Lianpeng said it didn't sound so bad after all. Mingmin, however, thought everyone there was insane, though he admitted he wasn't much different. After all, he too had killed many people, but always out of love, so he could remain at Pinggua's side. Now, however, his interests were aligned with those of the president. The order was clear: bring back Kim Tae-hyun's head. Moreover, Pinghua was in danger because of that boy. Mingmin realized that, this time, he could kill without guilt. But when he witnessed Taehyun's power, he was completely terrified. He wondered if the ability of domination of the five senses had failed. With that, he concluded that since Taehyun had defeated Shie-shin, he was indeed at national level. However, that power was monstrous, beyond human limits. Taehyun, on the other hand, calmly analyzed the situation. He knew that Mingmin's ability disabled all the target's senses. If he really couldn't use gluttony, that would be a problem. But since he still could, it wasn't so concerning. He decided to make good use of that ability and ordered his gluttony to devour Mingmin. The gluttony entity swallowed Mingmin whole, and the system registered the acquisition of a new ability: domination of the five senses. After the battle, Taehyun found a weapon that had belonged to a national level player. He thought to himself that he really needed one. The weapon was a dagger called Heck, a unique rank item. He then reflected that, with the deaths of two national level Chinese players, only one remained. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to sustain the entire country alone. If he could also eliminate Pinghua, the Asian Games would be practically over. However, his attention soon turned to Japan, which had been far too quiet until then. And, as if fate had been listening to his thoughts, a helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky. Jumping from the aircraft was none other than Saint Surara, who landed, destroying everything around her. She said that at last, they had met again. Taehyun wondered why she was there. It was then explained that Surara possessed an ability called hyper-regeneration, capable even of restoring lost limbs. This ability, combined with the holy orders which calmed the mind and increased physical power, was what earned her the title of saint. Moreover, her true divine power included the ability to alter memories and perform brainwashing. With this, she had created a legion of followers. Taehyun understood that now it was his turn. He stated that he had never revealed his location to Ryoma, so how had the saint found him? She replied that he should know she wasn't after the three warlords just for the sake of pursuing them. In fact, she already knew where they were. When Taehyun realized this, he asked if she had done all that just to see him. That seemed a little bizarre. She, however, answered calmly. She said she knew her duties as a saint, and that she needed to give people the strength to keep living in such a cruel world. And the way she did that was by being worshipped as a goddess. According to her, meeting someone as elegant, beautiful, sexy, sacred, and perfect as her brought people joy. Worshipping her was what motivated them to continue living. Surara was surprised by Kim Taehyun's composure upon seeing her, and questioned how he could maintain such an attitude. Taehyun in turn realized she was completely insane, but the saint insisted it was fine, since her duty was to guide people like him towards salvation. At that moment, a fleet of cars began to approach, and Taehyun quickly noticed something strange. There were many civilians among them. He soon understood that they were all under brainwashing caused by the holy order. orders. Sarara commented that he probably already knew that, but even so, she explained that she intended to erase Ryoma's memories. However, there was still one question that bothered her. What was Taeyun's true source of information? That was why she warned him to be prepared. No matter how many secrets or how much power he had, she only needed to ensure he couldn't use them. She also added that killing civilians went against his principles, didn't it? So, to survive there, he would have two options, either kill innocents or flee. Taeyun grew furious upon realizing that this damned subhuman was using ordinary people as shields. Meanwhile, at night in Korea, two members of the Nightwalker Guild located the hideout of the last of the three warlords, known as Shadow. They were astonished to see that he had hidden an entire area. No wonder it had been so difficult to find him. One of the members turned to speak to the other, but realized he was already dead, his head completely destroyed. Shadow then appeared before him, and remarked with contempt that his territory was infested with vermin. The Nightwalker hunter was terrified, and didn't even have the strength to resist before being killed. Shadow thought that only an information guild was trying to hunt him down, and wondered if it had been Tetsu who revealed his location. He reflected that this Kim Taehyun was taking things far too far. He had even managed to defeat Shae Shin. His subordinates then opened a portal, and he told his group that it was time to head into the abyss, because Taehyun was not the only genius in the world. 10 years ago, he himself had already witnessed the peak of all existing talents. Back at the scene of the confrontation, the civilians under mind control hurled themselves at Taeyun. From afar, Sarara observed and commented that, after everything he had done at the Eastern Point, saving so many lives, surely he wouldn't attack innocent people. That was why she only had to wait for him to surrender or collapse from exhaustion. But Taeyun had no intention of surrendering. On the contrary, he began throwing punches at everyone, trying to block his way, without hesitation. Sarara, outraged, asked what he was doing, since they were innocent civilians. Taeyun retorted that they were the ones attacking him first, and the one responsible for manipulating them was her. Without wasting time, he hurled his chain at her and struck her with a powerful kick to the face. Sarara was bewildered. Had her analysis been wrong? Was this really the hero of the Eastern Point, or just a piece of trash? However, she quickly realized that Taehyun had only landed weak blows, and no civilian had died. He was merely pretending brutality. It was a trick, but she had her own trump card as well. Throwing seeds to the ground, she summoned a massive sacred tree. Taeyun, however, reacted quickly and saved the people with his chains. He suspected she had used her hyper-regeneration on the seeds, but even so, she ended up injuring the very people she was controlling. Sarara had expected that. She knew he had only acted violently to convince her that he wouldn't attack civilians. Now, he had no more moves left. It was too late. At that moment, one of the women who had fainted in Taehyun's arms suddenly stood up and began attacking him like a zombie. Sarara explained that from then on, even if they fainted, broke their bones, or had their flesh torn apart, they would not stop. Their only choice was to accept her salvation. Taeyun was attacked simultaneously by divine branches, sacred energy, and the controlled civilians. He concluded that Sarara's crimes were truly unforgivable. At that instant, something strange happened to the saint. She was struck by the ability domination of the five senses. Her body reacted violently. Tears of blood streamed down her face. She vomited blood, and it poured from her nose and hands as well. The flow of mana within her was completely corrupted. Sarara was shocked and wondered if that ability belonged to Mingmin, since it was identical. She thought perhaps it was a coincidence, but she doubted it. Taehyun had never used it until now. While she tried to understand what was happening, Taehyun focused all his strength, determined, and declared that what she truly needed at that moment was a beating. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the saint was completely terrified. While restraining the civilians with his chains, Kim Taehyun slapped Saint Sarara directly. After the destruction caused by the fight, the civilians remained trapped by the chains, and Sarara was crawling on the ground, badly wounded. Taehyun remarked inwardly that her recovery, thanks to her ability, was truly impressive. Even after that beating, she was still alive. Sarara then asked how he had obtained the ability domination of the five senses. Taehyun said he knew she would eventually notice, and that made her even more intrigued. At that moment, he realized what she was about to do, attempt to cleanse his mind, to erase his memories. He stood firm and provoked her mentally, saying she could try. From the very beginning, Taehyun had been expecting this confrontation, though he hadn't imagined it would come so soon. The ability called Holy Order allowed Sarara not only to control memories, but also to access the target's recollections directly. That meant she could see the deepest secrets of his mind. Taehyun remembered the strange dream he had at the Eastern Point, and Rosaria's sudden change of behavior after trying to probe his mind. He reflected that if the saint really managed to dive into his mind, she might uncover the true secret behind gluttony. Sarara laughed loudly, mocking his confidence, and said that if he wanted it so badly, then she would show him. She then invoked her sacred power. the true angel. She declared that she didn't know what he was planning, but she was sure no one could resist divine power. However, the moment she entered Taehyun's mind, what she found was completely different from what she expected. Inside, she encountered the great throne of gluttony, surrounded by a sea of blood. Seated upon that throne was a shadowy figure, the true king of gluttony. That was not Taehyun, nor even a human being. It was something beyond comprehension. The king, with a cruel gaze, noticed her presence and questioned if Taehyun had used that little fly to reach him. Sarara panicked as she realized she had been swallowed by something far beyond the spiritual realm. The king laughed, saying it was a decent plan, but nowhere near enough. Then, he devoured Sarara completely. She was utterly consumed by the power of gluttony. Soon after, Taehyun awoke in a hospital room. Still confused, he looked around, trying to understand what was happening. He wondered where the saint was. At that moment, Yoo Ah-young entered through the door, relieved, saying that he had finally woken up. She told him she had been extremely worried, as had his family, who had waited for him until the previous night. He had been unconscious for an entire day. Taehyun asked about Sarara, and Ah-young explained that she was also unconscious, along with Jinsu and Pinghua. However, Mingmin had disappeared. She asked what had happened, and Taehyun reflected that, although he hadn't expected the plan to work, even so, the saint, a national-level player, had been unable to even scratch the secret behind gluttony. He wondered what truly existed within his mind, and how strong he would have to become to finally uncover it. Ah-young approached and gently caressed his face, saying that without him, the team's points had plummeted. He complained and told her to take her hand away. Shortly after, Taewook burst through the door, relieved to see him awake. He told Ah-young that they also needed the support of Nightwalker. It was urgent to find the group that had gone into the abyss, as Paran Jin and the entire Korean team had gone missing. Later, Taewook was shocked to hear that Taehyun wanted to go alone. He thought it was madness, especially since he was a patient who had just woken up. But Taehyun argued that sending too many people would only result in more casualties. Veterans like Suin had already been lost in the depths of the abyss, and if they had vanished completely, then it wasn't the work of monsters, it had to be another player, certainly someone of national level. That was why he decided to go alone. Taewook admitted the logic, but still didn't want to let him go. After all, he had just woken up. Suddenly, Hwang, Taehyun's cousin, appeared at the door and asked where he thought he was going. His family was very worried. They thought he might never wake up again. According to him, it was all Hwang's fault, since he had called everyone there. Taehyun had to see his family. It was the least he could do. Everyone insisted that he shouldn't go. They said he was stressed, badly injured, and needed to recover. Taehyun then remembered the time when he was not yet awakened. Back then, everyone wanted to bring him down, no matter what he did. They looked at him with hatred and contempt. But now everyone was worried about him. With a small smile, he thanked them for their concern, but he stated that he had to go. It was only temporary. After all, he had allies in danger, and he was the only one who could save them. He said his family didn't deserve someone who abandoned his companions. Hwang was moved by his words, but before he could say anything, Ah-young smacked Taehyun hard on the back, ending the moment. Yoo Ah-young looked at Taehyun with a sweet smile and said that her baby was being too sentimental. Still, she told him it was fine, as long as he came back alive and with everyone, together. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, a fierce battle was taking place. Seongjin was hurled violently and was in terrible condition. The one responsible for the attack approached, saying that he had lasted quite a while, but the game of hide-and-seek was over. It was Liu Feng, the swordsman known as the Bloodblade. Liu Feng looked at Seongjin and, acknowledging his effort, said he could let him live as long as he became his servant. Weakened, Seongjin replied by asking if he really expected him to betray his friends and his country. Without hesitation, he refused. Liu Feng remarked that he had chosen pride over life. It wasn't a bad choice, but it seemed not everyone felt the same way. One of his allies, Hangul, was watching everything and thought those two were idiots. To him, it was obvious that the only way to survive was to surrender to Liu Feng. Hangul then remembered a conversation he had with Sarara, where she bound him and forced him to become her servant. Her order was clear: report everything about the players, including Kim Taehyun. She made it clear that if he refused, she had her own methods of persuasion. Deep down, however, Hangul believed that this decision could benefit them both. He had already betrayed his allies once. Doing it again wouldn't make much difference, right? Beside him, Seongjin tried to comfort him. He said he understood his fear and that it was fine, because he would make sure Hangul lived even if it cost him his own life. And he added that it was never too late to redeem oneself, even if only after death. Siang, wounded, remarked that he talked too much for someone about to die. Overcome with guilt, Hangul began to cry and beg for forgiveness. In the end, he decided he would fight too. Watching all this, Lu Feng commented that everyone there was clinging to the same hope, but he would show them the difference between their powers. He then summoned countless blood blades, scattering them through the air with devastating force. Xiong Jin was terrified at the sight. With coldness, Lu Feng said that the only reason they were still breathing was because of his mercy. Just as the blades were about to fall and kill them all, something happened. Lu Feng's system was invaded. The domination of the five senses struck him directly. The blades were destroyed by an invisible force. He was shocked. He knew this was Mingmin's ability, but Mingmin was dead. That meant it could only be one person, the one who killed Mingmin. Kim Tae-hyun appeared, shrouded in his aura, activating the knight's zeal. Lu Feng, thrilled, said he had been eagerly waiting for this encounter. But Tae-hyun, indifferent, replied that he hadn't. After a massive explosion, Lu Feng emerged unscathed and questioned whether Tae-hyun had only used his ability to flee afterward. One of his servants suggested chasing him, but Lu Feng refused. He said he already knew where they were hiding. As the tracks led to the Great Draconic Tower, the only place in the abyss that had never been fully cleared. Inside, Xiong Jin, now sheltered, thanked Tae-hyun profusely, who simply told him to drink a potion he had prepared. Xiong, still nervous, asked what he was planning. The tower they were in was infamous for defeating countless players. It was a dungeon that couldn't be cleared, and no one could leave until they found an escape portal. Escaping Lu Feng by entering there was like trading one death for another. Tae-hyun explained that he couldn't fight while protecting everyone, but told them not to worry. It was just another dungeon. They would clear it and get out. Xiang, terrified, argued that this was an impossible dungeon to complete. Hill, another survivor, concluded that Tae-hyun really didn't have any plan. Then the system explained what the Draconic Tower was. It lay deep within the abyss and was known as an unbeatable dungeon, with two special features. The first was the vast number of traps scattered across its floors. The second was the presence of the Draconians, monsters that were extremely resilient, intelligent, and numerous. Even so, Xiang watched in awe as Tae-hyun continued destroying everything in his path. She wondered how such a thing was possible. Tae-hyun, for his part, simply thought that this so-called unclearable dungeon wasn't that hard after all. After advancing through several floors, they finally arrived before a portal. The others looked at each other and asked, hopeful, if that was really the escape portal. Xiang asked how Tae-hyun knew about the existence of the escape portal. He replied that he didn't. They had just been lucky. Xiang, suspicious, thought he was a liar, but had no time to question further, as Tae-hyun urged everyone to go through the portal quickly before the monsters approached. One by one, the survivors began crossing. Xiong Jin was the last to enter, calling Tae-hyun a brat, or rather, by his name, and thanked him for coming to save them, promising that he would repay the favor one day. Tae-hyun, indifferent, replied that it was nothing. In his thoughts, he found it strange to receive gratitude from Xiong Jin Park of all people. Thanks to that, now that Hangul had been revealed as a Japanese spy, the espionage problem was resolved. Only two problems remained: Lu Feng and the mysterious phantom sword. Even so, he thought they weren't doing too badly. As he prepared to enter the portal, he was caught off guard. The system blocked his passage, informing him that he could not use it because the tower's master was watching. Confused, Tae-hyun asked what master this was. Then the ceiling of the floor cracked open completely, revealing a massive creature descending and destroying everything, a colossal red dragon. The creature spoke with disdain, saying it was curious about who had invaded its tower and that, in the end, it was only a worthless human. This was Caslin, the SS-rank dragon and master of the Draconic Tower. The system then explained the hierarchy of dragons, one of the most powerful species in the abyss. Hatchlings had power close to rank S. Adults were classified as S+. The dragon masters, like Caslin, belonged to rank SS. Above them were only the ancient dragons, of mythical category. Tae-hyun, observing the dragon before him, knew he was facing at least a dragon master. He remembered that the bone dragon summoned by Ophid Oro had been made from the corpse of an adult dragon, which meant this one was many times stronger. He also wondered why it had suddenly appeared. Caslin, giving no time for explanations, ordered the insect to disappear and spewed a wave of devastating flames. Tae-hyun, however, resisted the attack. He knew he had no choice. This battle was inevitable. He immediately charged forward with the Night King's fist, surprising even the dragon itself. He used his chains and beams of gluttony to restrain Caslin, thinking that even if it wasn't enough to kill him, perhaps he could at least extract an ability. But the dragon broke free with extreme ease and nearly crushed him under its claws. Hidden with stealth, Tae-hyun realized he only needed to buy time. However, he was caught off guard when someone appeared behind him and slammed him into the ground, driving his head into it. He wondered if that was polymorph. Kaislin had taken on a human form, and in that state, created a sphere of flames to finish Taeyun once and for all. After pinning him to a pillar and strangling him, Taeyun thought he couldn't even react. Fighting against an SS rank being was impossible. Kaizen then used the inspectability. The system of gluttony tried to resist, but it couldn't overcome the draconic power, and all of Taeyun's abilities were sealed. Kaislin, confused, said he didn't feel anything strange in Taeyun's body, but the power that had invaded his tower seemed even stronger after touching him. It wasn't the power of an ordinary human. He asked directly where that power came from, and who its true owner was. Inwardly, Taeyun grew furious. Even that dragon wanted to know the origin of his power. He thought that everyone seemed more obsessed with it than he was himself. Kaislin pressed further, mentioning the tentacles, but was suddenly struck by a brutal attack that sent him flying. Baffled, Kaislin wondered how a mere human could have done that. Then, a voice echoed across the battlefield. It said she was in need of a new little pet for her house, and that this red lizard might do. It was Rosaria, summoned by Taeyun. She appeared before everyone, claiming he had taken too long to call her. She scolded him for being so irresponsible. Exhausted and wounded, Taeyun replied that he couldn't trust a monster like her. Even so, he had turned to her for help. Meanwhile, the president of the Korean Association received alarming news. Kim Taehyun had also disappeared. He wondered how it was possible that the same person who had rescued so many was now missing. Hangul said he didn't know exactly what had happened, only that they had crossed the portal together. President Jinwi then asked where Sungjin was, and Yisung explained that he was staging a situation so he could return to the abyss and try to save Taeyun. Dao Kigo thought it best to stop him, and the president agreed. Jinwi also added that they didn't know what the other presidents would do with this information, so no one could know that they were alive, nor that Taeyun was still out there. While everyone remained missing, the Asian exhibition games advanced to the 6th day and were soon to end. By that point, regardless of ranking, everyone knew they would never have come this far without Taehyun's help. If he died, all the effort in the games would lose its meaning. The president prayed he was still alive. Inside the tower, an intense battle was raging between Rosaria and Kaislin. The clash was so brutal it resembled a war. Taeyun watched and thought he could really die there. Both combatants were complete monsters in terms of power. He wondered if he had made the right choice in summoning Rosaria, though he was sure she had been the best option. Still, he doubted whether he had waited too long to call her. The abilities Taeyun had received from his contract with Rosaria were complete hypnosis and Queen's Man. There was a clear reason why he hadn't summoned her before. Summons required an enormous amount of mana. Even after bringing her into the battlefield, the mana consumption didn't stop. It would be impossible to sustain her for long without recovery potions. However, that wasn't even the biggest problem. Kaislin invoked a power called Meteor, and fiery rocks began to rain down on them. But Rosaria, unfazed, destroyed all the meteors with ease. Taeyun realized that the true problem was Rosaria being far too powerful. She bound Kaislin with her tentacles and hurled him so hard that several walls were destroyed upon impact. Though she was fighting on his side, Taeyun knew he had no full control over her, and that worried him. Rosaria asked what he thought of her power. Despite his concerns, Taeyun felt he could trust her, at least for now. Kaislin acknowledged that she was incredibly powerful, a true succubus queen, but said that only deepened his confusion. To him, it made no sense that an Archduchess of the Abyss would help a mere human. He questioned whether she felt no shame in doing so. Rosaria responded with disdain, calling Kaislin a chattering little lizard. Meanwhile, Taeyun was thinking about that term, Archduchess. He knew that an Archduke served the King of the Abyss. That meant Rosaria might have some connection with him. He began to wonder how much she actually knew about that king. Rosaria then spoke directly to Taeyun, her contractor, saying that she understood all the questions he might have, but at that moment, he had no right to know the answers. Besides, even if he did know, he wouldn't be able to do anything with that information. In the end, what mattered was that he had already chosen his own path and would continue walking it. She added that the current situation wasn't easy either. At that moment, Taeyun noticed something strange in his hand. The flow of mana was reversing. He was consuming mana excessively. Kaislin then remarked that even if Rosaria was an Archduchess, she had still been summoned by a mere human, and that human would never withstand so much power for long. He warned that if they insisted on continuing, both of them would be incinerated. For that, he was already preparing a final attack capable of eliminating them both at once. Taeyun quickly warned Rosaria, and a massive explosion engulfed the tower. However, she managed to protect them in time. Even after the attack, she said he was far too persistent for a mere lizard. She then revealed that her power was bound to Taeyun's body, and if she remained summoned for much longer or used more strength, he would end up dying because of the inverted mana flow. Then Rosaria said she would give him a gift before disappearing. Surprised, Taehyun asked what gift that was, but Rosaria simply approached, embraced him gently, and told him not to die. She kissed him on the forehead, and the system notified that Taehyun had received the Queen's kiss. As a result, the rank of his hypnosis temporarily rose to rank S. Now prepared, Taehyun cast hypnosis on Kaislin, who was left confused and asked what he was doing. Inside Taehyun's mind, Kaislin found himself before the entity known as gluttony. She observed the situation and commented that the succubus's move had actually been quite interesting. Although she hadn't done the full cleansing, she left the rest of the work to him. Kaislin wondered if he was trapped inside his own mind and looked with suspicion at the man seated on the throne, questioning whether that was the same human as before. At first glance, he looked the same, but his essence was different. He was, in fact, a living being, and far more threatening than before. Gluttony made it clear that she had no further business with Kaislin, and ordered him to leave her world at once. Then she gave the command to devour him. The dragon didn't even have a chance to resist. When reality returned, Kaislin was completely wounded. Taehyun was surprised, sensing something was wrong. Kaislin had changed. He looked strange, as if his will had been destroyed. That had never happened before. Still, Taehyun knew he couldn't worry about that now. He drank another mana potion and decided to attack, realizing this was his only chance. Using the power of gluttony, he rushed straight at Kaislin and struck with a deep stab from his dagger. For the first time, his attacks were having an effect. He continued channeling gluttony's power while thinking about Rosaria's words. She had asked him not to die, and he repeated to himself that he wasn't the one who would die. He had to stay alive to uncover more about the King of the Abyss, and also to take revenge on Asmodeus, the one responsible for his death in his previous life. He had never truly lived, and dying now was simply unacceptable. He resolved to defeat Kaislin and return victorious. With all the strength he could extract from gluttony, Taehyun unleashed his most powerful attack. Kaislin couldn't understand how a mere human dared face him that way, but he had no time to react. In the next instant, his head was severed. The system announced that Taehyun's gluttony rank had changed. Collapsed among the ruins, surrounded by destruction, Taehyun thought he had truly believed he would die fighting that insane dragon. Exhausted, he said it was time to go back, and so the official announcement was made. A rank B player had risen to rank A. Kim Taehyun. On the 7th and final day of the Asian Exhibition Games, everyone gathered to witness the final ranking. The panel carefully evaluated each magic stone. Japan reached 4,600 points, but still couldn't surpass China, which had 4,800. Nakata, frustrated, thought about avenging the saint, but the damn Taehyun remained missing. Still, at least they secured second place. He ordered everyone to return quickly but was told the ceremony wasn't over yet. Impatient, he said he didn't care in the slightest. Meanwhile, the president of the Korean Association reflected on their failure. Without Taehyun, Korea had fallen to third place. They had even led at one point but stagnated on the 5th day of the games and ended up being overtaken. To win, they would have had to defeat countless creatures or an SS rank monster, something they had failed to do. Deep down, what hurt most was failing to save Taehyun. On the other side, the president of the Chinese Association was already laughing at the situation. Alongside Lu Feng, Zhang Lung approached mockingly. He said it was a pity, as he had thought Korea had found a promising new talent, but in the end, he had fallen victim to a tragic accident. He remarked that Taehyun had gotten involved in the Draconic Tower and hadn't survived. The Korean president, furious, knew it was no accident. He mentally called them villains and was certain he knew what those bastards had done. Lung, arrogant, said the weak should simply accept reality and invited everyone to enjoy the closing ceremony. The Korean president felt powerless, unable to do anything in the face of it. But suddenly, a huge portal opened right in the middle of the ceremony, shocking everyone. The audience panicked, not knowing whose portal it was. And then, Taehyun emerged from within it, asking why his dear association leader was holding back against those two. The president was moved to see him alive, while the two Chinese representatives were visibly enraged at his return. Taehyun appeared, carrying a massive mana crystal, declaring that he was back. Meanwhile, at Taehyun's uncle and aunt's apartment, his aunt called out to Huang, asking him to explain how the game worked since it was the last day. Huang replied that there was no point in paying attention to the games anymore, since Taehyun had disappeared. He believed his mother only wanted him to watch so he could be tortured by the memory of his missing cousin. But at that moment, she said Taehyun was appearing on television. Shocked, he asked what she meant. On the broadcast of the final day of the Asian Exhibition Games, something unbelievable was happening. It was announced live that Taehyun had returned with the Mana Stone of an SS rank monster, Taislin. With that, he had achieved the first kill of an SS rank monster in history. Yu Ayoung, astonished, asked how it was possible. Taehyun was on television? Wasn't he in the abyss? Everyone was completely amazed when the Mana Stone he had brought was evaluated at 10,000 points. That guaranteed, without a doubt, that New Korea secured first place in the games, becoming the official champions of the Asian Exhibition Games. As the crowd chanted Taehyun's name, Jong Lung watched in rage and disbelief. He asked Lu Feng why Taehyun was still alive, accusing him of not finishing the job. Lu Feng was furious upon realizing that Taehyun had not only survived the Draconic Tower, but had also killed an SS rank monster. Taehyun, meanwhile, reflected that things could have gone very wrong. Luckily, his gluttony hadn't devoured the Mana Stone. If it had, they wouldn't have secured the victory. But he knew China would not accept defeat so easily. At that moment, the president of the Korean Association rushed to embrace him, overwhelmed with emotion. He said he was overjoyed to see him back, visibly relieved. Taehyun was also moved, and it was explained that the president cried for a long time, perhaps out of relief, perhaps gratitude. What mattered was that everyone was alive. Thus, the exhibition games came to an end, and Taehyun's astonishing return drove the media into a frenzy. Back in Korea, all the players gathered to share their stories, but Gon was already on stage, mocking the president with shouts of crybaby, loser, and fool. Kwon was crying, and Ayoung asked who had invited that idiot. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Singapore Players Association, Taehyun met with President Haley Tan. She explained that the purpose of the invitation was the association's desire to form an alliance with him. Taehyun thought this had already happened in his past life. Back then, Singapore, after losing its top players, had tried to form alliances with other internationally recognized players. However, Lu Feng and Zhang Lung certainly wouldn't let that happen again. Taehyun replied that they could continue the meeting, but first, they needed to deal with the intruders. The president didn't understand right away until the door was blown apart by a surge of power. Intruders burst in, ready to assassinate the president. The one leading the group said he didn't know how Taehyun had escaped the Draconic Tower, but that it didn't matter anymore. It was Lu Feng, accompanied by an army prepared to kill. He declared that both Taehyun and the president would die there. Taehyun, calm as ever, told Haley Tan that he had already warned her about the presence of uninvited guests. At that moment, the window shattered and more people stormed in, but these ones were on Taehyun's side. Lu Feng was shocked and asked how he knew. Sungjin demanded to know if they had gone mad, attacking in broad daylight. Hangul stated he was there to repay the debt he owed Taehyun. Even Hyunsu showed up to help. Yisung was surprised to see Hyunsu and asked what he was doing there, calling him crazy. Tao Kigo replied that, as hard as it was to believe, Hyunsu was someone trustworthy. Taehyun stared at Hyunsu and asked if he hadn't said before that he didn't care anymore. He told him the same applied now, and that Lu Feng would die that day. Earlier, during a meeting with the president of the Korean Association, Taehyun had been asked about his intentions. The president asked if Lu Feng really planned to assassinate the president of Singapore. Taehyun confirmed it, saying Zhang Lung wouldn't let things slide either. Their goal was to eliminate the other associations and create a monopoly over dungeons and mana stones. Players and even association presidents were at risk. The president replied that he didn't doubt it but wanted to know what the plan was. Taehyun, straightforward, said it was simple. Bad guys deserve a lesson. And so, everyone was ready for battle. A massive explosion shook the place. Seongjin ordered the area to be evacuated immediately. President Haley Tan and Yu Ayoung remarked that they should just follow the plan of her sweetheart, which made Yisung ask in surprise, "Sweetheart?" Then the hero Hyunsu appeared, saying he would protect the president. But Haley Tan looked at him in confusion and asked if that guy was really in his right mind. In the middle of all the chaos, Lu Feng was still hesitant, but eventually charged forward to kill anyone in his way, regardless of who it was. However, before he could do anything, his hand was caught by a chain, and he was dragged outside by Taehyun. Lu Feng's subordinates panicked when they saw this. Taehyun asked where Lu Feng was going and taunted him, saying he didn't want to play around with him. Lu Feng replied that he had already faced the abyss and now wanted to fight him for real, telling him not to confuse things. He then summoned a rain of blood blades and declared that Taehyun must have been getting cocky for defeating She Shin and Mingmin, even though he already knew their abilities. Taehyun, unfazed, simply told him to stop shouting and effortlessly crossed through the attacks, destroying everything with his gluttony ability. He then tore off Lu Feng's arm, and before Lu Feng could react, he was struck by a devastating blow from the Night King's zeal. Shocked, Lu Feng couldn't understand how his arm had been cut so easily. He thought that Taehyun had changed too much in just a few days. He tried to retaliate, but was finished off right there. After a blood-soaked fight, Lu Feng was lying on the ground. Taehyun, however, remained clean, not a stain on his clothes. He thought that ever since he had evolved his gluttony after consuming Kaiselin's body, he knew he would win that fight. Still, he acknowledged that Lu Feng was a powerful opponent. If he had been a decent player, he could have contributed greatly to the dungeons that remained unconquered to this day. Even in defeat, Lu Feng began to laugh. He said that now he understood why the other Chinese nationals had lost. Taehyun was a damned monster. Then Lu Feng declared that he hadn't expected to use the Archduke's power, but now he would show what true power was. He entered his berserk form, based on the power of blood. Meanwhile, all the Chinese assassins had already been defeated within the barrier, and Xiangjin called Aiyong outside, asking him to look at the place where Taehyun was fighting. A dome, a kind of magical barrier, had formed around the battle. Inside the dome, the transformed Lu Feng attacked furiously with his many arms, trying to land a hit on Taehyun. He screamed that this was true power. Taehyun, on the other hand, only asked what he meant by that grotesque, blood-covered body. When he cut Lu Feng's limbs, they regenerated easily, surprising even Taehyun, who was nearly struck by one of the attacks. He realized his opponent was now different. This was a new version of Lu Feng, and the environment around them had changed as well. It looked like the abyss, probably a teleportation ability, just as Lu Feng had mentioned earlier, saying it was a power of the Archduke. Taehyun remembered that Kaiselin had also called Rosaria an Archduke. That made him think that there were other beings with the same title, and perhaps Rosaria was connected to the king. Did Lu Feng also have such a connection? At that moment, Lu Feng, using his new power, managed to overcome the Night King's defense and grabbed Taehyun. He asked if Taehyun was shocked by his strength, saying that now Taehyun was far too slow. He declared that it was inevitable, and that even if Taehyun had surpassed the limits of humanity, no one could overcome the power of the Archduke. Without showing fear, Taehyun said he wanted to ask one question before dying. He wanted to know what Lu Feng knew about the king. Lu Feng, possessed by the Archduke, replied that the king was a power he could never reach. Taehyun accepted the answer, even though he had already expected it. He only wanted confirmation. Once again, using the power of gluttony, Taehyun easily destroyed Lu Feng's hand, and his body began to disintegrate. Taehyun remarked that he needed to learn more about the Archdukes. Lu Feng, weakened, said that Taehyun had been hiding his true power all along, but Taehyun stated that their business was finished and ordered him to disappear. Then Lu Feng was completely devoured piece by gluttony. After the ability finished consuming his body, Taehyun reflected. Lu Feng knew about the Archdukes but seemed to know nothing about the king. Perhaps only Rosaria truly knew the truth. And, according to Lu Feng's words, there were other Archdukes besides her. If they were all on the same level of power, they would be monstrous, nearly inexplicable beings. Taehyun didn't know how many of them were aware of the king, but it was the only path he could follow now. However, suddenly, Lu Feng's body, now just a mass of blood and flesh, began to regroup and condense into a single point. Then, a voice was heard in the air, saying that foolish boy had boasted so much about being the strongest, but if this was all he had to offer, then humans truly were mysterious and idiotic beings. The enemy approached and commented that Taehyun was the man who had killed his former contractor. It was obvious that this was Igmun, who began to gather an enormous amount of blood power. Taehyun, upon sensing that energy, realized it was the Archduke of the Abyss previously mentioned. Igmun declared that he wanted to see Taehyun's abilities and unleashed a barrage of blood blades against him. Even wounded, Taehyun managed to dodge at the last moment, but realized it was the same technique Lu Feng had used, only now on a much greater and more powerful scale. He tried to defend himself with everything he had, using the power of gluttony, but noticed that this opponent was on the same level as Rosaria, or perhaps even more dangerous. This was not someone he could fight carelessly. He still wondered why Igmun had suddenly appeared, but at that moment, the only thing that mattered was survival, no matter the cost. It was then explained that every summoned creature is influenced by the power of its contractor. If the contractor is weaker than the summoned being, the summoned one can amplify its own power even further through them. On the other hand, if it is much stronger than the contractor's body may not withstand it, and the summoning is cancelled. With that, Taehyun concluded that Lu Feng had probably died, since the Archduke must have used his dead body as some sort of catalyst in order to manifest. However, he also thought there must be some kind of limit to that summoning. If he could hold out until then, he might have a chance. Igmun, now fully present, remarked that Taehyun was far better than his former contractor, who only talked but never acted. He then effortlessly crushed the Death Knight's fist and declared that trying to survive against him was pointless. Without giving any chance to react, he hurled Taehyun into a massive storm of blood and magic. Igmun mocked him, saying that despite his power, Taehyun still needed to learn in his place. He claimed he could end him with just a snap of his fingers, but suddenly, that great storm transformed into a garden filled with beautiful petals. Confused, Igmun asked where those petals were coming from, and realized he might know who was behind it. It was Rosaria. She had appeared to save Taehyun, saying her contractor always called her in the most interesting moments. Taehyun commented that the situation was critical. Igmun, irritated, said now everything made sense. He was convinced that his contractor wouldn't have died to an ordinary human, and the fact that Taehyun had managed to contract Rosaria enraged him even more. Igmun ordered her to leave and let the human be buried along with him. Rosaria, however, responded sarcastically, asking if he was still so resentful over his contractor's death, even after more than 1,000 years. She said he remained as petty as always, and that he should already know her answer would be no. Taehyun, still recovering, asked who exactly that opponent was. Rosaria explained that he was the vampire lord Igmun, also an archduke, and now their enemy. Igmun began gathering enormous power and threatened to kill Rosaria, but she retorted that such a phrase belonged to her. Thus, an intense battle between the two archdukes began. The mana flow was so overwhelming that Taehyun started being directly affected. He felt his body was at its limit. The previous fight against Liu Feng and the other assassins had left him exhausted, and now he could barely maintain Rosaria's summoning, let alone assist her directly. But Rosaria noticed this and told him not to despair. She said her limits were connected to his and acknowledged that he had grown stronger. However, the enemy they faced now was an archduke who could not be defeated unless she unleashed her full power. She asked him to endure just a little longer, reminding him how much he had fought to survive up to that point, and that he must not fall now. She then commanded him to carefully witness the true power of an archduke, a power that one day Taehyun might also surpass. Rosaria then created a massive sphere of pure magical energy. Feeling it, Igmun said this seemed to be the end for him. As his summoning began to fade, he declared that their meeting was over for today, and, if Rosaria survived that, they would meet again. The powerful beam launched by Rosaria clashed with Igmun's blood spear, and the impact between these two forces created an explosion so intense it blinded everyone around, including Taehyun, who lost consciousness. The system reported that he had entered a critical state, with almost no life left and 0 mana reserves. While drifting through his subconscious, Taehyun reflected on how many times this had already happened. Every time he grew stronger, an even mightier enemy appeared. He wondered how long this cycle would continue to repeat. That was when he heard a voice calling him pathetic. It was the consciousness of gluttony, scolding him for wasting the king's power. The entity mocked the title of national-level archduke, calling it a joke, and declared that if Taehyun wasn't willing to give everything he had, then his own body could be put to use by her. At that moment, Taehyun woke up once again in a hospital. It was yet another time he had awakened there, which seemed to be becoming routine, but this time, he felt something different. He believed he had finally seen the face behind that mysterious voice that had always accompanied him. It was as if, for the first time, he had looked directly at it, though he still didn't know what connection this figure had with the king. By his side, there was a group of people watching his recovery closely. When they all began to celebrate and rush to hug him, he begged them to calm down with so much excitement. According to Ayong, the barrier surrounding them had disappeared, along with the explosion, leaving only Taehyun unconscious and clear traces of a colossal battle. Fortunately, the assassination attempt orchestrated by the Chinese Association had failed. Zhang Lung, the main suspect behind that order, ended up being investigated by the International Players Association. Sometime later, Taehyun finally left the hospital. He muttered to himself that he was relieved to be out of that place. However, he also reflected on the Archduke, and on that strange mental copy that resided within his mind. The closer he got to gluttony and the king, the more confused his thoughts became. Even so, he noticed that his rank kept rising steadily. When checking his status sheet, he realized he had acquired a new ability called Blood Frenzy. However, he still couldn't use it. To activate it, he would need to consume powerful blood. Later, as promised, Taehyun attended a dinner with Ayong, who confessed that she had truly been frightened by the recent events. During the dinner, she tried to steer the conversation in another direction, asking what they could do after that moment. Taehyun, however, replied objectively that he planned to explore dungeons in China and Japan. Ayong, a little frustrated, said that wasn't what she meant. She reminded him that he had promised her a date after the games. For him, this dinner fulfilled that promise. But she argued back, saying that even with his license to explore those dungeons, she doubted he would be able to enter them immediately. She explained that dungeons are great sources of wealth, where mana stones could be mined. Even with the legal right to enter, both the Japanese and Chinese associations would come up with excuses to block Taehyun's access, delaying things until his license expired. Taehyun, however, stated that he already knew this and had a plan in mind. If they stalled for too long, he could also invest in other strategies. After all, he had realized his own shortcomings. He remembered that the ability he acquired from Lu Feng was precisely Blood Frenzy. He had tried using it several times, but the system never responded. It became clear that it required consuming powerful blood to activate this blessing from Igmun. He understood that he had become a valuable strategic asset to many people, but at the same time, he was still far too weak to fight on equal ground with that Archduke. To face such enemies and uncover the truth behind the king and gluttony, he needed to grow much stronger. Later, Taeyun went to a completely abandoned place. Upon arriving, he realized he was standing before the old Bang Chesu brewery, which was said to be closed. However, the door was slightly open. An old man appeared and asked if young people nowadays couldn't read, since it was clearly marked that the place was closed. He tried to drive Taeyun away, but the young man explained that he wasn't there because of the brewery. His goal was to obtain information about combined abilities. The old man turned in surprise, asking how he knew about that and who he was. Taeyun introduced himself as a national-level player and declared he was about to save him. It was then revealed that the man's name was Bang Chesu, owner of the brewery on the outskirts of Seoul, and that his days were already numbered. Despite this, he possessed an extremely rare S-rank ability called Fragments of a World. Bang Chesu, however, no longer wanted anything to do with battles. He just wanted to live peacefully, running his brewery. Someone once called him arrogant for refusing to use his own ability to save lives and help the world. Perhaps that judgment came from someone who had always lived as an awakened rancor. But Bang Chesu thought differently. He couldn't ignore the fact that he still had a son, and that changed everything. In the past, Bang Chesu had tried fusing abilities from villains his son had captured. However, during one of those experiments, a body overloaded with mana and couldn't withstand it. Taeyun explained that no one had ever truly understood why those individuals ended up dying or going insane. The cause seemed to be tied to reverse mana flow, triggered by the attempted combination. Afraid of retaliation, Bang Chesu's son ran away. The old man, consumed by regret, swore never to use his ability again. When he heard Taeyun recount all these details, he asked how he knew about them. Even so, he could not accept Taeyun's request to use that ability again. He thought it was madness, told the young man to leave, and said that it didn't matter if he was a national-level S-rank player. His ability had already caused too much destruction, and he refused to use it again. But Taeyun answered firmly, telling him not to worry. He invoked gluttony, declaring that his body was strong enough to withstand Bang Chesu's ability, and that there was no chance of it breaking him. Later, still reflecting, Bang Chesu asked if that was true. Taeyun confirmed it. The reverse mana flow that had killed those villains wasn't the fault of Bang's ability, but rather the excessive power of the fusion that their bodies couldn't endure. The merging granted extremely powerful abilities, but the receivers simply weren't physically prepared to handle it. Taeyun's body, however, was different. He was ready to withstand that level of magical strain, and even if he failed, he was certain he wouldn't die. Bang Chesu was shocked by that confidence. He had always thought his ability and his awakened hands were curses, only capable of taking lives. And now, here was a young man who seemed to solve everything in a matter of minutes. He wondered who Taeyun really was. It was as if he already knew the future. Taeyun, in turn, remarked that he hadn't told anyone he was there. If he happened to die, no one would know it had been Bang Chesu's fault. The old man asked him not to say such things, but Taeyun reflected that before his regression, they only discovered Bang Chesu wasn't guilty after 10 years of investigation. But by then, it was too late. Carrying the weight of guilt for his son's death, Bang had eventually died years later, drowned in alcoholism. If he hadn't come back in time to clear the old man's conscience, he would have died believing he was responsible for everything. And Taeyun thought that, at least this time, he wasn't too late. Then, the system appeared with a notification, asking if he wanted to proceed with 3 ability combinations: Stone Skin with Stealth, Zeal of the Death Knight with Paralysis, and Heart of the Monarch with Silent World. Bang Chesu was utterly astonished. He couldn't comprehend how a single person could have so many abilities, but Taeyun had already expected such a reaction. He knew that abilities without fixed origins, such as those from Rosaria or Gluttony, couldn't be easily detected. Taeyun assured him that everything was fine, and asked Bang Chesu to proceed. The old man took a deep breath, confirmed, and then began the process of combining abilities. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the United States Players Association, an important meeting was taking place. Present were the association's president, Kevin Lee, and the country's strongest players. Kevin Lee remarked that it had been a long time since they had gathered in that room. The first to speak was Gregor Gale, one of the top 10 players in the country, who asked if they were on the brink of war. Dylan Gray, ranked 3rd nationally, reprimanded him for acting so disrespectfully. Shortly after, Rick Hollis, the 2nd-ranked player, complained about always being forced to take the front lines in battles and demanded that their leader finally speak up. That was when Cody, the #1 player in the United States, finally addressed the group. He explained that they were all there as adults and that the meeting was merely a formality. He didn't intend to force anyone into anything. Kevin Lee then asked everyone to put the provocations aside and move on to the main agenda of the meeting. During the discussion, Kevin Lee asked if they knew what had happened to China's national players in the recent exhibition matches. Montel Roman, ranked 5th, responded by naming Xie Xin, Mingmin, and Liu Feng the 3 who had died. Nick Rowan, ranked 6th, commented that he had heard 2 of them had died fighting the 3 warlords, while the 3rd had been killed while attempting to assassinate the head of the Singapore Association. Gregor Gale, in his usual cold tone, simply remarked that, in the end, they were all dead anyway. Kevin Lee, however, revealed new information. He said that was the official version provided by China, but according to recent intelligence, all of the players had actually been killed by a single person. The most shocking detail was that among the dead was Liu Feng, who had held a contract with the Archduke, the vampire Lord Igmun of the Abyss. The revelation caused widespread astonishment. Rick Hollis, surprised, asked if Cody had already known about this, but Cody, ignoring the provocation, wanted to know who was responsible for killing them all. Kevin Lee then answered, it was Kim Tae-hyun, the player from New Korea. Elsewhere, Tae-hyun was feeling the power now emanating from his body. The energy was intense and terrifying. Kevin Lee, reviewing the reports, commented that Tae-hyun was surely strong, though perhaps not as strong as many imagined. Still, it was urgent to gather more information about him. At that moment, Tae-hyun stood still, savoring the sensation of his newfound power. When he checked his status, he discovered that his rank had not risen to S as he expected, but rather to AA, which was still extremely high. The next morning, at New Korea's airport, Gregor Gale appeared visibly irritated with the situation and asked if they really needed to be there just because of this Tae-hyun guy. Marcus Gore, ranked 8th in the United States, replied that, in a way, yes, that was exactly why they were there. Gregor, impatient, crossed his arms and said that when he met this kid, he was going to smack him around to see if he was really all that. But Marcus interrupted him with a serious look and said that it still wasn't the time. First, they needed to truly understand who they were dealing with. That same day, Tae-hyun was analyzing his newly fused abilities and felt an overwhelming urge to test them. Now, he possessed the shadow skin, which not only strengthened his body but also made him harder to detect. In addition, he had acquired the Sovereign's Domain, a skill that allowed him to create a specialized field fueled by magic and the Sovereign's zeal, significantly increasing his power within that domain. Despite his excitement, he knew that using these abilities in the real world would cause serious problems. While reflecting on this, he was approached by a few people who had come from far away just to see him. Among them were Marcus Gore, the 8th-ranked national player of the United States, and Gregor Gale, ranked 10th. Upon spotting him, Gregor questioned whether that was really the boy who had defeated Liu Feng, showing clear disdain. He hinted that perhaps they were in the wrong place, but Marcus assured him that was impossible. Later, the conversation took a more serious turn when Tae-hyun asked what business they actually had with him. Marcus replied casually, saying they were only there to talk a little. However, before continuing, he used his ability called Ziggurat, which allowed him to analyze everything about a person: full name, ranking, status, skills, and even mental state. When accessing Tae-hyun's data, Marcus realized he had never seen an AA-ranked player, yet his stats clearly placed him at the national level. Still, it didn't seem enough to have defeated someone like Liu Feng. When he tried to check the skills, the Ziggurat was blocked by gluttony, preventing the reading. It was as if they were locked away. Tae-hyun then stated that this was more than enough, which led Marcus to question whether his ability had really been blocked, something that had never happened before. Curious, Marcus admitted that now he understood why the president of the US Association was so interested in Tae-hyun, the youngest national-level player in Korea's history. When Tae-hyun directly asked what they wanted from him, Marcus explained that they were there to request shared access to the dungeon located in China, which Tae-hyun had received as a reward for the exhibition games. He said he couldn't give too many details, but the president of the US Association was very interested in investigating that dungeon. Since Tae-hyun had defeated Liu Feng, it was obvious that Zhang Lung, president of the Chinese Association, would try to block his entry. Therefore, if Tae-hyun allowed the United States to join him, not only would they help him conquer the dungeon, but they would also save him from trouble with Zhang Lung. It was an alliance that would benefit both sides. According to Marcus, nobody had anything to lose with this deal, and if Tae-hyun accepted, they would gain a powerful ally. Even if he refused, it should still be clear that they were not enemies. Tae-hyun, however, refused the proposal. Marcus regretted this, saying it was a shame, but Gregor lost his patience and told him to stop talking nonsense. Outraged by the refusal, he said they had crossed the world for this. Marcus, surprised by his companion's attitude, asked him to calm down and not attack the boy. Gregor, however, insisted that with kids like Taehyun, you didn't negotiate, you showed who was stronger. Taehyun found that behavior strange, since Marcus seemed to want a friendly relationship, while Gregor was practically ruining everything. However, he quickly understood what was happening. Gregor's look was familiar. He had seen that kind of gaze many times before, back when he wasn't an awakened. Gregor didn't want to fight for any rational reason. He simply refused to accept that Taehyun could be on his level, or even above him. Realizing this, Taehyun accepted the challenge. He said that if that's what Gregor wanted, then he would find out who was stronger. It was also the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities. Later, both headed to an arena protected by an anti-skill barrier, ready for the confrontation. Later, Secretary Hyeon was shocked to learn that Taehyun wanted to fight in their arena. She couldn't believe it and asked if it was really serious. Kwon confirmed it was, and that Taehyun was betting in the guild's own arena. To them, this was a public relations disaster. Hyeon stated that this could destroy the entire arena structure, as she doubted the place could withstand a fight between two national-level players. Meanwhile, Gregor remarked that the idea of using the arena wasn't so bad. He admitted he liked the way Taehyun thought, and Taehyun replied that he hoped he would also like the outcome. Excited, Gregor told him not to worry, as he always enjoyed a good hunt. Immediately after, he began to transform into a massive beast before everyone's eyes. With just a single strike, he destroyed part of the arena. Hyeon said she had warned them, while Kwon reacted in shock, asking what the hell was going on. Before them stood a giant werewolf. Marcus then explained that this was Gregor's special ability, called Wolf's Heart. With it, he transformed into a werewolf, drastically increasing his physical capabilities. Marcus regretted that they hadn't been able to build a friendlier relationship with Taehyun, but thought perhaps it was better this way. At least now he could see with his own eyes the power of the one who defeated Lu Feng. Gregor, however, while chasing Taehyun, thought it was all a joke. He believed the boy was nothing more than an overrated fool. Marcus had already told him everything through Ziggurat, and Taehyun's stats were inferior to his in every way. And now, transformed, Gregor was even more powerful. In his mind, a brat like Taehyun could never be on his level. Taehyun, however, allowed himself to be hit and knocked to the ground on purpose. He said that now he understood why Gregor was ranked 10th in the US in national ranking, and hoped that he was strong enough to survive the test of his abilities. Then, Taehyun revealed a new technique. With it, he swallowed Gregor and the entire arena within a barrier made of black slime. This was his first combined ability, the Sovereign's Domain. It was a fusion between the world of insensitivity and the Sovereign's Heart, which strengthened the user while weakening the enemy inside that domain. Gregor, already inside the space, tried to understand where he was and where Taehyun had gone, but he had no time to think. He took a direct punch to the face. That was the second ability in action, the Shadow Skin, a combination of stealth and resilience. Taehyun was attacking unseen, landing precise blows that left Gregor disoriented. Trying to counterattack, the werewolf unleashed a wide strike with his claws but failed to hit anything. Soon after, he was caught off guard by the third ability, the Sovereign's Zeal. At that moment, the Death Knight King assumed a new, even more imposing form. Taehyun then mentally confirmed that the power of his combined abilities was working perfectly. He knew exactly how it would end. He commanded the enemy to kneel, and the knight's next strike caused an explosion so intense that it could be seen on the horizon. Marcus, watching from a distance, could hardly believe what had just happened. The black barrier prevented anyone from seeing what was really going on inside. Taehyun then calmly appeared and told Gregor that it had been a good fight and that they could face each other again another time. Still staggering, Gregor got up, claiming it wasn't over. He tried to attack Taehyun from behind, but was stopped by three people who immediately appeared: Ayoung, Seongjin, and Kwon. Ayoung remarked that Gregor took bets far too seriously. Kwon told him to accept defeat, while Seongjin warned that if he continued, things would only get worse for him. Curious, Taehyun asked how long they had been there. Soon after, the president of the association appeared, revealing that everyone had been watching from the beginning. They explained that at first, they just wanted to observe, but things had gotten out of hand, and now it was time to intervene. Gregor, still furious, asked if those weaklings thought they could stop him, but before he could do anything, Marcus told him to shut up. He said that if Gregor insisted on continuing, Code would have to intervene personally. The moment that name was spoken, Gregor immediately backed down. Fear was evident in his eyes. He then undid his transformation and walked away in defeat. Trying to restore the atmosphere, Marcus apologized to Taehyun for all the confusion. He admitted it might sound ridiculous to make a proposal after all that, but he asked if Taehyun would be interested in joining the United States Association. The revelation shocked not only Gregor, but also the president of the Korean Association, who was watching everything. Marcus assured them that they could offer Taehyun anything he wanted, It was said that if the United States joined the expedition into the dungeon located in China, they could guarantee Taehyun's entry into one of the most precious dungeons in the world, the so-called Ride. Taehyun replied that he would take the suggestion as a compliment, but made it clear that his next destination was not China, but Japan. The reason was the reappearance of Yoshikawa Tsurara, the Japanese saint, who had awakened once again. She had spent a long time imprisoned inside gluttony, in constant suffering. Even when begging for it to stop, gluttony itself taunted her, saying she had asked for this. After all, wasn't she the one who started it all? And now she wanted to give up? To gluttony, that was utterly pathetic. But that wasn't reality. It was just another nightmare the saint was experiencing. Ever since she entered gluttony, she had been deeply scarred. The same nightmare repeated every night. She saw a dark presence surrounded by tentacles that stretched toward her, plunging her into endless torment. In that endless cycle, she wondered how much longer she could endure before finally dying. When she awoke, she asked why the phantom sword wasn't by her side. At that very moment, he was fighting Taehyun. Though he hadn't wanted to fight there, he was forced by circumstance. Nakata Shinji, the phantom sword, accused Taehyun of having harmed the saint's life and swore to make him pay. He then summoned the power of his spirit sword, capable of cutting an opponent's soul using white magic. Taehyun, however, was prepared. He remarked that they were all the same, never listening to his words until after they were beaten. He blocked the sword strike with his shadow skin, easily disarmed Shinji, and even landed a brutal kick to his face. After that, Taehyun turned to the saint and said there were two reasons he was there. The first was to discover what she had seen inside his mind. The second was to prevent the greatest dungeon break ever recorded in history, something that hadn't happened yet, but was about to. At that very moment, far out at sea, a massive maritime storm was forming. A huge whirlpool opened at the center, and two investigators were observing the phenomenon. One of them wondered if that was truly the entrance to a dungeon, while the other confirmed that, according to the records, yes, the entrance was right in the eye of the storm. They believed it was still too early to worry, since there were no signs of imminent collapse. They were just following standard procedures. However, one of them saw something strange and thought perhaps he was imagining it, but he wasn't. A monster was beginning to emerge from the dungeon. It was a giant centaur, devouring its own kind, while shouting that the festival of blood was about to begin. The creature was one of Archduke Orgel's subordinates, a being known as Kenthazanath, ranked SS. Later, Yoshikawa Tsurara explained what she had seen inside Taehyun's mind. It was a figure that looked physically similar to him, but was neither human nor monster, a mysterious being. She mentioned that this figure, the one Taehyun saw in his nightmares, wasn't exactly new information, but she knew it continued to haunt him. Taehyun realized that, even though he no longer felt gluttony's presence inside her, he could still sense traces of magic, likely the cause of her nightmares. He approached and absorbed the lingering magical energy from her body, believing this could free her from the torment. The saint then asked why he was helping, and even tried to attack him, but Taehyun was clear. He wasn't there for her. Everything he did was for the dungeon. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the place. Taehyun immediately recognized what it was and told Tsurara that this marked the beginning of the dungeon break he had foreseen. At that moment, Matsuda Kuro, president of the Japanese Players Association, appeared and questioned where Taehyun thought he was going after attacking his players. Matsuda Kuro, back when he was still an active hunter and national ranker, had defeated countless monsters and discovered talents such as the Saint and the Phantom Sword. Among all the associations in the world, he was considered one of the best presidents. But Taehyun knew exactly who he was, someone who didn't care about casualties, as long as his goals were achieved. So he asked if Matsuda was aware of the dungeon break, saying that he had come to help. The president confirmed that yes, he had already been informed, but questioned what that had to do with a Korean player. He said that Taehyun had the right to explore the dungeon when it was still intact, but now that a break had occurred, there was nothing he could do. Furthermore, he reminded him that Taehyun had stained Japan's reputation in the exhibition games, and that if he also solved the dungeon problem, it would destroy the name of Japan and its players. Matsuda Kuro then declared that Taehyun would have to be detained for a while for the crime of attacking Japanese hunters. However, the saint intervened, stating that if they truly wanted to minimize the number of casualties, they would need his help. But Matsuda Kuro ordered Yoshikawa Tsurara to stay out of it. He reminded her that he had covered up the news about the people she had controlled with her powers. He warned her that if she sided with that little Korean player, she could be certain he would end her life, and the Phantom Swords as well. He then ordered them to take Taehyun away. Taehyun replied that the whole thing was obviously ridiculous, but still allowed himself to be shackled. He thought that if he resisted, it would only make things more complicated for the Korean president. So he decided to cooperate for now. He said it was now the Saints and Nakata Shinji's responsibility to carry out the mission. Matsuda Kuro claimed that was the right choice, and assured Taehyun that he would soon be freed, proven innocent as long as he behaved. but Taeyun warned him not to be arrogant. He had refused their help himself. If anything went wrong afterward, the blame would fall on him. Later, centaurs spawned from the dungeon break began invading the city. The defensive front line was being led by Kimura, but they were clearly not enough to contain the sheer number of monsters. It was a true army. Kimura encouraged his allies, saying they had to stop them, but was suddenly crushed like an insect by Kenthazinath, the giant centaur. The sight made the squad believe all hope was lost. If Kimura died, it would be the end for everyone. At that instant, someone cut off Kenthazinath's fingers. It was Nakata Shinji, the phantom sword. Soon after, Surara appeared, quickly healing the wounded on the front lines. Shinji asked if she was feeling well enough to do this. She answered that, in fact, she was because that strange magic inside her had disappeared. Shinji then asked if that meant Taeyun had really come to help, but at that moment, they both knew they had something far more urgent to deal with. Kenthazinath, staring at his opponents, remarked that he hadn't expected to find such high-quality food here. Shinji was the first to face him, crossing blades with the centaur. However, the monster's sword was extremely heavy. Meanwhile, Surara began organizing the other players, and the battle intensified. The enemy was an SSS-rank monster from an unconquered dungeon. The slightest mistake could be fatal. In a brief lapse, Shinji's arm was severed. To make matters worse, Kenthazinath possessed an advanced level of regeneration. His hand was already reforming. That dungeon had never been cleared by any group, and now they understood why. Even after being hurled back, Shinji remained standing. He declared he would defeat that monster. It had been 5 years since his last failure in that very dungeon, and he had used every moment since to grow stronger. Now, he was fighting with the power of divine revelation, which significantly boosted his attack strength. Surara, however, warned that she couldn't maintain magical support for much longer. They needed to cut him down now. Fueled by that resolve, the strikes of the Phantom Blade cut deeply into Kenthazinath, slicing him apart. At the Japanese Association's headquarters, everyone watched the battle unfold. Matsuda Kuro, observing with disdain, scoffed that he had known it would be easy to resolve, and told Taeyun they had never needed his help. Taeyun, in turn, said he was glad they had managed to defeat Kenthazinath, but asked if they really believed that was all. He explained that some time ago, a portal break had appeared in Korea. It started as a C-rank rift, then evolved into an A-rank. The same had happened in Russia and France. S-rank portals had transformed into S+. With this, he explained that the traditional methods for measuring a dungeon's strength were no longer reliable in cases of breaks. Taeyun then asked if they were sure it was over. Shinji, still on the front lines, cried out in alarm, asking what that thing was emerging from the centaur's corpse. From within Kenthazinath's body, a new creature emerged. It was his own son, the true master of the dungeon, Kenthamion, an SS-rank monster. Kenthamion appeared, devouring Kenthazinath's corpse with ease, as if it were just another meal. The scene shocked everyone. Shinji, staring at it, thought that no matter what it was still a monster, and he would kill it. Immediately, he charged with his spirit-imbued blade. But Kenthamion looked at him coldly and asked if it was he who had killed his father. Shinji quickly realized its appearance had already changed, but before he could react, he was violently thrown against a distant building. The saint was then trampled beneath Kenthamion's massive hooves. She tried to resist, declaring she would devour them all, but was completely overpowered. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the mood was one of despair. Taeyun knew exactly who that creature was. It was Kenthamion, master of Japan's most dangerous, still uncleared dungeon. At first, his appearance didn't seem so terrifying, but the monster grew stronger with every piece of monster and human flesh he consumed. He was on a completely different level from anything they had ever faced. Taeyun believed that if the president admitted the seriousness of the situation and accepted his help, it might still be possible to reduce the damage, but he doubted that would happen. Matsuda was furious, refusing to accept that Taeyun was right. He found it absurd that a single monster was defeating his best players. All he could think about was the imminent destruction of his players, the city, and above all, his own reputation. When someone asked Matsuda what they should do about the players still fighting, he replied that it was already too late, since none of them stood a chance against that creature. But at that instant, Taeyun appeared and struck Matsuda on the head with a heavy blow. He said he hadn't wanted to cause problems out of respect for the Korean president, but if he didn't act, nothing would change. Taeyun declared before everyone that he was there to contain the dungeon break. He made it clear that they could choose whether to stay at headquarters to support the players or run away. He wouldn't stop them. But as for him, he would save both the players and the city's civilians. He knew he had to defeat the centaur and stop the dungeon's expansion as soon as possible. On his way, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never thought he would see there. Meanwhile, Kenthamion had already defeated Shinji, Kimura, and the Saint. None of them had stood a chance against him. The monster then asked if the resistance had finally come to an end, for now he could finally consume them. The Saint had been right about one thing. He hadn't come as an enemy but as a real threat that needed to be stopped. When she joined the association, her intention had been to use her powers to help people, but she ended up making the wrong choices, and now it might be too late to turn back. At that moment, Taeyun appeared and pulled her out of the centaur's mouth. He admitted that, although he hadn't expected much, they had resisted the creature quite well. The rest of the headquarters team also arrived to rescue the players. Taeyun said that was more than enough. Now that the players were safe, they should leave, because he would handle the hard part, eliminating Kenthamian, who was charging toward him at 200 km/h. The saint tried to warn him that he wouldn't be able to defeat the creature alone, but then Taeyun called for someone he had met in the corridors. Lim Ayung, who quickly raised a massive ice arena around the battlefield. She asked if he was sure of what he was doing, since that wasn't the mission she had been sent on. Lim Ayung, who had once been rank A, had awakened as rank S. Her true mission was to free the Japan Players Association. The association's president had already been informed that Taehyun was on his way to stop the dungeon break, and all she needed to do was bring him back. Taeyun was surprised and asked if she wasn't there because of the dungeon. She explained that she had already mentioned this before. The association had refused to provide help. Taeyun replied that now she could help, since she was there anyway. On the other side of the arena, Kenthamion said he couldn't understand why that little human had locked himself inside with him. To the monster, Taeyun still hadn't realized he was nothing but food, but Taeyun countered, saying that in reality, Kenthamion was the one who didn't understand what was about to happen. In the end, it would be Kenthamion who would be consumed. Even while fleeing, the saint couldn't help but worry about Taehyun, who once again was using the power of the sovereign's world. Although he dodged the sweeping strikes of Kenthamion's spear, Taehyun could only retaliate with shallow cuts that regenerated almost instantly. Stealth didn't work against that enemy. Even when hidden, the centaur could sense his presence. That's why Taeyun decided to use once again the power of the Death Knight King, forcing Kenthamion to kneel before him. However, the creature resisted and blocked the attack. It was indeed a strong prey, but it would still be consumed. Taeyun then pointed to the side and told the monster to try blocking that. A massive mouth created by the power of gluttony appeared and devoured part of Kenthamion's body. Even so, he knew that if the fight dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage. He needed to channel all his magical power into gluttony and end the battle as quickly as possible. But at that moment, gluttony itself told him that this power did not belong to him. Suddenly, Taeyun found himself before the same mysterious figure that had appeared in his visions. He asked who this being was, why it kept appearing with the same face, and what it wanted. Gluttony answered that it wanted to use him as a medium to reach that being, but to do so, it needed someone capable of mastering his own powers, not just depending on abilities stolen from others. According to it, this moment was a test to define who Taeyun really was. Taeyun asked what it thought he was, but before he could continue, a new system command struck him. An unknown power awakened within his body, and gluttony was completely cancelled. He lost not only that skill but also all the others he had devoured. Without his techniques, Taeyun had to face Kenthamion with what little remained. The creature wasted no time and, with its spear, shattered his body almost entirely. Lim Ayung, who had been watching from afar, was desperate and rushed to help him. She raised an ice wall to protect him and said she would buy time for him to escape and seek healing from the saint. Still lying down, Taeyun tried to warn her that she had no chance against that monster, and that she should leave. But Lim Ayung replied that this was exactly why she would stay. He was the only one who could defeat that enemy. She reminded him that he had come there to stop the dungeon break, and asked if he didn't understand that if he died there, everyone else would die too. Taehyun reflected and agreed. She was right. It was not the time to bow to the fate that damned system wanted to impose. If he didn't defeat Kenthamion here, all humanity would be at risk. He had to find a way out. Then he remembered a skill he hadn't used yet, the blood flood. This powerful technique had one specific condition to be unlocked. He had to consume powerful blood, and in that scenario, there was only one possible source, the bodies of the centaurs. Lim Ayung was already on the ground, about to be killed by Kenthamion, when Taehyun awakened. An ancient power began to manifest within his body. It was the presence of Igmun, one of the archdukes of the Abyss. That energy was flowing directly from him. His wounds completely healed thanks to blood regeneration, and all his stats were boosted by 250 points. Kenthamion was shocked. He said that was impossible. He claimed that it was the magic of the ancient sovereign Akakuk, and then shouted in confusion, demanding to know who the hell Taeyun really was. All the conditions were activated. The blood flood was finally unleashed. Inside Taehyun's mind, gluttony reappeared and admitted it had been a bit worried about leaving him without any abilities. But it said he didn't need to worry. In fact, he was rather interesting. Gluttony stated that the boy had consumed the blood of a monster just to activate an ancient power, and declared that it was good he was getting stronger. It said Taeyun needed to realize how complacent he had been all this time, that the power he was using was of a completely different nature than his own, and only by understanding that would he truly become strong. With a single punch, Taeyun knocked Kenthamion down. Even missing one arm, he stood tall and imposing. The fallen centaur tried to comprehend what was happening. He thought that boy had been on the brink of death just a moment earlier, and now he was wielding the power of an archduke. But in the end, he told himself it didn't matter. He would still kill him. To become even stronger, Canthamian devoured the corpses of other monsters. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun approached Lim A-young's body, relieved to see she was still alive, though unconscious. He took that moment to analyze the effects of blood flood, the new ability he had awakened. His blood boiled. His heart pounded so violently it felt as though it would burst. An unbearable pain surged through his body, as if he were being consumed by monstrous energy. And yet, his body felt lighter than ever. When Canthamian lunged with intent to kill, Kim Tae-hyun reacted with astonishing speed. Using the power of protagonism that always seemed to awaken in critical moments, he dodged every strike with absurd precision and counterattacked, piercing through the centaur's chest with a single decisive blow. The blood flood not only granted him monstrous stats but also manifested a new red eye on his face. He remembered his eyes turning like that before, due to gluttony, but this new power was different. With that eye, Kim Tae-hyun could see the flow of magic within the enemy's body, allowing him to predict movements and pinpoint the exact location of its vital point, the heart. When Canthamian tried to understand what was happening, asking what he was doing, Kim Tae-hyun coldly replied that he would find out in hell. Then he exploded the centaur's head, ending the battle once and for all. With Canthamian's fall, the dungeon break incident in Japan finally came to an end. The Japanese Players Association shifted its focus to aiding victims and rebuilding the destroyed areas. Matsuda, who had ignored the danger and refused to fulfill his role, was arrested and placed under investigation. Luckily, Lim A-young had suffered only minor injuries. She worried about being reprimanded by the president of the Korean Association, but he reassured her, saying he was simply glad she was alive. Lim A-young promised to continue doing her best. The Saint and the Phantom Sword publicly apologized for the crimes they had committed. The Saint vowed to become a better player from that moment on. Meanwhile, in the United States Players Association, the president was impressed. He said that the young Kim Tae-hyun truly had talent. He had defeated an SS rank monster alone, something he had believed only Cody could accomplish. Marcus, beside him, commented that Kim Tae-hyun had grown even stronger since the exhibition games. That red magic could only be the power of an archduke. The American president admitted it was a shame they hadn't managed to recruit him, but acknowledged that people like him were not swayed by money or status. Those like Kim Tae-hyun were driven by ideals and their own goals. When Marcus asked if the president would take any action, he confirmed he would. He would continue with his plan even without Kim Tae-hyun, because everything they were doing was for the advancement of humanity. Before him rested his great, perfect experiment. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-hyun took a potion and tried once again to activate gluttony, but it still did not work. Since the fight against Canthamian, his abilities had been completely blocked. However, he had gained a new ability through blood flood, the monster's eye, which activated his red eye. Seo Sanjik, master of the Alchemist's Guild and an S-rank player, commented that unfortunately he had failed once again. He had thought he could help him this time. His signature ability was the creative potion, which allowed him to combine various ingredients derived from monsters to create potions, with any effect from boosting attributes, luring monsters, lifting curses, or even curing incurable diseases. Even so, Seo Sanjik apologized, but Kim Tae-hyun said it was fine. It seemed that the curse affecting him was stronger than they had imagined. He then reflected that if even Seo Sanjik's power couldn't solve it, only one option remained: to seek help from someone else. Seo Sanjik, who was listening closely, asked what he intended to do. Kim Tae-hyun replied that he needed the help of a curse removal specialist, someone from the United States, Ricky Hollies. At that moment, Ricky Hollies stood before the president of the Chinese Players Association. She made it clear to Zhang Lung that she was not there as a representative of the American Association, but as an official investigator for the World Players Association. Her mission was to investigate the accusations against him, related to the murders that had taken place during the game. Then, with cold resolve, Ricky declared that, as she had suspected, that was not the only crime he had committed. Unauthorized experiments were being conducted in an uncleared dungeon in China. Ricky Hollies, sent by the World Players Association, directly questioned Zhang Lung if he was willing to cooperate with the investigation. In response, he only asked what would happen if he refused. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun was approaching. He knew he needed to find Ricky Hollies before she disappeared again, just as she had in his past life. Meanwhile, Ricky remembered a conversation with Marcus, where he explained the full context. During the exhibition games, 2 uncleared dungeons had been offered as rewards. The first was the Storm of Centaurs, which had recently been cleared by Kim Tae-hyun in Japan. The second was the Grey Well, in China, a highly dangerous dungeon responsible for wiping out multiple player groups. Marcus had explained that several anomalies had been detected within that Chinese dungeon, including unknown magic surrounding the place. They knew Zhang Lung was conducting experiments there, and they couldn't simply ignore the situation. The truth had to be uncovered. That was why the mission had been assigned to Ricky Hollies, who at that moment had already defeated all the guards in the area and stated that she had no other choice but to resolve everything by force. Zhang Lung, for his part, already expected her to be strong after all. She was the number 2 of the United States Association, but even so, he was impressed by her magic. To him, that kind of power fit perfectly into his plans. Pretending indifference, he said it was all nothing more than a game. He stated that he would cooperate with the investigation, claiming he could not oppose the World Association. However, he suggested it would be better if Ricky judged everything with her own eyes. That was why he invited her to directly visit the research laboratory, where they could discuss the experiments in more detail. Later that night, in an exclusive hotel for players in China, Ricky Hollies reflected on the invitation. She found it strange that Zhang Lung had agreed so easily to collaborate. That alone put her on alert. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly appeared in her room. She considered it extremely invasive and asked if he usually entered women's rooms that way. Ricky Hollies knew exactly who he was, the rising star of New Korea, a player so promising that even the American Association had its eyes on him. She had always known they would meet someday. She just didn't imagine it would be like this. But all Kim Tae-hyun said was that she would die there. He knew her very well. Ricky Hollies, number 2 of the United States Association, was world-renowned for her abilities. Her main technique was called the Canceller, capable of undoing even mystical oaths of awakened players. At that moment, Kim Tae-hyun could only use 2 abilities, Blood Flood and Monster's Eye. He desperately needed Ricky's help, but he also knew she was famous for refusing to negotiate with anyone. Still, he remembered his past life, and in it, Ricky Hollies had died right there, in that place. The case had made headlines worldwide. Ricky replied with indifference. She said players were always exposed to danger, and with great power came great responsibility. Kim Tae-hyun then asked if she wasn't concerned about her own safety. She retorted, asking what he meant by, anyone could deal with her. Ricky Hollies declared that, with just a flick of her finger, she could destroy the entire building from the inside out. She stated that, deep down, she was no different from a monster. According to her, players needed something to keep them in check, a purpose, a dream, money, or a mission. Then she questioned Kim Tae-hyun. What kept him in place? What was his type? A human who controlled his powers, or a monster obsessed with more strength? Kim Tae-hyun answered that he didn't know. He admitted he was surprised by the way she thought. Although she wasn't like the Malevolence, he recognized that there was something dark about her. He said many believed that players gradually lost their sanity. However, he claimed she was of the old kind, and that he was the same. For the first time, Ricky Hollies smiled at him. She said that if he had come all the way there to see her, he surely wanted something. Kim Tae-hyun explained that he needed her ability. Most of his skills had been sealed under circumstances beyond his control. Ricky then asked what she would gain from this. Kim Tae-hyun replied that he knew exactly what mattered most to her at that moment, helping the potential victims of the Guangzhou case. He asked if uncovering the truth about it wasn't reason enough for her to cooperate. Ricky questioned if he thought she needed his help, and he answered that even if she didn't, it wouldn't hurt to have a plan B. Later, they stood before the gates of Zhang Lung's secret laboratory. Some researchers were waiting and commented that they had already been expecting Ricky Hollies. She had finally arrived, but as soon as they saw who was accompanying her, one of them suspiciously asked, who was the man with her? Ricky explained that the man at her side was just her bodyguard. In truth, it was Tae-hyun in disguise. He knew only Ricky had been invited to visit the secret laboratory, and they would never allow another high-level player to join her. Besides, his recent fame was too high, so he decided to hide his identity to avoid problems. Zhang Lung found it strange. According to him, he had never seen a national rank player accompanied by a bodyguard. Ricky, however, replied pragmatically, saying it was better to be safe than sorry. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun, already irritated, glared at Zhang Lung, for he knew that man was responsible for the murders during the Asian Games and that, in the future, he would cause an even greater disaster. Before entering the laboratory, the doctor informed them that everyone had to take an awakened oath. Ricky stated that such an oath didn't work on her, and she demonstrated it by unleashing her intimidating presence. Her aura alone was enough to pressure the others, and Zhang Lung, noticing this, apologized. The group then began the tour of the laboratory, where a project called Experiments with S-Rank Awakened was underway. During the tour, Ricky quickly realized there were people inside the capsules. Zhang Lung was injecting monster magic directly into human bodies. Seeing that, Ricky was outraged, but Tae-hyun urged her to hold back for now. Using her powers at that moment could ruin everything. Zhang Lung remarked that one of the awakened was about to be born, and that they were lucky to witness it. However, before any positive result could appear, the man's body inside the capsule simply exploded. Zhang Lung coldly declared that the attempt had been a failure. Ricky's rage grew stronger, and even with Taehyun trying to calm her, she was clearly losing control. To Taehyun, it was surprising to discover that, besides being a canceller of abilities, Ricky also had the power to cause earthquakes. Zhang Lung then began a speech. He said that humans had never been equal, and this became even clearer after the appearance of the player system. When someone awakens and gains their first rank, their fate is already decided. No one wants to remain weak for the rest of their life, so he claimed he was only fulfilling dreams, but Ricky declared that it ended there. She unleashed her composite energy directly against him, but Zhang Lung countered with a black hole scroll that completely nullified any ability in the area. It was an extremely rare item. Taehyun immediately recognized the item, as it was something extremely difficult to obtain. Zhang Lung said that although Ricky had more magic than him, he knew how to make good use of the tools he possessed, and he still had another gift prepared. It was then that Taehyun understood the real reason why the laboratory was underground. It wasn't just to stay hidden. The entrance to the Greywell dungeon was right below. They were extracting magic directly from the dungeon's portal, and much of that energy came from the boss of that area. Zhang Lung, without remorse, declared that it was a pity Ricky had not understood his ideals. He also questioned whether Taehyun wanted to settle his unfinished business with him. Taehyun wondered if he had known his true identity from the start. Then, Zhang Lung ordered the doors to be locked, leaving the two of them trapped along with the experiments and the scientists. Even if he lost part of the research, he believed that killing them was worth it. Already locked inside the laboratory, Ricky admitted she didn't know how her ability had been sealed. That had never happened before, and it was extremely concerning. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the gray well, a visibly enhanced orc. The doctors quickly explained that the monster was infected with a parasite. The first symptom of the infection was uncontrollable rage, driving the host to attack everything it saw. This behavior helped the parasite spread, creating an army of infected creatures. If the orc's aura touched someone, the infection would be instant. The orc charged directly at Ricky, but Taehyun saved her at the last second, using his body enhanced by the monstrous eye. At that moment, he understood he couldn't allow anyone else to be infected. He had to find the root of the problem and eliminate the main parasite. With his red eye, he saw that the parasite was located in the orc's head. Even so, the creature managed to dodge the first attack and kept going after the scientists. Determined to protect everyone, Taehyun hurled the orc across the laboratory, but the creature stood firm as if it were an unshakable wall. Soon after, it tried to infect Taehyun directly. When the smoke cleared, Ricky panicked upon seeing Taehyun standing still, as if he had been infected. She thought that, if it were true, he would turn into an uncontrollable monster. However, Taehyun soon showed that this had been his plan all along. With a swift movement, he shoved his hand into the orc's head and forcibly tore out the parasite. He then completely destroyed the creature and asked Ricky if she was ready. It was time to go after Zhang Lung. Meanwhile, Zhang Lung was already ascending with the rest of the surviving subordinates. One of them asked what they would do if Taehyun and Ricky were still alive. After all, both were national-level players. Zhang Lung, indifferent, replied that they were worrying too much. He explained that the walls and doors of that building were made of a special material, cutting-edge technology, designed to contain the most dangerous experiments. Even the elevator and the last exit door were reinforced with that material. Once they left and locked the place, no one would ever escape. For him, Ricky and Taehyun would die, fighting against the boss of the Greywell dungeon. But suddenly, everyone felt a tremor. It was Taehyun, breaking through everything like a comet, destroying any obstacle in his way. Zhang Lung, surprised, asked how he had managed to pass through the walls. Taehyun appeared before them and asked if Zhang Lung remembered the debts they had to settle. Annoyed, Zhang Lung thought that damned brat always showed up to ruin his plans. Taehyun reflected that until now, Zhang Lung had never fought him directly. There was a strong chance he didn't even possess offensive abilities. However, he was taken aback when his attack was easily blocked by Zhang Lung's bare hands, who counterattacked with enough force to send him flying. Taehyun's monstrous eye revealed the source of that absurd strength. Zhang Lung had injected monster magic into himself, becoming practically a hybrid creature. Taehyun realized there was something deeply wrong with that man. Zhang Lung had turned himself into his own test subject. He commented that he hadn't wanted to get directly involved, but now he would have to eliminate those pests with his own hands. He said Taehyun was still too young to defeat him, but Taehyun only murmured that he was taking too long. The next moment, Zhang Lung was bound to the ground by energy restraints. It was Ricky, who had finally caught up to the place. She apologized for the delay, explaining that she couldn't jump as high as Taehyun and had taken a while to overcome all the obstacles. She admitted that he was truly impressive, not only for managing to use his abilities even with the black hole active, but also for breaking through the walls of that building. Ricky concluded that if he still needed her help, that meant some of his abilities were still sealed, and she thought she would probably be even more surprised by him in the future. Zhang Lung, however, however, didn't seem worried. He said they didn't really think they'd get rid of him that easily, did they? With effort, he broke free from the energy restraints. Taeyun commented that it looked like he still had power left, but assured that they would put an end to it soon. When Zhang Lung charged to attack them, Ricky, firmly, tore off one of his arms with her energy power. Taking advantage of the momentum, Taeyun used Ricky's own body as support and dug his claws into Zhang Lung's chest, ripping off his other arm. Observing this, Ricky thought that boy couldn't possibly be just an ordinary player. Even gravely injured, Zhang Lung rose again. Using his regenerated arm, he struck Ricky with force, and then pushed Taeyun back, though he still managed to block the blow. Zhang Lung's regeneration was astonishing. He declared that their attacks were useless, as his body could regenerate infinitely. Taeyun realized that dealing with him would be much harder than he imagined. Just blocking the last strike had already left his arm trembling. Zhang Lung admitted that Taeyun's power was satisfying, and that it would be a waste to kill him. So, he invited him to join him. He revealed that he had a contract with an archduke, and that Taeyun was strong enough to stand by his side. Taeyun wondered if he also knew about the archdukes. Zhang Lung then stated that national-level players were nothing compared to those who had forged contracts with the archduke. Zhang Lung once again insisted that Taeyun join him, but Taeyun firmly stepped closer and told him to shut his mouth once and for all. He made it clear he would never trust someone like him. At his side, Ricky warned that she would leave everything to Taeyun now, activating her canceller ability. At that very moment, Taeyun regained access to all of his abilities. The first one he used was the Sovereign Zeal, whose presence imposed such overwhelming power that even Zhang Lung felt intimidated. Taeyun mocked his earlier proposal and asked how pathetic someone had to be to want to ally with such a failure. With the return of the power of gluttony, he prepared to consume Zhang Lung, declaring he would never join someone so insignificant. As Zhang Lung felt himself about to be devoured, he couldn't comprehend how he had lost. He believed he had reached enough power to be the pioneer of the next stage of human evolution, but none of it had been enough. Even so, he still craved more. That was when a creature emerged from the shadows, offering to consume Zhang Lung's body in exchange for power. The winged monster nearly struck Taeyun, who dodged at the last second. The creature completely destroyed the elevator and slaughtered all the surrounding scientists. Ricky, seeing this, was shocked. She had seen all kinds of monsters, but this one was entirely different. Taeyun appeared just in time to save her before she fell into the elevator shaft, and said that he had suspected it, but now he was certain. This was the creature that ruled the Grey Well, the dreaded Grey Toxin. In his past life, Taeyun remembered well the consequences of that dungeon being left uncleared in China. The parasite from that creature had spread across the world, causing global chaos. Zhang Lung had not only used the toxin's blood in his own experiments, but now he had offered his body to the monster, making it even stronger. Faced with this threat, Taeyun told Ricky it was best for her to leave immediately. After using her canceller ability, she was almost out of magic. Taeyun explained that he would stay behind and buy time, since she wouldn't be able to fight and protect him at the same time. Ricky, though reluctant, trusted him and left. As she fled, the Grey Toxin observed Taeyun and commented, intrigued, about the fact that a human with a contract with an archduke was fighting alongside other humans. He said that kind of power should not be used by inferiors, and questioned why he was acting like that. Then he declared he would find out for himself by extracting the memories directly from Taeyun's head. But Taeyun didn't remain silent. He activated gluttony, and replied that the creature talked too much for someone so inferior. He knew his first challenge would be keeping up with the enemy's speed. At the same time, his monstrous eye activated the power of the superior species eye, further enhancing his perception. Meanwhile, Ricky ran farther away, but her thoughts remained on Taeyun. She wanted to help him in that battle and regretted leaving him behind. She only hoped he would still be alive when she returned. In the fight, the Grey Toxin managed to slice through the creature formed by gluttony, nearly decapitating Taeyun right after. But with the superior species eye, he was able to foresee the moves and counterattack. He felt that by combining that sight with gluttony, he could win. When the enemy tried to repeat the same attack, Taeyun didn't fall for the trap. He blocked the blow with gluttony and prepared for the finishing strike. Only one precise move was missing to rip off the creature's head. However, after a massive explosion that destroyed the building entirely, Taeyun realized his magic was nearly depleted. He thought he hadn't completely blocked the last strike. Before him, the Grey Toxin still stood, completely unharmed. The creature admitted that Taeyun truly possessed the power of an archduke, but questioned if that was all he had. He said this while slamming Taeyun to the ground and starting to strangle him. The Grey Toxin was absorbing magic from the very atmosphere, but not ordinary magic. It was the specific energy of the Grey Well dungeon, which meant that territory had officially become part of the dungeon. The Grey Toxin declared that Taeyun could not defeat him inside his own domain. He said that now he would make the boy's body his new host. Taeyun couldn't move, his body had been completely paralyzed. paralyzed. But even so, he was already used to that feeling of being close to death. In the blink of an eye, he managed to react and devoured the monster's right arm with gluttony. The gray toxin, surprised, asked if he was still resisting. He remarked that the little red creature around Taeyun had become much smaller, meaning his mana was almost gone. Those wounds alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him because of his absurd regeneration. However, Taeyun, even affected by the toxin, remained firm. He said he hadn't expected that to be possible, as he hadn't even known his ability worked that way. Gluttony was completely absorbing the gray toxin's mana, recharging his energy. Just by being in contact with the dungeon boss's magic, Taeyun gained an additional point in all his stats. The gray toxin accused Taeyun of using cheap tricks, but declared that as long as his dungeon existed, his mana would be infinite. Taeyun then activated gluttony again and asked, "What if we change worlds?" The hunger storm of gluttony swallowed the gray toxin, dragging him into the very domain of the ability. There, the toxin felt a sinister presence, and asked who that entity was. Gluttony itself answered that he had no permission to ask questions, calling him a Beelzebub's insect. The toxin was stunned to hear his master's name spoken so freely, and asked if that entity was also an archduke. Gluttony only replied dryly, questioning how much longer he intended to waste talking. Immediately, the toxin was bound by chains within that space, and even boasting of being the great gray toxin, he claimed there was nothing in the world he could not corrupt. He said the domain of a mere archduke was nothing compared to his power. But the toxin's corruption had no effect. Gluttony completely resisted it, and expelled all the toxic energy as if it were dust. The gray toxin was in shock. He couldn't believe the power granted to him by Beelzebub himself was unraveling before his eyes. Gluttony, at last, commented that he had finally shut up. Meanwhile, outside, the player Mondel Roman, rank 5 of the United States, observed the situation with concern. His mission was to protect Ricky Hollies, investigator of the International Association. However, Ricky had refused his escort, claiming she already had a bodyguard who, in truth, was Taehyun. Mondel was already uneasy, as hours had passed since she entered, and she still had not returned. Moreover, he sensed a powerful wave of mana coming from the site. That was when he finally saw Ricky emerging from the ruins of the building, breathing fresh air for the first time since she went in. Startled to see him, she asked what he was doing there. Mondel replied that, seeing a woman of her caliber so wounded, he already knew the situation had been dire. Ricky, with a weary look, said there were demonification experiments happening underground, and that, unfortunately, she had not been able to save those people. Mondel tried to convince her to leave with him so they could discuss the matter safely, but Ricky refused. There was still one person who needed to be saved, Taehyun Kim, the player from Korea. At that moment, both of them felt an overwhelming pressure. The Greywell dungeon portal was collapsing. Mondel immediately activated his S-rank ability, Genocide Bullets, summoning countless mana weapons to protect Ricky. Even without understanding the reason behind the alliance between Ricky and Taehyun, Mondel recognized that the chance of survival during a dungeon collapse was minimal for them, and for Taehyun as well. More creatures began to appear, and he said reinforcements needed to be called urgently. Ricky, even amidst the chaos, was still thinking about Taehyun. Distracted for an instant, she was nearly struck by one of the creatures, but at the last moment, Taehyun himself appeared and saved her. He declared that the gray toxin was already dead, and now it was time to deal with the rest of the threat. Ironically, both the Senegina Storm Dungeon and the Greywell Dungeon, two of the greatest crises of that period, had been resolved by a single player. Now, it was not only Asia that knew the name of Taehyun Kim, the entire world was astonished by his power. In response to recent events, the International Players Association began discussions about creating a new system exclusive to Taehyun and one more player. The goal was to empower them to face SS rank and higher monsters more effectively. As a result, a new official player rank was created, the SS rank player. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, Shadow observed with admiration, saying it was impressive to see how much that man had grown stronger in such a short time. The man confirmed, explaining that one of the archdukes, the Grandmaster Orgel, had formed a contract with him. Shadow remarked that such power suited his nature well, and the man, with a faint smile, said it had been a long time since they last met. This indicated that new problems awaited in the outside world. Shadow agreed, saying much had happened during that time. The man calmly replied that he could handle it all. Weeks passed since the collapse of the Greywell dungeon. During that time, on a secluded island in South Korea, Ricky Hollies finally found a moment to relax. She was lying in the sun, stretching her body, when Taehyun approached. He had been invited but confessed he wasn't enjoying himself that much. Ricky teased him, saying he was always busy and needed to relax a little. After the incident, she had managed to complete her mission, proving the existence of illegal experiments taking place in the Grey Well. However, the main culprit, Zhang Lung, had not been found. The destruction caused by the dungeon's collapse wiped out much of the evidence. Since none of the subjects could be saved, Ricky's testimony ended up being fragile. She felt burdened by it all. Even so, Taeyun thought the current situation was still better than what had happened in his past life. In that future, Ricky had disappeared after falling into Zhang Lung's trap, and the gray toxin parasite had spread uncontrollably. That unknown disease caused thousands of deaths worldwide. Taeyun reflected that, even though he had sought Ricky only to unlock his abilities, he had ended up with an unexpected gain. The island's tranquility was broken when someone approached, saying they had already imagined this would happen. The newcomer saw Ricky next to Taeyun and asked if this was a date. Ricky, a little embarrassed, apologized if she was intruding. Taehyun, blunt as always, said it was not a date. Ayong, the woman who had appeared, commented that they hadn't even invited her. She wanted to know what was going on. Though she said she was only there to observe, she also claimed to have business in those buildings. Taehyun replied that he had already paid for everything, but Ayong retorted that money didn't solve everything. She remarked that no one really knew what he was doing there. Ricky, in turn, commented that Taehyun seemed to be quite popular. She said she didn't want to take too much of his time and suggested they deal with what they had to discuss right away. Later, they met in an underground-type laboratory built on the island. Ayong explained that according to alchemists, the walls of that place could not be breached, not even by SS-rank monsters. Because it was far from urban centers, it was the perfect place if Taehyun was planning something secret. Thoughtful, Taehyun reflected that, although his abilities were no longer sealed, it still wasn't enough. He didn't know if those same abilities might one day spiral out of his control and overtake his own body. That was why he decided not to take that risk again before fighting once more. He wanted to fully master that ability. Taeyun had already warned that it could drive him into a frenzy, in which he would completely lose his sense of reason. For that reason, he had gone there and asked that, if something went wrong, the two of them should stop him. Ayong was confused, muttering to herself that she didn't understand what went on in that boy's head, and ended up asking if Ricky knew anything. Ricky remembered the strange ability she had seen in the laboratory, and guessed that perhaps it was the Archduke's power. Despite the risk, she was excited, believing she would learn something important that day. When he finally began, Taeyun admitted that he had never tried it before. He used a mirror to cast complete hypnosis on himself and plunged into his own consciousness. Within that world, he realized he had made the right choice. The entity of gluttony appeared, watching him with irony and remarking that it hadn't expected to see him there of his own free will. Taeyun declared that he was merely dealing with the parasite in his body and faced the entity, which looked like a perfect copy of him, a true doppelganger. He asked who, in the end, it really was. Gluttony answered enigmatically, making it clear it wouldn't be cooperative. Taeyun, however, knew he couldn't simply ignore it, as it was like a time bomb inside him. Determined, he declared that he would drive it out that very day. Gluttony laughed, challenging him, and soon both activated the power of devouring. The impact was so great that the entire building within his consciousness began to tremble. The pressure emanating from Taehyun's body was strong enough to sink the ground, and outside, Ricky warned Ayong to get ready, because this wouldn't be delicate. The battle within Taeyun's mind was so intense that its echoes reverberated into the outside world. After countless exchanges of blows, he realized that using gluttony against gluttony was pointless. The entity, as if reading his thoughts, said he couldn't use the king's powers there, and would have to win with his own abilities alone. Immediately after, Taehyun's copy invoked the power of the sovereign's zeal, summoning the sword of the Death Knight King above his head. He barely managed to dodge, seized by fear. He had never expected to face his own powers in such a way. The copy explained that this was obvious, since even Taehyun's weapons were born of the king's power, and thus it too could wield them. The real Taeyun, though reluctant to admit it, recognized that this opponent was strong, perhaps even stronger than himself, since it had defeated enemies he had been unable to face. He felt frustrated, as though all his preparation was useless. The copy mocked him, saying it could hear his mental gears turning in search of a solution, but that he might as well give up. Even so, Taehyun tried to attack with the chains of gluttony. He knew it would be difficult, but he still hadn't used everything he had. So, he decided to activate the red eye. Outside, Ayong was astonished by the amount of mana emanating from him. So immense it could be compared to Ricky herself, considered the greatest mage in the world. Perhaps Taehyun even surpassed her. Sensing the danger, Ricky announced that she would begin the necessary process before it was too late. However, before using her ability, she noticed that Taehyun was moving strangely, as if controlled by something. Ayong asked what she should do, and Ricky asked for time, telling her to keep him occupied while she prepared the spell. Ayoung then activated her Amazon transformation. She had always wanted to face Taehyun in battle. She charged with all her strength, but he blocked the first blow with just the tip of his finger. The scene reminded her of the Great Phoenix incident, though this time the situation was completely reversed. Now it was Ayoung who charged with full force, determined to crush Taehyun in battle. He, however, managed to dodge her next strike with agility. Meanwhile, outside, Riki recited her spell, gathering mana. She knew this was her last card to resolve the situation, and concentrated all her power into a massive sphere of pure energy. Ayoung continued pressing her attacks, but her arm began to feel numb from striking so much, as Taehyun blocked every move even unconscious. Riki, however, finished her preparation. Suddenly, huge roots burst forth toward Taehyun's body. This was her portal ability. Riki had directly summoned from the abyss a demonic tree that reacted to mana and bound its target until it drained them completely. The roots coiled around Taehyun, immobilizing him. Ayoung was impressed, realizing that Riki truly had the power to open portals to the abyss. At that moment, there was no doubt she deserved to be among the world's most powerful beings, holding the rank of top 2. Taehyun's body seemed to falter, as if unconscious once more. But Riki noticed something strange. Even as the tree drained all his mana, his energy level kept rising. That small detail could lead to catastrophic consequences. In the end, Taehyun broke free from the roots with violent force and struck Ayoung directly. Riki was shocked, wondering how he could still move. Taehyun, or rather, the copy inside him, looked at the tree and remarked that it was a good attempt for a human, but not even that summoning could absorb all the mana he possessed. He declared that he wasn't the real Taehyun Kim. Riki demanded to know what had happened to the original, and the copy coldly replied that Taehyun had lost to him, and now the body was his. Not fully understanding the situation, but aware that she was facing an enemy, Riki launched a magical attack at him. The copy, however, simply deflected the spell with his bare hands, as if it were nothing. Then he declared that it had been a long time since he had set foot on the surface, and that he needed to warm up first. Inside his consciousness, the real Taehyun was defeated and wounded, feeling the overwhelming difference between himself and the copy. He knew that entity wasn't the king he had met before, but something implanted in his mind. Even so, he had to stop it, though he had no idea how. Outside, the copy held Riki by the neck with ease, saying that this wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Riki retorted that she had never met anyone who could say such a thing after all. She was of national level. The copy, however, scoffed, claiming that human categories were meaningless and asking if she had anything else to show. If Riki, among the strongest, didn't impress him, he imagined the others would be even more disappointing. Ayoung tried to approach and pleaded for him to come back to his senses, but was met only with a violent slap across the face. The copy called her an insect, saying that daring to touch him was absurd, and ordered her to wait her turn, for she would be next. Riki, silently, began to believe that bringing Taehyun back was impossible. However, since the copy had demanded more power, she decided to show everything she had. The demonic tree vanished, but the mana remained condensed in the air. Riki gathered all the energy into a single point, thinking that if that monster escaped, it would be worse than a dungeon break. She could not allow that to happen. In her mind, she apologized to Taehyun and prayed for him as though he were already dead. Then she unleashed all the energy against the copy. He, however, only smiled and devoured all the mana at once. He remarked that it had been cute, but asked if her tricks were already over. Riki fell to her knees, devastated, thinking it was impossible to defeat him. The copy declared that this would be her reward for having entertained him, and that only she would be killed by the predator's power. However, before he could carry out his sentence, he was interrupted by the return of the real Taehyun Kim. The copy was forced back inside the consciousness to question what he was doing. There, he realized Taehyun was using the predator's power against himself. The young man stated that the copy was right. Its true goal had never been to kill him or take over his body completely, because if it wanted to, it would have done so long ago. Inside his own consciousness, Taehyun understood that if he died there, the copy would also face problems. Yet the entity only mocked him, saying it was a pathetic threat and that it didn't care about a mere vessel. Taehyun retorted, reminding it that the copy had rushed to react the moment he tried to kill himself. The copy warned him that his regression would not happen a second time. Taehyun confirmed that he knew. He had already died once and received a second life as a gift, but in the end, he had achieved nothing. Even so, he would rather die for good than live without achieving anything. The copy admitted that it had underestimated him. Then it absorbed all the gluttony power that was within Taehyun's body, stating that for now he had won. However, it made it clear that the only reason he was still alive was because he served its goals. Through Taehyun's body, the copy would seek to reach the king. But when it judged that Taehyun was no longer useful, it would not hesitate to devour him completely. When he returned to reality, Taehyun noticed that his rank had risen from AA to AAA, although he was still far from the longed-for S rank. Riki, badly injured, was relieved to see that he had finally returned. Ayoung was also in terrible condition, but Ricky assured him she would survive. Even exhausted, she declared that Taehyun was a frightening man. He had kept that secret the whole time, yet he had still protected them. For that reason, she decided not to tell anyone, and said she now trusted him completely. Later, in the hospital, it was explained that neither of the two had suffered serious injuries. Only Ayoung needed to remain hospitalized, and Taehyun accompanied her, even feeding her by hand. She savored the moment, thinking she might never get another chance like that. To her, it was a rare privilege. Taehyun, a little embarrassed, replied that once was enough. Ayoung, in turn, commented that it would have been nice if Ricky had stayed a little longer, but she wasn't surprised by her haste after all. She was a busy woman. The conversation soon turned to the acceptance of the SS rank license, an international event of which Ricky was a part. Ayoung reminded Taehyun that it would happen soon and asked him not to cause trouble. He replied that, in general, such things were beyond his control. On the day of the event, at the headquarters of the International Players Association, President Vincent gave a solemn speech. He recalled that the world had already faced countless threats from the abyss, taking enormous risks, but thanks to the courage of the players, they had managed to survive and grow. Now it was a time of prosperity, and for that reason, the most powerful players in the world had been selected. He declared that this was the era of SS rank players. At that moment, he announced the 10 chosen ones: Cody Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Hollies, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Prowan, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Kim. All of them, according to Vincent, had contributed greatly to protecting the world. Taehyun, in silence, reflected on his own journey. He had once only wished to become an awakened, and later, he had reached S rank and even the national level. Now, he stood at the highest point possible. He would never have imagined it in his past life. Still, he was not satisfied. To him, that license was just part of the process. The Archduke, his copy, and even the king who had granted him regression were mysteries he needed to unravel. He knew there was still much to be conquered. Later, he was enthusiastically greeted by President Jinwi, who gave him a strong slap on the back as congratulations. Taehyun complained that it hurt, and Jinwi laughed, asking how someone of SS rank could get hurt from a simple pat. Taehyun replied that, at the very least, he expected a little consideration. The president was happier than ever. A player as powerful as Taehyun had emerged from his country, and that meant they could achieve great things in the future. Jinwi thanked him for everything Taehyun had done so far. The young man modestly replied that he had only done what needed to be done. At that moment, Ricky approached, commenting that it was good to see everyone happy. She asked how Taehyun was doing, but he returned the question, worried about her condition. Ricky admitted that she was still a little affected, since he had gone rough on her, reminding him that her body was small and fragile, even hinting that he had done it on purpose. The scene left Jinwi, who overheard the conversation, embarrassed by the direction it was taking. Soon after, Ricky commented that someone important wanted to meet him. It was none other than Cody Wood, who came to greet him personally. At that moment, Taehyun realized the weight of his new position. Being an SS rank player meant standing on the same level as Cody, the face and figure of all the world's players, the man who had fought the hardest on the front lines against the abyss. Even intimidated, he managed to shake his hand and say it was an honor to meet him. Cody replied that they would work together from then on, and that it would be a great pleasure. Suddenly, the president of the International Association arrived with news. He announced that the institution had accepted the proposal from the United States Association. With the new SS rank license, they could form a massive group to eliminate all dungeons on the planet, on a global scale never before seen. It was said that if the American players joined the group, they would represent practically half of all existing SS rank players. Vincent, the international president, declared that the time had come to build lasting peace, and that this would be the first step, asking everyone to consider the proposal. Despite the general enthusiasm, Jinwi remained suspicious. He knew something was wrong. The United States was using the weight of its elite players to control the International Association. Compared to them, Korea was extremely weak except for Taehyun. The other countries, with few alternatives, agreed to join the group. However, Taehyun shocked everyone by refusing the invitation. He said that Korea should solve its own problems first. The entire hall was stunned by his audacity, but Jinwi, deep down, felt proud and relieved by the decision. Later, during the plane trip, Ricky commented that it was truly a shame they hadn't managed to bring Taehyun into the group, and admitted to being a little disappointed. Cody asked if it really affected her that much. Ricky replied that she had great interest in Taehyun, and asked what he thought of the boy. Cody said the young man seemed strong, and that he understood how he had earned his position. Ricky stated that if even the most powerful player in the world recognized it, then she wasn't mistaken about him. Still, Cody emphasized that titles meant nothing to him, reminding her that Taehyun had a contract with the Archduke Archduke of the Abyss. Ricky pressed further, rephrasing the question since she too had a contract with the Archduke, wanting to know if Cody believed Taehyun was truly strong. Cody replied that he would find out soon enough. Meanwhile, in China, the new president of the Players Association, Ryo Zane, questioned why no one was paying attention to his country. In his thoughts, he blamed the damned Taehyun Kim for it. He decided he would have to resort to the last measure, the information about the Grey Well. He considered that Zhang Lung had made unnecessary mistakes, but in the end, he would have to thank him for his efforts. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard screams outside and realized the power had been cut. The door opened slowly, and someone entered, asking if he was the new president. The figure apologized for the delay, claiming to be suffering from jet lag. He introduced himself as Min Jae-hong, leader of the Evil Guild. The next day, at the Nightwalker base, Ayoung remarked to Taehyun that she hoped he was planning something grand, but to her surprise, all he wanted was to clear a dungeon, without depending on the help of other countries. At the moment, Taehyun refused the proposal. The president had commented that he honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ayoung added that Taehyun had put the president in a very awkward situation. She knew he was strong, but also acknowledged that other players were equally important. Taehyun explained that was exactly why he had refused. South Korea could not depend on him forever, as it would be a problem if the other players didn't perform well. He believed that unexplored dungeons represented a valuable opportunity for more people to grow stronger. Ayoung agreed, but said he might be rushing things. Taehyun admitted he was, because they didn't have much time. From that moment on, he would work primarily with the Abyss. It was then explained that, just like in Asian games, players would be divided into two categories based on their activities. Those recognized as pioneers in the Abyss would continue fighting creatures there. The rest would focus on battles against monsters and villains, handling dungeon breaks. Since Taehyun had always been more active outside the Abyss, he was promoted to SS rank based on that performance. Ayoung was surprised and wondered if he would really head into the Abyss right after being promoted. Taehyun knew that the answers he sought about the copy and about the king were in the Abyss, not on Earth. He could not achieve his goals if he remained operating only here. Yet he also knew that Earth would face dangers during his absence. That's why he needed other strong players to put his plan into action. Ayoung admitted she didn't understand Taehyun. It was as if he lived in another world and carried many secrets. She wondered who exactly he was. Kwon commented that he didn't want to tell, to which Ayoung replied not to treat it like a joke, because she was being serious. Taehyun said that even if he explained, she wouldn't understand, but soon an opportunity would arise for him to reveal everything. Ayoung asked if she would need to make an Awaken's Oath with him for that, and Taehyun assured her no, since he never went back on his word. Ayoung wanted to know why they were having that conversation, right after he returned from the International Association. Taehyun replied that he hoped she would be part of his group, but she seemed too busy with paperwork. Ayoung confirmed, saying that at the moment she couldn't take on new work. Taehyun then suggested that at least she give some recommendations. Ayoung laughed, saying he was being really cute, and asked if he wanted her approval to form his group. Taehyun declared that he would form the group with or without her approval. Later, Kwon commented that he knew Taehyun would seek him out. The first recruit was Kwon Kang-yuk, who had claimed the title of Korea's best tank after regaining his arm thanks to the saint's healing. The second recruit was Hangul, for obvious reasons. Along with them, Seongjin and Kwok were also recruited. In the room gathered the players who now represented the new Korea. Among them was Lim A-young, who wondered if she truly deserved to stand in her sister's place. Soon Taehyun appeared, thanking everyone for their positive response. He knew they were already aware of what would happen. These players would join him to conquer never before explored dungeons. Seongjin Park said it was an honor, but asked if it was really possible, since he had heard that the unexplored dungeons were all SS rank or higher. However, everyone there was still only S rank. Taehyun replied that was only for now. He believed in each of their potential to grow stronger. He was especially confident in Lee Ma-young's progress, though she was visibly nervous about it all. Still, he hadn't said it just to comfort her. In his past life, everyone in that room had indeed become SS rank players. Of course, it had taken time, but since many things had changed in this timeline, he had decided to advance part of the plan. Kwon stated that everyone would do their best. Taehyun agreed but warned that, at that moment, they would all die if they entered an SS rank dungeon. That's why they would wait a month before going. Until then, they would focus on training, starting in the Sovereign's world. A month later, in an unexplored dungeon in France called Opera House, the ones handling the monsters were the International Players Association group. They fought and won without much difficulty. During the mission, Gregor and Marcos talked about Taehyun and his group, who seemed to be doing very well. Meanwhile, in an unexplored dungeon in Greece called Snake's Nest, Kwon was running for his life, and everyone in the group felt that if they kept fighting like that, they would end up dead. Many blamed Taehyun, since his ruthless training was practically killing them all. Hangul complained that he wanted to leave, while Lim Ah-young was almost out of breath, but Taehyun observed everything and thought it was a great result, since it meant they were all becoming stronger. The training was truly working. Inside the dungeon, Seongjin and Kwon noticed a strange area with some unusual stones. However, Lim Ah-young realized they weren't stones at all, but petrified remains of players who had disappeared there. It became clear who the dungeon's boss was, the SS rank creature known as Medusa. Taehyun, without losing his humor, said he wanted to bet on who would defeat her first, since the snake's hide would make a beautiful bag. Despite the comment, the group began doubting if they could really beat her. Their bodies trembled just by looking at her. But Taehyun reminded them of what they had done in the last month. He said it was time to reach their limits. Seongjin agreed he was right, since that was exactly what they had trained for. Lim Ah-young also felt much stronger than before, and Kwon declared there was no other choice. They would follow the plan they had practiced. They set up their formation. Kwon stood at the front as the main attacker, while Kwok and Hangul guarded the rear. When Medusa tried to strike them with her trident, Kwon quickly climbed up the weapon and mocked her, saying her attacks were nothing. Then, he used the blessing of the ancient dragon to boost his power even more. Meanwhile, Seongjin took advantage of the opening to get close to Medusa's head, and Lim Ah-young froze her arm, preventing her from using her weapon. The two attacked at the same time, dealing heavy damage to Medusa's body. However, she still managed to break free and counterattack. After all, she was an SS rank creature, and the plan couldn't work perfectly. Hangul and Kwok moved into support, disrupting her aim and blinding her repeatedly. Kwon remained on the front line, shielding everyone from her strikes, while Seongjin and Jong attacked her flanks and body. Taehyun thought their plan was executed very well, but he knew Medusa wouldn't just keep taking hits. She roared and started moving with greater force and aggression. Too late, she realized Kwon had disappeared from in front of her, and was now behind. Using the blessing of the Minotaur Queen, he headbutted her so hard that he knocked her down, despite her massive size. That was the moment. Everyone seized the chance to unleash their attacks together. And in the end, Medusa was truly defeated. The group could hardly believe it, but they had won. Taehyun congratulated them, saying he knew they were capable. Kwon remarked that they seemed much stronger than they had thought, but Taehyun knew it wasn't over yet. From inside Medusa, a portal appeared. It was a double dungeon. The true boss then emerged, the Basilisk. He declared that no one would leave alive. The truth was, it hadn't been Medusa petrifying players from the start, but the Basilisk. One by one, they were all turned to stone except Taehyun. The Basilisk mocked him and asked if he had been the one who defeated Medusa. Taehyun denied it and pointed to his companions, saying it had been them. The Basilisk didn't believe him, calling them weaklings. Taehyun retorted that maybe the monsters by his side were poorly trained, and if the monsters were bad, the master was probably even worse. Enraged, the Basilisk attacked Taehyun, but was caught off guard by the new power he had awakened. Now, in his strengthened form, with massive red wings, Taehyun declared that everyone would see who the real inferior one was. Then, he swiftly cut the Basilisk's neck, dodging all of its attacks with his wings. The enemy shouted at him to stop running, but it was like trying to catch a fly. Taehyun replied that the one crawling like a lizard was him. Then he asked, "Who's the inferior one now?" Taehyun was wielding his new blade, Valhalla, which he had received during the SS rank player ceremony. He held it alongside Reddick, his old weapon. As they fought, the enemy known as Storm claimed that Taehyun only thought he was strong because he possessed Igmun's power, and told him not to be so arrogant. In response, Storm drew even more power, channeling magic directly from the double dungeon's portal. He declared that he wasn't the only one blessed by an archduke. Suddenly, Taehyun found himself facing a horizon of raging waters and violent waves. That was Mahai, the true manifestation of Jormungand's power. According to Storm, Jormungand was the greatest of the archdukes, and Mahai was infinite, capable of devouring everything in existence. He said Taehyun would never defeat him with his own powers. But Taehyun answered that he wasn't using an archduke's power, he was using the power of the king, and activating his gluttony ability, he simply devoured it all. In the next instant, all the group members woke up startled, as if from a nightmare. Kwon asked where the giant lizard had gone, and Taehyun replied that he had taken care of it while they were petrified. Thus, the dungeon exploration was officially completed. Lim Ah-young reflected that the monster clearly exceeded SS rank level, and Taehyun had defeated it alone. Kwon complained that he should have warned them it was a double dungeon, but Taehyun asked how he could have known that. Kwok remarked that Taehyun always seemed to know everything. He only replied that what mattered was that it worked in the end. The group had done their part, and he had done his. Deep down, though, Taehyun admitted that his group had exceeded his expectations. He had known from the beginning it was a double dungeon. In fact, he had chosen it for that very reason. He wanted to give the group a near-death experience. He knew it would make them grow, and he thought they would become strong enough to protect the entire world. Meanwhile, a conference was being held by the president of the International Association, with the presence of elite players. But in the middle of the broadcast, all the journalists received breaking news. The group from New Korea had cleared the dungeon in Greece. Gregor was in shock. He couldn't believe that even national-level players hadn't been able to complete the Snake's Nest, yet an S-rank group had succeeded. Marcus added that wasn't all. The dungeon in Greece had actually been a double dungeon, and even so, Taehyun Kim and his group had come out completely unscathed. Meanwhile, the president of the United States Association watched everything on the screen. He muttered that this was supposed to be America's great moment, but once again, Taehyun had outshined them. It was as if they were competing for the world's attention. New Korea against the International Association. But regardless of methods, the truth was that the world was slowly regaining the peace it had once lost. At the same time, Jung-Soo Lee, father of Jung-jae Lee, was storming into a secret base. He crushed all the henchmen of an evil association, advancing with fury. He demanded to know how anyone dared stand in his way. The person inside the room replied that they had kept the location hidden precisely to avoid his visit. Jung-Soo remarked that the original agreement had been to eliminate Taehyun Kim, but now he was in SS rank, surrounded by the media. His company Taesun was losing ground. His son, who was supposed to be the successor and guild leader, was completely paralyzed, unable to do anything. He wondered how much longer he would have to wait until Taehyun died. That was when Shadow appeared from the darkness, saying he understood his anger, but in the current world, Taesun was just a big fish waiting to be caught. All of Jung-Soo's bodyguards were instantly immobilized by the surrounding shadows. Shadow declared that Taehyun Kim's growth had been completely unexpected and beyond any standard, but even so, they had not abandoned the mission. Soon, their paths would cross again. But before that, Taehyun wanted to deal with business. He remarked that the leader of the evil guild had obtained an important item from the Chinese Association, a small sample of the experiments conducted in the Greywell laboratory. Shadow acknowledged Jung-Soo as an intelligent man and affirmed that they could trust him to handle this matter. Jung-Soo, in turn, said the conversation was finally heading in the right direction. A year had passed since the beginning of the missions to conquer the unexplored dungeons around the world. The New Korea group had just cleared the last one, located in Mexico. With that, no unknown dungeons remained. This achievement marked the end of an era. Seongjin remarked that at the beginning it had all seemed impossible, but in the end, they had succeeded. Now, Seongjin had reached national level, as had Kwon, Kwok, Hangul, and Lim Ah-young. The entire group had reached the same level, proving that their training had paid off. Taehyun observed their progress and thought that, at this pace, they would soon all become SS rank. He knew he also needed to continue evolving. Even though he had grown much stronger by facing so many unexplored dungeons, it was time to return and fulfill an important task. Shortly after, he met with Bang Chae-soo, who now looked very different. He had cut his hair, shaved his beard, and left behind his beggar-like appearance. Taehyun greeted him over tea, saying he had heard that he had become a researcher for the Players Association, and congratulated him. Bang Chae-soo explained that, as an old man who had already lost all hope, he could now finally live with the chance to redeem his sins. It felt like a dream, and all of it was thanks to Taehyun. After meeting him, Bang Chae-soo, a specialist in skill combination, had conducted numerous tests for the Players Association. Taehyun's reputation allowed him to work honestly and cleanly. Bang Chae-soo asked what the busiest player in the world was doing there with him. It was obvious Taehyun hadn't come just to talk. He explained that he needed another favor. He wanted to combine more skills. Bang Chae-soo was shocked, saying Taehyun had already gone through that process. But Taehyun insisted, asking if there was any rule preventing him from combining skills that had already been combined before. Bang Chae-soo answered that he had never tried such a thing, since combining dual skills could cause a mana reversal. It would be too much mana for a single body to handle. Even so, Taehyun declared he needed to try, because the strength he had now wasn't enough. He said he would risk everything, and that Bang Chae-soo was the only one who could help him. He asked him not to worry, assuring him that his body was still as resilient as ever. Faced with his persistence, Bang Chae-soo agreed. He couldn't refuse such a request. They went into the fusion chamber, created especially for that kind of procedure, using both technology and alchemy. Bang Chae-soo had his own laboratory to apply his ability, and there he began the process. During the fusion, the king himself appeared before Taehyun. He acknowledged that choosing him as the destined one had been the right decision, but warned that there was a limit to what the human body could withstand. Even so, he decided to help. With a simple touch, he awakened even more power inside Taehyun's body. The system then announced that an unknown force had raised Taehyun's rank to S. New abilities were registered. At 20 years old, he was now an S-rank player, with 269 strength, 268 stamina, 269 agility, 389 mana, and 210 charisma. Among his abilities were Predator's Gluttony, Complete Hypnosis, Blood Flood, Monster's Eye, Apocalypse, which created an infinite field, Dragon's Wrath, which intimidated and increased mana, Monstrous Transformation, and Demon's Saliva. In addition, Taehyun possessed numerous summons obtained after exploring so many dungeons. He realized that he hadn't just combined the abilities he already had, but had also reorganized several parts of his system. At that moment, Taewook appeared, startled by the explosion, and asked what had happened. Bang Chaesu answered that he was fine, and that they were all witnessing a historic feat. Even so, Taehyun ended up being scolded. Jinwoo warned him, saying that he might be powerful, but he still had no right to destroy association property. The president of the association then intervened, stating that he would handle the matter personally, in consideration of everything Taehyun had already done for them. He then asked if Taehyun was really trying to combine even more abilities. He called him crazy, but Taehyun simply replied yes, and that he could feel a much greater power flowing throughout his body. After the fusion, Taehyun decided that he wanted to go straight to the abyss to test his new power. Jinwoo still wanted to ask more questions, but said he didn't want to take up too much of his time. He mentioned that there had been a request sent directly to Taehyun, and asked if he wanted to know what it was. It turned out to be an invitation from the International Association. Taehyun had been called to be one of the examiners in the recruitment tests for new SS rank candidates. He accepted, remarking that time really did fly, and that it was already time for a new generation of players to rise. When he arrived at the testing site, the newcomers were visibly impressed by his presence. After all, Taehyun Kim was practically the most famous SS rank in existence. Vincent, one of those responsible for organizing the event, sincerely thanked him for being there. With all three examiners gathered, Taehyun, Thomas Prowen, and Cody, the tests could finally begin. Vincent explained that the association wanted to implement a point-based system, but Taehyun questioned whether so much complication was really necessary. Instead, he released part of his power and declared that what truly mattered for a player was mental strength, fortitude, and a resilient body. According to him, all they had to do was push the candidates to their breaking point. Those who endured would be recruited. Cody said he liked the idea and would also participate in that way. Meanwhile, Vincent was already starting to fall into despair, and the candidates even more so. In the end, he had to accept that the tests would proceed however the examiners wanted. Thus, the participants would be divided among them. While organizing the groups, he explained how each test would work. Among the recruits, a young man named Jeffrey complained. He said those examiners were only being arrogant because they had reached SS rank before him. A girl beside him tried to warn him, telling him to be careful with his words since they might hear him. But Jeffrey insisted, saying she knew he was right. He reminded her that SS rank had only been created a year ago, and that the gap between them shouldn't be that big. He told Sarah they couldn't remain in the shadows forever, and promised he would bring Taehyun Kim down that very day. Later, in the area supervised by Taehyun, he introduced himself to the recruits. He welcomed them and explained that he would be responsible for the tests, acting on behalf of the International Association. The rule of the test was simple. Each of them had to land at least one hit on him. That was all. He admitted it sounded easy, but said it would be impossible. Therefore, they all had to attack him at once. Taehyun was merely gathering aura and ego, clearly provoking them. His attitude angered the participants, especially Jeffrey, who already disliked him. Jeffrey was the first to charge, with everything he had, but was stopped with a simple slap to the face, tossed aside like a rag doll. He fell unconscious. Taehyun simply declared it counted as a failure. Frightened, Sarah tried to hold the others back. She asked them not to act out of anger and to think of a strategy before attacking, but no one listened. They all rushed at Taehyun without planning, only to be taken down one by one with punches, kicks, and even stomps. Sarah realized that even though he was being attacked by several at once, Taehyun hadn't suffered a single scratch. He then remarked that this was far below his expectations. He hoped the remaining recruits would be better than those already lying on the ground. He warned them that if they just stood still, they would fail the test. It was then that Sarah stepped forward and began leading the group. She activated her ability and walked toward him without hesitation. Taehyun, curious, wondered if her ability was really that strong enough to let her approach without fear. He decided to find out for himself. He struck with an extremely powerful blow, but Sarah managed to block it. Even trembling and spitting blood, she endured. In fact, she had done it on purpose. She created an opening for the others to attack Taehyun. He realized she was sacrificing herself for them. At that moment, he activated his most powerful skill, Apocalypse, a fusion of several abilities, including Sovereign's World, Sovereign's Spirit, Chains, and other lower-ranked skills. In total, 6 abilities were active at once. The pressure was unbearable, and the recruits began begging to forfeit. But Taehyun noticed Sarah was still resisting. She replied, staggering, that her master had taught her never to give up, no matter what. She said her chance would come. And indeed, Taehyun realized Sarah was absorbing all the mana around him. The chains began to break. She finally saw an opening and tried to strike. However, at the very moment she went to land the blow, her body failed her. She was exhausted, and then she collapsed unconscious. Taehyun looked at Sarah McQueen's unconscious body and admitted that, even without managing to hit him, she had been the only one to pass the test. Her ability was called Terraform, and she was known as the Hope of the United States. For Taehyun, this was no surprise. He had already expected that outcome. Sarah was different from the others. At that point, the master she had spoken of appeared. It was Cody. Taehyun congratulated him on the achievement. His student had passed the test. Meanwhile, in the control room, the officials confirmed that the exams were officially over. Vincent asked if there were results, and one of the technicians confirmed. Only one person had passed, Sarah McQueen, from the United States. Surprised, Vincent reacted to the fact that only one new SS rank had been approved. That undermined all of the association's expectations. He himself had overseen the tests on behalf of the United States Association, since Taehyun's recent actions had dominated global media attention. But ironically, only one American player had been approved. As they processed this, one subordinate informed the president that, under the pretext of a duel, Taehyun Kim and Coldwood Cody's real name had requested the highest-level training room. Without ceremony, the two were already positioned, ready to fight each other. Back in the arena, Taehyun once again congratulated Cody on his student's success, but deep down he knew Cody hadn't come just for that. Cody confirmed, saying Taehyun must be feeling it too, that sense that no one else in the world could satisfy him in combat. He said they were similar, companions at a certain level, but proposed something direct, a duel. Taehyun reflected. He had always known they would fight eventually, but he hadn't expected it to be now. Still, he accepted. After all, he was about to duel the most powerful man in the world. Meanwhile, in the control room, a subordinate asked Vincent if they should really allow it, since they were about to witness a confrontation between the world's number 1 and number 2. Vincent simply replied that no one had the authority to stop them. Better to let them fight already. Since the SS rank exams hadn't been exactly a success, at least that fight would serve as a major attraction. He commented that they could use the recordings for promotional material and took responsibility for any consequences. With permission granted, the building was cleared for the duel, but with one condition: everything would be recorded. Cody replied that it didn't bother him. Taehyun admitted that he honestly hadn't expected a fight, but Cody insisted, saying it was good for him. After all, hadn't Taehyun been trying to take his first place for a long time? Taehyun denied it. He said that if he really wanted first place, he would have taken it already. Cody laughed and remarked that Taehyun's tongue was one of his weapons, but it didn't work on him. Physically, they were practically even. Both exchanged powerful strikes and solid defenses. What would truly make the difference were their abilities. Taehyun was the first to use them. He activated Apocalypse, trapping Cody in a brutal combination of techniques. Cody acknowledged the impressive power of the ability and admitted he hadn't known Taehyun was capable of that. But Taehyun replied that there were many things Cody still didn't know about him. Cody then declared that he would have to use everything he had, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance. Using his ability, he summoned the Holy Knight, who cut through the chains and completely dispelled Apocalypse. Taehyun was impressed by how easily he neutralized his most powerful technique. He thought to himself, like student, like master. The battle intensified to the point where the entire arena was being destroyed, just from the impact of their blows. Sword against daggers, brute force against strategy. For the first time, Taehyun felt something different. His heart was racing. He finally understood why Cody was called the strongest in the world. Meanwhile, in the control room, the cameras began to fail one by one. Vincent realized he had no idea what was happening inside. He decided he would need to go personally to the training room. He thought that place had been designed to withstand dozens of SS rank players at their maximum strength, but the two of them had already surpassed that limit completely. In the midst of battle, Taehyun remarked that the building would collapse before a winner could even be decided. Cody agreed, telling him to stop holding back and use all his powers. Taehyun said he already had. Cody accused him of lying, saying he hadn't yet unleashed the power of the Archduke. Surprised, Taehyun, or Terran, as Cody called him in that moment, asked how he knew about it. Cody responded with a faint smile, saying Taehyun wasn't the only one who knew the secrets of the abyss. During the clash, Cody revealed that he too had a contract. He asked Taehyun which monster he had made his pact with. Shocked, Taehyun realized contractors didn't exist only in China. He had no idea Cody was one as well. Even so, without revealing everything at once, Taehyun summoned the power of Igmun, the vampire lord, determined to keep some cards hidden. Upon seeing it, Cody immediately recognized it. So it really was Igmun, the vampire lord. In response, he revealed his own archduke, the fallen angel Lucifer. Now, the two were ready to settle things once and for all. Outside, as soon as Vincent unlocked the first security door, the final level of restriction, a powerful gust of wind and dust, burst out from inside the room. Cody, sensing the change in the environment, commented that it felt like more people were present now. Taehyun confirmed it. Given the circumstances, he said they could consider the match a draw for now. Cody agreed, saying that such a battle would be more appropriate if it took place inside the abyss itself. Vincent, worried, asked if they were both alright. Taehyun said yes, but apologized for the destruction caused before simply turning his back and leaving. For him, it was now clear that the time had come to descend into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the succubus castle of the Rosaria kingdom, the queen herself was outraged. She complained about Igmun's personality, saying he was the same as always, and that, by destroying her castle, he was declaring war. Igmun replied that she had already declared that before, but there was a much simpler way to resolve things. He wanted her to reveal who her current contractor was. Rosaria questioned why she should. Still upset about his last visit, she asked if the vampire was still angry about that incident. Igmun made it clear this was more than a whim. It was a serious matter. He couldn't understand how Taehyun could use his powers without his permission, and he suspected Rosaria knew something. She answered that now she understood why Igmun had disappeared for so long. Indeed, she admitted that his powers suited Taehyun more than they did her. Igmun, irritated, accused her of hiding information and insisted that she speak. He told her he wasn't asking. It was an order. Rosaria, in turn, told her succubi to stay out of it. She was determined to teach the vampire who had invaded her territory a lesson. Despite her attack, the tentacles failed to hit the vampire lord. Igmun countered with his blood blades. Rosaria, mocking, asked if he didn't remember that both of them came from the same origin, as if he were spitting on his own dish. Soon, he was caught by one of her tentacles and thrown violently against the castle wall. He seemed defeated until his body dissolved into a pool of blood. Taking advantage of his liquid form, he struck Rosaria's entire body with his blood blades. He warned her to tell him everything she knew, or she would die right there. But Rosaria smiled. She told him he was the one forgetting her abilities. In the next instant, the illusion broke. He had been fighting a clone of hers the whole time, trapped inside her personal space. She had literally pulled an Itachi-style jinjutsu on him. Rosaria explained that, unlike with Aiwang, here she did not depend on her contractor's power. This was her territory, where she reigned supreme. She said that was enough, but for old time's sake, she decided to share a bit of what she knew. She claimed the reason Taehyun could use Igmun's powers without permission was because of his own memories. According to her, no human was capable of controlling all the archdukes alone. However, that boy was the key to reaching him. Later, Marcos appeared at Taehyun's door. He said he had tried to get in touch with the International Association, but their paths had crossed. Given the circumstances, he would be direct. The United States Association was officially requesting his help. He explained that one of the association's players had disappeared after entering the depths of the abyss. A search and rescue mission was organized, but 4 SS rank players were completely eradicated inside. Dylan, Daniel, Alexandra, and Aiden, all dead. Marcos continued, revealing that Cody had then decided to enter the abyss alone. He said Cody had claimed he had no other chance to do what needed to be done, but now they believed even Cody was in danger. That was why they were asking for Taehyun's help. Taehyun found it strange that 4 SS rank players had been completely wiped out. It was a serious situation, but he remembered something similar from his past life, an event that had shocked the entire world. To confirm his suspicions, he asked who the missing player was. Marcus replied that it was Ricky Hollis. At that moment, Taehyun realized that the event had changed completely. Because of his actions, the future was no longer the same. Ricky Hollis shouldn't even be alive in this timeline. By saving her in the past, he had not only altered her fate, but also that of everyone around her. Marcus then explained that the request might sound arrogant, but both he and Taehyun knew that Ricky and Cody weren't important only to the United States. They held a vital role in the future of humanity. 4 SS rank players had already died because of this, so the mission had to succeed. Taehyun cut him off, saying that was already too much information and asked where exactly he needed to go. But Jinwei, the president, asked him to think carefully. Several SS rank players had died in that place. They couldn't afford to go in recklessly. Taehyun added that in a place as dangerous as that, people were likely fighting just to survive. Even so, he knew he had to go, not only for the future of humanity, but also because of Riki. She had once done something important for him, and now it was his turn to repay her. Taewook said the president should trust Taehyun more. After all, he always exceeded expectations. The president replied that he knew this, but he also knew what happened when someone trusted blindly. Taewook insisted that Taehyun was different from that man of the past. The president agreed, but emphasized that he was only trying to be cautious. Meanwhile, inside the abyss, Cody was advancing through the castle where Riki was being held. The creatures that appeared along the way posed no real problem for him. However, no matter how many he cut down, there seemed to be no end to them. Then, a voice asked why he didn't just wipe them all out at once. It was Taehyun, arriving as he struck down the entire army with his apocalypse ability. Cody asked if Marcus had sent him. He thought maybe Marcus had acted out of desperation, but considering the situation, he thanked him for the help. Taehyun replied that the situation must be dire if they had sent him there, even with Cody already present. Besides, he could sense an extremely powerful magic lingering in the area. The thought that Riki had ended up in the castle of an archduke was troubling. Cody explained that she had been sent there by mistake, since it was a newly discovered area of the abyss and no one knew whose domain it belonged to. Even so, Cody could still feel Riki's magical presence somewhere within, most likely underground. Taehyun warned that it was very likely they would encounter the archduke soon, and that the chances of victory against him were close to zero. Cody, impatient, asked if he was the only one in a hurry, and challenged Taehyun to keep up with his pace. Taehyun replied that of course he could. Together they kept fighting through monsters along the way. Taehyun even asked if this was the same Cody who had been struggling earlier. Cody answered that now he didn't need to hold back his strength, since Taehyun was by his side. Cody also commented that he had thought they would only fight side by side in the future, but it was good to have someone strong enough to rely on for cover. Inside that castle, 2 of humanity's greatest hopes were fighting together. Cody thought that with Taehyun by his side, maybe they really could overcome that place. When they reached the castle's center, Cody remarked that there was probably a staircase nearby and suggested splitting up to search. At that moment, a new human appeared and struck Cody, knocking him to the ground. Taehyun tried to counterattack, but the stranger caught the blade with his bare hands. He looked at Taehyun and asked if he was really the famous Taehyun Kim. Then he questioned whether President Jinwei hadn't mentioned anything about him. He said it was a pity, as he easily knocked Taehyun down. That man introduced himself as the Guild Master of the Malignants. And more than that, he claimed to be Taehyun Kim's predecessor. As he spoke, he shattered Taehyun's blade without effort. Cody tried to attack again, but he failed as well. The mysterious man recognized Cody and said he was glad to see him still standing. If Cody had died from that previous strike, he wouldn't have been worthy of being called the world's #1. Cody recognized the man. He knew exactly who he was, an extremely dangerous international fugitive. What puzzled him was why this man was there, in the abyss. With a provocative tone, Min Ji-hong asked him to think. Why would a human like him be calmly waiting inside an archduke's castle? Right after, he revealed his power. He declared that he was the contractor of the archduke, the true owner of that castle, and now they could have some fun. Meanwhile, in prison, Riki suddenly felt Taehyun's mana approaching. Cody grew visibly uneasy. It was terrifying. The leader of a villain guild had formed a contract with an archduke. That explained why they had never been able to capture him. Taehyun remarked that during the fight, they would discover what kind of man Min Ji-hong really was. But the fact that they had sent him there meant they already knew of his and Cody's arrival. And the reason why the archduke himself hadn't come might have been pride. Or perhaps he was simply occupied with something else. Their goal there wasn't to defeat Min Ji-hong, but to rescue Riki. Cody volunteered to lead the attack while Taehyun would provide support. Mocking them, Min Ji-hong asked what kind of pathetic strike was that, aimed directly at him. Did they really think he would just dodge? At that moment, he was caught by Taehyun's apocalypse chain and struck with a powerful blow. But to their surprise, the impact caused no damage. Cody's sword shattered and his hands felt the brutal backlash before he was repelled. Soon after, he was counterattacked with great force. Even with armor, the blow was heavy. Min Ji-hong pointed out that they didn't know anything about his abilities. With ease, he hurled Cody against the rubble. Taehyun noticed something strange. Cody's attack had been absorbed. The system even indicated indicated that Taehyun could no longer use his apocalypse ability. It had been completely nullified. That's when he understood what he was facing. It was a black hole, the exact same kind of ability he had seen in Zhang Lung's experiments. Min Jihong asked if Taehyun had seen that before. He confirmed, saying he had once had problems with a magic scroll that used that same power. Min Jihong laughed, saying that selling scrolls was easy money. Even non-awakened people could buy them occasionally. He said he enjoyed watching those people struggle, but he despised the weak and hated arrogant strong ones even more. Wanting to see if Taehyun was any different, Min Jihong created an even bigger black hole, unleashing a massive attack. Taehyun dodged easily and asked if that was all, but unexpectedly, the attack still hit him. It reached him regardless. Then Taehyun realized something. Min Jihong also knew nothing about his abilities. The black hole couldn't absorb the powers of another archduke. He provoked him, asking who was the arrogant one now. Min Jihong admitted he had been caught off guard. He hadn't expected Taehyun to use the power of world, but now, he said, he would fight seriously. At that moment, Cody stood up again. He pointed out that if the black hole couldn't absorb the powers of an archduke, then he could return to the fight as well. Activating Lucifer's power, he joined the battle once more. Now surrounded, Min Jihong admitted that facing both of them at once would be much harder. Suddenly, a new voice echoed throughout the castle. It said that tracking them had been difficult, but at last it had arrived. Breaking through the walls and destroying everything around, the true archduke who had granted Min Jihong his power finally appeared. Orgal, Master of Beasts, one of the archdukes of the Abyss. Orgal looked at Min Jihong and said that despite the hardships, that was no excuse. With the power he had received, killing those two should have been easy. Min Jihong, suspicious, replied that perhaps Orgal hadn't given him enough power. Mocking, he asked for another crumb. Losing patience, Orgal crushed Min Jihong right there, saying it was pure audacity. Still, he would consider his request. But as for the two insects that remained, Cody and Taehyun, he made it clear the game was over. Now they would have to give everything they had just to survive. Taehyun turned to Cody and said they had no chance of winning. He reminded him of why they had come. Taehyun would buy time, while Cody had to rescue Ricky. Then Taehyun charged forward, unleashing the power of gluttony against Orgal. Later, as he ran through the corridors of the castle, he kept cutting down monsters one after another, until finally, he saw a sphere of energy, Ricky's magic, guiding him to where she was imprisoned. When he found her at last, Taehyun told her he was there to repay the debt he owed her. Moved, Ricky said he truly was a man of his word, unlike so many others. She then asked where Cody was. Taehyun replied that he was probably still searching for her on the other side of the castle. He said he would explain everything, but at that moment, they simply had no more time. Ricky remarked that the Archduke would soon make his move. Taehyun asked if she already knew that, and she answered naturally, reminding him that he seemed to have forgotten she was an investigator. She explained that the owner of that castle was Orgal, and that he was, without a doubt, the most terrifying monster she had ever encountered. Taehyun then affirmed that if she knew this, she also knew they needed to escape as quickly as possible. He told her that he and Cody had managed to buy a little time, but Orgal would probably arrive soon. The problem was that Ricky could barely walk. Even so, Taehyun refused to leave her behind and promised he would carry her all the way out. As they ascended in the elevator, Ricky commented that it was almost funny. Ever since the incident in Zhang Lung's laboratory, whenever she was on the verge of death, Taehyun always appeared as her last hope of survival. She sincerely thanked him for that, but their brief calm ended quickly. Orgal was already waiting for them at the top of the elevator. He appeared, asking if they truly thought they could escape so easily. He explained that he had kept that human alive only because of her excellent knowledge of mana. Her presence there was obvious, since their next destination was predictable. Orgal then mocked Taehyun, telling him to use again the same power he had displayed earlier. Without hesitation, Taehyun activated the power of gluttony, but Orgal easily grabbed the predator's maw and commented that his eyes did not lie. That was indeed the king's power, but in a much weaker form. Realizing it wouldn't work, Taehyun shifted strategies and activated Igmun's power, summoning his blood daggers. Yet, they didn't even scratch Orgal. Refusing to give up, Taehyun also unleashed the dragon's wrath, and this time managed to tear a piece from the Archduke's stomach. Orgal only laughed, impressed with the boy's willpower. He acknowledged that Taehyun carried the fighting spirit of the Lord of Dragons. Taehyun then began combining his abilities, now using monstrous transformation, a power similar to Orgal's own. Watching, Ricky could hardly believe it. A human was fighting against an Archduke of that magnitude, and yet Orgal remained intact, amused by the whole situation. He He said it had been millennia since he had felt so excited. He noted that Taehyun was imitating the king, absorbing the powers of others, just as the king once did. He reminded them that the king had been missing for thousands of years, and ever since his own life had been nothing but boredom. Days dragged on without purpose. But now, finally, he had before him a battle worthy of his existence. Then, with brutality, Orgal tore off Taehyun's arm. He said he wanted to see the full power of the key to the king. Taehyun fell into despair. Neither the powers of the king nor the archdukes were working against that monster. With no other choice, he directly summoned one of the archduchesses, Rosaria. She appeared instantly, shielding Taehyun with her tentacles. Orgal, surprised, recognized her presence. He called her the king's most loyal servant and asked since when she had formed a contract with Taehyun. Wounded, Taehyun admitted he would rather not have bothered her, but he had no other choice. Rosaria was visibly displeased with Orgal and ready to face him head-on. Taehyun reflected that summoning Rosaria at that moment might have been a mistake. Summons were never stronger than the original power. They drained enormous amounts of mana, and they carried the risk of mana backlash. But it was too late for regrets. She was already there. Orgal was astonished that she was now by the side of the key to the king. He questioned when she had made the contract. Still confused, he said Taehyun's mana was different, which left him unsettled. Rosaria replied that he would find out soon enough. She added that she was no weak opponent like that cursed vampire. Orgal smiled. This was exactly the kind of adversary he desired. Rosaria then turned to Taehyun and told him he needed time to heal his wounds. She asked if he could manage on his own. Taehyun replied that maybe if he used the blood flood, he could survive. She nodded, saying that would be enough, and transported him elsewhere. Taehyun immediately recognized the place. He had felt it before. It was Rosaria's authority, her personal realm, an isolated reality. What she could do for him now was only one thing: buy time. Even so, that time was short. He had to heal as fast as possible. Taehyun asked if she could summon anyone else into that space. The answer came immediately. Riki was pulled into the realm as well, confused, wondering where she was, only to fall straight into Taehyun's arms. Taehyun explained that the place they were in wasn't safe for long. It was only a temporary shelter created by the Archduchess with whom he had made a contract. He said that before anything else, they needed to come up with a plan to escape this situation. Meanwhile, outside, Rosaria remained facing Orgal. He noticed that the magical presence of the key to the king had vanished, and asked if Rosaria had hidden them with her filthy powers. She answered with irony, saying she doubted he would understand, even if she tried to explain. Not with that potato brain of his. Orgal, already irritated, ordered her to spit the two of them back out. He declared that they were inside his castle, and therefore, they belonged to him. As the battle between Rosaria and Orgal began outside, inside the isolated space, Taehyun and Riki were devising their escape plan. Watching his powers, Riki asked if he had a contract with the succubus queen. Then, how was he able to use the abilities of other archdukes? She wondered if he was even human at all. Taehyun replied that the first time they had met, she had asked him if he had anything that tied him to humanity, something that bound him to this world. He said his answer was still the same. He was stubborn. Stubborn enough to keep promises made to friends. Stubborn enough to fight until death. He confirmed that he was human, but that his ability allowed him to absorb the powers of others. Riki then understood why he could wield so many different abilities. Everything made sense now. She trusted him and knew she could believe in what he told her. But there was one thing Taehyun could never reveal: his regression. That secret had to remain hidden. Suddenly, the subspace began to tremble. Taehyun realized that outside, Rosaria was probably struggling. He said it was time to act and asked if Riki had a plan. She explained that among her abilities, there was one that might work. Her portal could take them to a safe coordinate. However, it was dangerous. Until then, she had only ever used the portal to summon creatures from the abyss, never to transport humans. She warned that portals created by humans were unstable. They could collapse suddenly, or in the worst case, trap them in the void between dimensions. But Taehyun replied that they didn't have many options. The space was already collapsing. He was sure of it. It was time to decide, and he told her he trusted her. When the subspace shattered, they returned to Orgal's castle. The scene was horrifying. Rosaria had been defeated, her summon decapitated, and her body exploding into energy. Orgal declared that the key to the king had returned. He said it was a pity the king wasn't as ruthless as he was, because if he were king, he would have wiped out anyone who dared oppose him. He looked at Taehyun and taunted him, saying that if he truly had the king's power, then he should fight like one. Taehyun responded in kind, unleashing the power of gluttony once again, saying it was hard to listen to so much nonsense coming from that monster's mouth. He told Ricky to open the portal. Orgel roared that he would not let the light escape so easily, but Taehyun coldly replied that he should wait patiently, because he would be back much sooner than he expected. With that, he managed to trap Orgel inside the power of gluttony. Ricky, about to activate the portal, asked if he really wanted to step into it. Taehyun shot back. Wasn't she the most powerful mage in the world? If he couldn't trust her, then who could he trust? They crossed through. On the other side, Ricky could hardly believe it. She said it worked. It had really worked. Relieved, she thanked him that they were alive. But the relief didn't last long. Orgel had managed to partially force his way through. His massive arm emerged from the portal and, with brutal force, smashed Ricky against the ground. He asked where they thought they were going. The fight had only just begun. The strike had been devastating. Ricky was gravely wounded and her mana became unstable. This caused the portal to close completely, leaving Orgel trapped on the other side. Taehyun, desperate, realized she was on the brink of death. He asked the system if there was any skill he could use to heal her right there. He even considered calling Rosaria again, but he knew she wouldn't have the strength to intervene. Even so, Ricky said it was fine. She had always known this could happen. But Taehyun refused to give up. He said he would not let her die. With weakened breath, Ricky replied that he had already done more than enough and that it was too late to turn back now. Then, looking into his eyes, she asked him if he could absorb her ability so that it would continue to serve humanity. Taehyun knew there wasn't much he could do for Ricky, so he simply granted her last wish. As he carried her in his arms, Ricky thought she had lived her life without regrets, except for one. She regretted never going out on that date with Taehyun. Meanwhile, Cody was still in the castle, locked in an intense fight with Min Ji-hong. Ji-hong felt his blood boiling, finally excited to be fighting for real. But Cody was worried. He knew he couldn't waste time and had to get out soon. Even so, his opponent noticed his distraction and mocked him, asking if he was thinking about other people in the middle of a battle. He said that was pathetic. With sarcasm, he warned that Cody's friends had already been captured by Wargo, though he admitted he would have liked to fight Taehyun one more time. At that moment, Cody finally managed to wound him, firmly stating that it was a lie. He trusted his companions and knew they would make it out alive. Min Ji-hong mocked his optimism, but soon the entire castle began to tremble. On the other side, Orgal was ordering his contractor to come to him immediately. Ji-hong, however, insisted he was still dealing with an intruder. Irritated, Orgal declared that such disobedience would not happen again. Cody asked if he was leaving already. Min Ji-hong, with pride in his voice, replied that his master had summoned him and that Cody should consider himself very lucky. Before leaving, he declared that this was only the beginning. He would be the spark that would ignite the end of the world, the leader of the Guild of the Malignant. With the enemy's departure, Cody understood that Orgal's summons carried great importance. Shortly after, he returned to the human base in the Abyss and asked about the others. Neither Taehyun nor Ricky were at the camp at that moment. They were just arriving. Taehyun was carrying Ricky's body in his arms. Cody wondered if, at least, she had found a peaceful end. Taehyun confirmed with sorrow and apologized for not being able to save her. Cody replied that it wasn't his fault, for Ricky had died an honorable death, fighting for humanity. Still, Taehyun blamed himself, saying it all happened because he was too weak. He then declared that he would take Ricky directly to the International Association. For now, he had to fulfill the duty she had left behind. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the United States Players Association, the president thanked Taehyun Kim for his consideration. Despite the loss of many valuable players, he hoped that the meeting would have some purpose, since it was Taehyun who had requested it. Gregor, impatient, said they were too busy to listen to nonsense and claimed that Taehyun had failed the mission. Cody, irritated, asked if that accusation was aimed at him as well, which only made Gregor more furious. But before any direct confrontation could break out, Taehyun began to speak firmly. He declared that soon everyone there would know who truly deserved to be in that place. To everyone's surprise, he revealed that he was using Ricky's ability, the one that allowed her to revive and share memories with others. Taehyun watched in awe, realizing that everyone there would now hear Ricky's final words. It was revealed that Taehyun had inherited 3 abilities from Ricky. The first was the rank S Monster Heart, which creates a mana stone within the heart and allows free manipulation of mana. In fact, this ability was the foundation of many others that Ricky developed throughout her life. Because of it, she often asked people what truly distinguished a human from a monster. The second ability Taehyun obtained was Portal, which allows teleportation to designated coordinates. The third was called Memorize, which activates memory-based magic. It was precisely because of this possibility that Ricky had become an investigator for the International Association. When the president of the United States Association questioned how Taehyun was using this ability, Tan explained that no one manipulated mana better than Ricky, and she apparently knew how to transfer her abilities to others. However, Taehyun hid the truth, since he could not reveal his gluttony ability. Cody wanted to know what Taehyun intended to show with Memorize, and that was when he began sharing the memories he had seen. These were Ricky's memories, which revealed all the information she had gathered inside Orgal's castle. In those memories, Ricky stood before the statues of the 7 archdukes. The first was Orgal, the Beastmaster. Then came Rosaria, the Queen of Nightmares. Following them were Igmund, the Vampire Lord, Beelzebub, the Demon King, Hazard, the Dragon Lord, Jormungand, the Beast King, and Lucifer, the fallen angel. The story explained that these 7 archdukes were in constant dispute over territory, ruling the abyss in an extremely fragile balance. However, there was an even greater mystery. The throne above all of them remained empty, and Ricky had no idea who the true sovereign was. At that moment, Orgal appeared and captured Ricky. The revelations were so shocking that everyone was left stunned. The president of the association admitted that, until then, they had no understanding of the archdukes' true power. But now, after so many sacrifices, they discovered that a single archduke had the power to destroy the planet, and more. There weren't only 3 as they had thought, but 7. Above them all, there was an even more powerful king. Meanwhile, Min Ji-hong was in a meeting with Orgal. He was surprised to discover that even one of the archdukes had needed his help and had been wounded by someone. Orgal's head, split in half by a portal, was still regenerating. Even so, he claimed it had only been an accident and that he would have recovered on his own. He said he hated waiting and threatened to crush Min Ji-hong if he ever spoke disrespectfully again. Min Ji-hong agreed, but asked what they would do about Taehyun Kim. Orgal replied that the boy possessed a special ability, granted by someone even more special, the true king of the abyss. He was the supreme sovereign, the one who had coordinated the war against the celestial realm. However, there was something different about him. Orgal then gave new orders to Min Ji-hong. He was to go to Earth, find the king's contractor, and accelerate the plans to bring chaos to the planet. Meanwhile, Orgal would search for the key that granted access to the king in order to rule the abyss alone and reach his peak. Min Ji-hong promised to carry out the orders exactly as commanded. Later, Taehyun asked the president what they would do next. The president confessed that he didn't know how to get out of that situation and was heading to a meeting. But Taehyun declared that this was no longer just a problem for the United States Association. Now, all of humanity was involved. Everyone needed to know the truth. The president hesitated, saying that such information could throw the world into chaos. But Taehyun insisted it was a chance to unite humanity. He reminded him that Ricky had never worked for a single country, but for the good of the entire world. Faced with that, the president agreed and said he would share the information with the International Association. Taehyun also revealed that, through Ricky's memories, he had seen something hidden in the association's underground facility. The president was shocked and asked how he knew. That was when Marcus intervened, reminding him that Taehyun was already one of the American Association's most trusted allies. So, they decided to reveal the secret to him. They went down together to the lowest level of the underground facility. On the way, the president explained that if Taehyun knew the story, then he understood that humanity had changed completely after contact with the abyss. It all began with the Awakened, who managed to use resources that came from there. But the true origin of everything went much further back. The Awakened and the abyss had not emerged at the same time. In fact, the abyss was, at first, like a kind of hell that humans could not understand or control. For a long time, they couldn't even get close to it. Only after making contact with something that had come from the Pacific Ocean did the situation change. From that moment on, the abyss was seen as a land of opportunity. It was then that humans began to awaken, right after contact with a specific creature. The president explained that this mysterious entity was the one responsible for granting powers to all the awakened. To this day, it has no official name, but it's often called God. Taehyun grew curious and asked if that creature didn't look a lot like the king who had granted him his own powers. He wanted to know why they had kept it hidden for so long. The president answered that their stance remained the same. A country must always think of its own development first. Since the first awakening, they had never managed to extract anything directly from this creature. They only analyzed, slowly, the signals it emitted. But Taehyun noticed something. He said it seemed as though the creature had moved, and suddenly it opened its eyes. This had never happened before. The entire room was filled with panic, as everyone felt as if their very souls were being directly observed by the entity. It was the first time the Nameless One, as they began to call it, had opened its eyes. The president was in shock and ordered the researchers to be called immediately, but Taehyun realized that it wasn't just a physical movement. The Nameless One was looking directly at him. And then, for the first time, the entity spoke. It said that Taehyun was different from the others, that this was expected since he had returned with the king's power. At that moment, the entire building began to shake. An alarm went off, warning that it was dangerous to remain inside. Marcus urged everyone to evacuate immediately. The Nameless One spoke again to Taehyun and asked if he wanted to know the truth about his mana and about the king's power. Taehyun answered that he would stay. Even with the building collapsing around him, he needed to confirm something. Marcus grew desperate, but Cody said he trusted him, so they left him alone with the entity. Taehyun then asked it to show him the truth about God. Taehyun's consciousness was taken to a completely white space, a sort of collective mental plane. In this place, the Nameless One told him that he was very courageous, and for that reason, it would give him the answers he sought. Taehyun said that he had many questions, but above all, he wanted to know where this information came from, and whether that creature was truly a god. The Nameless One replied that there was a difference between what humans understood as a god and what it really was. Still, it admitted that there was no better word to describe itself. Taehyun then asked if it was a god that had been captured by humans, because it didn't seem so omnipotent. The answer was shocking. The Nameless One explained that it was only a fragment of God, a small part of a much greater entity. It said that it was no longer part of the great puzzle that made up the complete being. All that remained to it was a general direction, the path toward where its true self resided. Taehyun did not fully understand and asked if this meant there was a true god somewhere, and that the Nameless One was merely a guide leading to him. The entity read his mind and confirmed that this was exactly the case. According to it, humans awakened in order to seek this god, and it was for the same reason that Taehyun had awakened after meeting the king. Taehyun then asked if the king's power was actually God's own power. He wanted to know why the king had done that and where he was now. At that moment, the entity transported him into a vision. Taehyun found himself standing before a massive portal rift located in South Korea. But something seemed strange. He quickly realized this was not exactly his world. The Nameless One explained that this dimension was not Taehyun's Earth, but the king's world of origin. In the vision, Taehyun saw the moment when the king was on the brink of death. At that critical instant, he awakened through the fragments of God. In the face of danger, his body moved by reflex before his enemies, and with that, he triumphed. That victory marked the beginning of the king's rise. In previous dreams, Taehyun had already seen this scene, the king dominating the abyss, defeating rows upon rows of demons and evil beings with a single touch. He conquered the territory of the abyss and began to rule that world alongside 7 archdukes. The Nameless One continued its explanation. After the territorial war and after becoming king of the lower dimension, the king reached the condition necessary for the next step, to face the celestial realm. According to the entity, only after winning the war between species would the king have the right to challenge the true god. And so the king fought against the higher realm, accompanied by his 7 archdukes and an army of demons. However, the beings of the higher realm were far more powerful than those of the lower realm. Because of this disparity in power, the king could not win. Even after going through countless regressions, using his ability to try again and again, his human mind was slowly worn down until he stood on the edge of madness. In time, the king realized that he was not the right person for that mission. He understood that he needed to find someone, the right person, the king's key. This title was not merely symbolic. Being the key meant carrying the duty of winning the war and reaching God. And that key was none other than Taehyun. But Taehyun still had doubts. He asked why God had scattered his fragments and why the king sought him with such intensity. He also wanted to know why he had been chosen as the key. The Nameless One answered that these questions were beyond the cognitive capacity of any human being, so Taehyun concluded that he would have to discover the answers on his own. The Nameless One explained that Taehyun's powers did not come from God, but from the king, and it said that he could simply live his life within this regression if he did not wish to carry the burden. The choice was his. If he chose to follow this mission, so be it, but there was no guarantee that there would be another key after him. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the members of the United States Association listened, as the president said that Taehyun should have stayed longer with the Nameless One. That way, he might have discovered more about the power he carried and about humanity itself. Marcus asked if Taehyun would be alright down there, and Cody replied that, from what he knew of him, Taehyun never made a foolish decision without reason. When they finally reached the surface, they saw Taehyun stepping out of a portal. Marcus was stunned to realize he had used Ricky's portal. The president wanted to know what had happened below. Taehyun answered that the Nameless One had disappeared. disappeared. In a way, it had been absorbed by him. Using his power, Cody said that he respected Taehyun, but insisted that such a thing required an explanation. He wanted to know exactly what had happened. Taehyun explained that all he had received were instructions. He had simply followed what was said. When Cody pressed further, asking if that was really all, and what they had spoken about down there, Taehyun replied that he could not share that now. The president argued that it made no sense to keep secrets at this point, since the Nameless One was the property of the United States. Cody, however, said that he understood, but also believed that everyone there had the right to know what Taehyun intended to do with this knowledge. Taehyun replied that he was still trying to figure that out. He said he had already fulfilled his role, delivering Ricky's final words, and now he was leaving. The president ordered Cody to stop Taehyun from leaving, but Cody refused. He said the president still hadn't understood. Taehyun Kim had surpassed everyone. There was nothing on this planet that could stop him. He added that even after countless attempts by the association to connect with the Nameless One, Taehyun had been the only one who succeeded. He had not absorbed the entity. In truth, it was the Nameless One itself that had chosen him as its successor. In Cody's view, no one there should stand against someone chosen by God. Now, all that was left was to trust him. After that, the information was sent to the International Association, which quickly spread it to the world. Thus, everyone came to know the truth about the Abyss and its 7 archdukes. Many mourned and paid tribute to the players who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. But many also began to fear the imminent arrival of the archdukes. Later, Taehyun had a meeting with Jinhwa, who asked if he was well after returning from the Abyss and facing one of the archdukes. Taehyun said he was physically fine, but admitted it was a troubling situation. Jinhwa replied that he understood, but he also knew that even if Taehyun's body was fine, he must be shaken by everything he had experienced. He apologized for bringing up another serious matter at such a difficult time. From what he knew, Taehyun and Yu Young had been working together to contain the spread of the Abyss, so he wanted to know if the plans directly involved the archdukes. Taehyun answered no. He said it was because the Abyss now needed his presence more than ever. Taewook tried to interrupt, but Jinhui reassured him. Taehyun then asked if there was any other important matter to discuss. Jinhui confirmed there was. He said that the president had wanted to keep it from him, but considering his role now, he needed to know. While Taehyun was occupied with the Abyss, a mysterious plague had begun to spread across Earth. One of its visible symptoms was gray patches that appeared on people's skin. Concerned, Taehyun asked if anyone had seen this before. He began to realize that the symptoms of this new disease were exactly the same as something he had already witnessed in his past life. It could only be the same plague that had spread from a laboratory in China, the gray toxin. He wondered if this disease had truly been eliminated when he defeated the creature of the same name in the past. Taewook explained that, according to pathologists, this disease was not natural. It appeared to have been created by humans within South Korea itself and was linked to the evil guild. Although the guild was strong, Taewook thought it unlikely that they had developed the disease on their own. There was probably someone much more powerful behind it. They were already investigating, but eliminating the source was urgent. At that moment, Taehyun revealed something important. He said he had encountered one of the leaders of the evil guild inside Orgal's castle. His name was Min Ji-hong. He asked if the others knew him. The revelation shocked Taewook, who asked if Taehyun had truly met that man. Taehyun confirmed it and explained that Min Ji-hong seemed to know South Korea deeply and had been working with Orgal all this time. Jinhwa reacted with anger at hearing the name, saying that the man was now on the monster's side. Taewook asked if they should reveal the whole truth, but Jinhui said no. That was something he had to explain personally. He clarified that he wasn't hiding anything from Taehyun, but he didn't want that story to spread. Still, he believed Taehyun deserved to know what had happened. 20 years earlier, when Jinhui was still an active player, a dungeon had broken open on the other side of the country. He went there but arrived too late. The monsters had already escaped. Amid the destruction, they found a child who had lost his parents, but who had managed to defeat all the monsters alone. He was only 7 years old and had single-handedly stopped the advance of a rank B dungeon. That was when Jinhui met Min Ji-hong. Impressed by his extraordinary talent, he felt guilty for not saving his parents. Because of this, he decided to adopt him and train him, hoping he would become the future savior of South Korea. But Min Ji-hong was even more talented than he had expected. By his teenage years, he was already among the most powerful players in the country. Reflecting on the past, Jinhui admitted that he had pushed him too hard. He forced the boy beyond his limits, something no child should ever endure. Taehyun wanted to understand where everything had started to go wrong. Taewook explained that today there were rules and conditions for someone to enter the Abyss, but at that time, there were none. That was why, even at such a young age, Min Ji-hong became a player there and went straight in. Several players wanted to form parties with him, but they all ended up dead. This happened multiple times until the association decided to investigate. The results were alarming. Min Ji-hong had been leading his companions to their deaths on purpose. During the interrogation, he said he couldn't fight alongside weak people. If they survived, they would become strong like him. If they died, it was because they deserved to die. Fearing the consequences, the association tried to eliminate him and cover up all the evidence, but he managed to escape and became an international criminal. With regret, Jinhui said that Min Ji-hong's mind had been corrupted by all of that. He began to believe that pain made people stronger and wanted to impose that same suffering on others. For him, this was his twisted way of saving the world. Many believed that Jinhui himself had pushed him onto that path. Even so, Taehyun stood up and said that Jinhui could not be completely free of blame. Perhaps he truly had failed as a father. Instead of protecting him, he should have done what parents do when a child strays from the right path: bring him back, even if by force. Then, Taehyun firmly declared that he would go down to the abyss to find Min Ji-hong. He said he wanted to bring him back so that he could have a second chance with his father. He did not agree with Min Ji-hong's distorted view of the weak, but he understood what it meant to lose everything in life. Taewook asked if he would join the mission. Taehyun confirmed, but said not at that moment. First, he had to take care of a few things. After his conversation with the Nameless One, a new status window appeared. In it, there was a new quest. The war between races was about to begin. Later, Taehyun went to meet Rosaria. She was already expecting him. She said she knew he would arrive soon, and upon noticing his expression, asked if it was because he had seen her in such a pitiful state. Carrying the weight of guilt, Taehyun wondered if that was his responsibility. But Rosaria explained that she had fought against the true form of an archduke. Considering what she had faced, the fact she was still alive was already surprising. He then wanted to know what had happened to her castle. Rosaria replied that it wasn't his fault. Even before the fight with Orgal, Igman had shown up there in an unexpected visit. She said Taehyun didn't need to worry, since archdukes had never exactly been friendly with one another. With determination, Taehyun promised that Rosaria would never be treated that way again. She thanked him, saying those were beautiful words and that she already felt a little better. But then she noticed something different in him and asked what had changed. Taehyun said he had met God and discovered the whole truth about the king. Then he warned Rosaria. The war between races was about to begin. Rosaria was surprised to hear what Taehyun said and asked if he had really met God. Taehyun replied that, in truth, it wasn't exactly God, but a fragment of him. During that encounter, he gained access to the truth about the king and began to see the world in a new way. His ideas were clearer, and everything felt different now. Rosaria commented that he had reached that level of understanding much faster than she expected. She wondered whether it was fate or coincidence, but concluded that everything was following divine planning. And if he truly knew the truth, then he also had to know his own destiny. Since he was standing there before her, it meant he already had an answer. Taehyun recalled his conversation with the Nameless One. At that moment, he reflected on the path he could take: live an ordinary life or fulfill the duty imposed on him. He thought about everything he had endured, years of frustration, living as someone without awakening, all to become stronger and perhaps find happiness. Now he understood that all of it was part of something greater. The secrets hidden in the abyss were gradually being revealed, and the more he reflected on why he had returned in time, the greater his curiosity grew. He wondered if he had received that power because of his perseverance and determination. But in the end, he realized he was just a piece in the game of the original king. Taehyun was the tool created to carry the burden the king himself couldn't bear. Even so, with all that weight, he decided to continue the path. His goal was still the same: to protect his world. He chose to take the reins of this war, and because of that, asked for Rosaria's support. Just as the king had once told her, now it was Taehyun who wanted to take her to a higher place. Rosaria acknowledged that his speech was impressive, but reminded him that he was not the king. He was the key. To reach the king's level, he still had a long way to go. At that moment, the system notified him that an unknown power had caused him to advance to rank SS. An immense energy awakened within him. Rosaria, astonished, asked when he had become so powerful. Taehyun explained that to follow the king's path, he needed a fragment of God, that's why he absorbed it, and asked if she still didn't trust him. Rosaria revealed that when the king himself said he would pass his powers to someone else, she completely opposed the idea. She thought it inconceivable that anyone else could carry that burden. However, she now admitted she had been wrong. She was feeling something she hadn't felt in a very, very long time. Later, Rosaria declared that she no longer saw herself as Taehyun's superior. From that moment on, the two were partners, equals. Then, she asked how much he knew about the war between the races. Taehyun replied that all he knew was that the king won the territorial war, dominated the lower dimension, and then was attacked by the upper realm. The fragment of God he spoke to wasn't very talkative. Rosaria smiled, realizing he had been deceived. She remarked that he had lied to her. Taehyun admitted that if he hadn't, maybe she wouldn't have cooperated the way she did. Rosaria Rosaria then offered to tell him the rest, though even she didn't know everything. She explained that as soon as the territorial war ended, the racial war began. The reason came from the upper realm, which did not accept that someone from the lower world had become strong enough to threaten them. In short, they feared the king's power. Taehyun asked if the upper realm also had a leader. Rosaria confirmed. She said that, just like the king, that leader was also a monster of the abyss, who had absorbed a fragment of God. In fact, he had walked the same path as the king, but before him, and he was the first to reach the upper realm. His name was Baal, the draconic king. Taehyun remembered having already seen that dragon in the memories he received from the divine fragment. He then asked if everyone who possessed fragments of God was fighting among themselves to see who would reach God first. Rosaria explained that Baal had already reached God, but unlike the others, he believed that anyone who also possessed a fragment was a traitor. He preferred to remain at God's side, while the king wanted things to return to how they were before. It was precisely this difference in vision that sparked the war between the races. Taehyun wanted to know why the upper realm hadn't attacked yet, since the lower realm was weakened. Rosaria explained that there was a certain power preventing the direct movement of the upper realm until certain conditions were met. Taehyun then declared that, until then, he would defeat all the archdukes and form a great army to face the upper realm. That was the key to winning the territorial war. Rosaria affirmed that now he finally understood. The reason to fight the archdukes was to unify the lower realm so that it could resist the upper realm's attack. After that, the two had a long meeting discussing their next steps. In the end, Rosaria stated that the decision had been made and then asked Taehyun when they would begin. Taehyun reflected. He still had unfinished business with Orgel and with Ricky, but there was a problem. Orgel possessed the largest territory in the entire abyss. Taehyun knew that fighting Orgel directly would put everyone at a massive disadvantage. During the strategic meeting, one of Rosaria's succubi interrupted with an urgent message. Rosaria, keeping calm, remarked that this was already a beginning, then looked at Taehyun, asking if he would really take her to the upper realm as he had promised. It was time to prove that his words were not empty. At that moment, one of Rosaria's territories, known as the Dry Desert, was being contested. The one responsible was the vampire lord Igmoon, and the battle between succubi and vampires had already begun. In the midst of the conflict, a powerful SSS-ranked succubus named Bludia was facing one of Rosaria's knights and was clearly winning. The defeated knight was Mukairan, who fought bravely but couldn't hold back the vampire's advance. Bludia, with obvious superiority, mocked her opponent, asking if that was all Rosaria had to offer. She also reminded her that her mistress was known as the weakest of the archdukes, so her defeat was no surprise. Even on the ground, Mukairan protested, telling her not to insult her mistress like that. But Bludia stomped on her and declared that the defeated had no right to speak. According to her, the entire territory of the succubi would be taken by her lord, the Archduke of Blood. The Dry Desert would now belong to him. At that moment, Taehyun entered the scene. He commented that he liked Bludia's philosophy, the survival of the strongest, and challenged her. Bludia, surprised, noticed the presence of a human and asked what he was doing there. Taehyun replied that he was just a mercenary of the Queen of Nightmares, there to deal with her. It was then explained that most monsters born in the abyss do not possess intelligence. They act like animals. They eat, sleep, destroy, and survive only by instinct. However, there are the mutants, monsters born with superior intelligence and greater power. These are the natural leaders, destined to rise to the top. Just like humans, they have ranking systems and level up, fighting others to determine who will lead. Bludia was one of those mutants. She survived countless battles, killed leaders and monsters, and remained at the top until she met the one who changed everything. Igmon, the true predator of the abyss, worthy of being called an archduke. When Igmon defeated her effortlessly, she fell to the ground, humiliated. It was then that he made her an offer. If she served him, she would gain power. Despite her wounded pride, Bludia accepted in order to survive. The decision paid off. By serving Igmoon, she became even stronger, grew endlessly, and believed that soon she would reach the position of Archduke. But now, she was losing to a mere human, a boy. Taehyun not only fought her on equal footing, but also humiliated her. He blocked her attacks with ease and subdued her with the aura of the Queen of Nightmares. In the end, Bludia could no longer move. She was cut in half by Taehyun, who calmly declared that he had won. Survival belonged to the strongest, and now Bludia was his prey. After all, she had come there, invaded his territory, and talked too much. Taehyun couldn't just let her go. When he asked if she served Igmon, Bludia herself firmly replied that she did not. She was a monster destined for the top of the abyss. She served no one, but Taehyun did not hesitate. Without giving her a chance to react, he devoured her. Rosaria's knights, witnessing this, knelt and recognized Taehyun as the true contractor of the Queen of Nightmares. Taehyun remembered a time when S-rank monsters were a real challenge, but now they posed was no difficulty at all. Ever since he synthesized the fragment of God within his own body and system, his strength had reached a new level. With it, he could easily defeat powerful creatures like Bloodia. At that point, his attributes were at impressive levels: 306 strength, 308 stamina, 37 speed, 45 mana, and 230 charisma. Moreover, he had discovered that he could now freely adjust the mana of his abilities. He didn't know for sure if this happened because of Bloodia's influence or because she served Igman, but the fact was that this new ability made him strong enough even to face an Archduke. However, while he believed he was in control of the situation, he failed to notice that his gluttony skill was being corroded from within. That was when Igman, emerging from the spilled blood, appeared before him. The Archduke remarked that it had been a difficult task for Bloodia, although he had not expected much from her. Still, she had fulfilled her role by leading him to Taehyun. Taehyun found that convenient, since he had also been looking for Igman, which made his mission easier. With that, the Archduke suggested they celebrate this reunion. Meanwhile, at the Korean Association, Jinhui was about to return home when he came across an old photo of the players who once protected the country. He recalled with nostalgia the times when they were all still young. At that moment, Taewook approached him urgently, saying he had important information from the investigation involving the Nightwalkers. A recent move could reveal the location of the Guild of the Wicked, and the agents were awaiting orders. Jinhui ordered that all national players be summoned immediately, including himself, who was already on his way. But Taewook informed him that Taehyun had not yet returned and was unreachable in the abyss. Even so, Jinhui questioned since when Korea depended solely on Taehyun, it would be great if they could solve this without his help, as it would prove that the country had grown stronger. Besides, Taehyun also had his own problems to deal with. He couldn't protect Korea forever because he needed to follow his own path. Jinhui knew this and believed in supporting those who walked the right path. Meanwhile, Taehyun stood face to face with Igmun. The nearby succubi were tense, and the Archduke remarked that no one had even introduced themselves. So, he identified himself as the Crimson Archduke, while Taehyun introduced himself as Rosaria's contractor and the King's Key. Igmun then made a generous proposal. He said Taehyun could end his contract with Rosaria and join his side. He promised to treat him as an equal and grant him incomparable strength. However, Taehyun refused. He declared that he would win that war with or without Igmun's power. He also revealed that Rosaria had already warned him. Once they discovered he was the King's Key, all the Archdukes would try to capture him to seize the Abyss throne. That was why he didn't believe a single word from the Archduke. Igmun regretted that he had figured out the truth. He said that if Taehyun didn't accept the proposal peacefully, then it would be by force. Even so, he assured him that he would try to spare him, since he seemed to be connected to the territory of nightmares. Taehyun declared that, yes, he and Rosaria were now equals. They were partners. This irritated Igmun even more, who mocked the idea of a human being treated as an archduke. In the Abyss, according to him, there were only dominators and the dominated. The king had understood that. That's why he forced the rise of new archdukes. Even with the threatening tone, Igmun promised he would not use unnecessary violence unless it was needed. He said he would show mercy if they asked, but Taehyun was not intimidated. Instead, he made his own proposal, that Igmun should serve him. He was willing to give him a chance to prove his worth in the War of Races. Igmun, angered by such arrogance, reminded him that he was just a key, a presumptuous boy who believed himself powerful. But when the Archduke tried to strike him with blood swords, they were easily repelled. All were destroyed by a single small blood blade created by Taehyun. It was the clear sign that the true awakening had begun. Igmun insisted on using his swords, but one by one, they were all destroyed effortlessly by Taehyun, who had reached a new level of power. Of course, Igmun was furious when he realized that Taehyun was freely wielding the authorities of other archdukes as if they were his own. Outraged, he asked if he would only stop this kleptomania upon death. He then created a massive blood arrow and launched it. Taehyun, however, acknowledged that Igmun was an archduke far above SSS rank monsters. Asking Rosaria for help would be the sensible choice, but he wanted to test how far he could go alone. He wanted to see how well he was synchronized with his new power. Using his wings, he easily dodged the arrow and advanced with precision, slashing Igmun's chest with his claws. But the enemy struck back at the same moment, piercing through Taehyun's chest as well. Igmun remarked that the stolen ability was indeed good, but Taehyun replied that it was still too soon to be impressed. He had much more than a single authority. In that instant, Taehyun used Orgal's monstrous transformation to shatter Igmun's blood blade. This enraged the Archduke even more, seeing him mix different Archduke's authorities together. To him, that was a vulgar and disrespectful act. Even so, he summoned several blood swords, but all were destroyed by Taehyun with no effort at all. Confused and frustrated, Igmun wondered how that boy had become so powerful. Meanwhile, Musairan, who was observing everything, could hardly believe what she was seeing. She wondered if that boy was even human, for she was watching a human fight an archduke as an equal. Tan provoked him, asking if the vampire felt defeated by a mere boy, but Igmun replied that they should not be arrogant. According to him, that was only a fraction of the true power of the Vampire Lord. There were still many abilities that Taehyun did not yet know. But Taehyun countered, saying that he didn't need only his authority. He then unleashed the dragon's fury and accused Igmun of understanding nothing. He struck fiercely, piercing the vampire's body with his arm, now cloaked in demonic fluids mixed with poisonous mana. Even spitting blood, Igmun admitted that Taehyun had exceeded all of his expectations. However, he assured that this was still not his defeat. Determined to retaliate, Igmun activated the Blood Field, his deepest and most dangerous ability. It was the pinnacle of the Vampire Lord's authority. Meanwhile, Tun tried to call for Rosaria's help, but Igmun said he could scream all he wanted. He wanted to see if they had enough mana to survive it. Taehyun quickly realized that his mana was being drained by that sea of blood. Little by little, he felt himself sinking into that crimson ocean until he finally lost consciousness. When Igmun approached to capture him, he discovered it was only an illusion. In reality, it was Taehyun who had tricked the Archduke. He explained that the realm did not belong to Igmun, it belonged to him, and he welcomed the Archduke to his own domain. Igmun, surprised, asked if he truly was the king's key. That was when a shadowy copy of Taehyun emerged, born of his gluttony. This copy, enigmatic, said that everyone used to ask the same question when they arrived in that world, but no one ever heard the answer. Igmun declared that since he was before an Archduke, the truth should be revealed. The copy, however, responded with disdain. It said it did not understand why Archdukes thought themselves so special when there was always someone above them. Meanwhile, Taehyun, while copying the Vampire Lord's abilities, realized he was not so different from his inner self. But that was a mistake. The copy was, in fact, preying upon Igmun's powers. What she created were not blood swords, but predators, creatures hungry for mana. And with a sarcastic smile, she thanked the vampire. She really needed to devour a bit of energy. Igmun, outraged, asked if he dared mock the Crimson Lord. He declared that before allowing him to say anything else, he would punish him. But the copy mocked him again, saying that Igmun was trying to take over someone else's inner world, repeating the same useless mistake as all others who had entered there. It was typical of an Archduke. They always thought too highly of themselves. Igmun still expected Taehyun's copy to drown in his sea of blood, but it clearly didn't work. The copy knew it was possible to fight a domain with another domain, and then activated Apocalypse, smashing Igmun's face with a direct strike. In a provocative tone, it commented that Kim Taehyun's ability wasn't bad, but the boy was still far too inexperienced for something of that level. He had tried to stay aside and merely observe, but was forced to intervene. After all, Taehyun himself had used all his mana to summon that copy, which ended up being useful. Gluttony was having fun with all of it, and now, with full control, the copy decided to show what a real fight was like. It began unleashing a brutal sequence of attacks on Igmun without pause, strike after strike, kicks, knees to the face, leaving no time for the vampire to react. The copy mocked him, saying that the Archduke probably hadn't taken such a beating since the day he rose to his position. Even so, Igmun returned, enraged, attempting to counterattack with his blood spear. But the strike was stopped by the predator's fangs of gluttony. The copy, however, was surprised to realize that it was trapped within its own apocalyptic field. It couldn't leave Igmun's domain, for if it did, it would immediately be burned by the Archduke's energy. Consumed by hatred, Igmun declared that he would never forgive him, and promised to leave nothing but a piece of meat behind. At that moment, the copy recognized the weapon being used. It was the Forbidden Sword, capable of imprisoning its target and draining their energy. He realized Igmun's plan was to absorb the powers of the king's key. Acknowledging its limitations, the copy understood that it would take time to regenerate inside, since Taehyun Kim's body was still not enough to unleash its full potential. Then he asked if the true owner of the body was still asleep. He urged him to wake up quickly and finish that miserable vampire once and for all. At that instant, Taehyun regained control of his own body and, without hesitation, activated Gluttony's predator, devouring everything around him. Igmun's field began to collapse, for the Archduke himself was already exhausted and wounded. Confused and desperate, Igmun wondered how an Archduke could be losing to nothing more than a shadow of what was once a king. At that moment, Rosaria appeared, crossing through the rift between worlds, worried about Taehyun and asking if he was all right. Seeing her there, Igmun sneered, saying that even that woman had shown up, and declared that it would end in a draw, for now. He believed that soon they would all be in the palm of his hand. But Taehyun disagreed. He said that wouldn't happen, because next time, he would win. Rosaria, however, scolded Taehyun for not warning her of the danger. If she had known Igmun would appear in the flesh, she would have prepared. Taehyun took the blame for not summoning help right away. Then he asked if this was enough to declare a territorial war. Rosaria admitted that it was and acknowledged that he was definitely someone unlike anyone else. Meanwhile, at the Malignant's base, Quan was crushing enemies. questioning whether those people really belonged to the guild that threatened the world. Hangil warned him that they needed to act quickly, as the real targets were the leaders of the base. One of the cars had already escaped the building, but President Jinhui informed them that Aoyang was in pursuit of the vehicle. Surprisingly, she was driving instead of using her powers. And so, the association finally made its triumphant entrance, storming the Malignant's base. One of the members panicked upon realizing they were surrounded. Jinhui then recognized one of the figures present, the vice leader of the Malignant's guild, known as the last of the three warlords, Shadow. Intrigued, Jinhui wondered if it was really him that Aoyang was chasing. But upon reaching the car, Aoyang revealed she had found something unexpected: the president of the Taizan group himself, Li Jungsu. He accused the association of meddling where it shouldn't. Jungsu replied coldly, saying it was all his fault, and asked why the Taizan group was helping the Malignant's guild. In truth, suspicions about him had always existed. The gray disease had spread because of the guild, and all the traces led back to Jungsu's company, which was already facing scandals and in decline. Even without concrete proof, the evidence was strong enough to justify an investigation. Jungsu, with icy composure, replied that he was merely a businessman. Using the Malignant's guild was a strategic advantage for his company. He claimed the association was standing in his way out of envy. Aoyang retorted that this was nothing but a disguised admission that he wasn't good enough to be in the association. But Jungsu made it clear that it was still too soon to celebrate. After all, he wasn't captured yet. Jungsu was determined to resist. Aoyang asked if he really intended to fight, given that he had barely reached rank S. But he replied that he had already surpassed that level by using the power of monstrous transformation. The revelation shocked Aoyang, who recognized that ability as part of the experiments conducted by the Chinese laboratory of Longjiang. It wasn't only the virus that had come out of there. Jungsu claimed that his strength was now comparable to that of a national-level hunter, and asked what she would do about it. Meanwhile, Quan and his ally, Seongjin, advanced against Shadow but realized that physical attacks had no effect. He was completely immune. When Hangil and Kwok also tried to strike him, Shadow was forced to dodge. He said it was useless to fight him there and counterattacked, using his shadows to trap the opponents. Still, Jinhui managed to block part of the attack. Shadow, confident, asked if they knew why no one had ever captured him until that day. It was precisely because no one was capable of doing so. Quan complained that it was completely unfair. Kwok also remarked that it was extremely annoying to deal with him. Jinhui, focused, warned everyone not to let the shadows touch them. He began thinking of a plan, even without knowing exactly what to do, but decided to test something. He asked if all the players agreed, and so they all unleashed their powers at the same time. Shadow, relentless, mocked them, saying that the new national players of New Korea hadn't learned anything from the old ones, and that the result would be the same. He quickly neutralized all attacks with his shadows, and even noticed Jinhui trying to approach from behind. But Jinhui had spotted a flaw in Shadow's powers. He couldn't attack and defend at the same time. The secret was timing. At that moment, Lim Ah-young jumped into action with her ice hammer, freezing Shadow in the entire surrounding area. The opening allowed Jinhui to use his ancestral martial arts technique. He activated the second movement, Dominion of the Mountain, completely shattering the ice wall and striking Shadow, who, though wounded, still managed to remain standing. Shadow praised Jinhui, admitting that the president was truly smart for having figured out his powers so quickly, as expected from a veteran. Jinhui then asked about the whereabouts of Min Ji-hong, wanting to know if he had already returned from the abyss. Shadow refused to answer, and while retreating into the shadows, said he knew it was impossible to defeat everyone there, but that his mission was already complete, delaying the group and ensuring the information escaped. He regretted having to abandon that building, as he had liked it, but acknowledged that there was nothing left. Lim Ah-young still tried to strike him with one last blow, but Shadow slipped away into the darkness. Quan grew frustrated, asking if that bastard had escaped again, and urged Jinhui to chase him. Ah-young then asked if it was because of her sister, and assured him there was no need to worry. Her sister was strong. Jinhui replied that he knew that very well. By then, Jungsu was already coughing up blood, begging for mercy after being completely defeated. He said he should have been at the level of a national hunter, but Ah-young retorted, asking since when had she ever said she was only rank S. She wasn't playing around when she trained. She remembered the moment when Taehyun invited her to train. At first, she thought it was an invitation for a date, but it was only training. Taehyun explained that his squad was injured and couldn't train with him, which was why he called Ah-young. She refused, saying she was busy, but Taehyun stated that he would make everyone in his squad reach the national level, and that she would be one of them. He asked if Ah-young really wanted to fall behind her own sister. She answered that she would never lose to her. Taehyun insisted that she follow his instructions. He said that, as a guild guildmaster, she needed to adapt to the new times. Since then, Ayong began training with the Nightwalkers Guild to grow stronger. That led her to reach the national level, and keeping that advancement a secret had greatly helped her in that battle. She asked Jung-soo if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. It would be better for him to say so now before she cut his throat. But Jung-soo only asked her to leave quickly and wondered how much longer he would have to stay hidden there. That was when Min Ji-hong appeared, saying that Jung-soo himself had claimed he would deal with Ayong, but now seemed nearly dead. Min Ji-hong remarked that it had been a long time since he'd seen Miss Yu, and that she was still impressive, even after so many years. When Taehyun returned from the Abyss portal, it was already night in Korea. He hoped everything was fine there. Rewinding a little, right after the fight against Igmun, Taehyun had been unconscious. His body had reached its limit. Rosaria was the one who saved him. With her generous heart, she transferred a bit of her mana into Taehyun's body, allowing him to survive. He remained unconscious for 2 whole days. When he woke, he asked in surprise, 2 days? He wanted to know what had happened during that time. Rosaria stated that, officially, the War of Territories had begun. The forces of Archduke Igmun, which hadn't moved for centuries, were finally on the move, and the other archdukes were preparing as well. The first target, naturally, would be Igmun, since he was weakened after what Taehyun had done to him. Rosaria mentioned that, in her battle against Igmun, she hadn't lost a single succubus, not even the weakest. Now that everyone knew Taehyun was the king's key, no one dared to attack the Land of Nightmares without precautions. She also told him that she had glimpsed into his memories while he slept, and recognized that his fight against Igmun had truly been impressive, but she questioned who that other presence inside him was. Taehyun admitted that he had received help and asked if Rosaria had any idea what it could be. She said it might have been something the king himself had placed to protect him. Even so, that copy seemed far too dangerous. It wasn't something Taehyun should trust completely, let alone rely on in decisive moments. He needed to avoid creating situations where he could only depend on that being. Taehyun understood the message but replied that, for that, he needed to become strong enough to defeat an archduke on his own. Rosaria then suggested that he train with her in the depths, where he could further develop his abilities. Taehyun agreed that training with an archduke was an excellent idea, but before that he needed to deal with something important. Rosaria asked if he had forgotten something on Earth. He answered yes. In fact, many things. There was something happening in his home, and that was why he had returned to Korea. When he arrived, he realized that the association was far too quiet and inactive. Something had clearly happened. The next morning, the association group involved in the operation against the Malignants Guild received troubling news about the warehouse where Ayong had last been seen. She had disappeared. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone was uneasy. Taehyun apologized for arriving late and asked what was going on. Jinhui went straight to the point. Ayong had vanished after the attack on the Malignants Guild. They had tried to pursue her, but the trail had already gone cold. He admitted he might have been wrong to let her go alone. There were too many people waiting for her there. Lim Ah-hyung stepped in, saying it wasn't Jinhui's fault. Everyone trusted Ah-young. Kwon agreed, supporting the young woman's words, but Taehyun disagreed. He took the blame, saying that he had neglected important matters, as if they weren't his responsibility. He thought that if he couldn't solve the problems of the Abyss, Earth would eventually be in danger too. Even so, he couldn't abandon his duties in the human world. He didn't want something like what had happened with Ricky to happen to someone else again. Jinhui warned that the association couldn't rely on him for everything, but Taehyun replied firmly, asking them to trust him for now, to protect them until everyone grew stronger. That was why he was getting more powerful, to ensure that everyone could achieve happiness. He stated it still wasn't too late. Ayong hadn't been killed. That meant she was still valuable alive. He then asked Taewook about the tracking. Taewook replied that they were contacting every authority possible and surrounding all of Korea. Jinhui thought Taehyun was already carrying too many burdens, but even so, he was still offering to help. Then suddenly, an unknown number called Jinhui. On the other end of the line was Min Ji-hong, asking if he still used the same number, saying he never imagined he'd call again. He remarked that the association's attack had surprised him and that fate was truly mysterious. But Jinhui wasn't in the mood for games. He cut the conversation short, saying he wasn't in the mood for jokes, and demanded to know where Ah-young was. Min Ji-hong replied that she wasn't dead, but he couldn't exactly say she was well either. With a provocative tone, Min Ji-hong said he remembered something. Ah-young had appeared alongside Taehyun in some news reports, hadn't she? He said he had personal matters to settle with Taehyun, and since he was holding his beloved, they already knew what had to be done. Hearing that, Taehyun grabbed the phone and answered that he would do as Min Ji-hong wanted, as long as Ah-young remained safe, but he warned that if he didn't keep his word, he would make him regret ever being born. Min Ji-hong found that amusing, and replied that he was looking forward to Taehyun's visit. At that moment, another man approached and remarked that Taehyun was worthy of being the Queen of Succubi's contractor. He said Taehyun was kind, but also the most terrible villain that had ever existed. This man was Qasim Amatov, leader of the terrorist group Har Sultan. Min Ji-hong stated that Taehyun was his prey, but he could find another target. Qasim agreed, saying he only wanted to meet the man who had killed Ofid Uro, one of his organization's members. Meanwhile, Ayong was gravely injured, listening from afar, weak and dizzy. She thought Taehyun couldn't possibly come to save her, but he had already made his decision. He said he had to go alone, or she would die, and swore he would bring her back no matter what. In the depths of the abyss, specifically in the labyrinth of Tartarus, Taehyun began his invasion, destroying everything in his path. Min Ji-hong asked if he had already arrived, curious about how impatient he was. Qasim, who stood beside him, explained that this labyrinth was one of the most dangerous dungeons discovered by humans in the abyss, known for descending deeper and deeper. The weakest monsters there were rank S, and no one knew its true depth. Only players above rank SS were allowed inside. The deepest part of the dungeon had been cleared once by a single man, Qasim himself. As long as he remained sealed at the bottom of Tartarus, a dungeon break would never occur. There he was, the master of Tartarus, completely trapped and sealed. Qasim, looking at the sealed being, said he didn't seem so strong now, but he also recalled how extremely difficult it had been to capture him. The creature served the king of giants. Min Ji-hong asked if that wasn't the one who had lost his position as Archduke. He said he had no interest in losers, and that was why he recommended using that location. Qasim assured him that it would be nearly impossible for Taehyun to reach where they were, and even if he did, he would be so weakened that finishing him off would be easy. Min Ji-hong disagreed, finding that boring, but suddenly the entire labyrinth began to tremble with Taehyun's power, surprising even Qasim, who didn't understand what was happening. Min Ji-hong, on the other hand, looked excited, saying that it was a lively and powerful greeting. Taehyun was activating his ability at full scale, using the entire labyrinth as his battlefield. Qasim remarked that everything he had prepared would be useless, but still said it wasn't over. Taehyun was sabotaging himself by spending so much mana before the main fight. Suddenly, Taehyun realized a current of energy was draining all his mana. He was using the monster's heart to control the flow and replicate the techniques Ricky had once used before her death. By combining this with his own personal theory and apocalypse, he had created a continuous, nearly infinite area attack, something he had, ironically, learned by observing Igman. Watching the situation, Min Ji-hong asked what Qasim would do, now that their plans were collapsing. Qasim, of course, reacted immediately. He countered the attack and tried to remove the chaotic energy of apocalypse with his own strength. Min Ji-hong also acted, opening a black hole to contain Taehyun's advance. Shadow, who happened to be there, was completely crushed in the process, unable to react. Taehyun had already broken through all defenses, carving a path straight to the center of the labyrinth. Min Ji-hong admitted it was indeed impressive, but Taehyun, serious, said he had chosen the wrong person to play hide-and-seek with. He wasn't there for games. He wanted to know where Ayong was. Before anyone could respond, Qasim grew enraged, unleashing his power and fury. He couldn't accept that Taehyun was acting as if he didn't exist. To him, that was unacceptable. Taehyun apologized to Min Ji-hong, saying he believed this fight was his responsibility, but he also knew he had to prove his own worth. He had already thrown Min Ji-hong and Shadow far away, and at that moment asked if Taehyun had ever heard his name. Taehyun answered mentally that it was impossible not to know him. He was responsible for leading a series of terrorist attacks, always using monsters and demons indiscriminately. A true psychopath, responsible for thousands of deaths. He had never received a license as a player, so his official classification was unknown. However, judging by the abilities he displayed, it was clear he was at least SS level. He was recognized worldwide as the most terrible of villains, and now he was allied with Min Ji-hong. Qasim seemed satisfied that Taehyun recognized him. He commented that one of his servants had had serious problems with him in the past. Taehyun, intrigued, asked if that servant, known as Ofid Uro, had been one of Qasim's subordinates. He also wanted to know if Qasim had joined Min Ji-hong of his own will, but Qasim denied it. He said he would never care about such things, for his goal from the very beginning was to dominate part of the abyss. Even so, Qasim admitted that Taehyun had surprised him at some point. However, he emphasized that he was also dangerous, as he possessed very powerful area skills. When Taehyun noticed the magic circle forming beneath his feet, it was already too late. He was caught off guard by the skill called dystopia. The resistance of his gluttony ability failed, and he ended up being partially affected. His skills began to decrease gradually, and the effects didn't stop there. His very attributes were being drained until they reached zero. Taehyun's internal system confirmed the drop in status in real time. As Qasim mocked Taehyun's temporary paralysis, questioning why he wasn't reacting, Taehyun grew irritated at the excessive talk and snapped back, saying he wasn't there to play with the world's greatest villain. He wanted to fight. Kasim then spoke disdainfully about Ao, insulting her and revealing that he knew exactly where she was. He said that, tired of waiting, he had even toyed with her a little, just to see what would happen if Beelzebub's mana struck the brain of an ordinary human like her. He imagined she must be feeling unimaginable pain at that very moment, a pain that to him was sweet. At that point, he asked if Taehyun didn't already have enough reasons to react, and he got his answer. Taehyun charged forward with a punch so powerful that it shattered the space Kasim had created in the blink of an eye. Then he made a promise. If Ao wasn't safe, he would make all of them regret ever being born. He told the old man to get up to take another blow, since he had said he wanted to play. Even after being struck, Kasim admitted that Taehyun remained extremely powerful, even with the limitations imposed by the dystopian ability. He called him a monster, but Taehyun, ironic, fired back, asking if he really thought he had the right to call others that. After all, had he ever looked in the mirror? Kasim then interrupted, saying it was time to end that childish dispute between abilities. He wanted to compete in terms of real power. He introduced himself as Kasim Ametov, direct contractor of Archduke Beelzebub. His transformation was grotesque, reflecting his own aged and distorted appearance. Taehyun, surprised, remembered feeling that same mana during the battle against Long Jonggatin, and soon after detecting the presence of the gray toxin. Kasim confirmed it. He said that Long Jonggatin, the former president of the Chinese Association, had only been a test subject, a pawn who never received the Archduke's full powers. The true contractor of Beelzebub was Kasim himself. Since childhood, Kasim had shown pleasure in the suffering of others. He enjoyed watching living beings struggle to survive, watching fire consume everything, loved ruins, screams, destruction, the smell of blood in the air. He was someone born already inclined to evil. Driven by these instincts, he joined a terrorist organization and helped expand it day after day. He never feared divine punishment. But demons were another story. They were the only ones capable of threatening his fun. Kasim's terrorist organization wasn't destroyed by divine will, but by the direct action of the Players Association. At that moment, he saw everything he had built collapse. Surrounded by many players trying to capture or kill him, Kasim ended up awakening a new ability. That was when he received the power of the evil portal, which allowed him to summon demons directly from the depths of the abyss. With this new power, he was able to defeat part of the association and escape far away. After decades wandering through the abyss, he finally found what he had been searching for, the answer he so deeply desired. That was how he met Archduke Beelzebub, who welcomed him into his domain. Kasim said he had done everything possible to find him. He swore complete loyalty to Beelzebub with the intent of becoming his contractor. And the Archduke not only recognized him, but also shared part of his power with him. Kasim said he had always served his master with devotion, including during his failed attempts to capture Taehyun. Upon hearing this, Min Ji-hong concluded that what Kasim had said earlier was a lie. But Kasim replied sarcastically, saying one should never trust the words of a demon. Taehyun, however, was already furious. He didn't want to hear any more nonsense. He was determined to devour everything in his path. Kasim, for his part, believed that ability wouldn't work against him, but he was wrong. Taehyun declared that he didn't care to know exactly who Kasim had met or where his powers came from. None of that mattered. What mattered was that to face all the archdukes, he needed to defeat Kasim too, and that was exactly what he would do. At that moment, Kasim's arm was completely devoured. Min Ji-hong, watching the scene, called Kasim an idiot, saying that was what he got for fighting that way. He declared that he himself would be the one to bring Taehyun down, but Taehyun immediately fired back, saying that Min Ji-hong wasn't much different from Kasim and that he too deserved the dragon's wrath. Without hesitation, he hurled him away with a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Shadow tried to sneak up from behind but couldn't even move under Taehyun's aura. He was completely terrified, paralyzed, and weakened. Taehyun then declared that he intended to fulfill everything the archdukes feared about him, and he sent a direct message to them all, to go to their masters and tell them he was the king's key, and he would be the one to defeat all the archdukes. That's it for today's story, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's really important.